Chapter 3402, Trading Favors. After Vase set a plan that would hopefully alleviate the growing manpower problem in the design department, he became a lot less worried about the immediate future. He knew it wouldn't be easy to attract the more talented and capable young journeymen that had managed to reach the Red Ocean. The majority of journeymen who arrived at the Dwarf Galaxy had already signed long-term employment contracts with various powerful pioneering organizations. Only a minority of ambitious mech designers entered the new frontier as free passengers rather than part of an existing mech company or other organization. Despite the limited proportion, a huge amount of humans poured into the Red Ocean every day. Over time, the trickle of available journeymen continued to grow until there was a healthy supply of them. Vase was not afraid of lacking any choices. What he was actually worried about was what it took to hire the more promising ones. The Larkinson clan was weak by second-class pioneering standards, so he would have to make significant concessions to sway someone. This was exactly what Vase didn't want to do. No newcomer should enjoy special privileges. Vase pressed his fingers against his forehead. I'll have to figure something out. If I can raise my prestige and make the Larkinson clan a more attractive destination, then I don't have to make too many compromises to hire better journeymen. Much of it would have to wait until the Larkinson clan reached the Red Ocean, which wasn't too far away. As Vase and many other Larkinsons made their final preparations before they made the great jump, the expeditionary fleet had already moved on from the port system where they received the Gorgonean and the diligent Ovenbird. Just as promised, the two new capital ships performed well enough. The inexperienced but sufficiently trained crews kept most problems under wraps and made sure not to delay the journey. All the while, a lot of activity went on in the background. The biggest priority of the Larkinson clan was hiring enough skilled personnel and transferring as much mechs, goods and personnel over to the capital ships as possible. The clan had already made a deal with different vendors to offload all of the sub-capital ships and deconstructed mech salvage that couldn't be taken into the Red Ocean. The Larkinsons had less luck obtaining another capital ship, most notably a mass conveyor that could transport a lot of mechs and other cargo. Surprisingly enough, the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance managed to expand their own core fleet. The Glory Seekers happened to meet up with a band of other refugees from the Hexadric hegemony. The Woden dynasty had made a deal with this group that brought them under the fold. This deal added 2 more capital ships to the Glory Seekers, and they both happened to be fleet carriers. Although the fleet carriers were older models by the standards of the Hexadric hegemony, they both possessed a respectable mech capacity. The Feminine Grace was a standard fleet carrier with balanced specs. Her 6-sided rod-like hull shared many similarities to both the Spirit of Bentime and the Indigo Tremor. She was capable of carrying 500 combat-capable mechs and double that number when the mechs were packed. The Dagger Dilettante was a smaller, slimmer and slightly cheaper fleet carrier. She traded a bit of armor for mobility, but otherwise performed similar to the Feminine Grace. She was able to carry 450 mechs and also double that number when packed, as was standard. The Cross clan didn't have any connections to its former state, so it had to rely on a different source to obtain additional capital ships. Although the Crossers never explained how they managed to expand their core fleet, Calabast already told Vase that Professor Benedict Cortez likely played a key role. As a powerful senior, he was able to exert a lot of influence, especially when he was proficient wielding power. Even so, the difficult market conditions only enabled the Crossers to obtain a pair of non-combat capital vessels. The first edition was a second-hand arc ship. The Banner Cross, named after an expert pilot that died in the Battle of Reckoning, was a 3.4-kilometer utopia that provided paradisiacal living conditions to any inhabitants lucky enough to live on her. Although some of her aging systems clearly needed attention, the arc ship worked well enough to completely change the situation of the other clan. The Banner Cross massively increased the comfort and happiness of the civilian crossers. Many of them previously had to live on combat or industrial vessels that did not offer much in the way of stable and pleasant living. The Cross clan did not have a tradition of living in space. Back when they were in power, they held a lot of planets in the Garland Empire. Those territories used to be the homes of the original Crossers. Although they had been forced to live on ships after their exile, the addition of the Banner Cross meant that they had taken their first true stride into becoming a spaceborne clan. The Cyclical Engine was the second capital ship obtained by the Cross clan. She was another second-hand capital ship, but her role came as a huge surprise to Vase and many Larkinsons. It turned out that the Cyclical Engine was a factory ship, one that Professor Benedict had taken great effort to procure. The newest acquisition of the Cross clan was clearly used but possessed her own merits. With a length of 2.9 kilometers, the cyclical engine was significantly larger and more productive than the Spirit of Bentheim. However, Vase didn't harbor a lot of jealousy towards the Crossers. The cyclical engine may be a powerhouse in terms of industrial production, but she was a capital ship that was designed for peaceful purposes. She did not contain any design elements that were expressly optimized for frontier conditions. As a result, the cyclical engine was not only slow and unwieldy in space, but was also clad with thinner hull armor. Both the Banner Cross and the cyclical engine imposed a huge defensive burden on the Crossers. They were still worth it as they both rounded out the Cross fleet and increased the independence of the Martial clan. Vase was gratified that the Golden Skull alliance became stronger and that his two allies began to carry more weight. With 16 capital ships, the expeditionary fleet came close to reaching the maximum limit of 20 hulls per Beander ticket. If the Golden Skull alliance was no longer able to obtain any further capital ships, then the alliance partners had already agreed to use up the unused ship quota for sub-capital ships. This was an enormous missed opportunity, of course, but it was better than wasting the remaining quota entirely. There was a brief discussion about the MTA merits needed to purchase a Beander ticket, but the Larkinsons brought slightly good news. Vase and his fellow journeymen were still waiting to receive their earnings for fabricating 2 successive masterwork expert mechs. The only problem was that the Glory Seekers still couldn't pay for their own ship quota. It wasn't a big deal when their core fleet only amounted to the Indigo Tremor, but the addition of the Feminine Grace and the Dagger Dilettante significantly added to their debt. When Vase, Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald conducted a virtual meeting to discuss these problems, no one was in the mood to quibble over numbers. "We've fought numerous major battles alongside each other." Vase explained his thoughts. Admittedly, most of them were provoked by the Larkinson clan. During each engagement, your Glory Seekers never hesitated to risk your lives to help us fend off our enemies. Your willingness to confront a Dwarven Ace Mech has earned my trust. If you are okay with it, you can cash in the favor that I owe you. We need your fleet carriers anyway. The more we can bring into the Red Ocean, the better we'll be able to defend our fleet. He made this offer both out of friendship and out of practicality. I concur with the last point. Patriarch Reginald Cross spoke. I'm not an accountant and I don't care for these trivial sums. We are brothers and sisters in arms and we should assist each other. If the Larkinson clan cannot cover the quota of the Glory Seekers, then our Cross clan will make up for the shortfall. You'll just owe me another favor, Marshal. The leader of the Glory Seeker looked gratified. Thank you for your generosity, Patriarchs. To be honest, we have tried our best to solicit Hexers who possess a significant amount of merits, but none of them are open to our conditions. Vase chuckled. People who were capable and powerful enough to earn millions of MTA credits would not easily agree to subjugate themselves to others. All of these powerful masters, trade magnates and so on were more than capable of becoming pioneers themselves. They had already formed their own pioneering fleets with their own associates. I guess it doesn't really matter how we divide the capital ship quotas among ourselves anymore. He said with a shrug. We're stuck with 16 capital ships and I don't think that will change in the time we have left. Each of them is a valuable asset and it's unthinkable for us to leave any of them behind. The only number we need to pay attention to is the total amount of MTA merits that we can muster. We cannot enter the Red Ocean if we are short of 95 million MTA merits. Although Vase hadn't maintained any contact with the Rim Guardians as of late, his discount was still valid. Even a measly 5% reduction off the total price was invaluable in situations like these. As far as I am aware, we are still short of meeting this sum. Marshal Ariadne Woden noted. The Cross Patriarch didn't look worried. It will not be an issue. Professor Benedict has never stopped working on this front. In the end, the meeting ended harmoniously. The growing trust and friendship between the alliance partners had progressed their relations past the point where they let annoying details get in the way of common interests. Once the expeditionary fleet finally entered the Tarnished Crown Star sector, the alliance partners completed almost every step they needed to take before passing through the Beander Gate. Many people were already preparing to bid farewell to the Milky Way. They organized solemn ceremonies and enormous parties to mark their final moments in the old galaxy. Nobody knew when they would be able to return to the galaxy of their birth. No one was certain whether they would even want to return if given the choice. Many of them had already said goodbye to their old homes and cut ties to their past. To the Larkinsons, their clan was their only home. Even though it had only been a couple of months or years since they departed from their old states, none of them yearned to go back to them. The Larkinson clan was so much better that pretty much no one exhibited any homesickness. Of course, Vase knew that Goldie played a considerable role in helping the new clansmen embrace their new lives. Without the crucial kinship network, it would have been much harder to retain all of these members and prevent them from defecting throughout the lengthy journey to the Beander Gate. "We're almost there," Vase told his cat, Meow. Lucky didn't appear to pay any attention to the significance of leaving their native galaxy. The Bright Republic, the Friday Coalition, the Hexadric Hegemony, the Komodo Star Sector, the Yena Star Cluster, we'll soon be cutting ourselves off from all of these regions. We'll be leaving the Larkinson family behind as well. That was an enormous pity, but the family members led by Uncle Ark insisted on leading their own lives. They were still trying to build a new life in Vicious Mountain last he heard. Chapter 3403, Fulfilled Vase, Wu, BAABABAWBUUWU. Despite her young age, Aurelia grew remarkably quickly. Though she was still a baby, she was not as tiny as before. She also became a bit more coherent and actually behaved as if she was more aware during her waking hours. Though it was still a bit stressful to feed her during the night, it was not a big deal now that neither Vase nor Gloriana were occupied with any important work at the moment. Ogobababao, she also made cute sounds during playtime. Though she couldn't really crawl around by herself yet, it was fun to see her try and grab onto Clixie's soft and furry tail. Meow Tilda, the Rubarthan Sentinel cat, had regained her relevance during this time. Now that Aurelia's immune system had ramped up with the help of artificial treatments, Gloriana was fine with allowing Clixie to keep her baby company. It was a great solution when both Vase and Gloriana couldn't keep a close eye on their baby. They trusted Clixie and she was already a close part of the family. Of course, Lucky didn't want to be left out either. The gem cat hovered above Aurelia's head and dangled his metallic tail within the baby's reach. Woo-ah, woo-ah, whaaaaaaa. Meow, Lucky, stop scaring my little girl. Get away, you bad boy. Gloriana returned to her daughter's side and picked up the crying baby. There, Aurelia. The scary cat isn't around anymore. Mommy will protect you from all of the bad boys that want you all for themselves once you grow up. Only the best boys are worth your time. Meow. Lucky looked aggrieved as he flew back to Vase and landed on his shoulder. You dummy. Vase reached out and scratched his gem cat between the ears. You're not as soft and fluffy as Clixie, so you need to put more effort into charming Aurelia. Don't approach her so quickly next time. It also helps if you wear some clothes or colorful accessories. You need to look cuter. Meow. Aurelia soon lost her fright and got back to giggling when her mother brought out a flashy toy that floated above her eyes. The bond between mother and daughter deepened even further as they continued to play and entertain each other. It was a heartwarming sight. After 20 minutes, their daughter finally expended all of the energy that kept her awake. As she slowly dozed off, Gloriana kept a hold of her baby as she gently sat next to Vase on the couch. I'm so happy, she softly whispered as she kissed the top of Aurelia's head. Me too. Vase smiled as he reached out to caress his sleeping child. This is probably the happiest time of my life so far. Not only did we gain a new daughter, but we've also completed many of our other goals. We've completed our expert mech design projects, made 2 more masterwork expert mechs in quick succession, and we're almost about to begin our true expedition. Although there were dangers abound and a lot of challenges ahead of him and his clan, Vase felt more alive than at any other point in his life. Much of it came from the sense of fulfillment that had settled into his heart. He had finally reached a point in his life where he could pause and bask in his own success without hateful Fredaimon or murderous dwarves breathing down his neck. Despite all of the risks he took to get to this point, he was glad he managed to end up at this juncture. Both his professional and personal lives were heading in the right direction, and he could hardly ask for more. The only changes that could make him happier was if he got his hands on more capital ships or was able to bring more of his family along this trip. His thoughts continued to wander back to how his parents and the old Larkinson family were doing. He hated the thought of leaving them behind, but he couldn't do everything. Cynthia and Wrinkle Larkinson had been attracting a lot of mysterious traffic towards the Nixian Gap. They wouldn't be able to survive outside of this hazardous region. If the 5 Scrolls Compact didn't hunt them down first, then the Big Two would have definitely been able to corner them sooner or later with the help of their advanced technology. As for the old family led by Patriarch Ark Larkinson, those stubborn traditionalists still insisted on achieving success while adhering to their own principles and ideals. They may have become more open to receiving assistance from the Larkinson clan as of late, but that mostly extended to allowing them to pilot a selection of Larkinson-exclusive mechs. Aside from that, the old family funded most of its expensive operations by relying on the dividends of their 1% ownership in the living Mech Corporation. It was rather sad that the Larkinson family still hadn't been able to stand on its own 2 feet after so many years. Their departure from the Bright Republic left the traditional Larkinsons completely unprepared to find a new calling and a way to pay the bills through their own efforts. Vase snorted a bit. The original family members had made their own choice. To him, the old family mainly existed to present a powerful contrast to his own clan. The differences in values, principles, policies and decision-making had resulted in 2 completely different organizations. The differences in power, prosperity and success was more than enough proof to show which group of Larkinsons were in the right. He no longer paid any mind to the old family. Although he did not wish his distant family members any ill, their decision to keep their distance from the clan made it hard for him to hold much affection to other Larkinsons. Only a couple of individuals such as Ark, Melinda and Benjamin still earned his affection. Sadly, it was harder and harder for him to remember them as the physical distance between the clan and the old family continued to increase. They no longer even talked with each other all that much over the galactic net. Although Vase had happily introduced Aurelia to the 3 during a rare call, that was the only time in the entire year when he seriously talked to the old family in a friendly capacity. Vase realized that it would only grow worse once the clan entered the Red Ocean. Although the existence of the galactic net still allowed them to hold real-time talks, the sheer amount of light years between the 2 groups of Larkinsons would only further increase their estrangement from each other. "What are you thinking about, Vase?" Gloriana curiously asked. "Oh, nothing important. I'm just thinking about the family I'm leaving behind. You're not the only one. It's a pity that I can't bring along my mother and the rest of the Woden dynasty. The Hexadric hegemony is on the losing end of the Komodo War, right? What will the Woden dynasty do?" he asked. "I'm not too sure," she replied as she continued to hug her sleeping baby. "My relatives will be fine. They should have already prepared for contingencies together with other Hexers. Matriarch Shafna is a strong loyalist and has good relations with the Evern matriarchal dynasty. I can see them all working together on a backup plan. I recall that we still owe the Hexers 3 mech designs. Should we work on them in the next round of mech designs?" Although Vase did not like the original deal he made with the Hexadric hegemony, it wasn't in his nature to break his promises, especially when they related to his profession. Credibility was important to a mech designer. If the expert mech design projects didn't take so long to complete, he would have been able to address this matter sooner. Gloriana shook her head. "If the demand was more urgent, I would have brought it to your attention. For now, the Blessed Squire and the Valkyrie product line are sufficient as both of them are able to spread the superior mother's glow on land, in the air and in space. They are still relevant and don't need any help. The Cherub, the Bright Boy and the Devious are also helping out, but there is only so much auxiliary mechs can accomplish. It's too bad the MTA doesn't want us to spread our most up-to-date Luminaire crystal tech to the public." Vase sighed. "If I can update the Bright Boy design, I can turn it into a much stronger impediment against expert mechs. Hell, just giving the Hex Army a license to produce my crystal Luminaire rifles will definitely stop the Friday Coalition's momentum." It couldn't be done. This move went against the MTA's policies and direction. The Mechers didn't want anyone to spread around alien technology and they loathed any tech that made it much more efficient to kill expert pilots. Vase simply couldn't defy such a powerful organization over this issue, and his wife knew that as well. She sighed. "It's okay. For now, the Hex Army has adopted a full defensive posture. The earlier stages of the Komodo War have already inflicted a lot of attrition on the Fredaman mech troops. They can't easily overrun every defensive star system that is defended by a stubborn core of Hexer soldiers. That doesn't sound like a good way to win a war." "It isn't, but at least the Hex Army is buying time for the rest of the hegemony to prepare for solutions. More Hexers are able to evacuate in advance, and new solutions are being developed as well. It's just, what is it, honey? This war would have proceeded a lot differently if the Red Ocean hadn't opened up," Gloriana remarked. "Whenever I get in touch with my mother or other Hexers back in the Komodo Star sector, all I'm hearing lately are plans to pack up their belongings and head over to the new frontier to start anew. I'm increasingly getting the feeling that the same thing that is happening in the Vulcan Empire is happening in the Hexadric hegemony as well. Vase narrowed his eyes. You mean the poor soldiers and commoners are fighting and dying on the front lines just so that the wealthy elites at the rear can run away with as much wealth, starships, mechs and manpower that they can carry along, right? Yes, Gloriana obviously felt conflicted about this. On the one hand, she grew up as a loyal hexer and always believed in the strength and righteousness of the hegemony. On the other hand, her family was part of the ruling class that possessed wealth and connections to make it out and start anew in another corner of space. Ordinarily, this would have been a difficult choice as most regions of human space were already occupied. Yet the recent opening of the Red Ocean gave all of the exiles a much more attractive option. If the hexers weren't welcome in the Komodo star sector anymore, then they might as well leave while they possessed enough means and see if they could reconstruct their state in a less structured and crowded galaxy. In this circumstance, the only people who lost out were the trillions of average hexer citizens who couldn't obtain any passage on the ships that were leaving. They had no choice but to suffer under the occupation of the Fredamen, who would certainly force original inhabitants to put aside their female supremacist tendencies and start treating men as equals. How cruel. You don't need to feel guilty about this. Vase patted his wife's arm. Family matters more than a mob of random strangers. So what if your fellow Wodens are leaving a lot of ordinary hexers behind to the tender mercies of the Fredamen? You can't save them from their lot. Only winners have the luxury to care about ideals. I know, Vase, it's just frustrating. I think one of the reasons why the hexers haven't requested us to design the final 3 hexer mechs is because they want to use our obligation for a better purpose. Like what? Like designing mechs for their future frontier army in the Red Ocean, Gloriana guessed. Chapter 3404, Dangerous Contraband. Part of the steps that the expeditionary fleet needed to take before entering the Red Ocean was to clean up all of the skeletons in its closet. The Larkinsons weren't too worried. They belonged to an honorable clan and always acted in good conscience. They hadn't engaged in piracy or launched any unprovoked attacks. There was one exception, though. Although no one pinned any solid crimes onto their patriarch's feet, Vase was definitely feeling the heat as his fleet got closer to the sector headquarters of the MTA. Unlike the rest of his clan, he was anything but clean. Although he usually put in a lot of effort to hide his misdeeds or exploit the rules to excuse his reprehensible acts, who knew what the MTA might dig up once his fleet entered the Opalis system? Vase had already read up on the procedures that his fleet needed to go through in order to pass through the Beander Gate. Due to the threat of the Crown Uprising as well as the well-founded concerns about smuggling dangerous contraband into the Red Ocean, the MTA imposed a huge amount of restrictions. Alongside locking down every mech in many different starship systems, the MTA also conducted deep inspections in order to sniff out any potential risk factor. Vase had already heard stories about how aspiring pioneers suddenly had to abort their dreams because the MTA discovered incriminating evidence that seriously offended the association's sensibilities. Of course, regular crimes such as stealing candy from a shop or neglecting to pay the bill after filling up the fuel tank of a starship did not warrant the Big Two's attention. What did set off alarms at the highest authorities were major violations such as owning slaves, cultivating lethal viruses and weaponizing starships. Although most pioneers were smart enough to leave all of their dirty laundry at home, the sheer amount of people looking to colonize the new dwarf galaxy inevitably meant that at least a fraction of them would drop the ball. Hence the extremely strict security procedures that started even before incoming fleets reached the crucial Opalis system. As every other Larkinson in the fleet spent their time on other preparations, Vase took Lucky along an extensive tour through several starships in order to clean up even the tiniest amount of trace evidence of his more ignoble deeds. For example, he spent a few days aboard the Blinding Banshee to check how well Calabast had been able to sanitize any evidence about performing fatal experiments on dwarven captives. The spymaster looked disgruntled as Vase checked the internal ship network. Do I look like an amateur to you? I've already removed all of the data storage units and made sure to physically melt them all down to slag. Our budget has taken a significant hit with all of the money I had to spend on replacing potentially incriminating evidence. My crew and I have completely renewed the holding cells and many other compartments down to the decks, the bulkheads and the electronics. Her confidence was not misplaced. Vase hadn't been able to find anything that looked wrong to him. Though he should have taken Calabast at his word, he still thought that it was best to be thorough. Thank you for your efforts. You indeed do a thorough job, he eventually said after a long day of monotonous searching. No, You're right to feel concerned. You're not exactly the most subtle mech designer and patriarch in human space. Anyone who takes a single look at your record will immediately find out that you're a trouble magnet. The MTA will definitely perform a more thorough search on our fleet. Fortunately for you, I've already anticipated that and made preparations in advance. We've not only cleaned up the blinding Banshee, but also our other starships such as the Spirit of the Bentime and the Dragon's Den. The two continued to talk about security issues. Though Calabast had thought of almost every possible scenario, Vase did not feel completely relieved. There were also sensitive matters that she probably didn't know about, such as his vials of high-grade life-prolonging serum. Getting that past the MTA inspections would be a serious challenge. Perhaps a part of the MTA already knew he left the Life Research Association with a mountain of controversial research data as well as the aforementioned vials, but it would be incredibly inconvenient to be caught with them while he was undergoing some of the strictest inspections in his life. All of this needed to be handled carefully. Though Calabast had numerous ways to hide sensitive information and data from the MTA, she couldn't solve his contraband problem. Don't underestimate the MTA's deep scanning methods, she told him. No matter what corner you hide your secret stash, the inspectors will sniff it out sooner or later. Even if you make use of a way to block their scans, their advanced systems will immediately register an anomaly, which will prompt the mechers to take a look in person. The MTA rarely brought its full resources to bear to perform a given task, but inspecting the pioneering fleets that were about to enter the Red Ocean was one of the few occasions where the organization pulled out all of the stops. Vase felt rather frustrated after learning about this. He had witnessed many instances where the MTA only did the bare minimum or didn't even live up to its promises at all. He had become so accustomed to dealing with an inattentive association that he had been slacking in his own precautions. This was different. The mechers assigned to guard the Opalis system were incredibly attentive and did not accept any excuses. Vase could forget about smuggling his shady possessions past their sights. Although Vase was willing to offload a lot of problematic goods, he could not accept giving up his remaining vials of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Whether they were made from ingredients extracted from the brains of expert pilots or not, their worth and value to Vase was inestimable. He did not want to lose his remaining serum when he still had so much use for all of that universal life energy. When Vase obliquely mentioned this problem to Calabast, she couldn't give him a good answer. I'm sorry, Vase, but I can't help you there. The only way you can solve this issue is if you make a deal with the mechers. They hold all of the power, so you can only choose to compromise with them. Aren't you friendly with Master Willix? Perhaps you should call her and request a favor. Vase did not look happy. Although this was a workable solution, it entailed entangling himself even further with the organization that he had been trying to maintain his distance. Yet, how the hell was he supposed to smuggle his bounty from the Life Research Association, his gem cat, his P-stones, his Zona communication crystal and his 4 aspects of Lufa past the inspections? Not only did he have to bring those suspicious and problematic items through the Beander Gate, he also had to do something about the source of all of the Briar alloy in the fleet. Oh, damn, what is it, Vase? I almost forgot about one of the old skeletons in my closet. I would have been in deep trouble if I brought that particular skeleton into the Opalis system. Vase was no longer in the mood to talk with Calabast. He quickly ended his conversation with her and immediately returned to his armored shuttle. Head over to the Scarlet Rose, he instructed. Only Lucky and his loyal bodyguard Nida had an idea of the issue he wanted to address. They spent a quiet trip to the vessel that used to serve as his flagship. Vase never really paid attention to her anymore ever since he got his hands on the Spirit of Bentime, but that did not mean he discarded the ship at will. The mobile supply frigate that Vase had managed to hijack from Lady Aisling Curver several years ago managed to remain relevant for mostly one reason. She was the home to a certain woman that Vase had taken to calling Cassandra Briar. This was most definitely not her real name. Yet that did not change the fact that she was arguably one of the top contributors to the Larkinson clan. Her endless generosity allowed the Larkinson clan to obtain a continuous supply of Briar alloy. The material that was responsible for helping the clan accelerate its transition from a third-class organization to a second-class organization. The Larkinson clan would have lost a lot more clansmen if not for its relatively abundant supply. I should take to calling her Cassandra Briar Larkinson for everything she has done so far. Vase muttered as he entered compartment G13 inside the Scarlet Rose. He rarely visited this secret compartment after moving to the Spirit of Bentime. He only went back a few times a year to see whether Cassandra Breyer hadn't gone out of control. It would be extremely bad if the ever-regenerating body and escape pod reappeared in a more public space. Vase didn't know why Cassandra Breyer initially sought him out and why it stuck to him, but ever since he put her in this endless production loop where her escape pod was being melted down into molten metal, she never reappeared anywhere else. This was quite fortunate as Vase didn't want to get jumped by a creepy escape pod while he was in the middle of a conversation with Master Willix. This can't go on, though. Vase didn't want to answer any uncomfortable questions if the MTA's inspectors happened to stumble on this obvious red flag. There was no way that Vase could provide a reasonable excuse why he was not only haunted by a constantly rematerializing corpse and escape pod, but saw fit to exploit this condition in order to produce a lot of Breyer alloy. Back when I first got you, I had no idea what I was dealing with. He said to the escape pod that had just reappeared once again and was being automatically moved to the red-hot forging machine. I tried several ways to break or decipher your strong spiritual defenses, but never managed to make any progress. He had a feeling it was different this time. Though much of Cassandra's mysterious spiritual barrier was out of his league, all of the progress he had made in spiritual engineering had made a huge difference. When he extended his senses towards her, he perceived a few elements that looked familiar to him. He obtained even more results when he let Blinky loose. Muro, for example, he had a potential explanation of where Cassandra kept drawing all of the energy needed to replenish her material form over and over again. What a wondrous display of spiritual engineering, or, should I say spiritual sorcery. While Vase wasn't able to sense it, Blinky's incredible sensitivity towards energy allowed the companion spirit to catch the hidden flows that constantly poured into Cassandra Breyer. Even when her material form was being burnt into ash, her spiritual existence remained strong. With the energy she drew with her own ability or with the help of a mechanism similar to the Grand Dynamo, she was able to re-establish her physical presence in the material realm on a continuous basis. This crucial interaction caused Vase to come up with a possible solution that could permanently free him from this ghost. I just need to block the influx of energy. It would be trivially easy for him to do so. He just had to put Blinky to intercept all of the energy flow. As long as Cassandra Breyer kept burning over and over again, her total energy reserves would slowly dwindle as she could no longer compensate for the losses she suffered. Once her energy reserves nearly dried up, she would no longer be able to materialize her physical anchor anymore. She would be dead and gone for good. The only question was whether he should even kill her at all. He felt rather bad about ending her existence when he didn't even know her true identity. What if she was more important to his life than he realized? What if there was a greater purpose to her appearance in his life? If he starved to death right away, then he would never be able to answer these questions. What should I do? Chapter 3405, Death by Starvation. Though Vase felt incredibly conflicted about how he should resolve the Cassandra Breyer situation, there was no way he could maintain the status quo. If he had a choice, he would have chosen to retain the current arrangement. Although Breyer alloy had largely become dispensable to the current Larkinson clan, no one said no to a free and convenient source of second-class materials. By choosing to change nothing, Vase would not have to bear any risks either. He did not have to resolve a difficult dilemma where he could either learn the truth about Cassandra Breyer or kill her without ever discovering her true identity and motives. Over the years, Vase had come up with a lot of possible theories about who she was and how she was connected to him. Some of them were more favorable than others. For example, Cassandra could have been his aunt on his mother's side. Perhaps she sought Vase out in order to save her from her current state of half-death or get in touch with Cynthia again. Cassandra could also be a former holy daughter of the Five Scrolls Compact. Perhaps she might have been the previous controller of the system before she lost it. The reason why she came back from the dead was because she wanted to take back her former possession. Perhaps Cassandra belonged to an ancient witch coven that had developed spiritual powers since before humanity ascended to the stars. These powerful ancient witches had spent millennia developing and refining their spiritual applications, but possessed harsh requirements for spiritual perception and talent. For this reason, the ancient witch sought out a successor that could help her come back to life, and the only one in this corner of space who was suitable happened to be Vase. This was why she stuck to him like a barnacle on a seafaring hull. Cassandra Breyer could also be an illegitimate Rubarthan princess who fled from the Galactic Rim because she developed powers that were traditionally associated with the new Rubarth Empire's enemies. She spent decades if not centuries to flee all the way to the galactic rim in order to escape the overbearing reach of her father and emperor and start a peaceful new life alongside someone who could understand her powers but had no relations with the Five Scrolls Compact. Maybe I'm just letting my fantasies go wild and none of this reflects the truth. The fact of the matter was that Vase never figured out anything that was important about Cassandra Briar. He could speculate on her identity based on her spiritual powers, the design and providence of her Briar alloy escape pod and her insistence on sticking to him. Properly speaking, he should have put more effort into obtaining actual answers instead of letting Cassandra remain stuck in this endless cyclical purgatory. By letting this situation linger on like this for several years, Vase believed he had exhausted all of the goodwill that Cassandra held towards him, assuming that her disposition towards him was initially benign. If she's a friend or a relative of mine, then she certainly hates my guts after treating her like this for so many cycles. Vase muttered, "Meow." Lucky nodded his head in agreement. He realized that he was stalling for time. He had already made a decision on how to handle Cassandra Briar a long time ago. It was why he never thought to get any answers from her even if he possessed the means to do so. He was afraid of opening this dangerous box. Whether she is family or not, friendly or hostile, helpful or harmful, I can't take any risks. It would be nice if she's my long-lost grandmother or something, but if she's an enemy, I don't know if I can handle her once she is able to unleash her full might. Cassandra Briar was definitely a formidable spiritual sorcerer. Though it was difficult to estimate her strength, her methods and sophisticated application of spiritual energy left him with little doubt that she was a true master in the mysterious arts. Compared to his primitive development in spiritual engineering, Cassandra's spiritual sorcery was at least 100 times more advanced. Although Vase temporarily held the upper hand due to Cassandra's current troubled state, that could easily change once he freed her or allowed her to restore her strength. Could she beat him in a straight fight? Vase wasn't sure. In the past, he had no confidence in his chances. These days, he has grown a lot stronger. Not only did he gain Blinky, he could also call upon a host of powerful design spirits. That said, did Vase even want to take the chance of confronting a potentially hostile spiritual sorceress? Nope. Vase had tempered his curiosity as of late. After dealing with several life-threatening disasters including surviving an encounter with a dwarf that he should have killed more thoroughly, he became a lot more sensitive towards the potential consequences of his actions. Cassandra Briar could easily become his next Sigrund or Ryan if he decided to play with fire and gave in to his curiosity. I can't afford to make another enemy and start another incident when I'm this close to the Beander Gate. He was determined. His appetite for risk was usually generous, but just thinking about waking up this witch sent shivers through his spine. He could intuitively feel how strong she could be and how little it would take to allow her to become free again. Vase couldn't control the situation at all if that happened, and that was why he resolved to never let this scenario come true. Instead of playing Russian roulette by putting a revolver on his head, he would rather point the gun at Cassandra Briar and pull the trigger enough times to remove a permanent threat. His urge for safety successfully overcame his guilty conscience. Even if he ended up killing a potential friend or relative by mistake, he would not feel any regret about his choice. "I'm working on a limited amount of information here," he said, as if justifying his decision to the woman that had been burned so many times that she must hate fire with a vengeance. "It doesn't really help that you initially intruded on my life by pretending to be a scary ghost. If you truly wanted help, then you should have approached nicely." Vase grasped at any chance to shift the blame away from him. He did not want to feel as if he made the wrong choice. He had made up his mind, so any further procrastination and excuses only hindered him from what he must do to remove a risk factor from his life. In his perspective, Cassandra Briar was as malevolent as Nixie to him. If Vase hadn't gotten rid of this ancient alien tyrant, the former source of spiritual fragments would have gotten free before lashing out against the mech designers who exploited his strength. He lowered his head for a moment before he gathered his courage. "Blinky, Moreau, do it. When she and her escape pod reappears again, do your best to intercept all of the energy that she is drawing from an unknown source. It doesn't matter whether you digest it or not, but don't give this woman any sustenance." Moreau. Vase settled in for a brief wait as he waited for the escape pod and its undying occupant to reappear again. He only told Lucky and Nida to be ready for anything, but they would most likely be unable to play a role in any hostilities that might ensue. This was a battle that only certain entities could take part in. If Blinky wasn't enough to resolve this potential threat, Then Vase would immediately call on his design spirits, starting with the Superior Mother, to bail him out. For safety's sake, he preemptively donned his unending regalia. Its thin layer of bee stone provided him with a limited amount of protection against spiritual attacks, which might be useful if Cassandra managed to launch an attack. He did not have to wait long for Blinky to perform his role. When the escape pod finally reappeared again, it was easy enough for the cat to find the flow of energy and take it all for himself. As a result of all of this absorption, Blinky began to generate a lot of converted spiritual energy. Although this energy was all compatible with Vase, there was currently no way he could hold or make use of so much excess spiritual energy. Blinky had no choice but to dump out all of the excess spiritual energy he produced and let it go to waste. Vase kept a careful eye on what was taking place as the automated systems began to recycle the escape pod once again. Will this be enough, or will she reappear again? It turned out that the latter was the case. Despite destroying the Briar Alloy escape pod, a new one reappeared once again. However, Vase noticed a difference this time. He carefully sensed the amount of energy that Cassandra Briar contained and noticed that it had dropped to an extent. Yes, it's working. He estimated that her energy levels dropped by around 5 to 8%, which meant that Cassandra could only restore her condition for a maximum of 20 times before she completely ran out of juice. I guess I'm in for a long wait. He had plenty of time. Vase merely settled down and distracted himself by thinking about his upcoming mech designs or performing routine paperwork. All the while, Blinky attentively performed his job and made sure that no matter where Cassandra Briar drew her energy from, the cat would always be there to steal her food. This cycle repeated over and over again. Each time the corpse in the escape pod reappeared again, the total energy that Cassandra possessed dropped a bit more. Although Vase acted casually at this time, he was actually tightly wound. If the woman attempted a violent breakout attempt, he would be ready to step in right away. Yet, she never moved. Vase already theorized that she lacked the energy to do so. If she could have extricated herself from this cycle, she should have done it a long time ago. There was no logical reason to believe she possessed an even greater chance of freeing herself when she had less spiritual energy at her disposal. He smirked. I don't know whether you call yourself a priestess, a sorceress, or a goddess, but the almighty law of conservation of energy is inescapable. I won't fall for your superstitious act. Without energy, you can't do anything. Her energy levels steadily dropped to around 20% before Vase sensed a change. Cassandra Briar's spiritual barrier had grown a lot feebler and less stable. This caused him to stand on his feet and ready himself for any unanticipated changes. Yet despite her increasingly more wobbly state, Cassandra's barrier never broke. It simply grew weaker alongside the rest of her. Perhaps it functioned as a prison rather than a protection mechanism. Vase didn't know, and he wasn't interested in finding out the answer. Slowly but surely, Cassandra's total energy weakened until it had reached around 5% or less. When her escape pod burned for a final time, Vase could already sense that her Briar Alloy escape pod would never reappear again. A pity. It was also a relief. An invisible weight was lifted off his shoulder. The worst-case scenario had not occurred. Cassandra Briar died with a whimper rather than with a bang. The epic spiritual duel that he feared so much had not materialized. Vase let out a deep and relieved breath. Goodbye and good riddance. That was all the thought he was willing to spare for Cassandra Briar's passing. He turned around and began to think about what he needed to do to clean up the remaining incriminating evidence. He needed to get rid of the Scarlet Rose. The entire ship was tainted and should never fall into the hands of others. Meow. What? When Vase turned around, he realized to his horror that the same escape pod that he thought was gone forever had actually materialized once again. There was a difference, though. The escape pod cover had slid open and a single mummified hand poked out. More spiritual energy than Vase had ever sensed from Cassandra Briar accumulated from this limb. What the hell is going on? Vase screamed in panic. Chapter 3406, Frightening Identity. A disaster occurred. Vase just wanted to clean up one of the old skeletons in his closet. Who knew that his method of starving this ghost of all of her spiritual sustenance would result in such an illogical outcome? When a mech no longer received energy from its power reactor, the machine-demanding systems inevitably shut down. It didn't matter whether it was a bottom-tier third-class mech or a cutting-edge first-class multipurpose mech. Every single war weapon could only unleash its destructive potential when it was sustained with a sufficient amount of juice. The same went for starships. It took an incredible amount of energy to propel millions if not billions of tons of metal and composites from one location to another. It also took even more energy to power their artificial gravity, life support systems, energy shielding and potentially warship-grade weapon systems. Even organic beings sustained their lives by taking in energy from the environment. Whether they derived energy from solar radiation or digesting food, without any input they would assuredly shut down like any exhausted device. Vase treated Cassandra Breyer the same way. There was no way that reconstructing an entire material form from energy was cheap. The mass energy equivalence should apply to any form of energy, including spiritual energy. Einstein's famous formula, E equals mc squared, simply described that it took a huge amount of energy just to convert it into solid matter. The letter, c, in the formula stood for the speed of light, which was a huge number. When this figure was multiplied with itself, that number grew stupendously greater. As such, many laymen who learned that energy and mass could be exchanged with each other didn't always realize how disproportionate this relationship became due to the effect of multiplying mass with the square of the speed of light. The entire reason why relatively small nuclear bombs and antimatter bombs could easily possess the power to destroy entire cities, continents and even planets. By converting a part or even all of their mass into energy in a small interval of time, a huge amount of energy in the form of heat and radiation blasted out all at once. Of course, the transformation of mass to energy didn't have to be so violent. A lot of large power reactors relied on a much more gradual process to output a steady and more controllable amount of energy that could be used to power a lot of useful objects such as mechs and starships. Naturally, if mass could be transformed into energy, the same could be done in reverse. It was a lot more difficult to pull off in a controlled and deliberate manner. Materialization technology was partially or entirely capable of creating entire objects from nothing. However, it wasn't always worth it. The cost to materialize a simple coffee cup was probably at least 1,000,000 times more expensive than just producing it out of basic materials in a simple factory. A mech was much more massive than a coffee cup, and the cost to materialize an entire war machine could bankrupt entire companies. Forget about materializing a single mech, but materializing enough of them to equip an entire mech regiment was already insanely expensive. This was why most materialization applications did not conjure up matter from thin air but instead derived them from existing stockpiles. It was a lot cheaper and more efficient to draw out individual atoms and molecules from a reservoir and individually arrange them together in order to produce a complete mech. This was why Vase always harbored an incredible vigilance towards Cassandra Breyer. The fact that she was able to rely on her own sophisticated spiritual techniques to materialize not just her body but also her hefty escape pod out of pure energy was incredibly scary. Nothing had ever gone missing around Cassandra Breyer. The Breyer alloy that he obtained from melting down the escape pod didn't disappear to recreate the escape pod. Instead, the produced materials permanently remained in existence, which meant that Cassandra materialized her mummified body and escape pod through the most energy-intensive method possible. Just thinking about the amount of energy it took to pull off this trick once was enough to make Vase sweat. If all of this energy wasn't used to materialize physical matter but instead exploded outwards all at once, then the effect would be no different from detonating an antimatter bomb. In other words, each time she materialized her form, she expended enough energy to destroy the entire expeditionary fleet. This happened not once, not twice, but tens of thousands of times. If all of that energy was released in the form of explosions, then they would have been enough to wipe out every planet and population center of a powerful second-rate state. Was it any surprise that Vase feared how much Cassandra Breyer could do if she was unleashed? The only strange part about this was that Blinky didn't perceive that her intake of spiritual energy was that exaggerated. Either she relied on a much more impressive internal power source to make up for the shortfall, or spiritual energy was much more energetic than other forms of energy. Vase was initially inclined to believe in the latter. He always felt that spiritual energy was impressive and much higher quality than heat, light and other more conventional forms of energy, yet that didn't change the fact that he was in big trouble at the moment. Although Vase was still certain that Cassandra Breyer's energy reserves had depleted over the course of repeated instances of materializing another copy of her body in escape pod, what just happened completely defied his expectations. My assumptions were wrong. Cassandra Breyer's state was a lot different than before. Her spiritual barrier that prevented Vase from inspecting her true state was gone. What he sensed instead was an unstable outpouring of violent spiritual energy that possessed a strange mix of attributes. The spiritual pressure the revived mummified corpse emanated ramped up so quickly that Vase had trouble maintaining his focus. Meow, sir. Before Lucky and Nida could attack the dangerous corpse, they both dropped onto the deck. They couldn't withstand the increasingly more magnified pressure that Cassandra Breyer unleashed. I should have outfitted Lucky with his misfortune harness. Vase lamented as he tried to stay on his feet. He was able to withstand the pressure with the help of his unending regalia. After his experiences with the dark gods, he realized that he needed more defenses against hostile spiritual entities. This was why he designed a new suit of combat armor that protected him against both material as well as spiritual enemies. Now, this layer of protection was enough to partially shield Vase from the escalating spiritual pressure unleashed by this difficult-to-extinguish woman. My B-stone layer is too thin, though. A significant amount of unleashed spiritual energy still passed through his suit and impacted his mind. Vase came directly in touch with the spiritual energy of a human who was even more adept at wielding it than himself. Even as he tried to ready a countermeasure, his exposure to Cassandra's spiritual energy caused him to perceive a lot of new sensations, much of which he didn't understand. He was able to figure out a couple of points, though. First, Cassandra Breyer didn't appear to be in control of her current state. A lot of spiritual energy from an unknown source was leaking out into the environment in a turbulent manner that did not look purposeful in the slightest. Second, despite releasing a huge quantity of spiritual energy from her current form, it wasn't slowing down at all. Instead, it ramped up even further. Third, the mummified hand that was poking out of the opened escape pod was gathering some of the energy unleashed by Cassandra's form. Vase sensed the hand was forming an increasingly more powerful ball that mixed numerous spiritual attributes together. He had a really bad feeling about this energy ball. Whatever Cassandra was doing, there was a considerable chance that it was not to his benefit. There was one more observation that absolutely made him even more afraid of this resurrected ghost. When Vase parsed the different flavors of the powerful waves of spiritual energy she unleashed, he began to get a vague impression of how they tasted. One tasted like tree bark. Another tasted like coppery blood. The third tasted like a mouthful of dirt. The fourth burned his spiritual senses, which was one of the reasons why he had difficulty perceiving what was taking place. The fifth flavor tasted disturbingly familiar to him. The spiritual attribute it was associated with was highly similar to one of his own spiritual attributes. Is she a mech designer? How else could Cassandra Breyer possess a spiritual attribute that was a close match to his own spiritual attribute of mechs? Only high-ranking mech designers developed domains that were partially related to mechs. For a moment, Vase paled at the thought he had been imprisoning and exploiting an extremely powerful mech designer for several years. Although Vase didn't know how powerful a master mech designer could be, the power displayed by Cassandra Breyer definitely surpassed that of Master Willix and other comparable figures. As Cassandra, a star designer, his mind was completely blanked out at the moment. The MTA would definitely crucify him if they discovered what he had been doing to one of their most honored and august figures. If he ignorantly tried to smuggle Cassandra Breyer in her old state through the Beander Gate, then that would have been no different from throwing his body into the local star. Wait, my judgment is wrong. The flavor is similar, but the tones are different. As a passionate and dedicated mech designer, Vase was most sensitive towards mechs and anything related to them. This was especially the case when his affinity for mechs increased multiple times with each masterwork mech he brought into existence. One of Cassandra's 5 powerful spiritual attributes was similar but different from his mech-oriented spiritual attribute. It did not convey an impression of modern engineering, but instead conveyed something more primitive but powerful in a different manner. It's metal. Everything about Cassandra's spiritual energy signature fell into place. The woman's background was terrifying and already leaned towards the worst-case scenario. Vase not only suspected that Cassandra Breyer's existence or heritage preceded the age of mechs, but also possessed an extremely close connection to the 5 Scrolls Compact. How else could one woman develop 5 spiritual attributes corresponding to wood, water, earth, fire and metal at the same time? What was even more impressive to Vase was that she managed to contain all of these powerful and disparate elements together without getting troubled by incompatibility. Her spiritual attribute mixture, her insane power level and her extremely sophisticated techniques caused Vase to conclude that Cassandra Breyer must definitely have been a top figure in the past. Whether she was one of the leaders of the 5 Scrolls Compact or one of its main dissidents, Vase didn't know. He was in no mood to wait until Cassandra woke up so that she could explain her origin. Besides, with everything she has gone through, I doubt she is willing to sit down and talk to her tormentor. Although Vase wasn't able to sense any emotions such as rage, elation, humiliation or relief from her powerful spirituality, he would be a fool to assume that she would be glad that he unlocked her from her previous state. Blinky, attack, Muro, just gobble up that energy ball or something. Don't let her work her magic. Muro. Though Blinky looked reluctant, he moved into action. As a spiritual entity that was highly adept at manipulating spiritual energy, the pressure exerted by Cassandra Briar did not pose much of a hindrance. The cat quickly appeared above the open escape pod and tried not to look in the direction of the mummified female corpse. Instead, Blinky nibbled at the accumulating spiritual energy, causing it to weaken and destabilize. MROOOWW. As Blinky absorbed a portion of Cassandra's powerful spiritual energy, his digestion system experienced a lot of difficulties in trying to digest the 5 elements. Muro. Blinky had no choice but to separate them. The wood energy, water energy, earth energy and fire energy exploded out of his form in 4 different directions, causing the cat to look as if he had become an elemental god. However, the metal energy was different. Blinky was able to digest it with ease, allowing him to raise his own energy levels and sustain his increasingly more laborious digestion processes. Vase had no idea what was going on at this point. Whether Blinky's current action was helpful or harmful remained to be seen. All he knew was that he better put an end to this outburst. Keep siphoning away all of that energy. Don't let her wield her massive power. MROW. He could see that the different energies that Blinky deconstructed from Cassandra Briar did not feed back into the woman anymore. Whether it was because she couldn't recycle her own output or because the lack of metal energy left her unable to balance the remaining 4 elements, Vase didn't care as long as she grew weaker. It's working. Chapter 3407. High-End Energies MROWWW. Blinky's efforts were bearing fruit, though he had to endure far more strain than he had ever experienced up until this point. The digestion system he inherited from the Unending One not only had to process a huge quantity of spiritual energy, but also had to cope with 5 powerful elements. The companion spirit's inability to quickly and efficiently digest 4 out of the 5 spiritual attributes of Cassandra Briar left Blinky with little choice but to discharge much of what he absorbed. This was why his body was surrounded by a growing windmill of 4 different energies. Though Vase was grateful that the separate spiritual energy outflows didn't interact with the material realm and destroy the Scarlet Rose, they increased the spiritual pressure in compartment G13 and made it a lot harder for everyone to remain cognizant. Meow. While Lucky was barely able to remain conscious, Nida had already been knocked out. Vase clenched his teeth and stretched out his hand. The Larkinson mandate that was attached to Nida's heavy combat armor flew out and fell into his grasp. Fortunately, the anti-grav mechanism built into the brace that protected the precious heirloom was unaffected by all of the spiritual pressure. Goldie, lend me your strength. Nya. There was no way that the golden cat was oblivious to what was going on. While she was too weak to resist Cassandra Briar directly, she could still channel a portion of her strength into Vase, allowing him to better resist the pressure. His entire form glowed in gold, which caused him to form a powerful contrast with Blinky, who was surrounded with a shifting corona of green, blue, brown and red. Not enough. The pressure is still too strong. Vase needed to borrow more strength, and he knew just where he could obtain an extra boost. Vulcan, help me out, he called as he used his other armored hand to grasp the handle of the Hammer of Brilliance. His glowing form gained a more bronze tint as Vulcan readily mobilized his own power. The total protection that Vase gained was just enough for him to move closer to the rampant spiritual sorceress. He cautiously stepped forward, his pace slowing as the pressure continued to increase as he approached the source of the current outbreak. His spiritual senses became overloaded with different stimuli as different forms of spiritual energy assaulted him despite his borrowed protection. Cassandra's spiritual energy was more potent and powerful than anything else that Vase had encountered. Not even his mother or the dark gods could match the power released by this presumed spiritual sorceress. The more Vase became exposed to the qualities of Cassandra's might, the more he discovered her depth. Different from other spiritual entities, Cassandra not only maintained numerous powerful elements without any of them conflicting with each other, but also combined them in a way that resulted in incredible synergies. Vase knew a thing or two about synergies, so he quickly managed to ascertain that Cassandra's power output was disproportionate to the amount of energy she contained. In other words, she was able to exert far more power than she should. Vase estimated that her power output was at least 100 times greater. The reason for this was because of how she combined the 5 elements in a way that caused them to reinforce each other in an extremely complicated fashion that Vase couldn't even begin to explain, let alone observe in its entirety. It was all a spinning mess to him, and the current circumstances didn't afford him the time to observe all of the new phenomena. What he was able to figure out was that Blinky was somehow able to deconstruct Cassandra's amalgamated energies. This made her chaotic energy release a lot less dangerous and a lot more manageable. The segregated elemental energies released by Blinky were far weaker and much more tame than if they were combined together. They posed much less harm to Vase or the surrounding environment, so Vase didn't consider them a threat. What was also important was that Cassandra somehow lost control of the energy passing through Blinky. The cat was apparently capable of wiping out her spiritual imprint, thereby preventing her from misusing the processed spiritual energy. Muro. Vase initially thought that Blinky wouldn't be able to hang on for long, yet his companion spirit was actually growing a little stronger over time. Since Blinky was based around Ves's spiritual attributes, the cat was incredibly proficient at handling metal-attributed spiritual energy. It was similar enough to Mech-attributed spiritual energy that the cat only needed a small amount of adjustment to get used to the raw energy. In fact, from his connection to his companion spirit, Vase was even able to learn more about this new and interesting flavor. It's a higher-level spiritual attribute. Vase had the feeling that he had always been eating the same monotonous dish like rice for most of his life. This normally didn't bother him as long as he loved to eat rice. He even became more proficient in preparing it in different ways so that he could maximize the variety of his meals. Yet no matter how much he was able to improve his preparation of rice, it was only a single food. The metal-attributed spiritual energy from Cassandra Briar was much more comprehensive in comparison. It encompassed more aspects and possessed a greater breadth. It was as if it encompassed an entire food warehouse worth of ingredients. His exposure to it made Vase realize that his own specialty was actually painfully narrow. Though he improved his ability to design mechs to an extreme, he gained no special improvement in terms of developing starships, infantry gear and other objects. Normally, this didn't bother him that much. He dedicated his life towards designing mechs, so why should he distract himself by branching out into other fields? Though he dabbled a bit by creating personal gear such as his unending regalia, he had no illusions that he could compete against true armorers. Yet now, Vase had a feeling that if he upgraded his mech domain into a metal domain, he would be able to excel in any productive field. Wait a minute, is this what is needed to become a star designer? Everyone knew that star designers were good at designing everything. They no longer focused solely on designing mechs but put their amazing expertise to use in many other fields for the benefit of humanity. Vase never really thought how star designers were able to do that, but now he suspected that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a possible answer. His contact with different master mech designers let him know that these powerful figures possessed the strongest and most exuberant mech domains that he knew of. It was hard to imagine that it could become any stronger once they advanced to star designer. Perhaps, the true answer isn't that their domains became stronger, but that their affinity for mechs transformed into affinity for all metallic creations. Vase couldn't even begin to understand how that was possible. It was no wonder that there were so few star designers in human civilization. Such a radical transformation was virtually impossible to accomplish. Yet as long as any master was able to make the jump, the strength and benefits they gained from such a miraculous change was absolutely amazing. What if, for a moment, a huge wave of greed overcame Vase? If he was able to absorb and integrate Cassandra's metal-attributed spiritual energy, he could comprehensively upgrade his mech domain and get a head start on becoming a star designer. His outlook towards Cassandra Briar changed. His eyes grew hotter as he gazed at the mummified, blackened corpse garbed in an advanced vac-suit. Before, he was scared out of his wits at confronting such an insanely powerful and most definitely a hostile ghost. Now, he had the illusion that he was looking at the biggest vault in the galaxy. You're a treasure. As far as he was concerned, Cassandra Briar was more valuable than an entire swimming pool filled with high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Despite possessing not one, but 5 powerful spiritual attributes, each of which was equivalent to the energy of a star designer. Certainly, this realization underscored Cassandra Briar's exceptional identity and threat level even more, but what of it? Greed could make anyone fearless, and Vase felt as if he had become a fearless god pilot at the moment. For all of your power, you're still a disabled zombie. He smirked even as the spiritual pressure released by the woman still strained his defenses. Goldie and Vulcan were constantly expending their own energies in order to protect him, but that was okay. Vase could still call upon more design spirits such as xianxia to take over their jobs. What was important right now was that Vase needed to figure out a way to take advantage of this unique situation while it still lasted. Of course, I also need to ensure my own safety, he muttered. He closely inspected Cassandra Breyer's state in order to make sure that the woman didn't pull off any other tricks as she was trying to accumulate a lot of energy with her mummified hand. He confirmed that her state was not that good and that she was continuing to leak a lot of spiritual energy as if she was a bursting dam. The uncontrolled nature of this turbulent outpouring reassured Vase that this was not an intentional process. The lack of change was highly encouraging. Even though Blinky was obviously sabotaging Cassandra's attempt to pull off a big move, she never thought to cut off her energy ball or switch to performing another spiritual technique. Vase suspected that she wasn't even conscious in the conventional sense at all. It was as if she was acting on instinct or some kind of sub-intelligence was in control of her spiritual existence. This was great news. What Vase feared the most was a conscious, sentient and intelligent opponent. Since Cassandra Breyer's behavior did not conform to these traits, it was a lot easier for him to take advantage of her current state. Blinky, Moreau, feed some of that delicious metal energy to me. Let me try and absorb this delicious flavor. Moreau. Ah. Vase felt as if Blinky had stabbed his spirituality with thousands of swords. Though the cat was able to tame the foreign energy, its quality and energy level was still far too high. Metal-attributed spiritual energy turned out to be too high-end for the likes of a mere journeyman. He intuitively determined that he needed to be a lot stronger and more developed in order to harness this metal energy properly. As it was, Vase quickly reached his limits after just a few seconds of painful contact. I can't integrate this energy at all. I'm not ready. While Blinky quickly cut off the poisonous energy transfer, Vase quickly tried to recover. He breathed deeply as he felt as if he had run a marathon. His body wasn't tired but his mind and spirituality were already worn. A growing sense of unwillingness surged from his heart. He could see that while Blinky was able to cope with the metal energy better, the spiritual cat couldn't really absorb it. He could only harness it to fuel his own ongoing digestion process. Did Vase have no other choice but to let all of this delicious high-end energy go to waste? He should have brought his peace stones. Wait a minute, unending alloy can also hold spiritual energy. An interesting glint shone in his eyes as he looked down at his own combat armor. He sent a mental command to Blinky, who cautiously transferred some of the purified metal energy. The unending regalia soon began to absorb a vast quantity of high-quality metal energy, so much so that it had quickly reached its maximum capacity. Damn, that fast. I should have brought my peace stones. Maybe he should call over his expert mechs. Their larger size meant that they possessed a much larger capacity. However, Vase quickly rejected this risky notion. Metal energy at those quantities was way too dangerous and would certainly produce a negative influence on both the expert mechs and their expert pilots. Already, Vase felt increasingly more uncomfortable and stuffy now that his unending regalia became charged with so much powerful metal energy. I still have one more object. Chapter 3408. Vase the Energy Thief. Vase stretched out his hammer of brilliance and commanded Blinky to charge it up as well. Surprisingly enough, the hammer shone a lot brighter and gained a more silvery corona after getting filled. He discovered that Vulcan got along with metal-attributed spiritual energy a lot better than himself. Vulcan was not a human, but a pure spiritual energy that started off at a much stronger footing. As an existence whose strength level was analogous to an ace pilot or a master mech designer, his tolerance towards high-end spiritual energy was a lot higher. In addition, as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, two of his domains were directly or indirectly related to metal. The design spirit was definitely compatible with the element of metal. Feed Vulcan with that metal energy. Moreau. Through his direct connection, Vase could sense that Vulcan actually exhibited the same reaction as himself. It turned out that his expectations were too optimistic and that Vulcan was far from ready to absorb the powerful metal energy. However, different from Vase, Vulcan did not completely reject Cassandra Breyer's energy. The design spirit's much higher tolerance allowed him to absorb a trace of metal energy even as he was forced to reject most of the input. Although the efficiency of this dangerous process was abysmal, Vase was still glad that at least some of the energy didn't go to waste. Vulcan was slowly changing as he absorbed a tiny bit more metal energy. Though it didn't appear that he was evolving towards a higher state or anything, the tiny proportion of high-end energy that he managed to absorb already strengthened him in an unknown way. There's a limit, though. Vase regretfully ascertained. He could feel that even though Vulcan was able to gain a little benefit from the influx of metal energy, the strain he had to endure was rapidly becoming more unbearable to the design spirit. Eventually, Vulcan would become so exhausted that he simply couldn't force himself to absorb Cassandra's purified metal energy any longer. Ah well, this is already an incredible harvest. He thought about feeding his other design spirits with Cassandra's high-quality elemental energy. He successively called upon Goldie, xianxia, the superior mother, Trisk, Arnold and so on to see whether they could take advantage of this situation as well. They didn't necessarily have to absorb the metal-attributed energy. He figured that the illustrious one might have a higher compatibility towards fire-attributed spiritual energy and that the superior mother was able to cope with wood or water-attributed spiritual energy. None of them succeeded in replicating Vulcan's success. Each and every other design spirit failed to absorb even a trace of high-end elemental energy. Not even the superior mother, whom Vase thought had the greatest chance due to Cynthia's influence, was able to integrate any of the 5 elements. A pity. Interestingly enough, the superior mother did not exhibit any odd reactions towards Cassandra Breyer. Vase was afraid that there were some relations between the two, but it turned out that he was thinking too much. If the superior mother disapproved of what he was doing to Cassandra Breyer, his mother's avatar would have stepped in a long time ago. Later on, Vase made a more unpleasant discovery. While his unending regalia was able to store a small quantity of metal energy, that didn't mean it remained stable. He could sense that the stored energy was slowly decaying as if it was unable to maintain its existence in its current environment. This behavior was a lot like how a hot cup of coffee released more heat into the air than a lukewarm cup of coffee. The greater difference in temperature resulted in a higher rate of heat dispersal. Although Vase had never encountered this phenomenon with spiritual energy before, it was a pretty major setback now that he gained an endless greed towards this powerful energy type. It's use it or lose it, I guess. The good news was that the rate of decay was not that fast. As Vase continued to observe the rate of energy decay, he estimated that it would take about 16 to 20 hours before all of the stored metal energy disappeared. That was enough time for Vase to perform a number of quick experiments with this ultra-precious ingredient. I need more. Unfortunately, Cassandra Breyer was not an endless faucet of elemental energies. Just as Vase was thinking about commanding Kedis to bring over his entire stockpile of P-stones and ordering all of his expert pilots to bring over their expert mechs, the pressure in the secret compartment gradually weakened. After outputting a huge amount of spiritual energy, Cassandra Breyer was already starting to bottom out her reserves. Vase breathed a little easier as the mummified corpse released less and less spiritual energy. Blinky had a much easier time with siphoning energy away from the energy ball that Cassandra attempted to strengthen. Don't suck up too much energy, Blinky. I'm not sure what Cassandra will do if you devour it whole. Control your absorption and make sure to keep it weak without collapsing it entirely. Although the recent developments led to an unexpectedly huge bounty, Vase did not forget that the source of all of this power originally belonged to an extremely dangerous spiritual sorceress. Vase wouldn't be able to derive any of his rich gains if Cassandra managed to liberate herself from her crippled state and took revenge on the little thief who attempted to suck her dry. He did not want to take any more risks, and the best way to do that was to maintain the current status quo. With Blinky foiling her only effort at performing an unknown spiritual technique, Vase didn't have to do anything aside from staying out of the way. As Cassandra's apparent threat level slowly dropped, Vase even had time to appreciate the impressive light show thrown up by the release of so many different energies. His closed helmet filtered out a lot of the brightness, enabling him to observe the differently colored glows released by Blinky and the more balanced coronas leaking out of Cassandra's form. Minutes passed by as Cassandra's spiritual existence continued to deflate. Vase felt the urge to relax once she grew weaker than a typical design spirit, but he had learned his lesson from last time. I can't let down my guard. Spiritual sorceresses like my mother and this mysterious witch are much harder to get rid of than normal. He remained ready to whack his hammer against Cassandra's ancient corpse or call upon the help of his design spirits to fend off a surprise assault. It felt rather strange that nothing drastic ended up happening. He expected Cassandra to exhibit more reactions, but she continued to lose energy even as she tried and failed to perform a single technique. Once her corpse no longer contained any spiritual energy that Vase could perceive, the energy ball that she was trying to strengthen dissipated entirely. Vase grew more nervous than ever as he gripped the handle of his hammer tighter. Would Cassandra magically burst out a huge amount of spiritual energy from yet another source, or was she really dead this time? Several seconds passed as utter silence dominated the room. Everything seemed to have become still as Cassandra Breyer did not show the resilience and tenacity that he expected from a figure that should have been one of the top figures of human civilization at one time. When an entire minute passed without any other changes, Vase slowly became more relieved. Blinky did not sense any other active energy sources inside Cassandra Breyer, so it became increasingly more likely that she was truly gone. Vase slowly stretched out his arm and tapped the sharp end of the hammer against Cassandra's dry, outstretched hand. Whoosh! What the? It was as if a silent wind blew through the compartment. Vase watched on with astonishment as Cassandra's mummified corpse as well as her escape pod fractured from existence as if they were both made out of ash. Strangely enough, the particles that made up the physical matter disappeared from the material realm as they sank into the imaginary realm. Vase couldn't do anything to stop it, not that he wanted to. What happened was an incredibly encouraging sign. Seeing that Cassandra Breyer's physical form had broken down on its own suggested that she was finally unable to maintain her existence in her anchor to reality. Are you truly dead this time? Though Vase couldn't help but relax a bit, he still acted as if he was being stalked by a powerful predator. 30 minutes went by as Cassandra never made another appearance. Vase remained tense throughout this period, but when Nida, Lucky and the remaining crew of the Scarlet Rose regained their wits, he finally accepted the outcome of this event. She's dead, I'm finally rid of her presence. He felt a lot more ambivalent towards her departure than he initially thought. Who knew that this unassuming ghost was such a powerful font of high-end elemental energy? The value of all of that energy that spilled out and disappeared from the material realm was worth as much as several star clusters put together. Just the thought that Vase had been unable to capture or absorb any more of it due to his lack of preparation and inadequate means gave him a lot of pain. Luckily, I still saved a bunch. He reluctantly smiled as he tapped the side of his hammer against his chest plate. All of the metal energy that he managed to stuff inside his unending regalia and the hammer of brilliance increased his own spiritual pressure, making it hard for others to approach him. He didn't care about that, though. Even as he observed their states, he could clearly sense that the metal energy was gradually decaying over time. I can't waste any time. He could reflect on what happened later on. Right now, he needed to find a way to make the most out of his remaining booty. After making a final, thorough sweep of compartment G13, Vase stepped out and began to issue numerous instructions to his personnel. Although the Larkinson clan detected the strong activity from the Scarlet Rose, it hadn't led to any negative outcomes other than knocking out the skeleton crew serving aboard the mobile supply frigate. This was a relatively trivial event as far as the Larkinsons were concerned, so Vase was easily able to suppress the incident. Once he addressed this chore, he hopped onto his armored shuttle which hurried back to the Spirit of Bentime. Once Vase reached his personal workshop, he quickly removed his unending regalia and placed it on top of a work table. During the journey back to his flagship, he already came up with numerous ideas on how to experiment on the metal energy. He initially thought of a way to stop its decay by using it as an ingredient to create or upgrade a design spirit. As long as the energy is part of a living energy, it shouldn't decay any further. However, Vase quickly had to drop this promising idea after he discovered that the potent metal energy simply didn't behave like any other spiritual ingredient. He couldn't solidify it into a spiritual fragment. His attempts to merge it with other forms of spiritual energy didn't yield any favorable results either. It was so powerful that it burned or destroyed anything weaker, which happened to be pretty much every type of spiritual energy that Vase was able to draw upon. This was also the reason why his own mind and spirituality was unable to cope with it at all. The difference in energy states was too big. It was like trying to store hot plasma in a paper cup. The flimsy container simply didn't stand any chance. Vulcan was the exception to the rule due to his special circumstances, but even he was like a dwarf standing before a bioargonaut. Just because they were both organic didn't mean that they were at the same level. When Vase inspected his design spirit incarnation's ragged and injured condition, he noticed that only around 0.01% of Vulcan current spiritual composition consisted of recently absorbed high-end metal-attributed spiritual energy. Even so, this merger was only tentative. It was way too powerful and volatile for Vulcan to absorb completely. The design spirit needed a lot of time to slowly digest and integrate the bounty stolen from Cassandra Breyer. That meant that Vulcan was unlikely to be able to absorb any further metal energy. Oh well, Vase shrugged. He had to find another use for his decaying haul. As Vase kept trying to rack his mind for new ideas, elsewhere on the spirit of bedtime, Gloriana briefly frowned as she fed Aurelia with a custom nutrient solution. She thought she felt a chill blowing against her back. Are the temperature regulators malfunctioning? Meow. Clixie twitched her tufted ears as she also sensed a cold sensation. She gazed around in order to find the source of this strange wind, only to discover nothing unusual. Meow. The Rubarthan sentinel cat settled down again and relaxed. She was completely oblivious to the subtle five-colored light shining the gem socketed in the middle of her ornate necklace. Chapter 3409. Unfriendly energy. Vase looked exasperated at his gear. After performing dozens of hasty experiments, he failed to accomplish anything productive. By now, the high-end elemental energy locked inside the unending regalia and the hammer of brilliance had dropped by more than 40%. The metal energy was as powerful if not more than universal life energy, but possessed much harsher properties. Whereas universal life energy got along with anything and was extremely easy to merge with other forms of spiritual energy, metal energy was the opposite. It was like a raging bull and could not be controlled at all. Whether it was because of Vase and Blinky's insufficient strength or lack of familiarity, the metal energy siphoned from Cassandra Briar acted like a prisoner who would rather die than submit. How the hell can humans even harness this powerful and unruly energy? Vase wondered. He never took a good rest after confronting Cassandra Briar, so his mental and spiritual condition had not yet restored to their peak. This limited his possible choices and forced him to perform rather tame experiments. He first tried to prevent the metal energy from decaying. He put a portion of it into different containers such as pea stones, luminaire crystals and even his own mind. Nothing worked. The metal energy was so energetic that it required a powerful environment to support its existence. A highly evolved transcendent such as Cassandra Briar was able to maintain not just one, but 5 different types of high-end energies at once, which spoke volumes about how powerful she was back when she was in her prime. It was unfortunate that she had not only turned into a decrepit corpse, but also bumped into a thief like Vase. Who told her to harass him and put up such a spooky act? She got exactly what she deserved. Now, she was completely dead and gone while Vase managed to salvage a portion of her bounty. Although Vase still felt uncomfortable about skipping the opportunity to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to her and decipher her mysterious and profound background. It would have been extremely stupid for him to take the chance. Just the fact that Cassandra wielded the 5 elements so proficiently signified that she was definitely a big shot from the 5 Scrolls Compact. Given his hostile relations to this crazy cult, Vase simply couldn't take the risk of letting her regain her full strength. He shook his head. I've made the right choice. I enjoy a gamble every now and then, but it is the height of foolishness to play around with anyone who wields so much personal might. Power was the foundation of survival. If Vase was the stronger party, he would have been more open to hearing what Cassandra had to say. Since he was the weaker party in this instance, he simply did not feel secure enough to maintain his own safety. Given such a circumstance, it was far more prudent for him to set aside his curiosity and be happy that he managed to get away with his life intact. The metal energy that he managed to steal from her was just a bonus, and a temporary one at that. There was no need for him to feel distressed about its passing. As his mood stabilized a bit, he thought about what he could do to get at least something useful out of the metal energy before it dissipated. He already tried to absorb it several times without yielding any useful results. Vulcan was in a similar position as he had already reached his limits after absorbing a trace amount of high-end energy at the start. Blinky's special nature allowed him to endure and even digest the powerful metal energy, but he wasn't a storage container. Any metal energy stored inside his body continued to decay without interruption. Seeing that Vase couldn't keep the metal energy anywhere, his thoughts went towards using it up in a useful fashion. I've already tried to merge it with my design spirits, but none of them can handle this powerful and exclusionary energy. It's too violent to absorb and no one else aside from Vulcan possesses a high compatibility with metal. Surprisingly enough, Zygra came fairly close. The former crown cat and the embodiment of anger among the design spirits used to be famed for crunching and devouring mechs. As such, when he was exposed to metal energy, his tolerance was considerably greater. Unfortunately, his foundation was too weak to contain even a pinch of high-end metal energy. Vase even tried to feed it to Lucky. Come on, you're a cat who likes eating metallic exotics, right? Try to take a nibble of this. It's like taking a sip of an energy drink. Meow. The gem cat didn't want anything to do with metal spiritual energy. When Vase forced Lucky to try out a tiny sample, his pet exhibited the same violent rejection reaction. Meo www. Okay, I'll stop it. Sheesh, how can your compatibility with metal energy be so poor when metal is practically your only diet? Meow. Lucky looked aggrieved as he floated away. Out of desperation, Vase tried several ways to create a new spiritual product, but he simply couldn't come close to creating a new metal-based life form due to several hindrances. First, he couldn't compact metal energy into a stable spiritual fragment. He lacked the strength to compress it and transform it into a more controllable state. Second, metal energy attacked and destroyed other forms of spiritual energy, especially when they were weaker. This prevented Vase from using his own life-oriented spiritual energy to infuse life into Cassandra's elemental energy. Third, it's like an incorrigibly poorly behaved teenager. Vase let out his frustration. You simply won't do as I ask. Throughout his life and career, he had become exposed to many different kinds of spiritual energy and spiritual applications. No matter what kind of weirdness he encountered, he slowly managed to figure them out and harness them for his own use. He even created new possibilities where none existed before. Inventions such as kinship networks, battle networks, companion spirits, totems and most notably high-order living mechs fully showcased his competence in harnessing the phenomenon known as spiritual power. Yet for all of his prior successes, Vase had little choice but to admit defeat this time. Even if his entire being hungered to absorb and harness this upgraded and expanded version of mech-attributed spiritual energy, he could not do anything about the fact that he was just a low-level mech designer at this time. Vase eventually sighed and shook his head. Forget it, I'll just use the remainder of the time on getting a better feel for this metal energy. Ultimately, he decided to sit down and cautiously extend his spiritual senses towards his dwindling prize. Now that he wasn't trying to squeeze ideas out of his mind, was able to appreciate the metal energy in a different fashion. Just getting exposed to it for an instant was invaluable to a mech designer and spiritual engineer like Vase. Ever since he guessed that star designers all converted their lower-level mech domains into higher-level metal domains, he believed that generating this powerful energy type was the key to his own future breakthrough. This is what I'll be working towards. Vase grinned as he deepened his familiarity with the flavor and properties of this potent energy type. It might take a century or two, but once I can directly embark on the road to star designer, I'll enjoy an advantage over my peers because I already know where my journey ends. Even if all of this metal energy dissipated, it was not a great loss. Vulcan still managed to integrate a minute amount of metal energy. As long as the design spirit expended a bit of effort, that metal energy remained stable enough to prevent it from decaying. This was enough for Vase to revisit it and deepen his familiarity with this powerful spiritual energy attribute for a long time. The only downside was that Vulcan only took in a small amount, which made it a lot more difficult to study this metal energy. Especially when there was so much other activity taking place inside the design spirit. Vase was much better able to perceive the metal energy's character and traits when it was concentrated and isolated from other influences. This was why this opportunity to study a larger quantity of purified metal energy was so precious. As the hours went by, Vase only managed to obtain a couple of subtle gains. His increased familiarity towards metal energy would allow him to detect its presence immediately as long as even a little bit leaked into the environment. He also learned a bit of its character and what kind of traits were associated with metal energy. Vase knew what he had to work towards in order to become more compatible with it. He understood a little more why his incarnation spirit was able to harness a minute portion of this energy while his original self exhibited a stronger rejection reaction. It's not just the difference in strength. Vase muttered. Vulcan is a powerful design spirit, but there are also others who are comparable in strength. What makes him different from the likes of the superior mother is that his character and traits are more compatible with metal-attributed spiritual energy. This was actually a significant discovery. Vase noted that Vulcan's mech domain wasn't the only reason why the design spirit was reluctantly able to get along with metal energy. The design spirit's craftsmanship domain also played a significant role. Craftsmanship came in many forms and was not exclusive to metal shaping. Yet craftsmanship-attributed spiritual attributes happened to possess a high compatibility towards metal energy. The two acted as if they were distantly related to each other. Craftsmanship is like a nephew and metal is like an uncle. They're not particularly close, but the uncle won't reject the presence of family. It helped that Vulcan's interpretation of craftsmanship was heavily grounded towards mechs and metal products. This was a limitation that originated from his creator. As a mech designer, Vase didn't know much about other forms of craftsmanship such as woodworking or flesh sculpting. Yet this close relationship also built a bridge where Vulcan gained enough tolerance for metal energy that he was able to host a bit of it without getting burned from within. Interesting. Vase began to develop numerous theories after learning about this relationship. One of his boldest and most speculative theories was that a master might be able to form a high-level metal domain by combining several lower-level domains, most notably ones centered around mechs and craftsmanship. Metal energy was broad, profound and encompassed many different aspects. Mastering these aspects separately before combining them together made a lot of sense. Perhaps this is the way for weak humans to work towards becoming a star designer step by step. There is no need to harness metal energy right away. If this was the case, Vase had just deduced an unimaginably valuable secret. Although knowing about these matters didn't provide him with an immediate boost in capabilities, his future road might become a lot smoother now that he gained a better sense of his direction. The value of knowing about these secrets in advance would fully play out once he became a master. Vase already felt a lot more satisfied than before. He was more than satisfied with his profits today. Cassandra Breyer was truly a generous spiritual witch for donating a portion of her strength to smooth out his future progression. It was a major pity that he wasn't able to make use of her other high-end elemental energies. What insights could he have derived from studying Cassandra's wood energy, water energy, earth energy or fire energy? Maybe I missed an opportunity to evolve my life. Domain. Vase did not feel much loss, though. Metal energy was much more closely related to his profession. It most likely served as the key to his ultimate ascension. He could find other ways to advance his life domain. As someone who was passionate about his work, he did not lack the confidence to develop this aspect of his power by himself. I don't need Cassandra Breyer to school me about something that I'm already good at. I'm practically a pioneer in my own field of expertise. Chapter 3410. Selfish Witch, it was good while it lasted. Vase tiredly said. All of the metal energy that he managed to capture from Cassandra Breyer had fully dissipated after a long day of excitement and exploration. Though Vase was grateful for the opportunity to deepen his familiarity with metal energy, he was only able to grasp the surface aspects of this new high-end spiritual attribute. I'm just a journeyman. I'm 3 steps away from being qualified to harness this energy properly. He suspected that his results wouldn't be much better if he was a senior. Only when he became a master and a strong one at that would he truly be able to peer into the essence of this primordial and multidimensional spiritual attribute. That said, his meager harvest left Vase with plenty of food for thought. He didn't need to understand everything right away. It was enough for him to be able to obtain hints of greater truths. As long as he continued to explore and progress his design philosophy, he would eventually reach a point where he could explore those hints further. There was no need for him to feel impatient and waste his limited time on matters above his competence. There was one more observation that Vase had to think about. Spiritual attributes are derived from individual people. Even if they center around the same concepts, different sources develop different interpretations of them. Their perspectives are all colored in different ways. It was similar to how every mech designer interpreted mechs in different ways. Vase judged them by how much life they possessed while Kedis paid attention to whether they sang to her. Someone like Gloriana paid attention to fit and perfection while Professor Benedict mainly looked at efficiency. They all agreed on the basic definition of mechs, but the way in which they judged how good they were and what criteria were important was all different. Something similar applied to life domains. Vase was biased towards the creation of new life as he dedicated his career towards creating mechs. Joshua leaned more towards cooperating and synergizing with life. Cynthia emphasized the predatory side of life. Each of them shared a common basis, but they all developed it in different directions. The same should apply to Cassandra. Vase did not believe that she was a completely neutral and unbiased individual. The metal-attributed spiritual energy that she managed to form had to be colored by her personality, outlook, specialties and experiences. Discovering the personal nuances of someone's spiritual attributes and domains was one of the most reliable ways for Vase to figure out a person's true character. Although it was hard to distinguish anything personal about Cassandra's metal energy, after numerous hours of observation, he managed to form a couple of guesses. I don't know about her other elemental attributes, but as far as metal is concerned, she's highly personal and only believes in her own might. The fundamental creed of mech designers was that they existed to serve others. This was not a mere mantra that mech designers said to each other in order to market themselves better to humanity. This was a creed that every mech university hammered into the heads of orthodox mech designers. The result of this was that mech designers became accustomed to dedicating their work to other people rather than themselves. Even if Vase was designing a Larkinson-exclusive mech for his own benefit, he always had to take the humans that needed to pilot them into account. This was why every successful mech designer's domain was inevitably oriented to service and cooperation. Mech designers learned early on that they belonged to a greater society and that they only needed to dedicate themselves towards designing mechs. Others would take these mechs and use them to do the actual fighting. When Vase slowly familiarized himself with Cassandra's metal energy, he did not get the impression that she was willing to work on behalf of others. There was not a single hint that suggested that Cassandra possessed the character of a service provider. She's selfish, he concluded. The environment she grew up in and came into power is a lot more brutal than normal human society. There are fewer opportunities for cooperation, and self-sufficiency is a stronger virtue than providing a service. Cassandra Breyer obviously succeeded with this mentality, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to harness 5 different types of high-end elemental energies at once. All of this indirectly proved that designing mechs wasn't the only method for extraordinary people to generate metal-attributed spiritual energy. People like this spiritual witch must have dedicated herself towards a more personal pursuit related to metal. This was not his path. Vase did not go through all of the trouble of forming a clan and building relationships with people like Gloriana and Venerable Joshua just so that he could become an all-powerful spiritual sorcerer like Cassandra Breyer. Those 5 scrolls compact maniacs obsessed so much over personal power that this was probably the root of their failure. As someone whose design philosophy centered around synergy and forming greater power through cooperation, Vase looked down on a personal philosophy like that of Cassandra Breyer. Despite her formidable power and sophisticated techniques, she ended up in a crippled state where she was forced to wander to the galactic rim on a wandering escape pod. No friend or ally had ever sought her out and rescued her from her predicament. Vase even guessed that should Cassandra ever bump into her former compact colleagues, they would definitely take advantage of her weakened state and exploit her until she was drained of all of her value. Perhaps this was why someone as selfish and self-reliant as Cassandra Breyer sought out Vase of all people. Maybe she figured out that he was a holy son yet simultaneously hostile towards the 5 Scrolls Compact. Perhaps she wanted to take refuge under him, believing that a mech designer who regularly served other customers would help her recover. A despicable grin appeared on his face. He. It's too bad you picked the wrong mech designer. Vase quickly reined in his emotions and controlled his expression. It wouldn't let others know about what he had done. Though he didn't feel guilty about screwing Cassandra over, someone who used to possess enough power to become a peak figure in human civilization should not be an obscure figure. Vase had to make sure that he left no evidence behind. As he performed his checks, he noticed that his unending regalia and his hammer of brilliance were both different from before. He was highly familiar with both of their properties. He designed and made them with his own hands and used them on a regular basis. He could easily detect minor changes, and the differences he sensed were significantly greater. He frowned as he knocked his knuckle against the breastplate of his unending regalia. That's strange. He began to develop a couple of suspicions. He decided to whip out his Vulcani in order to scan the physical properties of the possessions he used as temporary containers for purified metal energy. As his scanner went to work, Vase soon obtained solid data that confirmed one of his guesses. It's stronger. Although the difference wasn't revolutionary, Vase was able to ascertain that his unending regalia could withstand considerably more damage than before. The same applied to the hammer of brilliance. Its structural strength had grown as its metal composition had become a lot more resilient. Vase's eyes lit up. So this is what high-end metal energy can do. Just a moderate amount of exposure is enough to make my gear more remarkable. He wondered whether this process would continue if the metal energy lasted longer. How much stronger and more resilient would his combat armor become if it was soaked in metal energy day and night? Did other high-end elemental energy produce similar effects on material objects? Perhaps plants grew more vigorous when exposed to wood energy, human bodies became stronger when exposed to water energy, land grew more fertile when exposed to earth energy, and flames burned hotter when exposed to fire energy. These are just the most basic ways to utilize elemental energy. Vase hungered for the power of metal energy even more after he discovered this additional surprise. Forget about empowering his personal gear. What if he used metal energy to augment the defenses and potentially other properties of his mechs? His most powerful products such as the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger would turn into absolute monsters if they were reinforced with metal energy. It's a pity I don't have any at my disposal anymore. He sighed yet again. Though Vulcan managed to integrate a trace of metal energy, the design spirit wasn't able to make more of it. He only reluctantly contained it and kept it into place. Making more of it was too far away, so Vase couldn't afford to squander this limited resource. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. If every star designer can channel enough metal energy to augment their mechs and other products this way, then that would explain why they are absolutely revered. Just this strengthening capability alone was of immense value. From what Vase could observe, although metal energy was prickly and hard to handle, it was also able to empower any metallic or solid object with ease. The best part of it was that exerting this effect did not come at a cost. His combat armor and hammer did not grow weaker in any other way and could still be used as before. Vase even guessed that hosting all of that powerful metal energy also produced other beneficial effects, but he lacked the means to detect them as neither his poor Vulcani or his other industrial scanners could detect any other changes. He scratched his head. Oh well, they were already quite good before, so every little bit helps. Once he was finished with summarizing all of his gains, he wrapped up this little side activity and went back in order to enjoy a good rest. After he woke up the next day, he played with his baby daughter for an hour before he resumed his preparations for his clan's upcoming passage through the Beander Gate. The Tarnished Crown Star Sector was a lot livelier than the other star sectors the expeditionary fleet passed through. There were thrice as many ships and fleets in any star system on average. The amount of traffic passing through the star systems on the popular trading routes was even worse. In one instance, the Larkinsons even entered a star system that was occupied by a superfleet consisting of over 180 capital ships. Suffice to say, not just the Larkinsons, but everyone else in the star system was deadly afraid of bumping into this major alliance. Fortunately, star systems were so huge that every fleet was separated by enormous distances. As long as one fleet did not deliberately chase after others, it was pretty unlikely for different groups to come close enough to threaten each other. The Golden Skull Alliance was not weak. Not only that, but the expeditionary fleet was still accompanied by a sizable escort of mercenaries. This was enough to travel along the trading routes with confidence. Soon, the expeditionary fleet came tantalizingly close to their main destination. According to the current schedule, it would take only less than a week to reach the coveted Opalis system. However, before the Golden Skull Alliance was allowed to enter this highly guarded star system, it first had to stop at another destination in order to undergo a mandatory inspection. Anyone who directly attempted to enter the Opalis system without passing an inspection would be destroyed on appearance. This was not an empty threat. Different people and organizations made dozens of attempts to bypass the first round of inspections. Whether they were ignorant or malicious, it didn't matter. The MTA's powerful first-class multipurpose mechs blasted any unknown element that intruded in the gate system without permission. With this threat hanging over every prospective pioneer's head, people like Vase had no choice but to line up in front of the checkpoint and obediently allow the MTA to look at his stuff. Let's hope the inspectors don't find any fault. Chapter 3411. Mech Slaughterhouse. Before the expeditionary fleet moved on to the gate system, it had to complete one necessary chore. We need to dump our excess ships and goods. This was why the Golden Skull Alliance stopped at an extremely busy port system that was filled with starships. At least half of the hulls were recently sold and had not yet gained a new crew that could bring them away. Thousands and sometimes tens of thousands of sub-capital ships passed hands every day as a constant influx of pioneering fleets sought to trim down their ship counts before passing through the gate system. The restrictive limitations imposed by the Big Two left the pioneers with no choice but to offload all of their smaller vessels. Fortunately, the Larkinsons as well as the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan made preparations in advance. The expeditionary fleet calmly obeyed the instructions transmitted by traffic control and reached a moon orbiting a gas giant. There, the Alliance partners all pulled out their remaining personnel from their sub-capital ships. Ships such as the Scarlet Rose, the Barracuda and the Mother's Wrath that had served the Larkinson clan well now became unwanted goods due to the inability to bring them into the Red Ocean. Vase grew a bit melancholic as he witnessed the large-scale handover. Hundreds of combat carriers that used to carry at least 40 mechs each soon fell into the hands of savvy ship vendors. While the supply of sub-capital ships was excessive in Tarnished Crown, Many other star sectors and star clusters desperately needed more of them. The second-hand starship traders earned insane profits by transporting ships to places like the Komodo star sector, where the ongoing war produced an insane demand for vessels that could be used to evacuate a dynasty or group. If Vase was a bit greedier, he would have attempted to do the same. It was folly to do so, though. The majority of ship thefts and hijacking incidents arose when opportunistic pirates tracked down and raided the empty carriers. Without mechs or mech pilots, there was no way these valuable ships were able to fend off attackers. The reasons why the established ship vendors succeeded where others failed was because they were able to invest more resources into protection and likely made implicit deals with the pirates in advance. Although it was shady business, the ship vendors had plenty of reasons to collude with pirates. All of this was why the Larkinson clan never thought to transport their unwanted sub-capital ships to a distant star sector in order to earn a princely sum. The Larkinson clan may be in debt, but it didn't need to take so many risks to obtain a bit of relief. Aside from risking pirate attacks, the Larkinsons also couldn't mobilize any trusted manpower to perform the trade. If the Larkinsons really wanted to maximize the profits from the sale of their sub-capital ships, then they needed to fill them with their own personnel. They also had to retain all of their excess mechs and make sure that they were paired with mech pilots. Yet which clansman was stupid enough to stay in the old galaxy when all of the excitement took place in the Red Ocean? The entire clan had come so far to reach this point. There was no way that any Larkinson wanted to get off this ride at this point. Vase was also highly disinclined to leave any proper member of the Larkinson clan behind. As for leaving their former mechs and starships in the hands of so-called retainers or external members, no one in the clan seriously entertained this notion. The clan had to hire too much personnel to do a relatively thankless job. It just wasn't worth the hassle. The consequence of all of this was that Vase and many other Larkinsons watched on as they said goodbye to all of their former assets. It wasn't just the ships that they were losing. They also had to dispose of thousands of mechs, ranging from bright warriors to transcendent punishers. The 9 capital ships in the hands of the Larkinsons simply couldn't fit all of the machines. What was worse was that Vase couldn't allow the Larkinson exclusive mechs to find new homes. They not only performed poorly when they were piloted by non-clansmen, but also contained numerous trade secrets and exclusive technology that he didn't want to spread. Of course, Vase doubted whether models such as the Bright Warrior still retained any secrets after his fleet abandoned a lot of wrecks after the Battle of Fortia Zentra. It doesn't matter. Larkinson mechs can't fall into the hands of others. The Larkinsons had to make a painful choice. They had to put a premature end to the majority of their mechs. All of these living mechs had gone through numerous battles and developed slight but notable bonds with their assigned mech pilots. They didn't do anything to deserve this fate, but Vase did not budge from his stance. Even if it goes against my principles, I cannot needlessly expose my private work. Vase moved to the production halls where the crews began to disassemble the mechs instead of assembling them. Though he immediately felt uncomfortable after seeing so many living mechs meeting their ends, he needed to own up to his decision. The experienced production personnel not only dismantled the Larkinson mechs, but also destroyed or deformed all of the components. Otherwise, anyone who bought all of the salvage could easily piece the valuable mechs back together. Hopefully, this won't happen again. The Larkinson clan was only forced to destroy its own living mechs in order to pass through the Beander Gate. Once the Larkinsons arrived at the Red Ocean, Vase didn't think he would go back anytime soon. This provided his mech pilots with lots of time where they could develop sincere bonds with their living mechs and grow alongside them. As long as the machines didn't fall in battle, each of them would eventually develop into powerful treasures. As Vase continued to observe the deaths of his mechs, he was joined by an unexpected figure. "Michael, what are you doing here?" "I guess I'm here for the same reason as you, teacher," the mech design student answered as he walked up to the clan patriarch by himself. "It's like we've entered a slaughterhouse. These mechs are all being butchered, not by the enemy, but by their own side. It's sickening when you think about it. Couldn't we have stripped them down before selling them off? Even if they're half as strong, they would still be able to gain second lives." Vase ruefully smiled. "I've already thought about that. I care for my mechs as well, but your suggestion is too unworkable. Our Larkinson mechs contain premium components that are licensed from the Hexadric hegemony. We don't have permission to resell that tech to the public. Besides, our clan has stuffed plenty of goodies into those mechs as well. Putting them up for sale in the second-hand mech market was never an option." Michael looked sad. As a future mech designer, he was not ignorant of the practical reasons why the Larkinson clan had to kill its own living mechs. As someone who already adopted the stance that every mech had to be treated as a living entity, what was taking place on this ship violated his principles. Vase put his hand on Michael's shoulders. Don't forget that while mechs can be alive, they are still products that exist for a purpose, and that is to provide value to their owners and operators. If their existence no longer provides any use but instead becomes a burden, then don't let sentimentality get in the way of necessity. All of the other choices that we could choose from will only result in the weakening of the Larkinson clan. If we all die because we insist on preserving these redundant mechs, then all of our other living mechs will perish. Neither of us will be able to design any new living mechs either, which means that all of humanity will miss the opportunity to experience our products. Do you understand? The younger Larkinson reluctantly nodded. Emotionally, I still can't accept how we are treating our living mechs. Rationally, I understand that this is the best of our bad choices. Well said. I am glad that you are able to acknowledge our difficult circumstances. One day, you will have to make choices like these as well. All I can say is that you should always remember your priorities. The lives of our clansmen are always more important than the lives of our mechs. Naturally, I want to preserve both of them, but if I ever have to make a choice, then human lives will always take precedence. That is what it means to be a truly qualified mech designer. Vase left Michael alone after he gave the kid a valuable lesson. Though his student was too young to truly accept this difficult course of action, once he gained more experience and exercised responsibility, Michael should make the same choice. Vase and many Larkinsons were glad when they finally put all of this behind them. Once the expeditionary fleet slimmed down to just the capital ships, the Golden Skull Alliance parted ways with the mercenaries and moved on to a star system that was just a stone's throw away from the Opalis system. Due to the emergence of the Crown Uprising and the threat to the extremely precious Beander Gates, the MTA no longer allowed anyone to directly enter a gate system. Even though it was extremely unlikely for anyone who had just entered a star system with a Beander Gate to deal any serious damage, the MTA did not want to take any chances. At the very least, attacks on less protected targets such as other pioneering fleets not only produced a considerable amount of disruption, but also damaged the prestige of the Big Two. How could the most powerful authorities of humanity tolerate hooligans starting up fires on their front porches? The right way to prevent these acts of vandalism from happening was to set up a checkpoint at the front gates. This was why the Golden Skull Alliance entered into a star system that used to be a rural backwater but had been transformed into an MTA outpost after the opening of the Red Ocean. Vase observed the local situation on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim. The expeditionary fleet already announced its plan and intentions to the MTA in advance. Even before the Golden Skull Alliance transitioned out of FTL, it already received a detailed set of instructions. Follow the track provided by the MTA and maintain the recommended pace. Inform me if any ship is struggling to keep up. We should do our best to avoid inconveniencing the inspectors. Once Vase saw that his fleet and clan didn't encounter any immediate difficulties, he relaxed and studied the other ships and fleets in the star system. The local plot was extremely busy. While congestion simply didn't exist in space, the sheer amount of starships waiting to undergo inspection boggled the mind. This was especially remarkable when Vase was able to see that the overwhelming majority of them were capital ships. So this is why capital ships are hard to find these days. They're all pouring into the Red Ocean. Vase huffed. Over 1,000 capital ships were waiting for inspections in this star system, but this was only one of several outposts set up by the MTA. There were many other pioneering fleets heading to the Opalis system from different star clusters and directions. Opalis was just one gate node in the galaxy. There were so many other comparable gate systems in the old galaxy that the total number of capital ships flooding into the Red Ocean every day must amount to a horrifying figure. Vase became a bit more understanding towards the Big Two insistence that only capital ships should pass through the sole public Greater Beander Gate. If the Gate Consortium had to ferry all of the sub-capital ships of the pioneering fleets, then it had to corral millions of sub-capital ships every day. When will it be our turn to get inspected? You better sit down for a long wait because there are 23 pioneering fleets that are still waiting their turn. Damn. Chapter 3412. Deep Scan Massage. Today was an important day. The much diminished expeditionary fleet spent several days in wait as it moved along a winding track that caused it to move closer to the inner system. Many different ships and fleets followed their own tracks that brought them far away from everyone else. With at least several light minutes of separation between the different groups, there was almost no chance that any crown terrorists or other malcontents could threaten others. All of these maneuvers and security precautions took up a lot of time, but it couldn't be helped. During the second day of waiting, the sensor plot detected several detonations within a fleet that was undergoing their first deep scans. 3 third-class capital ships, including a respectable fleet carrier, suffered major internal damage as bombs detonated across their length. Incidents like that happen every once in a while. Calabast's projection explained to him as they both observed the aftermath of the premature detonations. The Big Two have become increasingly more proficient at detecting and preempting terrorist attacks in advance. Even if it is difficult to detect the sleeper agents at the moment, don't forget that they are ultimately humans. Without explosives or access to critical systems, the amount of damage they can do is limited. Vase nodded in understanding as he sat back on his observer's seat and stroked Lucky's back. The cat lazily yawned as he enjoyed the attention that only a gem cat like him deserved. No matter how many cats the family gained, he was always the first. Meow. Well, all of the incidents that happen in other fleets are none of our business. Vase nonchalantly said, as long as everyone else keeps their distance from us, their troubles won't blow over to our fleet. Only a few organizations had the capital to feel unbothered by the Crown Uprising. The unfolding crisis that had caused both the old galaxy and the new frontier to be clouded by fear and uncertainty presented almost no threat to the Golden Skull Alliance due to its kinship networks. Calabast's projection shrugged. We shouldn't be too complacent. Our internal security is high, but we can never completely guard against every possible external attack. She was right, but Vase still did not feel much concern. As long as the Larkinsons kept to themselves and stayed in their fleets, there was no way they could get close to any Crown terrorist. Minimizing physical contact and isolating from outsiders was the best way to avoid trouble, not just from Crown terrorists, but also other malcontents. Time passed by as the MTA efficiently dealt with the explosions. The damaged ships got towed away and the third-class pioneer who hoped to bring them to the Red Ocean had no choice but to delay his long-awaited trip. This was one of the reasons why there were a lot of pioneering fleets lingering in this region. Too many of them suffered from one form of trouble or another. Whether it was getting hit by Crown terrorists, an inability to gather enough MTA merits or dysfunction within a group or alliance, there were quite a lot of pioneers that couldn't enter the Red Ocean right away. Vase hoped that the Golden Skull Alliance wouldn't get embroiled in anything that could affect the timing of its gate passage. Well, with just 16 starships in our fleet, it's a lot easier to maintain control over our assets. The departure of all of the sub-capital ships caused the Larkinson fleet to shrink enormously. This not only simplified the command and control of the remaining capital ships, but also led to an enormous reduction of active mechs. Unfortunately, this also led to a situation where around 200,000 clansmen had to be stuffed inside just 9 different vessels. This was not as big of a problem as it sounded, though. Each capital ship was as large as a metropolis. Although much of the capacity of a vessel was taken up by hull structure and massive ship systems, there was enough available space across all of the decks to accommodate tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of personnel. The Spirit of Bentime only became moderately more congested as a lot of passengers came aboard. Most of them remained idle on the 8th deck and other decks allocated to living spaces, so the ordinary crew didn't usually bump into the civilians and furloughed servicemen. This was not a long-term solution, though. A lot of skilled personnel weren't being utilized and there was only so much the clan could do to assign them with available tasks. If this went on, their skills would not only atrophy, but they would also grow discontented due to lack of purpose and inadequate management. Once the Larkinsons entered the Red Ocean, they had to find new starships immediately in order to put all of the idle ship personnel and mech pilots back to work. We need to pass the inspections first before we can tackle this problem. Vase reminded himself. The MTA's inspection methods were extremely thorough. No matter how hard the Crown terrorists hid their sabotage, the mechers possessed too many high-tech means to discover even the most obscure software sabotage. Due to getting found out, the Crown terrorists hidden aboard various fleets detonated whatever destructive methods they had prepared in advance. Roughly 1 in 3 pioneering fleets suffered from this kind of attack. The leaders in charge of these fleets haven't been thorough enough. Calabast adopted a disapproving expression. They really should have swept their capital ships before they arrived here. If they don't have the tools or expertise to secure their own vessels, then they could have hired one of the many virtual security companies that have set up shop in Tarnished Crown as of late. Now, their negligence has not only resulted in significant damage, but also caused them to earn the MTA's ire. Of course, the Larkinson clan had no need to resort to external services. The Black Cats already fulfilled this particular role. An eternity seemingly passed by before the Golden Skull Alliance finally received its turn. At first, only a handful of MTA frigates approached the expeditionary fleets. They maintained a safe distance of at least 20 kilometers before they began to put their giant, oversized sensor arrays to work. Sit still and make sure your systems are unpowered or at rest. General Verl notified the clansmen through a clan-wide broadcast. The scans that you will be subjected to are highly invasive and you will feel it through your flesh and bones. However, there is no cause for concern. The scans are harmless to our physiques and will not result in any detrimental effects. Make sure to control your pets or put them in enclosures. They might panic if they don't understand what is happening. Vase sat up straighter in his seat while he tried his best to convey absolute confidence. A clean and innocent person should have no reason to become nervous when undergoing a mandatory inspection. Soon, he began to feel it, and so did every other life form aboard the Spirit of Bentime. A ship that was much smaller than the factory ship outputted far more power through her first-class scanning array, allowing the MTA to perform a deep scan that left no stone unturned. Though Vase still had plenty of reasons to worry about what the MTA might discover through this unstoppable and overpowering search, he also had reasons to feel at ease. He just hoped that his measures were sufficient for him to get past this hurdle. As one of the MTA frigates kept bombarding the Spirit of Bentime with powerful investigation methods, Vase felt more and more sick. Even though the Mechers promised to the public that their scanning method was completely safe, Vase nonetheless felt as if he was being bathed by a flood of radiation. He could even feel his Jutland organ absorbing a significant chunk of scanning energy. His half-alien physique allowed him to tolerate the deep scanning a lot better than other Larkinsons. I can't hold in my stomach. When Vase looked around the bridge, everyone looked as if they had become seasick. Several operators and officers with weaker bodies even had to relieve the contents of their stomachs in pre-prepared bags. The torture ended after over 2 minutes of deep scanning. The MTA frigate only paused for a few seconds before subjecting the Andrenity to a round of deep scans. As everyone aboard the Spirit of Bentime slowly recovered from their ordeal, Vase shook his head and tried to clear his mind. This is just the beginning of the inspection. We still have a lot more steps to go through. Meow. Unlike everyone else, Lucky experienced no discomfort at all. As a mechanical life form, he was not susceptible to the weaknesses of the flesh. Vase had contemplated ordering Lucky to remain intangible throughout the entire inspection process, but he decided against it. The Mechers weren't fools and they knew damn well that he was often accompanied by a remarkable mechanical cat. Once his fleet passed the inspections and entered the Opalis system, Vase was definitely certain that the MTA would keep a close eye on every visitor. Lucky could not sustain his intangible form forever and had to turn solid sooner or later. The MTA would definitely discover that Vase attempted to smuggle an odd and unchecked cat through the Beander gate. Rather than attempting such a stupid trick, it was much better to stay honest and let Lucky be scanned like everyone else. After MTA frigates completed their initial scans, the next steps of the inspection process took place. Thousands of bots and human inspectors directly teleported inside all of the capital ships and began to scan and investigate anything that had caught their attention. While this took place, Vase brought Lucky out of the bridge and moved over to his personal workshop where the other 3 journeymen of the Larkinson clan had already gathered. According to the appointment that he had made with the MTA, a distinguished figure was about to arrive. Vase briefly broke his emotionless facade when he approached his wife and child. He leaned over to kiss Gloriana on her cheek before looking down at his daughter. Try and behave, alright. Keep Mana under control. Boo. Goo goo ababa. Don't worry, Vase. Our daughter is well behaved. She won't act naughty. Gloriana reassured. Of course she won't. She doesn't even know what that word means. Ooh. Bababawa. Vase played around with his cute daughter for a while until numerous new figures teleported into the workshop. Just like in previous instances, most of the arrivals paid no notice to the gathered Larkinson mech designers. They only had eyes for mechs, and right now 2 excellent masterwork expert mechs demanded their attention. These mech nerds became completely consumed by their need to scan, inspect and touch the Larkinson clan's latest masterwork mechs. Both the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger were powerful and unique expert mechs that possessed numerous traits that couldn't be found in the MTA's own machines. As the technical personnel performed their duties and satisfied their curiosity, two figures floated forward and approached the Larkinsons. Vase noted to his surprise that the younger one looked highly familiar to him. Though he didn't have a lot of contact with Jovi, the talented MTA journeyman had made a strong impression last time they spent time together. "Mr. Armelon, I didn't expect to see you all the way out here," Jovi responded with a friendly smile. "I told you that I'm traveling around. I never intended to stay in the Komodo Star sector forever. In fact, you might see me again on the other side of the Beander Gate." The two young journeymen would love to chat further, but business came first. Vase directed his attention to an older male MTA master who immediately made it clear that he was in charge of this show. "Mr. Larkinson," the black-bearded figure spoke up. "Master Willix has spoken much about your exploits. I am Master Vendar Patricus Bowderin, and I shall be handling your case today." Chapter 3413. Master Vendar Patricus Bowderin. Vase glanced carefully at this new MTA dignitary. No MTA master was average. The knowledge, wealth and privileges they had access to inevitably put them at a much higher height than native master mech designers. Not only did they possess a much broader base of knowledge, they also controlled many of the levers of power that affected the lives of countless humans. After all, an organization that called itself the Mech Trade Association must give a lot of respect to the professionals that knew the most about mechs. So far, his impression of Master Bowderin wasn't that bad. Despite his middle-aged appearance, the man conveyed the impression that he was at least 2 centuries old. Though he looked a little odd and understated due to his bald head, thin body and rather plain brown suit under an ordinary-looking white lab coat, Vase knew that he would be a fool to underestimate this new mech designer who likely stood at an equal height to Master Willix. The clearest sign that Vase should never take this new master lightly was that the powerful spirituality radiating from Bowderin's head. Compared to the likes of Master Willix, Master Olsen and many other comparable mech designers, Bowderin's spiritual development was considerably more ahead. Vase didn't even need to rely on his spiritual perception to ascertain this. Just standing in the same room as this figure was enough for him to feel as if Master Bowderin was the greatest authority on mechs that he had met up to this point. This was a big shot, that was for sure. Vase quietly reminded himself to be on his best behavior. His increasing familiarity with Master Willix gradually caused him to behave like his true self in front of her, but that didn't mean he could treat any respected MTA master as his buddy. Since Master Bowderin possessed the final word on the outcome of the Larkinson clan's inspection process, Vase had an even greater incentive to stay on the man's good side. The presence of Jovi Armelon was a good sign. The younger mech designer could at least put in a good word and mediate any potential conflicts that might arise. After introducing himself, Master Bowderin turned around and gazed at the latest 2 masterwork mechs of the Larkinson clan. "I must say that your Larkinson clan has caught my attention." He spoke as he studied the 2 expert mechs. "If Master Willix did not vouch for the veracity of your record, I would have thought it was fabricated. Just the fact that you are able to make not just one, but several masterwork expert mechs as journeymen from the galactic rim is too improbable. Yet seeing your work with my own eyes leaves me with no doubt that you are truly the creators of these 2 masterworks." Truly knowledgeable and experienced mech designers did not require any further proof. They could easily use a combination of their senses, their intuition and their expertise to determine which mech designers were responsible for designing and making different mechs. All 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan had showed up in the workshop, which allowed Master Bowderin to directly confirm that no other powerful mech designer had lent a hand in the making of the masterwork expert mechs. There had been cases in the past where so-called geniuses tried to claim that they made a fantastic work, only for the MTA to discover that they attributed the work of seniors or masters to themselves. Though Willix already told Bowderin that Vase Larkinson and his team were the real deal, he had to see everything for himself. Master Bowderin became pleasantly surprised by what he saw. Now that he confirmed that he wasn't wasting his time, his attitude minutely softened in front of the interesting journeyman. "Please describe your 2 masterworks in your own words and from the standpoint of your own design philosophies. Skip the basics." "Yes, sir." The Larkinson mech designers spoke in turn about the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger. Vase wasn't sure what exactly Master Bowderin wanted to hear, so his spiel lasted for 15 minutes. He only spoke about his design philosophy in general terms, but tried to convey enough information to make it sound as if he was sincere, but not enough for him to give away his true secrets. As he spoke, Jovi Armelon listened with rapt attention, no doubt deriving plenty of inspiration from hearing the approaches of other capable mech designers. Gloriana and the other women had their turn as well. Kedis and Juliet spoke considerably less as their contributions to the last two expert mech design projects were not as comprehensive. All this while, Master Bowderin never faced the young mech designers. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued to observe the two masterwork expert mechs and supervised his personnel. Silence followed after Kedis finished describing the work she had done to the sword and the mechanical systems designed to optimize the melee fighting capabilities of the two expert mechs. Master Bowderin eventually nodded. Master Willix has made it easier for your team to develop these expert mechs, but she is not responsible for turning them into masterworks. It is completely to your credit that they have reached greater potential and have risen from mediocrity. Journeyman or not, you have provided greater help to expert pilots than most seniors and even masters can provide. For all of their expertise and experience, the goal of designing mechs is to assist mech pilots, not develop the strongest machines. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis felt quite gratified to hear that. They became more proud as they basked in the praise of an impressive master. A man of Bowderin's status had no need to bend or distort the truth in front of a bunch of brats, which made his opinion even more credible. Still, Bowderin was not here to flatter the Larkinson mech designers. For second-class expert mechs, both your Shield of Samar and your Everchanger are adequate. However, the design choices that you have made and the features that you have implemented in your expert mechs are slightly too conservative in certain aspects. Given the budget, tech, resources and assistance you were working with, a more skilled mech designer can apply numerous solutions that can substantially improve the effective performance of your machines. That was hard to accept for certain mech designers such as Gloriana. She had worked hard to maximize the performance of both designs. Bowderin's critique therefore hit her quite hard. The master merely directed his sights towards the Shield of Samar. I find it interesting that you have proceeded with developing an expert mech that is based on one of the most quintessential defensive mech types without seeking the assistance of a peer who specializes in defensive solutions. Gloriana immediately looked as if she had lost her wind. She hugged Aurelia a little tighter, though fortunately her movement did not disturb her baby's gentle rest. Bowderin flickered his eyes towards the Everchanger. This hero mech's versatility and combat power from both a distance and at close range is respectable, but its endurance and staying power leaves much to be desired. That limits its usability in many scenarios, which goes against its overall design concept. What could Vase say about that? There was really no way that he could stuff more energy cells in a slim design that was already bloated with numerous different functions. Fortunately, Bowderin wasn't interested in clubbing the journeymen over their heads with his critique. His main purpose was to temper the satisfaction of the journeymen and prevent them from developing a dangerous amount of overconfidence. Once he was done with saying what needed to be said about the masterwork expert mechs, he finally turned around and made a gesture. Let us relocate to a more private compartment so that we can discuss matters of import. Vase briefly bowed. This way, sir. He led his fellow mech designers as well as Jovi and Master Bowderin to a meeting chamber inside the private workshop hall. Although the decor and facilities looked rather bare and completely inadequate to host the great person that had visited the Larkinson clan today, Vase did not want to waste the time of his guests by moving all the way to the more formal and stately-looking conference rooms located in the upper decks. They were all mech designers here, so they were all accustomed to working inside more utilitarian places. When everyone took their seats, Master Bowderin asked a surprising question. Do you know why Master Willix has called upon me to evaluate your latest masterworks and handle your case? Bowderin didn't expect the Larkinson mech designers to know the answer, so he quickly answered his own question. Both of us are members of the same faction within the Mech Trade Association. Willix has mentioned that none of you should be familiar with our faction or any of the other major factions within the association, but that is not an issue. How so? Vase cautiously asked. Although we do not usually involve natives such as yourselves in our power struggles, you have demonstrated a repeated capability to fabricate masterwork mechs at the journeyman level. Not only that, but 3 of your verified masterworks are expert mechs, which makes us much more worth our attention. As you may have guessed, our faction is willing to associate with your group, and most particularly you, Vase Larkinson. Vase did not look surprised. Willix had already given several hints to that effect, but she always played coy and did not appear to be in a hurry. Master Bowderin was different. The man was more decisive and did not see the need to take a roundabout approach. With your potential and accomplishments, Certain factions within our association will approach you sooner or later. Bowderin explained. This is not a rare occurrence. Every mech designer who has become a master or shows enough promise is qualified to play a role, however marginal, in the decision-making process of the MTA. This sounded quite important and impressed the Larkinson journeyman. Gloriana looked especially keen to enter this higher circle. Vase had questions, though. Is this faction of yours comparable to the Rim Guardians? Not quite. Master Bowderin shook his head. The Rim Guardians are a fraternity of our association's compliance department. They are associated with several major factions, but they are not equivalent to them. Factions like ours don't maintain too much structure. Members can come and go and mostly consist of fellow masters and other high-ranked personnel. We exist to form a united front and advance our common goals within the highest levels of power in the MTA. Vase still didn't have a good idea what Bowderin actually meant, but he didn't want to look as if he was stupid. I see. Can you tell us more about these factions? None of us have ever heard of them before. Bowderin smiled. That is not a surprise. We do not wish to expose too much of our internal conflicts to outsiders. It is unavoidable that organizations as large and powerful as ours are split by many competing interests. The lack of a single leader figure has exacerbated our differences, as the highest decisions are determined by our Galactic Mech Council. That meant that every major decision had to pass through to a vote. Different factions had to vie for the favor of other factions in order to earn support for their proposals. This resulted in a huge moderating effect, as extreme proposals got rejected while tamer ones that earned a broad consensus went into effect. Assuming that no political faction was able to hold a majority in the powerful Galactic Mech Council, everyone had to resort to horse trading in order to further their own agendas. Vase personally thought that it wasn't bad if the MTA publicized all of this politicking and dealmaking. It would make the association a lot more transparent and understandable. He understood why the Mechers wanted to keep this dirty business under wraps, though. Much of the MTA's ability to remain in power was based on people's perception of it. The MTA always earned a lot of respect and support due to its neutrality and lack of political bias. It wasn't a big problem if only a select number of elite indigenous humans came in touch with the real face of the association, but the rest of the space peasants must continue to hold the belief that the MTA was invincible and without flaws. Chapter 3414. MTA Factions. After Master Bowderin provided a bit more clarification about the meaning of factions in the MTA, Vase realized that he and his fellow journeyman came in touch with the association's true power structure. Before this point, Vase only had a vague and superficial idea on how the MTA was actually governed. Although it was not a state or star nation, its sheer size and enormous responsibilities effectively meant that it had a lot of people who had different ideas on what they should do with all of their power. Although Vase had long known that the Galactic Mech Council effectively ruled the MTA as a whole, he didn't know much about what they discussed or what they voted upon. Such matters simply weren't publicized on the Galactic Net. To the overwhelming majority of space peasants, the Mech Trade Association was a single, monolithic entity. Powerful mechers such as Master Willix and Master Bowderin never exposed their factions when they dealt with outsiders. They all portrayed themselves as representatives of the Great Association. Due to special reasons, Vase gained an early peek into the inner workings of the MTA. He was under no illusion that he would actually have a say in any matters. At best, he would become their lackey and assist them in minor matters. This was nothing strange to Vase. He was familiar with cooperating with larger entities like the Clifford Society, the Rim Guardians and the Hexadric Hegemony. No matter what they called themselves or how much power they possessed, as long as Vase was useful to them, they would have a basis of cooperation. It was too bad that Vase never stuck around long enough to climb up their hierarchies and obtain greater benefits. Years ago, Vase intended to develop a closer relationship with the Rim Guardians. He was a citizen of the Galactic Rim and did not possess a strong desire to leave. The events that took place in the Nixian Gap and the opening of the Red Ocean completely changed his calculations. Why should he waste any further time with earning the favor of the Rim Guardians when this fraternity was hardly relevant in the new frontier? There were completely different clubs in the Red Ocean that could provide pioneers like himself with much more immediate benefits. Vase had a feeling that the faction that Master Bowderin belonged to wasn't as limited as the previous clubs. There was no greater authority than the Big Two in human space. A faction that was powerful enough to steer the decision-making of one would never become irrelevant. Kedis began to frown, though. As a swordmaster, she was not as restrained in front of an MTA master as the rest. Master Bowderin, if I may ask, could you introduce the different factions to us? She asked. While we are honored that you wish to solicit us, it would be foolish to enter your faction without understanding where you stand and where your rivals stand. That is a reasonable request. Just to clarify, you are not obligated to accept our invitation. There are plenty of mech designers that have decided to cooperate with other factions or stay out of this game entirely. The benefits that we can provide are more subtle and mainly based on exchanging favors. We do not issue our own merits that you can exchange for different goods and services in some sort of merit exchange platform. At our level, such incentives are too vulgar and redundant. That was easy to say for a master mech designer and someone who was part of the upper echelon of the MTA. Even if Master Bowderin hadn't earned any merits, he could easily borrow favors from other people. As for smaller figures like Vase and Kedis, the benefits they could gain from this cooperation was entirely dependent on the friendship and generosity of the people in charge. Although this sounded like a step back compared to more structured organizations like the Rim Guardian Fraternity, Vase knew this was the only way for him to obtain direct assistance from powerful figures like Master Willix and Master Bowderin. Such people were normally completely inaccessible to Vase, but it was a different matter if he entered into a cooperative relationship with their faction. That said, no matter how much friendship he developed with Master Willix, Vase agreed with Kedis. He needed to know the full picture before he committed to a choice. There are 12 major factions and thousands of minor factions in the Mech Trade Association. Bowderin explained without any suspense. The former are politically powerful alliances that bind together a coalition of like-minded star designers, galactic mech counselors and other high dignitaries. The latter usually lack the support of prestigious leaders and cannot set policy. In other words, the major factions had a voice in the 100-seat Galactic Mech Council while the rabble could only beg for scraps. Master Bowderin briefly looked contemptuous. You don't need to pay attention to the minor factions. They are only influential under selective circumstances. Think of supporting certain regions or minority groups such as heavy gravity variant humans. A major faction might cooperate with them, but they have no weight if they are not needed. Everyone nodded. With an attitude like that, Master Bowderin's faction most definitely wasn't a minor faction. Soon, he began to introduce the factions with no particular order. Let me start by introducing the most conservative faction, which is aptly named the Preserving Order faction. As you can imagine, the Preservers are opposed to change and are the strongest advocates for a stable and predictable status quo. In practice, they oppose virtually every proactive initiative. They're a bunch of cowards who are afraid of breaking the vase. Jovi added in plainer terms. They think that everything will remain just fine if we all bury our heads in the sand. They're one of the strongest opponents of the colonization of the Red Ocean. Though Master Bowderin looked a bit irked at Hovi's interjection, he didn't do anything further. I see. Vase looked intrigued. Given his penchant for risk-taking and his ambition to change the mech industry, Vase was obviously a bad fit with these fellows. He looked down on this cowardly behavior. It not only conflicted with the Larkinson clan's creed, but he also saw no future in this approach. Even if humanity never wanted to change, the rival alien empires would never follow suit. The Guidance faction adopts the opposite approach, much to many people's dismay. The adherents of this faction believe the MTA must make the most of its power and authority and take a more active hand at governing human civilization. Jovi released a chuckle. The Guiders are meddlesome grandmas and grandpas that think they should rule humanity because they know best. Admittedly, they're scarily smart and wise, but they can never persuade everyone to submit to their rule. That hasn't stopped them from trying, though. That sounded even less pleasant to Vase. While a united humanity might be stronger, he had a feeling that he wouldn't enjoy living under a single overpowering authority. The Mech supremacist faction are relatively straightforward. The members of this faction are obsessed with mechs to the point of dismissing other war weapons such as warships. They support any policies that strengthen the value and importance of mechs. They will also fight against anything that will make mechs or less relevant. Jovi said, you don't want to see them when they think that someone is trying to dethrone mechs. The mech supremacists certainly sound like extremists to Vase. That was a pity because he was initially attracted to this stance. As a mech designer, his goals aligned a lot with this faction. The expansionist faction supports fast and aggressive expansion of human territory. As you may have already guessed, the expansionists are in ascendancy at this time. They are the principal promoters of the colonization of the Red Ocean. Jovi smirked again. Their ambitions aren't limited to a single dwarf galaxy. Their intentions are much bigger than that. The expansionists have always set their sights on other galaxies comparable to the Milky Way. One of their most popular slogans is, Andromeda or bust. Vase almost coughed when he heard that. That was way too ambitious and completely unrealistic. Master Bowderin moved on to introducing another faction. I do not believe I have to provide much clarification for the warship abolitionist faction. Its members do not have strong opinions on most matters aside from any topic related to warships. The abolitionists oppose the existence of warships to such a strong degree that they even call for our association to abandon its own warships. The warship abolitionists get along a lot with the mech supremacists. Jovi smiled. Sometimes, you can hardly tell the difference, but the warship abolitionists are much more dangerous. For better or worse, we still need the power of warships to safeguard our own power, but these idiots are so blind in their hatred that they can't accept any responsible use of weaponized starships. That sounded like a big fight that Vase wanted no part in. Personally, he agreed with Jovi. Mechs weren't powerful enough to replace the role of warships in external conflicts. The transhumanist faction are more interested in promoting the evolution of the human race than mechs. The transhumanists are of the opinion that baseline humans are outdated and that our race must undergo a comprehensive gene update in order to increase our competitiveness compared to other alien races. The transhumanists are the best augmenters in the MTA. They are more daring when it comes to trying out new and less well-tested treatments, but the results aren't always good. Some of them obviously aren't right in the head. These guys sound dangerous to Vase. Although he was not opposed to human augmentation, the transhumanists clearly wanted to take it to the next level. The Unbound Humanity faction has close relations with the transhumanist faction, but is ultimately more broad. The Unbounders want to unleash our species by dissolving all taboos and rules that restrict human conduct. They believe that humanity will never mature and advance if it is not allowed to learn how to handle powerful means such as warships and weapons of mass destruction. Jovi had a strong opinion towards this faction. There is only a single faction that attracts more hatred within the MTA than this faction. The Unbounders might have a decent argument, but removing all of the safety rules that prevent fellow humans from driving our race to extinction is too dangerous. Vase again agreed with Jovi. He had seen how ugly humans could be and did not think that human space would become any safer if nutcases were able to wipe out an entire planet with just a single press of a button. Master Bowderin briefly twitched a smile. The even more controversial faction that Mr. Armelon is referring to the Dissolution faction. While it shares much common ground with the Unbounders, the difference is that the Dissolutionists wish to dismantle the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. In their view, the existence of the Big Two sets the human race back. How can a faction of the MTA exist that openly calls for its collapse? Vase couldn't help but ask. Isn't that hostile behavior? Not when there are galactic mech counselors and star designers among the Dissolutionists. Jovi sighed. Most people feel the same way as you. They're abhorrent and don't belong in our association. Don't mention this in their presence, but most of us refer to them as traitors. Due to their extreme stance, the Dissolutionists have never managed to gain traction in the Galactic Mech Council. Bowderin dismissed these strange fellows. The Longevity faction is much more moderate. It is another single-issue group that does not take a strong stance on any issue aside from matters that are related to extending the human lifespan. They strongly support allocating more research towards improving life-prolonging treatments and increasing the production of life-prolonging treatment serums. No one wants to get on the bad side of the longlifers. Jovi helpfully said, the Longevity faction has a lot of influence on how the MTA handles life-prolonging treatments. While they always ask for more resources than what our association can give them, the longlifers are never marginalized. No one wants to live shorter. This group sounded important to Vase as well, and not just because he wanted to get his hands on more vials of high-grade serum. Vase suspected that the longlifers had likely been backing the Supreme Sage's research back in the Life Research Association. He never realized this before, but now that he became enlightened to the divisions within the MTA, he became aware that his conduct probably altering his standing towards many of these political factions. Chapter 3415. The messy side of the MTA. Master Bowderin had patiently introduced one MTA faction after another to the 4 Larkinson mech designers. What he revealed was incredibly eye-opening to someone who paid attention to the development of humanity like Vase. The fog that had long obscured the MTA's decision-making and strategic direction became a lot less thick now that he had finally gained more awareness. As the most prominent super-organization in human space, understanding the actual workings of the MTA was key to securing his own future. No matter what he did, as long as he fell under the purview of the MTA, he couldn't go around its goals, aspirations and policies. Although he always had a general overview of what the Mechers tried to accomplish, his awareness was too shallow before this day. It was different now. Master Bowderin provided him with the key details that Master Willix had always been reticent about revealing to him. This showcased that not every MTA master was the same and that even people belonging to the same faction might adopt different approaches. The powerful MTA master's bald head shone in the light as he gazed at the four journeymen with an impassive expression. The situation in the meeting chamber resembled that of a private tutoring class. What he said next only reinforced this image. Now, before I introduce the final major factions to you, let me remind you that knowing about them and associating with them does not mean you are close to significant enough to influence galactic and intergalactic politics. He said with a grave voice. The weight of your voice is directly proportional to the value that you can provide to others. At the moment, this is low to the four of you. All you have in our eyes is potential and a number of other interesting factors, but that does not give you the ear of a galactic mech counselor. Then why contact us at all? Vase boldly asked. During this brief contact, he already got the measure of Master Bowderin. Although the man was a bit more blunt and direct in his criticism, he was as well-meaning as Master Willix. The man treated the Larkinson journeymen as children that needed to be taught a few crucial lessons. Vase had no problem with that. Although his pride detested the fact that he was being looked down upon, his reason acknowledged that an MTA master had the capital to treat him as a lesser. There was no point in trying to demand respect from such a great figure when their strengths were too far apart. Besides, the great thing about being treated as a kid was that he got to have free stuff. Even though he was more than 30 years old and already became a father, Vase was probably no different from a 10-year-old boy to a master who lived over 2 centuries. Perhaps one day, he too would treat the younger generation in this indulgent fashion. He still had a long way to go before he became comparable to Master Bowderin. As we have already said, you have potential. The bald man answered the earlier inquiry. We do not necessarily have to wait for you to grow up before we approach you. As long as we have made a reasonable expectation that you can become valuable enough to cooperate with us, we can preempt the wait and extend a hand to you in your current state. This is a beneficial arrangement to the both of us. You will receive additional assistance in a time of need in exchange for owing us additional favors. Unless our estimation of your future value is inaccurate, our faction will gain a helpful ally in the future. That was an honest and rational answer. Vase felt reassured after hearing this. The relationship that Bowderin's faction wanted to establish with him was primarily based on an exchange of value. Nothing more. That suited Vase fine because it was easier for him to trust in the other party based on their motives. It didn't need to be said that neither Master Willix nor Master Bowderin wanted to have anything to do with Vase if he did not have any current value or future potential. He would have to progress step by step and realize his design philosophy before he became worth their time. Therefore, do not mistake your early introduction to our circle as a signal that you are ready to wheel and deal with us. Master Bowderin seriously warned, the foundation of your value rests on your own qualities. As a mech designer, your rank and your unique contributions to the field of mech design are your primary assets. The greater they are, the more you have the capital to cooperate with us. If they are not sufficient, then spend your time on improving them rather than try to cheat us with outlandish schemes. We have endured enough of that over the centuries. Well, that was certainly a pointed warning. Vase had a feeling that it was especially pointed towards himself. He meekly bowed his head. I understand. I am not that interested in this political stuff anyway. I'm just a mech designer. My goal is to become a star designer, not become the ruler of humanity. That elicited a genuine nod of approval from Bowderin. That is the right mindset. The existence of factions doesn't mean that everyone must take part in their games. There are many masters and star designers that have kept their distance from these matters because participation brings no value to them. They have no political agendas and do not require the assistance of factions to further their personal ambitions. If you are the same, then I recommend that you maintain a similar attitude. Honestly speaking, Vase was inclined to adopt a neutral attitude. The warnings issued by Master Bowderin made it more than clear that Vase would be nothing more than a future pawn if he entered this circle. Even if he became a master, his outsider status towards the MTA would always lock him out of the core halls of powers. The only way to break this deadlock was to become a star designer. From what little Master Bowderin spoke about what went on at the top, it sounded as if a star designer held the same amount of weight as one of the 100 galactic mech counselors. At that height, the origin of a star designer didn't matter anymore. Whether the individual in question used to be a poor citizen from the galactic rim like Vase or a privileged scion of internal MTA members like Jovi, as long as they both became star designers, they would both stand on equal ground. The road to becoming a star designer was very long though, and Vase only took a couple of tentative steps. For now, he shouldn't entertain any unrealistic fantasies. Jovi also added his own piece. There are always clever guys out there that think that they can get ahead through fast talk and deal-making. Seriously, don't be one of those guys, Vase. It's annoying and drops people's opinion of you. What you're dealing with are people who are much smarter than you and can smell a scam from light years away. From what Bowderin described earlier, the way for Vase to increase his status with a faction was by building up relationships with its members. He didn't even need to get along with every faction member. It was already enough if he became chummy with just a few of them like he had already done with Master Willix. Trading favors and lending assistance to each other was just the means to develop a connection that he could rely upon if he truly needed the MTA's help. Today was a good example. Vase had contacted Master Willix a few days ago in order to solve his contraband problem. He had no confidence in his ability to smuggle certain items and sensitive research data through the MTA's extremely strict security protocols. The only solutions available to him was to dump his illegal cargo or circumvent the rules by going through a back door. Vase chose the latter option, knowing that he would be owing another favor to Master Willix and her faction. Master Bowderin was clearly aware of this and warned him not to take it too far. Perhaps it was fine for Vase to sporadically ask for small favors based on his potential and his minor contributions to the MTA, but he shouldn't get accustomed to this treatment. The man clearly looked satisfied when he saw that Vase corrected his mentality. I am quite reluctant to engage in political activity as well. I would much rather prefer that the Mech Trade Association is nothing more than a simple trade organization. Bowderin surprisingly said, the cold hard truth is that the MTA cannot withdraw from prominence. Humanity after the age of conquest had come close to ruin. It needed a guiding hand, and stepping up. We have become more than a trade association, and that has made it necessary for people such as myself to do our part in steering the MTA in the right direction. The power we collectively wield is enough to change the course of human civilization, and that is an enormous responsibility that has attracted many ambitious and power-hungry individuals. Their extremism and megalomania frankly corrupts our association and risks turning it into an empire rather than a guardian. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers were surprised that Master Bowderin was so frank in exposing the uglier side to MTA politics, but it was only a matter of time before they found out about this by themselves now that they had gotten their foot through the door. Rather than getting hoodwinked by these extremists and megalomaniacs, it was much better to expose the truth in advance. All of this was necessary because the MTA had indeed become far more than just a trade organization. The absence of a real trans-galactic governing body that commanded all of humanity left the Mechers with little choice but to do the job themselves. This necessity contorted both organizations into monstrous behemoths that attracted all kinds of people who thought more about ruling humanity than designing better mechs. What is the current consensus within the MTA? Vase cautiously asked. Is there a tendency to lean towards more active governance, or will you guys just remain aloof like always? There are a great number of decision makers in the MTA that seek to pull our organization in different directions. The MTA master replied with a rueful smile. If they can all agree with each other, then our association would have become unrecognizable by now. Their problem is that the goals of many individual factions are often mutually exclusive. They can't agree with each other. Exactly, Mr. Larkinson. For example, the Preserving Order faction and the Guidance faction are diametrically opposed to each other. Over the centuries, they have submitted numerous proposals, but all but a handful have never been passed due to strenuous resistance from their opposition. Such deadlocks occur frequently and involve many different factions, some of which might be allies in other circumstances. As a result of this reality, the Galactic Mech Council only tends to pass the proposals that either occupy the middle ground or have earned broad support. Vase nodded in understanding. He already figured that out. Occasionally, something big gets through, right? Bowderin smiled. The Mech Trade Association is not stagnant, much to the dismay of the preservers. Most of us recognize that we must constantly change and adapt to the times in order to prevent our fall. As long as any initiative obtains the support of the majority, the MTA will implement it. The opening of the Red Ocean to private exploration and colonization is the outcome of a brilliant persuasion, deal-making and lobbying effort by the expansionist faction. There are many more interests behind this great initiative than you realize, but they are not relevant to you unless you develop into a proper partner. Only big shots were qualified to learn the greater considerations behind the colonization of the Red Ocean, and Vase was still far from reaching that point. He could still dream, though. Chapter 3416. Join the club. Master Bowderen's revelations revealed a much messier side to the MTA than what outsiders thought about the powerful organization. All of this was crucial information that already caused Vase to solve certain doubts and clarify ambiguous issues. He gained more insight into issues that previously remained unsolvable due to lack of context. For example, the Supreme Sage's confidential research on life-prolonging treatment serum and the MTA's preferential treatment of the Vulcan Empire both made a lot more sense if Vase associated them with certain MTA factions. One of the most important conclusions that Vase managed to draw from this lesson was that the MTA did not completely act as a single, unified entity. Although most high-level decisions had to obtain a broad consensus from the Galactic Mech Council in order to be passed, there were lots of areas where such massive attention wasn't warranted. Individual factions could exert a lot more direct control over a select amount of regions. As long as no one else stepped onto their turf, the factions in charge could implement their own ideas with relatively little interference from above. This also explained the sometimes inconsistent behavior and policies of the MTA in different states and star sectors. Vase had to be more aware of this in the future. He not only had to tread carefully in regions where hostile factions held sway, but also had to be careful not to upset other people's arrangements. This was especially relevant to the Red Ocean, which had recently turned into a hotspot for the Mechers. A lot of different major and minor factions must be extending their hands to the small but resource-rich dwarf galaxy. If Vase hadn't received this lecture from Master Bowderen, he would have probably become entangled in one of the many great schemes hatched by these ambitious factions. Once the bald MTA master was done with setting the mentalities of young journeymen straight, he finally introduced the remaining three major factions. Now that you have become more cognizant about the power dynamics within our association, the existence of the following two factions will make more sense to you. While our highest leadership comes from all corners of the galaxy, there are two notable states that have been more successful than others in elevating their most excellent supporters. You're talking about the first-rate superstates, right? Gloriana spoke. You are correct. Bowderen's expression turned a bit weary. Outside of our organization, the Greater Terran United Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire are consistently successful at producing star designers. Their illustrious heritage, their deep foundation and their attractive visions has always earned them a significant amount of support from the human population, and it is no different among our people. There have always been two separate coalitions between galactic mech counselors and star designers that believe humanity must be ruled by the Terrans or the Rubarthans. Vase raised his eyebrow when he heard that. I thought the MTA was always hostile to the idea of letting the first-rate states regain their former glory. You can be thankful that there has always been a strong consensus to the idea that they should never get a second chance. The Terran faction and the Rubarthan faction have never succeeded in completing their primary purpose, but that does not mean they are non-factors within our organization. They function as the nails of their respective loyalties and try to steer the decision-making in a direction that is more favorable to the first-rate superstates. I see. I take it that most Mechers don't agree with that. The Mech Trade Association stands for all of humanity, and the reality is that a significant proportion are either directly or indirectly tied to the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire. Excluding them from the MTA is impossible as it would go against our mandate and our purpose. We can only make the least bad decision and allow the two first-rate superstates to represent their interests within our own halls of power, which they have used to surprisingly good effect. Master Bowderen sounded quite dejected at that. He clearly did not want the first-rate superstates to get their way, which was consistent with the MTA's overall stance. If the Terran faction and Rubarthan faction are so hated, why are they effective? Because the other factions must always borrow enough support to advance their own agendas. The two state-bound factions mostly gain significance when other factions are still short of a majority. For example, in order for the expansionist faction to open up the Red Ocean for colonization, it had to agree to allow the Terrans and Rubarthans to enter the dwarf galaxy as well. I see. So they basically act like mercenaries. Their support can always be bought for a price. That's quite clever on their part. Jovi chuckled at this analogy. Mercenaries earn great profits but never enough respect. Though Jovi sounded contemptuous, Vase wasn't sure he agreed with this stance. Profit was solid and concrete while respect was more invisible and easily lost. It was a lot easier to cheat someone with the latter than the former. At least Vase would have a much easier time preventing others from ripping away his hard-earned rewards. What of the final major faction? Gloriana asked. Is this the one that holds your loyalties? Both Jovi and Master Bowderin nodded. I have saved our faction for last because it is not as extreme and single issue as the prior factions. I believe you should have already gained an awareness that each of them seek to advance a specific cause above all else. The problem with that is that they tend to gather a large amount of like-minded people that begin to build their own echo chambers. Within their particular communities, they constantly reinforce their own biases and close themselves off to any reasonable doubt and critique from other perspectives. This is also the reason why a considerable number of star designers and other people have turned away from factional politics entirely. Vase was no stranger to this. States like the Hexadric Hegemony, the Life Research Association, the Heavensward Association and the Vulcan Empire were strong examples where a single dominant culture became so full of themselves that nobody hit the brakes. It was interesting that Master Bowderin brought up this particular point, though. And I suppose your particular faction is better than the rest in this regard? Vase guessed. Master Bowderin responded with a smile. Our faction is not driven by a particular ideology. We offer room for a diverse group of supporters. Whether faction members believe that the MTA must intervene more in human affairs or maintain greater isolation, they can both find common ground in our circle. No matter whether anyone thinks we must take a left turn or a right turn to reach our destination, we are open to both options. Any solution will gain our support as long as we reach our target in the most efficient fashion. That sounded rather ambiguous, but also logical. Vase had the idea that this faction was a lot more moderate than the other ones. He only had one question, though. What is the common goal that this faction is striving towards? He asked. Both Master Bowderin and Jovi fell silent for a few seconds. Survival. The MTA Master eventually said. Human survival. That's simple. Don't take this goal for granted, Mr. Larkinson. Almost every child born in this age and the last has developed the myth that humanity has won the great struggle against every enemy that matters. They assume that our civilization has already gained the upper hand in our galaxy and that we have the luxury to enjoy the privileges of ascending to the throne. And that's wrong. There are always threats, Larkinsons, both from within and from without. Bowderin seriously replied, just as how presidents and emperors can be toppled from power, so can human civilization lose all of its hard-won gains of the past. The members of our faction are of the opinion that humanity as a race has become too arrogant. Agendas such as freezing humanity's development in an attempt to perpetually sustain the current golden age or abolishing warships right away when they are still our primary means of protection against hostile alien empires are self-defeating ideologies. Our view is that our existence is always precarious and that we must always ready ourselves to fight against the next great threat. You guys sound like doomsday preppers. Kedis ungenerously stated. That earned her a disapproving look from both MTA Mech designers. We're not preppers. We are surrounded by enemies. The probability that any of them have the capital to destroy humanity is too great, if not now then at some point in the future. Jovi insisted. Each of us acknowledges this danger, but that doesn't mean we are overtaken by our fears. Passively building strongholds so that we can last longer in the event our civilization collapses is not a real solution. What we are actually doing is taking measures to prevent us from falling in the first place. Master Bowderin concurred with Jovi. This is why we are referred to as the survivalist faction. Our only overarching goal is to ensure the continued existence of the human race. In the greater scheme of things, our faction is relatively moderate as we rarely go through extremes. We lend our support to the proposals of other factions as long as they align with our main priority. For ease of understanding, you can say that pragmatism is our main ideology. This is also the main reason why our faction has attracted the greatest amount of support among rational and less political mech designers. The survivalist faction indeed sounded a lot more rational than the other factions. Whereas groups like the Longlifers and the Unbounders sounded as if they were a bunch of cultists, the survivalist faction sounded like an oasis of common sense. Vase had to admit that this goal and outlook sounded highly attractive to him. Due to his past experiences, he had come in touch with secrets that caused him to become aware of several possible dangers that could threaten the current human order. He did not need to take the survivalist faction at their word. The pragmatic attitude of the survivalists also sounded attractive. It was the least extreme approach among the MTA factions that he had heard so far. As someone who was allergic to instances of fanaticism and blind belief, it was a great relief for Vase to be among people who actually retained their common sense. The more he thought about it, the more he became inclined to throw his lot with these folk. They were just too suitable to him. The survivalists didn't really mind whether their members were eccentric or held diverging opinions on many matters. As long as they were all able to agree that humanity's prosperity and dominance had to be preserved, then they had enough common ground to cooperate with each other. Vase didn't bother to hide his internal deliberations. His expressions and emotions transmitted enough signals for Master Bowderin to know that he had caught a fish. Someone as smart and competent as him must have planned this sequence of events from start to finish. It was too easy for an MTA master to present information and steer a discussion to produce the desired outcome. Everything that Bowderin said so far painted a considerable contrast between the survivalist faction and the other 11 factions. Though Vase was sure that he was being manipulated and that some of the other factions shouldn't be as bad as he thought, he had already made his decision. The fact that he aligned with the survivalists wasn't the sole reason for that. Vase also needed help right away, and only Master Willix and her buddies were willing to extend a hand to him at this time. Therefore, even if Master Willix and Master Bowderin belonged to a bunch of crazies like the Unbounders and the Dissolutionists, Vase still would have joined their clubs if only to address his immediate problems. Fortunately, the current situation was anything but bad. Although Vase was not a rational mech designer, there was no rule he had to be an emotionless bot in human form in order to agree with the idea that humanity must do more to ensure its survival. Vase made a decisive move. I would love to get closer to the survivalist faction. Master Bowderin smiled wider. Welcome aboard, Mr. Larkinson. Though it will take time for you to comprehend the wisdom of your choice, you have acted correctly. This is great, Vase. Jovi happily exclaimed. We can hang around more often now that you've become an associate of our faction. There are more ways for me to circumvent the restrictions that prevent me from cooperating with you. While I can't do anything right away, just wait. Maybe one day we can start collaborating sooner than we thought. That sounded like an interesting prospect. Vase had always held a great amount of interest in Hovi's dramatic probability manipulation specialty. How much stronger could a mech become if a mech with the power to control luck became alive? Just the thought of designing such a mech sent a thrill of excitement through his spine. Chapter 3417. Choosing factions. In the following minutes, Master Bowderin explained the technicalities of what Vase had just opted into earlier. Vase did not become a survivalist. That was only reserved to actual mechers. He had become an associate to the survivalist faction, and only a tentative one at that due to his low value. Yet just establishing a shallow relationship with the survivalists was enough to put him ahead. Compared to many other journeymen in the wild, Vase managed to obtain more solid backing from the MTA, or at least a part of this massive organization. This not only provided Vase with greater protection against all kinds of external threats, but also provided crucial cover from within the association itself. In fact, Vase already enjoyed a portion of these benefits from Master Willix, but they were only effective in regions within the reach of her direct influence. Once he entered the Red Ocean, it was too difficult for Willix to exert any pressure on his behalf hundreds of thousands of light years away. With this consideration in mind, Master Willix pushed him to her faction so that Vase was able to develop a more formal and concrete relationship with mechers that were present in every region of human space. No matter whether Vase traveled to the galactic center or another dwarf galaxy in the future, as long as the MTA was present, he would always be able to barter for the assistance of a survivalist. Of course, the premise of all of this was that Vase built himself up to a height where other mechers would be glad to extend favors to him. He still had a long way to go in that regard. Once Master Bowderin was done with passing on essential information to Vase, he directed his attention to the other 3 Larkinson mech designers. Although the 3 of you are not a priority to us, I can give you an introduction on account of your close association with Vase Larkinson. However, be aware that the same rules apply. Reciprocity is our guiding principle. If you cannot bring any value, do not demand any favors until this changes. Well, that was as blunt as ever, but the other Larkinson mech designers clearly got the message. Juliet announced her decision first. I cannot make any significant contributions for the time being. I don't harbor any greater ambitions, and Vase is already able to represent the interests of the Larkinson clan. I prefer to stay out of this game. Master Bowderin nodded with respect. Abstaining is never a wrong choice. It is always best to concentrate on your work and progress your design philosophy. You should only reconsider when your work is being obstructed by limitations that can be solved by cooperating with a stronger party. That is the reason why many mech designers opt to join a faction. Kedis revealed her own decision. I agree with a lot of points about your faction, but there is another one that sounds more attractive to me. I think I'll be able to get along with those folk a lot better than you survivalists. You are considering the transhumanist faction, if I am not mistaken. The Swordmaster nodded. I can bring more to the table to them than elsewhere. I want to design the sharpest swords and the best swordsman mechs than anyone else, and the key to doing that is leveraging both my specialties. I think the transhumanists can help me develop them both so that I can reach my goals. Master Bowderin looked intrigued. You have made a bold choice, Miss Cadiz. I am familiar with numerous transhumanist colleagues, but it is questionable whether they will take you seriously at this stage. I can write an introduction letter for you so that you can make your case. If you fail, then that is no great loss. Build up your record and research contributions before you try again. Becoming a senior and master will also increase your chances of success. Thank you for your assistance and advice. This is only a small matter for a young and unique journeyman who has managed to accrue several masterwork certificates. The MTA master complimented. What just happened was quite interesting to Vase. He thought that if his fellow peers had the option of getting in bed with any MTA faction, they would join the survivalists in order to strengthen the Larkinson clan's ties to this powerful group. Instead, the Larkinsons had already split on this matter. Vase indeed thought that Kedis fit better with the transhumanists. As long as she was able to establish a bond with them, the Larkinson clan would maintain friendly ties with an additional part of the MTA. This was the safer and more prudent course of action. If Vase ever did something that soured his relationship with the survivalist faction, then he wouldn't be screwed as long as another MTA faction supported the Larkinson clan. Vase was glad that Katiz's decision enabled his clan to hedge its bets and avoid putting all of its eggs in a single basket. He had a history of turning powerful friends into enemies for some reason, and it was quite wise to have a backup ready. He turned towards his wife, who looked rather troubled. There were 12 powerful MTA factions, and many of them appealed to a different part of her. She didn't look like she intended to cooperate with the survivalist faction. Similar to Kedis, I am supportive of the survivalists, but I am more passionate about working together with some of the other factions. Which faction do you prefer the most, Gloriana? Vase asked. I'm not certain as of yet, she answered. The Mech supremacist faction is a good choice for me. I can probably agree with most of their stances, but I am not certain whether I can take it as far as them. I think I can provide a lot of value to them. We share the same interests, and there is probably nowhere else that concentrates on mechs more than this faction. She directed a hopeful look towards the MTA mech designers. Jovi eventually decided to give her a bit of help. The mech supremacists are intense, and not always in a good way. Now, don't get me wrong. Everyone within the MTA loves mechs. There isn't anyone among us who thinks that mechs should be abolished. It's just that this particular faction concentrates many of the most passionate mechers. If you love good mechs above all else, then you will easily be able to get along with them. If not, then you will need to work harder to earn their appreciation. Gloriana frowned. She looked down at Aurelia, who was sleeping peacefully against her chest. There was no doubt that she loved mechs and always aspired to design better ones. Yet she had other priorities as well, some of which might detract from her professional ambitions. She had no idea how the mech supremacists would react to her sensibilities. She didn't want to make the wrong choice. What other factions did you have in mind, honey? I am personally attracted to the Guidance faction, she revealed. Human space is too disorderly. We're immersed in pointless conflicts that do nothing but consume our resources and productive potential. It would be better if we acted with a stronger hand and imposed more order in every star sector. Think of how much safer and better everyone's lives would become if neighboring states no longer invaded each other at the drop of a hat. Out of all of the answers, Vase honestly did not expect her to favor the Guidance faction. From what little he heard, the Guiders were a bunch of meddlesome bastards with delusions of grandeur. They wanted to rule over humanity as if they were the sovereigns of a united human empire. This was a foolish notion and one that would never come to pass. To his credit, Master Bowderin did not choose to stomp on Gloriana's argument. The guiders can be overbearing to many of my colleagues, but they generally mean well. It is not their intention to become the latest tyrants who try to rule humanity with an iron grip. The problem is that their plans and ambition may very well lead to a bleaker future regardless of their intentions. Due to this reasonable suspicion, the Guidance faction has always struggled to gain traction. Jovi snorted. It's also a giant snake pit that puts politicians of many different stripes in a single place. Do you think they can agree on a specific goal? They come from all over the galaxy and have many different ideas on how human civilization should be run. Forget about forging a consensus from the other factions. The guiders can't even agree on what their own agenda should look like. That discouraged Gloriana from considering the guiders further. She abhorred chaos and she did not think she could get along with a bunch of squabbling politicians. You do not need to make an immediate choice, Mrs. Woden Larkinson, Master Bowderin said in a gentler tone. Journeymen such as yourself must still prove yourself before the factions will treat you with sincerity. My recommendation to you is to wait until you have advanced to senior before reconsidering this choice. During this time, you can develop yourself and find a clearer answer to your question. Though Gloriana looked as if she was about to agree with this course of action, she soon changed her mind. Although it made sense to defer this decision until later, she would also have to skip a valuable opportunity. Earlier, Master Bowderin already promised to facilitate Katiz's contact with the transhumanist faction. This powerful mech designer probably had acquaintances in every other faction. If Gloriana approached a faction of her choice by herself, she might not get taken seriously. If she came with an introduction letter from an MTA master in her hand, then there was a good chance that she would obtain better treatment. After considering most of the MTA factions once again, she decided to take a leap of faith and throw her lot in one of them. She wasn't used to making gambles like this, but she had seen Vase making similar decisions all the time. Please help me meet with the mech supremacists, Master Bowderin. Despite my relatively short career, I'm not an average journeyman. I think they will definitely appreciate my potential. She spoke with a determined voice. I can do that if that is what you wish. The MTA master obliged her request. Do note that I am only willing to extend this favor to you and Miss Ketty's due to your success in creating 2 new masterwork expert mechs. I will be compensating for this by reducing the merit award for your latest accomplishments. That caused Vase to jerk in his seat for a moment. If he knew that Master Bowderin's help would effectively cost a heap of MTA merits, then he might not have allowed Gloriana and Ketty's to go through with their choices. Still, Master Bowderin had already agreed to their requests. Vase would have to be an idiot to ask for a reversal. Soon, the older man wrapped up this particular topic. Factions aren't churches, he said. You are not obliged to pledge your loyalty to them on a permanent basis. As I have mentioned earlier, the different factions within our association are collectives that bring together like-minded individuals. You must always keep in mind that both people and factions can change over time. Sometimes, a more radical faction can become conservative when its goals have been met. This has happened to the Preserving Order faction. Other times, mech designers grow and become by life experiences that cause them to look at matters in a different light. So it's okay to leave one faction for another. In principle, yes, it does happen on a regular basis. If there is a clear and logical basis for a change, then it will not attract too much attention. Be aware that you will essentially lose all of the favors and relationships that you have built up with the members of a faction. The problem is when there are more selfish motives involved, such as jumping from a weaker faction to a stronger faction. If you are not careful, then you will damage your credibility and lose the ability to earn other people's trust. To most people, it was better to stick to a single faction, then. Vase valued credibility and did not think people would treat him well if he exhibited ungrateful behavior. Master Willix had already helped him out a lot and it would go against his principles to break her trust. Chapter 3418. Few pieces of advice. Master Bowderin finally awarded the Larkinson journeyman 2 million MTA merits, split among themselves. That amounted to just 1 million MTA merits per masterwork expert mech. Was that a lot? Certainly. Vase had tried to complete the kind of missions that awarded him with that many merits. It was always a difficult endeavor and most ordinary journeymen wouldn't even dream of taking them on. Only higher-ranking mech designers had confidence in performing these tasks. Yet compared to the merits he obtained from completing the Amaranto, the awards his clan received from elevating the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger into masterworks was not that impressive. Everyone invested a lot of effort into making them exceptional. Not only did they delay the design projects, but they also applied a lot of innovations into the expert mechs that their predecessors lacked. Vase took a lot of risks to retain or enhance the lives of the machines, while Gloriana had been meticulous about maximizing the fit and soundness of the physical designs. The Larkinsons also pioneered brand new production methods that could lift the quality and fit of any living mech to a brand new level. Connecting the mech designers and mech pilots together with Alexandria's design network yielded an effect that was similar to a mastery experience. Combining both Vase and Joshua's domains in a mysterious fashion resulted in the birth of a rare and extremely promising third-order living mech. Yet for all of these new accomplishments, the MTA only saw fit to give out 2 million MTA merits in total. Even when Vase took into account the deduction for introducing Gloriana and Kedis to different MTA factions, the cost shouldn't be too big. He suspected that Master Bowderin and his extensive entourage simply couldn't see through the full depth of his living mechs. Well, Vase partially carried the blame here, as he had never been forthcoming about the principles and mechanics behind living mechs. He only revealed more details to Master Willix, but she shouldn't have spread his trade secrets any further. Still, even if Master Bowderin knew more, the two masterwork expert mechs might genuinely not yield as much interesting data to the MTA anymore. Perhaps his fourth, fifth and sixth masterwork expert mechs of this nature would earn him even less MTA merits next time. Vase did not forget that the mechers liked to collect masterwork mechs and potentially use them for their own purposes. This could easily be done with standard machines, but expert mechs were always tied to single expert pilots, which made it useless for the MTA to claim these powerful machines. This was yet another reason for Vase to hurry up and return to designing standard mechs. Though he would probably opt to keep any new masterwork mechs like the Quint in his clan anyway, it was always nice to have the option of passing them on to the MTA. The little angel should have fallen into the hands of the mechers a long time ago. Vase wondered how it was doing these days. Well, whatever the MTA is doing with masterwork mechs, I should be glad that their creators can earn a hefty amount of MTA merits each time. The key was that this was a repeatable mission, and one that Vase and his team became increasingly better at completing. The more masterwork mechs they created, the higher the success rate of their next attempts. Even if the mechers became increasingly more stingy about rewarding the Larkinsons with MTA merits, there should still be a floor where it could drop no lower. Otherwise, they would devalue masterwork mechs too much, thereby removing the incentives to make more of them. This went against the MTA's apparent goal of collecting as many masterwork mechs as possible. Whether 2 million MTA merits was too high or low, Vase eventually concluded it was not a small sum. Too many journeymen would kill to earn this much in a single year. He would be acting spoiled if he still expressed dissatisfaction. Once Master Bowderin handled the merit issue, he addressed a couple of perfunctory and administrative topics before making his departure. While Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet left the workshop, Vase and Jovi stuck around a while longer. Now that Vase had become an associate of the survivalist faction, it became a lot more probable for them to get into contact more often. Both of them had reasons to establish closer ties to each other. Vase was always keen to improve his relations with trustworthy mechers, and Jovi was not as stuck up as the others. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and upbringing, they were both passionate mech designers who belonged to the same generation. It was foreseeable that they would keep up with each other in the future. As for Jovi, Vase was one of the few indigenous journeyman mech designers that he respected a lot. The Larkinson clan's living mechs had proven their chops in battle. If second-class mechs could already become more effective with the help of Ves's design philosophy, what about first-class mechs? Both of them easily picked up that their counterparts wanted to deepen their friendship, so they dropped every pretense and treated each other as equals. Congratulations on becoming a father, by the way. You have a lovely little girl. Thanks. Starting a new family really changes people. Will you? The MTA journeyman shook his head. I'm still at a stage where I'm traveling around and focusing on my own career. My design philosophy is difficult and unorthodox, so it is a much more extensive effort to progress it further. You should know what it is like to pioneer a new field. I'm nowhere ready to settle down at the moment. Vase smiled and shrugged. People like you whose lifespans are guaranteed to be in the centuries can afford to take it easy. Maybe you'll be in your 70s before you finally become a father yourself. I've seen instances where 130 or 150-year-old masters finally slowed down long enough to start their families. In fact, there are many mech designers who don't even bother with this chore at all. To them, their disciples and inheritors of their design philosophies are their real offspring. They don't want to go through the effort of raising sons and daughters only for them to lack the talent to become great at designing mechs. This was the tragedy of humanity's spiritual deficiency. Too many individuals lack the potential to become an extraordinary, and even the great and wise MTA masters didn't possess any advantages in this aspect. Vase personally thought that the joy and fulfillment of raising children should already be enough to satisfy people. Whether his own kids could become mech designers or not was not that critical. Sure, he wanted to nurture heirs or helpers to pass on his responsibilities and lighten his workload, but this was not a life and death situation. Could you tell me more about what it means to get involved in the association's factions? Vase eventually changed the topic. I'm not sure what I'm getting into. I'm aware that I can't do much as a journeyman, but what do I need to pay attention to with regards to these factions when I arrive in the Red Ocean? Jovi did not mind giving Vase advice. I haven't entered the Red Ocean myself, so I can't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel from personal experience. I still need to complete a few assignments before I'm allowed to pass through the Beander Gate. I can only pass on what I've learned from secondary and tertiary sources. Anything is fine as long as it's relevant. Information is power and I'm terribly short of both, Vase said in an embarrassed tone. As a core member of the Mech Trade Association, Jovi Armelon never had to think about what people like Vase had to go through. He had to pause for a moment in order to compile his thoughts. You're only a prospect to the survivalist faction at the moment, so don't overestimate your status. Jovi began. What I mean by that is that you shouldn't assume that other survivalists will go out of their way to help you out. The only ones who can help you are those you are already familiar with. For now, that is Master Willix and myself. You'll need to grow up more if you want to expand your network. What about Master Bowderin? Is he worth befriending? He'll remain in Tarnished Crown, so it's unlikely you'll be able to get close to him again. Human space is big, Vase. There are survivalists everywhere, but you can't possibly befriend them all. The best way you can deepen your ties to our faction is to stick to a fixed region and slowly build up your relations with the local survivalists. Some tend to move around every once in a while, but there are others who settle in a location for centuries. Once you become a senior, I suggest you should do your research and approach those who are interested in cooperation. People such as you. Vase smiled. Hee. I can't deny that I'm interested in combining our design philosophies. Jovi said without saying when they would be able to do that. What you should also be paying attention to is managing your relations with the other factions. While it isn't always obvious which one you're dealing with, their shadows are everywhere. For example, there are a lot of expansionists in the Red Ocean for obvious reasons. Their influence in the dwarf galaxy is enormous, so you should never get on their bad side. Understood. What about other factions? Don't get close to the Terran and Rubarthan factions. You'll inherit their stigma if everyone assumes you've joined one of their camps. Vase immediately saw the opportunity to learn about one of the deeper undercurrents of the Red Ocean. Do these state-bound factions have anything to do with the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact? A lot, Jovi immediately answered. That's why you shouldn't join one of these dominant alliances. You'll be giving up the chance to earn favors from the MTA just so you can obtain scraps from the first-rate superstates. The latter may be strong, but neither of them can match up against our association. I think someone as clever as you should know which is the better choice. I see. I don't have any ties to the Terrans and Rubarthans anyway. It's not worth it for me to associate with them if I'll always be treated as an outsider. To be honest, the situation wasn't that much different with the MTA, but Vase wanted to maintain some distance to powerful organizations anyway. The Larkinson clan's sovereignty must never come into question. Jovi placed his hand on Ves's shoulder. The MTA always gives a chance to outsiders as long as they become good enough. Once you become a star designer, our association will always welcome you with open arms. No mecher will close their doors to you just because of your indigenous background. I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I never intended to hook up with the Terrans or Rubarthans anyway. I've already set my sights on the Red Ocean Union. What can you tell me about this alliance that isn't obvious? The Red Ocean Union is a huge mixed bag. There are so many different pioneers in this alliance that it will be hard for you to find any common ground with any of them. If I were you, I would seek out other survivalist associates. You'll have a greater basis of cooperation with them and they will be much more reluctant to betray you since you are all supposed to be on the same side, more or less. That is a good piece of advice. Vase genuinely praised. I'll focus on doing that. Jovi gave Vase a friendly smile. I'm aware that you have trust issues, but we survivalists value credibility more than most people. It's part of our ideology since we can never tolerate betrayal in matters concerning the survival of the human race. That's good to hear. Chapter 3419. Lesser Beander Gate. Jovi Armelon eventually stuck around for several hours while the Larkinson fleet continued to undergo inspections. The most time-consuming process was the individual interviews and examinations of every single person. Even though this process was heavily automated in order to speed up the checks on 200,000 clansmen, the MTA's procedures were extremely extensive in order to catch even the slightest clues that someone might be a crown terrorist. Fortunately, the MTA inspectors never held back anyone from the Golden Skull Alliance on account of suspicious signs. The fact that not a single member of the three alliance partners raised any suspicious flags was suspicious in itself. The Larkinson clan didn't have to worry for long, though. The inspectors did not pursue their suspicions any further after Master Bowderin exerted his influence. Vase discovered once again the value of having friends in high places. Vase did not expect to obtain so many gains from Hovey's willingness to spend time with him. The MTA mech designer casually offered valuable information that outsiders could never easily obtain. Although Jovi never exposed anything truly sensitive or shocking, what he had already passed on made it clear that Vase owed the young mecher a small favor. Vase definitely had to reciprocate if he had the chance. He even thought about fabricating a small totem on the spot before he rejected this foolish notion. He only had access to second-class materials and production equipment, so anything he could build would probably look too shabby. Jovi was someone who was accustomed to working with the best tech and materials of humanity, so his standards were insanely high. It was not without reason why Jovi preferred to wait until Vase became proficient in first-class mech design before he was willing to talk more seriously about collaboration. Well, time is up now, Jovi said as he received a silent notification. Your fleet is on a strict schedule and it's best not to deviate from it. Good luck with your journey and try your best to expand your network. You will need a lot of help if you want to make the best out of your stay in the Red Ocean. The good news is that our survivalist faction is quite friendly with many other factions. Take advantage of that if you can. We can't protect humanity by ourselves. With that, Jovi teleported straight out of the spirit of Bentime. The ease in which the MTA managed to enter and exit reminded Vase to hurry up with acquiring teleportation countermeasures. The security risks were too great the longer his flagship and his other capital ships remained vulnerable to direct infiltration. After receiving a green light, the expeditionary fleet carefully followed a route that waited in line until it received its turn to stop at one of the star system's Lagrange points and transition into FTL. Only a day passed by until the Golden Skull Alliance finally reached its initial target. How rich! Opalis is a lot more developed than Centerpoint. The Opalis system used to be little different from the Centerpoint system. Both were located in the center of their respective star sectors and housed the sector headquarters of the regional MTA branch. Recently, the two diverged. While Centerpoint had always remained the same, the Gate Consortium chose Opalis to host one of its much-coveted lesser Beander gates. Although the expeditionary fleet was too distant from the inner system to get a good optical reading of the mythical gate, every single Larkinson, Glory Seeker and Crosser had become extremely excited. They were just a single step away from making their first long-distance jump. We'll be passing through 2 gates before we can reach the Red Ocean. General Verl's projection confirmed to Vase. The Beander Gate here in Opalis will bring us directly to the famous Marian Ultima system in the Galactic Heartland, the site that hosts the Milky Way's only greater Beander Gate. At least that we know of. Vase remarked. It matters little to us, sir. Marian Ultima is the only public gateway that directly connects the Milky Way to the Red Ocean. At this time, gate travel followed the hub-and-spoke model. Instead of setting multiple hugely expensive Greater Beander gates across the Milky Way, the Gate Consortium only built a single channel to the Red Ocean. Anyone who didn't live close to Marian Ultima needed to pass through the Galactic Gate network first. The lesser Beander gates were smaller and did not possess as much range, but they were much more economical to operate in greater numbers. It's strange that the Big Two chose to set up a Greater Beander Gate in the Galactic Heartland. Vase muttered, why not closer to the center of human power? I can think of multiple reasons. There are too many powerful threats in the galactic center. It's much easier to guard against them in a calmer region. Marian Ultima also happens to be situated close to the exact center of human space in our current galaxy. That means that even the furthest lesser Beyonder gates don't have to reach too far to connect to this central location. These were good reasons. Vase found it a pity that he wouldn't be able to enter the glorious galactic center so soon in his life, but it didn't really matter. The expeditionary fleet wouldn't have any opportunity to hang around in Marian Ultima. The authorities were extremely strict about what people were allowed to do while they resided in this highly strategic location. Fortunately, the Opalis system was a bit looser in that regard. Everyone who had received permission to enter this star system was already vetted to an extent. As a public MTA stronghold of Tarnished Crown, a lot of trade and industrial activities still took place even after Opalis turned into a gate system. The Larkinson clan keenly took advantage of this by acquiring a batch of premium goods for the last time. As the expeditionary fleet slowly advanced further into the Opalis system, Vase also performed the last acts of house cleaning while he still could. One heavy matter necessitated a personal meeting with the captain of the Spirit of Bentime. Vase called over Calabast to his ship in order to facilitate his heavy conversation. Patriarch Vase, Grand Captain Daria Maria greeted as she entered his office. She briefly paused when she noticed the presence of another woman, Director Calabast. When the ship captain approached his desk, Vase immediately got to the point. "We're all smart people, so I think you know why you are here, Captain. I value your service in the service of your fellow Hexer trainers. I've spoken to a number of the trainees who have learned much under their tutelage. Enough time has passed for them to graduate and take on their actual responsibilities. Your trainees aren't ready, sir." Grand Captain Daria Maria straightforwardly replied. "Capital ships are never easy to operate, and it can take at least a decade before any spacer can be trusted to control essential systems. It doesn't matter, Captain. We never intended to rely solely on our trainees to crew the Spirit of Bentime. We have 8 more capital ships in our possession. Each of them are crewed by tens of thousands of decent spacers that we have managed to recruit over the years. Ever since we entered the Antilla star cluster, we have managed to expand our manpower pool with plenty of trained and experienced naval personnel that are not any worse than you and your trainers. They aren't familiar with Hexer ship systems like us. These foreigners won't be able to get the most out of the Spirit of Bentime. I can live with that. While I value efficiency, I can live with a performance drop of 5 or 10% as long as I can replace temporary hires such as your Hexers with loyal Larkinson spacers. I've already made my choice, Captain Vraken." Calabast smirked as she leaned against Vess's chair. "What the Patriarch means is that you should take your fellow Hexers and get off our fleet. We don't want you anymore." The Grand Captain looked disappointed. Though Vase hated to boot the Hexer trainers off his ship after they performed so well in battle and trained a lot of inexperienced Larkinson crew members, he no longer had to tolerate the presence of so many Hexers on his flagship. "You don't need to play the pity act in order to appeal to Vess's sense of loyalty." Calabast ruthlessly said, "Very well, I see that you have all made up your minds. I shall miss captaining the Spirit of Bentime. She is a fantastic ship and will serve your clan well." Daria Maria schooled her expression. "Thank you. Our clan has already readied numerous passenger transports in the hangar bay. You have 1 hour before you are scheduled to depart." Both Vase and Calabast waited until Captain Daria Maria Vraken left the office. "Well, that's over with." Vase sighed. "She didn't put up as much of a fight than I thought. She could read the writing on the wall. There are just too many replacements in this star cluster, and even if this wasn't the case, we could have brought in some of our senior ship officers that are currently serving aboard our other capital ships. These Hexer instructors had become dispensable a year ago. We no longer need to maintain good relations with the Hexadric hegemony in order to survive." "That's true. I'm pretty sure that Captain Daria Maria Vraken is a diva agent. She hides it well and knows how to keep herself in check, but I still have a strong hunch that she's one of my former colleagues. Should I be concerned?" "No." Calabast shook her head. "The Hexers aren't our enemies and they know that my black cats are monitoring the Spirit of Bentime too closely to get away with anything improper. They were just here to keep an eye on us and to report on our clan's internal matters. Those are relatively harmless activities, but that doesn't mean we should tolerate them any longer." The abrupt departure of Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken and a significant chunk of core personnel did not lead to a lot of disruption. The Larkinsons had already made preparations in advance. A select number of existing crew members received immediate promotions while the remaining holes were filled by replacements. The clan currently suffered from an abundance of idle spacers due to the disposal of all of the clan's sub-capital ships. There were few issues with getting them back to work. More time passed by as the expeditionary fleet completed its final preparations. The only other major step was the addition of 4 capital ships to the fleet. The 4 capital ships didn't belong to the Golden Skull Alliance. They were just standalone vessels that belonged to different transportation companies that wanted to get an easy ride to the Red Ocean. It was prohibitive for these companies to pay a huge amount of MTA merits for every attempt to travel to the Red Ocean. What they did instead was to offer money to various pioneering fleets that still had vacant slots in their lineup. Though Vase initially thought about filling up the 4 remaining ship slots of the Golden Skull Alliance with sub-capital ships, he eventually deemed it a waste. It was a lot better to accept a huge bag of money from opportunistic businessmen who turned gate travel into a lucrative new business venture. Once the fleet encompassed 20 capital ships, the Lesser Beander Gate loomed closer than ever. The massive metal ring was thick and well protected. An entire MTA warfleet hovered all around this precious gate, imposing maximum deterrence to anyone that approached this marvel of high technology. With a diameter of 9 kilometers, multiple capital ships could pass through at once, particularly if the vessels adhered to standard human ship design conventions. Soon enough, the massive open space within the circle shimmered before a dazzling amount of energy formed into an active, ocean blue portal. The fluctuating portal did not present an image of the other side, but Vase knew that it only took a short step forward in order to traverse a distance of tens of thousands of light years in an instant. This is it, Galactic Heartland, here we go, Vase said to himself. He rigidly sat in his observer's seat on the bridge as the new replacement captain instructed the Spirit of Bentime to proceed forward in pace with the rest of the expeditionary fleet. Every single capital ship of the Golden Skull Alliance smoothly passed through the active Lesser Beander Gate, marking their definite departure from the Antilla star cluster and the galactic rim. A new future beckoned to the pioneers. Chapter 3420, Greater Beander Gate. The Marian Ultima system was the figurative and literal center of human space in these promising times. Before the opening of the Red Ocean, it was already a remarkable star system that had long been used as a stronghold by the MTA. After the establishment of the Gate Consortium, Marian Ultimate attracted a huge amount of traffic from every corner of human space in the old galaxy. Several Lesser Beander Gates were situated in highly guarded coordinates in the outer system. Each of them routinely activated and disgorged a plethora of capital ships. As hundreds of other Lesser Beander Gates located in far-flung gate systems like Opalis regularly made contact. The amount of traffic in Marian Ultima was much more massive than in Opalis, and it showed. The local plot already counted a dizzying array of ships of all shapes and sizes. A huge number of third-class and second-class starships were waiting for passage, but they weren't the ones that attracted everyone's attention. It was the first-class starships that hogged all of the limelight. Tens of thousands of modern MTA and CFA warships patrolled the star system or remained in orbit. While many of them were admittedly escort ships, Vase had never seen so much firepower and destructive potential gathered in a single location in person. Just the hundreds of battleships alone could wipe out every planet in a typical star system in an instant. The Marian Ultima system was anything but typical, though. It had massively expanded in size when the Big Two moved over more than a dozen stars and over 100 planets. Despite the huge amount of radiation, interference and gravitic interactions all of these imported satellites generated, the Big Two's mastery of technology completely tempered all of this dangerous activity. Staying in this star system was no more dangerous than staying in any other ordinary place like the Cloudy Curtain system. Vase couldn't even begin to understand how the MTA and CFA managed to temper all of these powerful natural forces, so he didn't even try. Instead, he directed his sights towards the distant pioneering fleets with first-class origins. Every first-class fleet was impressive. Whether it was the size of their capital ships or the excellent materials they were made of, Vase became overwhelmed with the splendor that these pioneers casually put on display. It's too bad that no one is allowed to deploy any mechs in this place, he muttered. Part of the prior inspection process was to lock down every potential source of danger. The MTA made sure that each and every mech was locked in place and made and operate. A lot of other starship systems had to be locked down as well. If anyone activated even one of these locked devices, the MTA would instantly overreact. This was why nobody dared to joke around at this time. Even the arrogant Terrans and Rubarthans had to remain on their best behavior and stow away most of their impressive tech. Even then, they still attracted much of the attention from the hillbillies who originated from the poorer and less developed parts of human space like the galactic rim. It took at least a week before the expeditionary fleet advanced all the way to the Greater Beander Gate and received its turn to enter the new frontier. This was plenty of time for Vase to admire the sights and make a couple of plans for the immediate future. I would love to trade with these first raiders, but I can't even buy a single nutrient in this high-security zone. No one was allowed to move out of turn. No physical trade and commerce was allowed to take place either in order to keep in-system traffic as controlled as possible. In fact, even if anyone attempted to stir up trouble, then the enormous amount of warships, first-class multi-purpose mechs and fixed defensive stations would instantly contain and suppress any perceived threat. Too strong. While Vase continued to exercise his patience, he took a brief look at the amount of MTA merits left in his account. The Larkinson clan paid dearly to enter the Red Ocean. Vase personally gave up 45 million MTA merits, which was the biggest individual contribution in the Golden Skull Alliance. Gloriana gave up 2,750,000 MTA merits while Juliet and Kedis emptied their entire accounts. In total, that covered over half of the merits needed to enter the Red Ocean. The Cross clan was the second major contributor. As promised, Patriarch Reginald Cross coughed up 25 million MTA merits at once. How he was even able to earn that much, Vase didn't know. What was even more amazing was that Professor Benedict Cortez offered 17,500,000 MTA merits at once. This was extremely impressive as Vase was pretty sure that the former Skull Architect started with nothing after he returned to civilized space. In the span of a couple of years, the man must have worked incredibly hard to complete one MTA mission after another. This partially explained why the Cross clan hadn't been in a hurry to adopt a large amount of mech models in the past year. Is every senior mech designer able to earn so many merits in such a short amount of time, or is Professor Benedict really that good? Vase questioned. The professor hadn't been boasting when he claimed that he was close to becoming a master. Even so, there was still an enormous gap in strength and capabilities between the two ranks. No senior should be able to rake in so many merits so easily. Not without performing the kind of dangerous missions that Vase had once fulfilled in the Nixian Gap. Before his meeting with Master Bowderin, Vase wouldn't have been able to come up with a clear answer. Now, it became clear to Vase that Professor Benedict must have established a relationship with an MTA faction. The question is which one? Vase frowned in thought. There were too many possibilities, but some were more probable than others. Someone as passionate and crazy about mechs as him fits right at home with the mech supremacists. Then again, with his unusual life trajectory, he also fits right at home with the Unbounders or even the Dissolutionists. If Professor Benedict really managed to earn a lot of merits with the help of one of the latter two factions, then this was a considerable problem. The Unbound Humanity faction and the Dissolution faction were both unpopular because their ideals undermined the MTA in its current form. This caused them to form a lot of enemies, each of which wanted to make sure that these anarchists didn't get their way. I really hope my suspicion is wrong. It could be that his speculation was off the mark. There were still plenty of ways for mech designers to earn millions of MTA merits without touching any of the MTA factions. Vase wasn't interested in pursuing this matter any further. At this time, he only cared about the fact that Professor Benedict's contribution brought the total sum of merits incredibly close to the 95 million MTA merits needed to buy a Beander ticket. The sum was still 2,250,000 MTA merits short of reaching this goal. He wondered whether providing introduction letters to Gloriana and Kedis caused the Golden Skull Alliance to fall just short of gathering the necessary merits. I still have a few merits left. 1,160,402 MTA merits, to be more precise. Vase was extremely reluctant to spend his remaining stash, though. He needed them to procure essential goods and services at the other side of the Beander Gate, most notably anti-teleportation technology. Just as he thought about contributing all of his remaining MTA merits and finding another way to make up for the remaining shortfall, he received an unexpected notice. Surprisingly, the Glory Seekers managed to make up the difference. They managed to recruit a 45-year-old journeyman who managed to earn over 2 million MTA merits over her career. Vase didn't know much about Galina Rovan-Harchel, but she evidently found the conditions of the Glory Seekers attractive enough to pass on the opportunities to join other pioneering fleets. So far, He only learned that she was a former citizen of the Empire of the Lost who had traveled all the way to Opalis in order to enter the Red Ocean. Her small accumulation of MTA merits turned her into an undesirable partner to any pioneering alliances. She simply couldn't contribute as much to the acquisition of a second-class Beander ticket. This happened to put her in an excellent situation to become one of the pioneers of the Golden Skull Alliance. Though Vase and many other people in the fleet thought that Miss Galena got in way too cheap, it couldn't be helped. He was only able to get a discount of 5% on account of his associate tier with the Rim Guardians. It was too late to upgrade his tier any further. As a result, the Golden Skull Alliance officially exchanged almost all of its MTA merits to obtain a much-coveted second-class Beander ticket. As long as the fleet reached the other side, special rules would go into effect that would designate certain individuals as pioneers. In total, there were 3 galactic pioneers. One of them was a Larkinson while the remaining 2 were crossers. Vase Larkinson, Reginald Cross, Benedict Cortez. Each of them would gain an exalted status in the Red Ocean. Not only did pioneers have access to exclusive goods and services of the Big Two, they also gained official sanction to colonize the star systems of the Red Ocean and found their own states. Their additional privileges also came with a considerable amount of burdens and responsibilities, but they were manageable. It was conceivable that many pioneers would become the likely protagonists of the wave of expansion in the dwarf galaxy. Aside from that, there were 4 contributors. Gloriana Woden Larkinson, Juliet Stamaros Larkinson, Kedys Larkinson, Galena Rovin Harchel. These 3 were not entitled to receive the coveted status of a galactic pioneer, but they were still important nonetheless. It's almost time. For this important passage, everyone wore their best outfits. Vase stood on the bridge in his full-dress uniform while Gloriana wore a resplendent red dress that was adorned with shiny ruby-like luminaire crystals. Even Aurelia became fascinated by the cute pink outfit that adorned her small but adorable form, Bugawawa. Their cats had already gathered by their side. Lucky and Clixie were on their best behavior this time while the spiritual cats remained out of sight in order to avoid drawing attention to them. They were in one of the most heavily guarded star systems in the galaxy, after all. Any anomaly would certainly trip alarms. As the clan-wide broadcast went live, Vase took a deep breath before he addressed his people. My fellow Larkinsons, many of us have completed a long and dangerous journey. It was not easy to reach Tarnished Crown. We fought off pirates and several heavily armed military mech forces, got trapped on planets and became surrounded by enemies. We defeated far more than the mechs we once fielded and we tore down an impressive number of expert mechs, all in just the span of a few years. Vase briefly lowered his head. We did not get here without a price. Although our clan always acknowledges the price of failure, we must always remain thankful for the tens of thousands of brothers and sisters who have sacrificed their lives in an attempt to fulfill our dream. Though he didn't have to mention this painful point, he owed it to the soldiers who helped the Larkinson clan survive. We can't take this opportunity for granted. If we do nothing else in the Red Ocean, we will only cheapen the sacrifice of our fallen. Let us live our new lives to the fullest and work harder than ever to climb even higher. We have already managed to uplift ourselves from third-raters to second-raters, but this is not the limit. Our new overarching purpose is to uplift the Larkinson clan into a proper first-class organization. First class, what an ambitious goal. While there were countless people and organizations who failed to uplift themselves, few Larkinsons were skeptical about this goal. They were different. They were special. They were led by one of the most remarkable leaders that they knew. With Vase, the clansmen possessed an inexplicable amount of confidence that they would be able to succeed where others failed. As the morale of every Larkinson reached a peak, Vase finally raised his fist and uttered a single cry. For the clan! For the clan! The greater Beander gate that possessed a diameter of 25 kilometers finally shimmered to life. A deep blue shifting pool energy came to life, connecting a main galaxy to one of its satellite galaxies. Hundreds of capital ships steadily accelerated forward all at once. A mixture of third-class, second-class and first-class vessels belonging to many different fleets passed through the active Beander Gate in quick succession. When the enormous collection of capital ships finally made it through, the massive Beander Gate finally fell silent. Humanity had just delivered another batch of adventurers to the Red Ocean. Chapter 3421, The Family Left Behind, It's Not Really Home. Melinda Larkinson sighed. The mech pilot looked out of the porthole of the Forbearance, the fleet carrier of the Larkinson family. To Melinda, the Larkinson family had been drifting ever since it evacuated from the Bright Republic. The trauma of getting betrayed by the Bright Republic and getting dragged into Vase Larkinson's willful conflict against the Friday Coalition had pushed many family members to the brink. Too many Larkinsons became unmoored from their lives. Nothing became familiar to them anymore as they could no longer return to the warm and green Larkinson estate. Instead, the Larkinson family had begun to live in massive metal coffins in space. Although there were plenty of opportunities for Larkinsons to go onshore, leave on whatever planet their modest fleet was orbiting, few family members wished to stay on the ground for a long time. It wasn't home. Second-rate states were still too weird to the people who grew up in the Bright Republic for their entire lives. Everything was bigger, more advanced and more discriminatory towards wealth and class. It didn't help that the Garland Empire possessed a culture that was obsessed with glory and martial valor. While this obsession granted Patriarch Ark Larkinson a lot of respect among the Garliners, even he couldn't reconcile his values with the warmongering tendencies of this powerful state. The Larkinsons were strangers here. There was no other way to put it. They didn't belong here and developed no attachment to the strangers that welcomed the old family for different reasons. They either want to get their hooks into a potential ace pilot or they're eager to forge deeper connections with the Larkinson clan. Their current benefactors was the Fenton tribe, a large and powerful group situated in the heart of the Garland Empire. The Fenitons already had ace pilots to spare, but they were never satisfied with their current lineup. They would love to gain an additional leader figure and powerhouse, so they offered attractive conditions to the Larkinson family. It also helped that befriending the Larkinson family might give the Fenton tribe an advantage when trying to procure powerful mechs from the LMC. At least that was what the Fenitons thought would happen. In reality, contact between the Larkinson family and the Larkinson clan was shallow and perfunctory. Though blood family members split between the two branches initially talked to each other almost every day, all of the changes over the years caused them to become increasingly more alienated from each other. The members of the Larkinson clan had undergone drastic changes. The true bloods among them even consider the people they adopted as closer brothers and sisters than the members of the old family. Vase didn't even bother to call Benjamin, Ark and Melinda anymore unless it was for special occasions such as the birth of his daughter. Though Melinda found her tiny niece to be adorable and wanted to see her in the form of a projection once again, Vase and the other members of the Larkinson clan were too preoccupied with their own ambitious goals to spare much time to connect with the family they left behind. It was depressing, especially when news regularly poured in about all of the excitement the clan went through and how they gained yet another impressive mech or capital ship. A younger Melinda would have grown frustrated when she realized what she was missing out upon. The Larkinson family disproportionately consisted of the older generation. They were too old, crotchety and inflexible about sticking to the old ways. They adapted poorly to the new circumstances and only dug in their heels further when faced with change. It was fortunate that Ark was more open-minded than the oldsters. At least he was able to strike a better balance than the Larkinsons, who agreed more with the late venerable Ganso Larkinson than herself. Despite knowing about the ulterior motives of the Fenton tribe, Patriarch Ark agreed to become its retainer for a set amount of years in exchange for obtaining a high-tier expert mech. To their credit, the master mech designers who worked for the Fenton tribe worked earnestly to design the Traven Exine, a high-tier medium expert hybrid mech. It was armed with a plethora of powerful ranged weapons and could also handle itself against enemies up close with a sword. Yet compared to the often praised expert mechs of the Larkinson clan, the Traven Exine was too cold and impersonal. It sounded strange to say this about an expert mech that was customized for Ark, but after piloting the living mechs designed by Vase, every other machine lacked that spark that made mech pilots feel more connected to their battle partners. At least the other Larkinsons were enjoying their bright warriors a lot, even though they were purportedly inferior to those produced by the Larkinson clan itself. She felt his presence nearing. She turned around to see the leader of the Larkinson family join her in looking out onto the planet below. "Did you enjoy the parade?" "Hardly," Ark replied in an even tone. "The Fenton tribe's penchant for parades, festivals and showboating does get tiring, but it is a better alternative than being thrown into combat against another tribe." That was one of the redeeming points about the Fenton tribe. It was powerful yet had to tread carefully due to its leading status. Any clan or tribe that developed an excessive appetite easily united other enemies. This was exactly why the Cross clan fell. Since the Fenton tribe's ace pilots were a bit more aware of the dangers, they satisfied their craving for glory and recognition in more benign and less deadly ways. Nobody died in these events, but participating in them did get tiring. According to his contract with the Fenodin tribe, Ark had to rotate through every province in major star system and take part in one of their local events. Although he wasn't a famed ace pilot, his unquestionable martial strength was still impressive enough to make the Garliners crazy. It was a disgraceful circus, but it was also honest living. When will we be able to leave? Not soon. Ark shook his head. It depends on what happens, but I should be able to end my obligations within 10 years. The problem is that we don't have a good destination in mind. Every state was weird and different from home. There was no place that was close enough to the Bright Republic for them to settle. The Larkinson family had become a second-class organization as well, so it was impossible to quietly settle in a third-rate state. Melinda began to glower when she thought about what had happened as of late. It's getting more dangerous here as well. The frequency of terrorist attacks isn't as great as before, but there's always a risk each time we make landfall. Nowhere is safe. I agree, but have you noticed how many more shady and suspicious fleets have been passing through Vicious Mountain? I wouldn't have been surprised if they were trying to make their way to Tarnished Crown, but they're heading in the opposite direction. As a former peacekeeper, Melinda had been trained to read various patterns. The increasing traffic towards a destination other than the nearest gate system had set her on edge. What was it about the Nixian Gap that was attracting so many different people? Had rumors spread of some kind of ancient alien treasure? Whatever was the case, the Yena star cluster was becoming increasingly hotter. Home, Patriarch Ark said in a firm tone. It's becoming increasingly more clear to me that no existing state can give us the feeling of home. The old Bright Republic has already died, and no second-rate state can replicate the environment we used to dedicate our lives to defending. Will we become eternal drifters? Melinda frowned. If we don't have a clear future aspiration, I seriously doubt our Larkinson family will exist after 100 years. None of us are cut out to live as nomads. I'll do my best to change that, Melinda. Our children and our grandchildren shouldn't live most of their lives on ships like the Forbearance. How? By founding our own state. Ark stated with absolute certainty. Wait, what? Of all of the possible solutions to the homesickness that had afflicted the Larkinson family, Melinda never thought that someone would seriously suggest they found their own state. Do you know what you're talking about, Ark? Founding a state is expensive, difficult and risky. Sure, it would be nice if we can pull it off, but there's no way we can do that. Anything is possible, Melinda. Have the Garliners been filling your head with nonsense? Your willpower is strong, but that doesn't mean you can rely on it to build an entire from scratch. Explain, please. Why do you believe we cannot succeed? Even if we temper our ambitions and try to settle for founding a third-rate state instead of a second-rate state, the amount of money you're talking about is far out of our reach. She heatedly replied, our family isn't good at building new colonies, let alone erecting new states. The only thing we are good at is piloting mechs and fighting in wars. Also, have you ever considered the price for failure? Our family might come to an end and all of us might die in some poor dirtball just because you overestimated our capabilities. This is not a responsible decision. Patriarch Ark calmly listened to Melinda's points, but did not relent. I've considered our situation carefully and have considered all of your points. Then why are you still daft enough to think it's a good idea to start an entire state? Because the alternative is worse. Ark stated as he swept his hand across the compartment. Look at the state of our family. Where do you think we will be in 10 years, 20 years or further? If we keep going in the current direction, we'll either die a slow death as our family slowly loses its drive or warp into Garliners as our children grow up in an environment where war is glorified. There is no future for us here. Melinda looked shocked. In all of his public addresses, Ark had always acted as the optimistic patriarch who would lead the family to greatness. She knew it was hard for him to make the right decisions, but she never thought his burdens were so great. Ark, tell me my vision is wrong, Melinda. Tell me that our family can start a new life in this star cluster. Though Melinda wanted to refute her patriarch so badly, she could see the writing on the wall as well now that he pointed it out. Their current pattern was bleak. In that case, maybe Ark's radical proposal merited serious thought. Okay, I admit that we need a more drastic change, but founding a state is beyond our capabilities. The founding families of the Bright Republic got it done. They were much better prepared than us. We don't have the numbers, the assets and the funding to organize a colonization fleet. The only place that is open for colonization is the Red Ocean, but none of us is as good at earning MTA merits as Vase. How can we possibly obtain passage? None of these issues are insurmountable, Melinda. Do you know why I am still set on working together with the Garliners? It's because everything will change as long as I'm able to break through to ace pilot. Ark's force of will grew stronger as he explained his aspiration. As long as I work hard and manage to break through, my status in the Garland Empire will undergo a complete change. The people here revere ace pilots, and we can use that to lead them to a better future, one that isn't engulfed in internal strife and pointless wars. As long as my status becomes exalted, many Garliners will answer my call and offer aid. Melinda widened her eyes. So that was why Ark was working so hard for the Fenodin tribe as of late. The ambitious patriarch continued to expose his plan. We can partner up with mech designers who have earned a great amount of MTA merits. We can rely on the dividends we earn from the LMC to slowly build up our colonization fleet or attract investment from wealthy locals. We can hire as many personnel as we need to crew our ships and pilot our mechs. Do you see? It does not matter if our Larkinson family is not capable of supporting a colonization fleet. I can make it happen by myself if needed. The premise is that you succeed in breaking through to ace pilot. The Larkinson expert pilot's eyes burned with conviction. I will make it happen within 10 years. Once my covenant with the Fenodin tribe ends, we will be free to go as we please. We will be ready to depart for the Red Ocean by then. That is my promise. Melinda truly found it difficult to imagine that the Larkinson family could meet such an ambitious goal within this timespan, but she became excited at the thought. For the first time in a year, she regained her hope. Hope for the future of her family. There was just one little issue, though. If we manage to reach the Red Ocean, will we seek out the Larkinson clan? Last I heard, Vase and his followers have just arrived in the dwarf galaxy. That means they have a head start and can lend us a hand if needed. Ark became a bit more subdued. I don't know, Melinda. We have grown more distant as of late. Let us try to rely on our own efforts. It is a sign of weakness if we keep thinking about receiving another handout from the Larkinson clan. Our family must learn to stand on its own 2 feet. That was hard to do when the Larkinson family didn't really have an adequate source of income. If not for the 1% ownership in the LMC, Melinda and her fellow Larkinson mech pilots would have been forced to work as full-time mercenaries a long time ago. Vase has never relied on us since he founded his clan and went his own way. Melinda eventually said, maybe we should learn more from his example. He is proof that Larkinsons such as ourselves can be more than obedient soldiers. If the Larkinson family wanted to pull itself out of its downward trend, then aspiring saviors such as Ark and Melinda needed to show more than good leadership. They needed to show initiative. Chapter 3422, Sovereigns of the Seas, permission to come aboard, sir. Permission granted. A CFA officer shook off the slight physical discomfort that always came after routine teleportation. He had exercised his body as of late in order to increase his tolerance of frequent exertions. He also exchanged a hefty amount of CFA merits to optimize his genes and increase his endurance to unnatural levels. All of these augments along with his vastly improved work ethics over the years provided a reasonable explanation why he was able to shoot up the ranks all of a sudden. In order to make the best possible impression on the first day of his new assignment, he especially grew a neat, tight-cropped beard. It was not as flamboyant as the exaggeratingly curled gray mustache of the captain of this fine warship, but the commanding officer already showed indications of greater appreciation. It was small moves like these that helped to accelerate a junior officer's career. The 2 officers first completed all of the official procedures. The former executive officer of the Nudamu Striker received a promotion after 2 decades of diligent service and moved on to greener pastures. That left a serious hole in the hierarchy of the fairly modern armed destroyer. Many ambitious officers coveted this position, not just because it was an excellent opportunity to transition to an independent command, but also because the Nudamu Striker was about to be reassigned to the Red Ocean. Practically every ambitious CFA officer wished to go on deployment to the dwarf galaxy. An entirely new wave of distinguished and proven frontline combat spacers emerged from the invasion that started over half a century ago and already made waves within the organization. The Red Ocean War also exposed a lot of incompetence. A lot of officers who slowly managed to move up the ranks by relying on nepotism and peacetime achievements performed quite disappointingly in the heat of the action. Many CFA officers who had long remained stuck in the lower end of the hierarchy saw hope of breaking through the inertia of their stalled careers. They weren't cut out to work quietly for several centuries and slowly make their way up to a senior command. Compared to keeping the peace in the relatively quiet Milky Way, it was a lot better to take part in the action in the Red Ocean. In past eras, such incompetence could still be brushed aside by maintaining a network of backers, but the introduction of the neutral, objective and impartial independent evaluation system changed everything. The days where an old boys network of closely acquainted officials could hand out juicy assignments to their friends and family were over. Not humans, but a vast and incredibly powerful calculating intelligence monitored and judged the performance of every spacer in real time. Through a combination of both objective measures and comparisons between others' peers, the IES was able to make thorough judgments of an officer's actual performance. This methodology completely disregarded the subjective and often biased evaluations of human superiors. This was how a CFA officer with a relatively poor track record until recently managed to get back on the fast track. He understood quite well how the IES made its judgments, so it was easy enough to game its algorithms. After a hard struggle, a certain reformed member of the Grand Novolon Spaceborne clan managed to earn the spot. Once Captain Parvis Antiri fully keyed his new executive officer to the Nudamu striker, he finally loosened up to an extent. "Walk with me, Commander." The two left the bridge of the powerful destroyer and moved to an observation chamber that provided an augmented view of the surrounding space. The two gazed at the distant Greater Beander Gate that was bringing hundreds of privately owned capital ships to a distant dwarf galaxy. Although the Nudamu striker was situated too far from the marvel of engineering to provide a clear view of the portal with the naked eye, the displays automatically patched into a remote feed that provided a closer and far more detailed view. "Let me be plain to you." Captain Antiri spoke up after a while. "I preferred to see a different candidate take up your assignment. I argued hard to put a younger and more promising man under my wing. He is younger, but has already shown brilliant performance. Unlike you, he hasn't squandered his first chances and has always put his all into completing his tasks. His only fault is his relative lack of experience, but that is what my mentorship is supposed to rectify. In just 1 or 2 decades, I would have been able to provide the CFA with another high-flying captain. Instead, I have you, Commander Zonrad Rees. Your mixed record leaves much to be desired." Commander Rees did not let the captain's judgment affect his mood. He continued to maintain a polite smile. "We all work at the behest of the Common Fleet Alliance, sir. As far as I am aware of, there are no exceptions to the judgments of the independent evaluation system. Since its introduction and continued updates, the overall efficiency and productivity of our entire organization has risen by 7% on average. This is a massive gain that has allowed us to become more competitive to the Mech Trade Association." Everything the newly appointed executive officer said was true and factual, yet the underlying meaning and intention of his message was not as benign. Commander Rees knew what he could get away with. In order to beat every competitor and earn a coveted spot under one of the more famed and renowned mentors in the CFA, he offended plenty of patrons by squeezing aside their preferred candidates. So what? The only backer that junior officers like him needed to please was the independent evaluation system. Though fleeters weren't religious as a rule, if they were, then they would certainly worship the IES as their god. Its continued success and all of the benefits it brought had led to a rising trend of outsourcing more decisions to ICE. Although the Grand Admirals of the Common Fleet Alliance were careful to maintain human control over all of the critical levers of power, there were plenty of situations where human intervention was clearly inferior to automated decision-making. You new brats who trample over tradition are changing the CFA and not in a good way in my opinion." The captain snorted. "I won't say that the independent evaluation system makes terrible decisions, but it sees humans like us as interchangeable components. For all of their efforts, none of the brilliant programmers and software engineers under our employ has ever been able to give the IES a more human touch." Commander Rees twitched his smile. "That would require them to create a sentient AI. Our research teams are at least several centuries away from accomplishing a breakthrough." "And how would you know that, Commander?" "I've recently oriented my specialization from gunnery to programming and AI systems, sir. It turns out that I have always neglected my true talent until recently. The scheduled automation-oriented refit of the Nudamu striker is one of the reasons why the IES has selected me to become your executive officer. You will require assistance to make use of the new cutting-edge predictive combat control systems that are designed to counter the trickier alien opposition that we will encounter in the Red Ocean. Their use of phase water makes them tricky to pin down." Captain Antiri's expression darkened. Although he hated to admit it, he was no longer at an age where he could keep up with the constant pace of technological advancements so easily. This was why line officers tended to retire from frontline service after passing a certain age range. Though gene optimization treatments and life-prolonging treatments typically allowed most senior officers to live for at least 400 years, aging came in multiple forms, not just physical. After nearing 2 centuries of living, Captain Antiri was already coming close to retiring from field service. With his record and competences, it was hard to imagine that he could make a successful jump to the rank of Commodore or higher. The gulf from single-ship command to multi-ship command or equivalent was a critical watershed in the Common Fleet Alliance. It took more than gradual accumulation and steady service to obtain true power within the powerful organization. The CFA had been born in a time where irresponsible leaders gained more power than they could responsibly wield. Even in a time before the introduction of the IES, the admirals had always been strict about the officers who were eligible to join their ranks. Aside from lacking major accomplishments, one of the other reasons why Captain Antiri's chances were poor was because he struggled to keep up with all of the recent innovations related to automation. He didn't understand why advanced AI and computer systems made it harder for him to control his own warship. Weren't they supposed to make everyone's work easier? The Common Fleet Alliance was changing. The Nudamu Striker was changing as well. Captain Antiri was observant enough to recognize the rising trend. He hoped to pass on command of the Nudamu Striker to a promising, talented successor who might be able to break the barrier to becoming an admiral someday. Much of that hope was lost with the appointment of Commander Zonrad Rees. "You sound as if you have a passion in AI development," the captain commented. "With your certifications and intellectual prowess, you could easily apply to become a junior researcher in one of our prestigious research departments. Why have you not applied for a reassignment?" Commander Zonrad Rees slightly shook his head. "Because a researcher cannot become an admiral. Is that important? The status of a top researcher in our alliance is almost equivalent to a Grand Admiral. The lead developers of the independent evaluation system have become Tier 1 galactic citizens. Galactic citizens cannot take command," Conrad Rees retorted. "Admirals do, and no one can countermand the orders of a Grand Admiral. The command track is the only valid choice for me. I can innovate, but I would rather lead. I hope to learn that from you, Captain. And you shall receive my instruction." Captain Antiri had little choice. A CFA officer like himself was accustomed to accepting the decisions from above. This honest moment was the only time he would allow himself to vent his honest thoughts and frustrations. After today, he would go back to acting as a professional who dedicated almost 2 centuries of his life to serving the Alliance. The clever commander knew that as well and revealed his own ambitions. Despite the obvious friction between them, both of them had to make their new working relationship work. After sharing each other's thoughts for 30 minutes, they began to develop a basic degree of respect in each other. No CFA officer who reached their ranks were truly petty or incompetent. The constant monitoring of the independent evaluation system made sure of that. "Hee, the new executive officer of the Nudamu." Stryker chuckled under his breath. "What is so amusing to you, Mr. Rees?" "Ah, I believe I have just spotted a familiar acquaintance passing through the gate." The captain looked dubiously towards the augmented view of the Greater Beander Gate. A plethora of first, second and third class capital ships briskly advanced through the shimmering dark blue energy curtain. A space peasant, a galactic citizen and also a galactic pioneer to boot. A contemptuous expression appeared on Captain Antiri's face. "They're all jumped up space peasants. There is hardly any value in these indigenous landlubbers. The MTA thinks they have potential and can be trained, but our alliance knows better. Remember who you are and what you represent. Only the true spaceborn are eligible to rule over the boundless space around us. Not the space peasants, not the first-rate superstates and definitely not the MTA will be able to deny our right to dominate the stars. Never forget that, Mr. Rees." The executive officer nodded with a serious expression. "We are the sovereigns of the Sea of Stars." Chapter 3423, Stupid Technology. The outcome of the Komodo War is nearly set. A distinguished woman spoke as she addressed one of her direct disciples in her newly rebuilt design lab. "Our forces are battering the Hexer defensive lines as we speak. Though the misguided women and their deluded male sheep are holding fast for the time being, there are only so many bodies they can sacrifice to stop our advance." Tristan Wesseling stood attentively as he listened to his master. "Too many people have already died. These Hexers deserve what we're giving to them, but we're losing soldiers in droves as well. That will soon change. The Carnegie Group is in the final stages of negotiating the intervention of foreign states. The Garliners have responded eagerly to the opportunity to flex their muscles against a different opponent than themselves. I thought that our Friday coalition has always rejected foreign state intervention. Tristan furrowed his brows. Aren't there well-founded fears that once we invite foreign armies to participate in our battles, they might not leave once the war is over? Those concerns are still valid, but the leaders of the Carnegie Group and other coalition partners have adjusted their strategy. The current plan is to contract foreign mercenary outfits to raid the rear and hinterland provinces of the Hexadric hegemony. At this moment, the Hex army deployed their units to the front lines en masse. That had left the Hexer state under-defended in many other areas, a fact that Fredaimon raiding units regularly exploited. However, the first half of the Komodo War had severely depleted the amount of mech units that the Friday coalition could deploy. The Fredaimon didn't have the manpower and assets to spare to properly exploit the openings of their adversaries. In order to prevent the Hexers from obtaining any breathing room, the coalition partners had to exert heavy and continuous pressure at the front. Tristan understood this and figured out how much damage raiders could do at the exposed rear of the hegemony. "This is rather clever now that I think about it," he commented. "Even minor raids can lead to a disproportionate response from the Hexers. The pressure on them will rise further, and they will certainly struggle whether they should pull units away from the front in order to bolster their rear. The only question I have is whether these mercenaries are truly what they say they are. What if they are more than ordinary soldiers for hire?" Master Katzenberg responded with a rueful expression as she adjusted her lab coat. "These details are irrelevant in the greater scheme. We already expect foreign military mech units to enter the Komodo Star sector in the guise of mercenary outfits. Though we all know the truth, our helpers must still maintain the proper form. It is much harder for them to stay and form a united front when they are nominally independent and dispersed." These considerations flew right above Tristan's head. Though he tried to become more astute in politics due to his new ambition, he still had a long way to go before he could understand these top-level decisions. He was just a mech designer, after all. If these foreign mercenaries come and do what they say, how much faster will this war come to an end? Tristan asked with obvious interest. "Not as fast as you wish. Just like us, the Hexers have prepared for this war for centuries. Though their plans do not put much priority on defense, their accumulated resources and defensive assets must still be ground down before we can truly break open the hegemony. Perhaps you will have your wish in 5 years. That didn't sound so bad. Just like every other Fredaimon, Tristan wanted this tiring and destructive war to end as soon as possible. The hegemony had to collapse entirely before the coalition was ready to relax. Once it was over though, I hope you can help me become a pioneer of one of the colonization fleets the Carnegie Group is organizing." Tristan asked frankly. "I like it here, but I think I will have better opportunities in the Red Ocean. You've worked hard throughout these years, but your contributions are far from sufficient," Master Katzenberg stated. "In addition, it is unlikely that you will be able to become a pioneer without bringing in at least 5 to 10 million MTA merits. With your obligations to our state, you do not have time to work on any major projects that can earn you the required merits." The journeyman mech designer lowered his head. This was indeed an insurmountable problem. As a citizen of the Friday Coalition and a disciple of Master Katzenberg, he had spent most of his time in various military-aligned research labs and research institutions in order to assist in the design of various military mech projects. The work was fulfilling and the pressure forced him to find creative new solutions, but it left him with little room for self-expression. He could not choose to design the mechs he wanted or take part in projects that weren't directly related to the Komodo War. Master Katzenberg shook her head and floated forward. She glided over a garden path that had recently been reconstructed. "Lemar has almost been restored, but it will take generations for our planet to regain its old vitality," she remarked. "The Hexers have inflicted too much damage to our territories." Tristan looked out across the expansive campus in the distance. "They took away the big juggernaut wreck." "They did. It was one of the symbols of the Lemar Institute of Technology. They could not let it stand, particularly due to its overpowering masculine design. The juggernaut basically resembled a titanic male monstrosity that looked as if it came straight out of the nightmares of the men-phobic Hexers." Katzenberg briefly smirked. "We will place a new juggernaut in the place of the old one. The lid will rise again, and so will our symbols of pride. I don't think the MTA has any spare juggernauts for sale, ruined or otherwise. We can still design and build our own. There are arguments circulating among the top that we should make it functional so that it can act as a guardian for our institution in case of another invasion. That's excessive. Will the MTA even approve of that? Tristan asked with doubt. Just because juggernauts are not popular these days does not mean the Mech Trade Association has given up on them. There are many practical and legal problems with regards to their use. The debacle that took place in the Life Research Association not too long ago has strengthened the opposing voices, but there are still mech designers who support the need to field supermechs that can more easily compete against CFA battleships. I see. As Katzenberg's direct student, Tristan Wesseling was a bit more aware of what went on within the MTA. Though he was far too small of a figure to participate in the debates, he at least heard scraps of news. The master briefly turned to face her student. Do you see a future in juggernauts? This was a difficult question. As someone who was interested in the application of gems, his specialization did not have any direct connections with juggernauts. He had taken a different direction from Meredith Katzenberg, whose expertise in material sciences came very handy in projects related to their development. Still, since juggernauts did not mean much to him, Tristan didn't need to think too carefully about his answer. Juggernauts are big, dumb, but effective in a foolproof way. He explained based on his own experiences and what he learned during his studies. I agree with those mech enthusiasts that juggernauts can potentially become the mech equivalent to a battleship. Their scale can't measure up to an actual capital warship, of course, but their various characteristics make it easier for them to output the massive damage needed to threaten huge war assets. That is true, but the time and cost needed to develop them and sustain them are prohibitive. Did you know that the Galactic Mech Council once had to make a choice between promoting the development of high-ranking mechs and juggernauts? Tristan looked surprised, but after a moment of thought, he understood the reason why the highest governing body of the MTA needed to make such a difficult decision. Juggernauts are much more expensive and demanding to work with than normal-sized mechs, but they are also a means for us to surpass battleships. The advantage is that they are predictable and completely within our grasp. High-ranking mechs and mech pilots can do the same, but the difficulty in promoting mech pilots is hellish and inconsistent. They're both imperfect choices. Indeed, as you can already see, the Galactic Mech Council has eventually decided to continue their current strategy despite the convenience that juggernauts bring. This has surprised many people as ace pilots and god pilots are too scarce, which makes it difficult for them to compete against the vast quantity of battleships constructed by the CFA. If we opted to design and build juggernauts on a greater scale, the balance of power might have already shifted in our favor. Do you understand why the MTA chose to commit to the decision that has not yielded much success after several centuries? This was another challenging test. Tristan had to think about this issue for several minutes before he pieced together a logical argument. Juggernauts are powerful, but they are also a dead end in terms of surpassing the CFA. He eventually answered, the bigger they become, the closer they resemble battleships, which is exactly the kind of war machine that we are trying to phase out. Even if juggernauts surpass battleships one day, we will only be able to accomplish that by morphing into our enemies and adopting their technological paradigms. This isn't true victory. This is just a disguised admission of defeat. That is a well-spoken argument. Katzenberg looked impressed. Sadly, your analysis is still too shallow. While your point did play a role in convincing the Galactic Mech Council to reject juggernauts, it is not the key reason why it has come to its current decision. Obviously, Tristan had to go deeper. Then, is it because juggernauts are too destructive? He suggested. The Uranus incident has clearly shown how much devastation it can inflict. Every battle involving these massive monsters will inflict so much collateral damage that not much will be left intact on the surface of a planet. That is also a valid reason, but ace mechs can inflict comparable damage if let loose, so it is not a strong argument. Tristan frowned and continued to think further. It took 3 whole minutes for him to remember his earlier, more fundamental lessons. I think I understand now. Juggernauts are incredibly formidable, but all of their power is almost solely derived from their tech and physical parts. The mech pilot must be good enough to control all of these complicated systems, but that can always be accomplished through sufficient training. The difference between these giant juggernauts and more compact high-ranking mechs is that the latter is always paired with exceptionally strong mech pilots. Now you are finally thinking in the right direction. It has taken too much time for you to tie this debate to the fundamental purpose of the Mech Trade Association. The human element is always indispensable to us, Tristan. Though we can theoretically build far more juggernauts than ace mechs and god mechs, the mech pilots needed to pilot them are radically different. We will only inherit all of the weaknesses of warships if we blindly commit to building these immense but shallow war titans. We would rather bet on working hard in the hopes of unlocking the secret of nurturing god pilots so that humanity can one day deploy far more than just 100 god mechs. Just the mention of this ambition sounded ludicrous to Tristan Wesseling. God pilots were incredibly rare for a reason. He could not imagine how anyone could possibly make it easier for individuals to attain this rank. So much needed to happen in order to complete one of the MTA's grand ambitions. He eventually shrugged. This was a goal that had nothing to do with a simple journeyman like him. He just wanted to play with gems and see how he could design better mechs. Hopefully, he could accomplish that by getting his hands on the brand new exotics available in the Red Ocean. Chapter 3424, Bridgehead 1. The Red Ocean. The distant collection of stars orbited the Milky Way galaxy at a distance of approximately 350,000 light-years. Crossing this distance was unimaginable to many people, but the Big Two managed to pull it off. Not only that, the MTA and CFA pooled their resources together to construct a pair of massive Greater Beander gates. Utilizing a huge amount of phase water as well as a dizzying array of high technology, these enormous gates formed a space tunnel between two extremely distant points of space that could temporarily connect them together. The more astute scientists figured out that Beander gate technology was likely derived from the more modest and limited portal jumping technology that the warships of the Big Two utilized on a regular basis. The proliferation of the gate networks completely revolutionized interstellar travel. Wealthy travelers with enough credits or merits to spare could near instantly move from one location in the Milky Way to another point. A journey that used to take decades effectively compressed into a trip that lasted just 2 weeks or so with all of the security measures taken into account. The Greater Beander gates were even more amazing. For the first time in people's lives, they could easily hop from one galaxy to another galaxy in a more practical and convenient manner. Of course, it wasn't as glamorous as it sounded. Unlike the Andromeda, the Red Ocean was not actually a large, independent galaxy. It was a dwarf galaxy, which was basically the equivalent of a moon but on a much larger scale. The Red Ocean was the Milky Way's lackey and literally orbited around its master like a perpetually eager puppy. With a diameter of 25,000 light-years, it was roughly 64 times smaller than the Milky Way. This was still a huge amount of territory, enough for the pioneers to plunder it for a couple of centuries, but it was quite limited in size and scope in the greater scheme of things. This turned it into an ideal colonization target for an ascendant human civilization. The indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean were generally not as powerful as their counterparts in the Milky Way, but they presented plenty of challenges such as their clever and widespread use of phase water to enable entirely new applications of dimensional technology that humanity never conceived of. The indigenous alien empires had taught the Big Two quite a few lessons on the frontlines. Most of it wasn't relevant to the pioneers. To newcomers such as the Golden Skull Alliance, their focus lay on the hinterland of the Red Ocean. These pacified zones had already been wrenched from the hands of the local sentient alien polities. When the CFA and MTA's overpowering warfleets left a wave of devastation behind, the ruined planets still held a lot of wealth. The incoming pioneers sought to take advantage of the bounty and ultimately found new colonies in these rich territories. So this is the Red Ocean. Vase wondrously admired the new view as soon as he recovered from the brief moment of discomfort. Meow. Lucky gazed at the faint red nebulas that faintly lit up the dwarf galaxy and gave it its characteristic name. Meow. Clixie didn't understand as much and pressed her body onto the gem cat's cool form for reassurance. Both Vase and Gloriana looked increasingly more jubilant, though, after so many struggles, they finally made it through. Vase activated a command that provided him with a view of the rear of his flagship. Behind the hundreds of capital ships that originated from all over human space in the old galaxy, an enormous Greater Beander gate that measured 27 kilometers from end to end briefly maintained its shimmering dark blue energy portal. Then, as the last fleet carrier belonging to the Rubarthans emerged out of the dimensional tunnel, the huge but extremely energy-intensive portal disappeared. The gateway that led straight to the Milky Way galaxy had been closed. So this is Bridgehead 1. This was a place of great historical significance. It was also a critical strategic stronghold. When the Big Two launched their invasion over 5 decades ago, they started their operations at the edge of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy. Bridgehead 1 was the initial base of operations of the Big Two. Though the history of the early years of the invasion was classified, Vase could easily imagine how the MTA and CFA experienced great difficulties in transporting an initial invasion fleet so far away. The initial batches must have suffered enormous difficulties to hold on to Bridgehead 1 while also trying to defeat the surrounding alien star nations. Without a Beyonder Gate, it was extremely difficult for the Big Two to supply and reinforce the first group of invaders. The Mechers and Fleeters had to be resourceful and fend for themselves for an extended amount of time. All of that changed as soon as they managed to plunder a huge amount of phase water and used this critical exotic to establish better channels with the home galaxy. These days, the significance of Bridgehead 1 as a defensive stronghold had lessened. However, as the gateway of the pioneers of the Milky Way, this star system still functioned as a critical node. Many of the formidable, high-tech defensive systems were still intact and the Big Two still parked over 1,000 warships in these extravagant star systems. With so much protection and safeguards, no one was able to mess around. It was impossible for any of the new arrivals to just turn around and activate the Greater Beyonder Gate somehow just so that they could return home. Every pioneer and adventurer who arrived in the dwarf galaxy was stuck for the foreseeable time. While it was possible to catch a ride back to the old galaxy, hardly anyone wanted to. It cost so much to reach here and there were an endless amount of opportunities for people to make their mark and propel themselves to new heights. The only issues that frustrated the colonizers and explorers were the lack of infrastructure and low security environment. Opportunities always came paired with danger and it was not unusual for one group of pioneers to prey on other ones. The Big Two were well aware of the greedy tendencies of the pioneers, but keeping the peace was not a high priority. Their greatest concern was fighting and defeating every form of organized alien opposition in the dwarf galaxy. The life and death of the pioneers hardly mattered to the hegemons of humanity. The weak and incompetent had no place in the rich and highly desirable new frontier. Those that ended up standing after the end of the lengthy colonization phase had the capital to exploit the territories of the Red Ocean. In these exciting but also highly dangerous times, Vase had to think carefully where he should lead his clan. He also had to put a lot of thought into developing the Golden Skull Alliance. The Larkinson clan was too weak and limited to address every essential need, so it needed to make a lot of new friends in order to expand its options. "What are you thinking about?" Gloriana asked as she quietly cuddled her lovely little daughter. All of them were still wearing their dress uniforms as they had just passed through the Greater Beyonder Gate. The awe and wonder that everyone exhibited when they realized that they had crossed hundreds of thousands of light years were just starting to fade away, but no one would ever forget this pivotal day. "I'm thinking about whether we would ever return to the Milky Way in our lifetimes," Vase said. "I don't know why I'm thinking about that so soon, but the suggestion that we might never return to our home galaxy is both frightening and exhilarating." "Why so?" his wife asked. "If we don't return, then we're either in too bad of a shape to make the passage, or humanity has developed to the point where all kinds of distant frontiers have opened up. Perhaps we'll grow to a point where we don't even need to return to the Milky Way ever again. That would be a great future." Gloriana concurred. The Milky Way is humanity's home, but aside from nostalgia, it has little else for us to return to. The Red Ocean is our new home base. As long as we don't fail, this is the place where we will build our foundation. Our territories, our assets, our allies and our extended social networks will all be based in this small but virgin dwarf galaxy. Even if we aren't the absolute first movers, we've entered the new frontier early enough for us to establish a presence that might one day rival the great trans-galactic enterprises of the Milky Way. That was a rather extravagant ambition and one that did not hold much attraction to Vase. He wanted to progress his design philosophy rather than build a megacorporation. "Let's handle the arriving procedures." Entering an entirely new dwarf galaxy as a pioneering group entailed a lot of complicated steps. The new arrivals all underwent security sweeps while their leaders met with representatives of the Big Two in order to address all of the administrative chores. The hundreds of capital ships that had settled into the Red Ocean soon split into 3 different branches based on the class of their Beyonder tickets. Each of them approached 3 different Lagrange points in the enormous star system. The Golden Skull Alliance was part of the second-class branch, and had been instructed to head to the central star node that was set up to best serve their own kind. None of the new entrants was allowed to linger in Bridgehead 1. A star system that held a Greater Beyonder Gate was simply too sensitive to tolerate the continued presence of any risk factors. The star systems that every pioneering group were about to travel towards would be their first true welcome into the Red Ocean. There, they could meet with other pioneers, purchase a lot of supplies, engage in lucrative trade and make all kinds of other preparations for their subsequent journeys. The separation between the three classes is strong in the Red Ocean. Vase remarked as his fleet waited its turn to transition into FTL. I've heard a lot about the Vullet star node. There are so many different second-class pioneers and adventurers in this strategic star system that we might be able to complete most of our initial objectives in this place. Gloriana possessed her own understanding of the star node where every second raider initially converged after arriving in the Red Ocean. We'll be able to meet second raiders who come from all over human space back in the Milky Way. It's the best place for us to recruit additional journeymen to expand our design department. We can draw from a much more diverse pool of mech designers. The Larkinsons needed to take a lot of different steps now that they had arrived in this boisterous new region, but one of the more important ones was preparing for a new round of mech design projects. Expanding the clan's design capacity early on would help in so many different ways. Not only would the design department be able to provide new mech designs to the different mech legions a lot faster, the LMC could also release more commercial products. The latter had become a particularly important priority to Vase. After several years of neglecting the primary income source of the Larkinson clan, the clan patriarch was finally ready to prove his chops on the mech market again. 2 mech markets, actually. I need to treat the local mech scene a lot differently than the familiar market environment of the Yena star cluster. Vase reminded himself. It didn't matter. Vase welcomed this challenge to explore what he could do in 2 completely different markets. He wanted to show the mech industry that he hadn't lost his touch during the time he engaged in private commissions and in-house projects. Chapter 3425. 2 critical objectives. Although the journey from Bridgehead 1 to the Vullet star node was fairly short, the Golden Skull Alliance still needed to complete a lot of work. From adopting new communication protocols to familiarizing with the new regulations that governed arriving humans, it quickly became clear to the new arrivals that everything worked differently in the Red Ocean. After everyone completed their initial tasks, Vase convened the first comprehensive meetings since they entered the Dwarf Galaxy. Welcome, everyone, he spoke to the other leaders, many of whom attended in the form of projections. I'm sure that there are lots of preparations to be made, but we still need to set some short-term goals. Our expeditionary fleet is lacking in too many ways. Unless we can address our concerns, we are far from ready to head into the deeper areas of the Red Ocean. Many Larkinsons nodded. The expeditionary fleet consisted of just 16 capital ships, with not a single escort ship in sight. The lack of combat carriers was a major shortcoming that substantially decreased the mech capacity of the Alliance to a terrible level. Let's talk about security first. Vase spoke. General Verl, leaving aside our allies, how many mechs can we deploy in a pinch? Several hundred, which is far too little. General Verl's projection said as he spoke from the newly instituted Gorgonean. Due to a strategic decision that we have made, many of the mechs we've brought into the Red Ocean are packed or compacted down to a reduced size. This has allowed us to carry more mechs than normal, but leaves us with precious few machines in combat-ready form. Our safety is guaranteed in the central star nodes, so we do not have to unpack them immediately, but we better find a solution before we finally depart. Although it was true that the central star nodes managed by the MTA and the CFA were bastions of safety, Vase had learned a long time ago not to take these absolutes for granted. What kind of mechs can we deploy in the event of an unexpected crisis? Our 6 expert mechs are easily deployable, and so are our transcendent punishers. We opted to leave the former alone while we have permanently stowed the latter in their bunkers. Every other mech we have managed to retain will take a great amount of time and effort to unpack and deploy, and that assumes we have the space to accommodate the mechs. How many packed mechs do we have in total? Almost 4,000 mechs, equivalent to 2 mech regiments. That was not an impressive figure compared to the 10,000 mechs the Larkinson army used to have at its disposal, but it was better than nothing. Vase quickly calculated how many combat carriers the Larkinson clan needed to procure to adequately accommodate all of that hardware. The Gorgonean was the sole fleet carrier of the Larkinson clan and could carry a whopping 750 mechs in combat-ready condition. She already carried roughly double that number mechs in packed containers. The other capital ships were a bit of a mixed bag. The Spirit of Bentime could reluctantly carry 2 mech companies if the Larkinsons were willing to keep the Transcendent Punishers inside their convincing bunkers. The other capital ships such as the Dragon's Den and the Vivacious Wall featured large internal spaces that weren't designed to carry mechs but could still do the job in a pinch. Vase was unsure how far the Larkinsons could go into converting these spaces into temporary mech hangars, but he estimated that the fleet might be able to deploy around 1,200 to 1,500 mechs in an emergency. This was still not enough. We need to acquire at least 60 combat carriers or other starships that allow us to host an equivalent amount of mechs. Vase eventually concluded. This way, we can make the most out of the mechs that we have carried over from the Milky Way. We cannot leave all of our living mechs confined in their containers where they are of no use to us in battle. Everyone understood the necessity, but the mere mention of acquiring 60 combat carriers sounded like an impossible goal. Back in the Milky Way, the Larkinson clan could easily purchase 10 times or even 100 times that number of starships in the Antilles star cluster. So many incoming pioneering fleets had dumped their carrier vessels close to the gate system en masse, so the supply of these assets had gone through the roof in certain places in the old galaxy. The new galaxy was different though. One of the strangest aspects about humanity's presence in the Red Ocean was the enormous prevalence of capital ships. Though sub-capital ships existed, each of them had to be produced from the nascent local shipbuilding industry that was less than a decade old. The current level of ship production was thousands of times smaller than the demand for them in the open market. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson sighed. My men and I have been trying to explore our options, but every local shipbuilding company is swamped with orders. Those that haven't laughed at us before waving us away have told me that we need to wait for 20, 30 or even 40 years before we get our turn. In short, we cannot procure even a single combat carrier through regular channels. Then we must go through the back channels instead of the front ones. Foreign Minister Sheddarin Purnis noted. My office and I have already started to reach out to local pioneering groups in the Red Ocean, and we will be able to perform a much more extensive outreach once we arrive in Vullet. Vase directed a critical look at Sheddarin's projection. How many successful contacts have you made? The foreign minister grimaced. I can count them on a single hand. Any shipbuilding company or organization with shipbuilding capacity is currently royalty in the Red Ocean. Not just our clan, but the overwhelming majority of other pioneering groups wishes to befriend and make deals with these shipbuilders. In other words, the Larkinson clan had to compete in an incredibly saturated market. If none of the Larkinsons could come up with anything unique and valuable enough to attract the services of a shipbuilding company, then they could forget about solving their shortage of combat carriers anytime soon. Keep working on it, Sheddarin. Vase instructed. We don't have a lot of trade goods to offer right now, but we can still work something out by marketing our living mechs and maybe other living products. We'll discuss this later. The Patriarch understood that he might have to reach deeper in his bag of tricks in order to appeal to shipbuilding companies. He was already psychologically prepared to expose certain secrets in order to increase the Larkinson clan's value in the eyes of external parties. Vase gazed at every Larkinson attending this meeting. This is our #1 priority right now. While mechs are still essential for pioneers like us to defend themselves and project their power, the space to hold them and carry them with us comes at a premium. Many pioneers have yet to establish colonies, and without all of the space that planets can provide to them, they are also hungry to acquire more carrier vessels. It will take an incredible effort to get our hands on enough carriers to hold 2,500 mechs, and I need each of you to find ways to solve this critical need. No one disagreed with this instruction. They knew as well as Vase that the current state of the expeditionary fleet was too bare. Previous battles had shown the importance of bringing enough numbers to the fight. The Larkinsons had enough of fighting battles while being horribly outnumbered. If we can't gather enough carrier vessels in a timely manner, we can solve our needs in another way. Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson's projection spoke up. Our effective combat power is not only determined by quantity, but also quality. Even if we can only deploy 1,500 mechs in a typical battle, we can double our combat power if the machines are twice as powerful. The actual increase in combat power wasn't as straightforward as that, but there was no need to go into technicalities. The point she made was valid. Vase nodded in agreement. I've been thinking about doing this, and we're not alone in that. As far as I can tell, every other pioneering group has begun to pour their resources into upgrading the average combat power of their mechs. We not only need to keep up with our rivals, but also surpass them if possible. Unfortunately, we need a lot more design capacity than we currently have if we want to get it done in a timely manner. This was why he was so keen on recruiting additional journeyman mech designers so soon. What are your plans concerning our future mech roster? General Verl asked. I'll need to discuss the specifics with you and other military officers, but I was thinking about pursuing two separate courses of action. First, we should upgrade the Bright Warrior, the Ferocious Piranha, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Transcendent Punisher and the Eternal Redemption. The Red Ocean offers brand new materials, and the convergence of humans from all across the old galaxy has resulted in a melting pot where advanced technologies have become more accessible than ever. I intend to take advantage of these conditions to perform fairly straightforward upgrades to our mainstay mech designs. Vase was still unsure whether he should approach these jobs as major projects or minor projects. If he wanted to make an earnest effort into upgrading his existing lineup of standard mechs, then he would have to reimagine the aforementioned mech designs almost from the ground up. This was the best way to integrate all of the new tech and materials from the Red Ocean into his existing work. This was also incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Vase was reluctant to put so much effort in these upgrade tasks when he could just push most of the work onto his many design teams. The assistant mech designers weren't qualified to perform major revisions, but they should be competent enough to perform less ambitious and more direct improvements. An example was swapping an inferior component like an energy cell with a more expensive and higher performing model. As long as their physical dimensions and other parameters were identical, even a novice mech designer could easily perform such a simple swap. Vase was more inclined to lower the priority on the upgrade projects at the moment. He preferred to explore new mech concepts instead of rehashing his older ones. He loved to innovate, but there weren't as many opportunities available if he had to preserve the original visions of his prior work. Can you tell us about the new mechs you are planning to design? Not yet. This is still under discussion, but expect us to release a lot more mech models than before. He smirked. The meeting continued as the Larkinsons addressed other housekeeping topics. Regardless, their moods all improved a bit when they heard that they were working on solid plans to address the immediate shortcomings of their clan. The Larkinsons regained their sense of purpose and direction. While they were supposed to pursue a lot of goals, only two of them actually mattered. The Larkinson clan had to acquire more combat carriers and develop stronger mechs. That was it. As long as they could complete these two objectives, they would have the capital to survive in the Red Ocean. We all have our ambitions in the new frontier, but make no mistake, fellow Larkinsons. Vase spoke at the end of the important meeting. If we don't ensure our survival first, we won't live long enough to chase after our dreams. Don't think too much about fulfilling your other needs. All of that can wait until our Larkinson army has become strong enough to protect all of our capital ships. Chapter 3426. Vullet Star Node. After a relatively brief and cold stay in Bridgehead 1, the Golden Skull Alliance and every other pioneering group that had just entered the Red Ocean finally reached their first true port of call. The Vullet Star Node was similar to all of the MTA regional headquarters systems that Vase had visited in the past. However, compared to places such as Centerpoint, Morgana Delta and Opalis, Vullet was much bigger and more diverse. The expeditionary fleet transitioned out of FTL at a surprisingly long distance from the center of the system. The reason for that was the concentration of large stellar masses in the form of 9 large stars in the center of the system. Each of them were surrounded by Dyson swarms which precisely block, absorb and regulate the energies they released. As a central star node that was jointly controlled by the MTA and CFA, all of the energies released from the stars that had been artificially brought in went on to power numerous massive applications. For the first hours since the fleet's arrival in Vullet, Vase and many other clansmen simply fell silent as they admired all of the grand and wondrous marvels of human ingenuity. It wasn't as if they could do much anyway. The restrictive rules imposed by the Big Two still applied, so nobody was allowed to deploy any mechs or activate non-essential systems such as active scanners. An abundant number of patrolling CFA warships and MTA mechs stood by to respond to any violations of the rules. If the threat level was considerable or if the offense was serious enough, the local patrols had the right to employ their full firepower to annihilate the rule breakers from the face of reality. No one had to doubt the Big Two's resolve. With so many pioneers pouring into the Red Ocean every day, dozens of idiots had already proven with their lives how they could easily invite calamity due to malice or sloppiness. Of course, the Larkinsons didn't have to worry about inviting an immediate response as long as they were careful. Boo-boo-bawa, Aurelia cutely babbled as her tiny arms reached out to one of the projections. Yes, my dear, that is a huge 14-kilometer-long super cannon called the Iskar. Doesn't it look pretty? Gloriana hugged her baby as she explained the sights that she was admiring. Woo, Gugogowa, the Iskar is a strategic phase energy cannon, an example of a brand new weapon type that is instantly able to send enormous beams of energy from one star system to another star system. That sounds impressive. Aurelia began to leak a trail of drool from her adorable mouth. What makes the Iskar special is that the Heart of Fire personally developed this weapon and its underlying tech. His invention has made humanity in the Red Ocean a lot safer. Bawa. Back in one of the outlying regions of the galactic rim, it was hard for people like Vase to bump into any truly impressive feats of engineering. The star systems that hosted the MTA sector headquarters tended to be the most developed places in any given star sector, but they were not important enough to host anything truly excellent. Vullet was different. As one of humanity's most important rear strongholds and the gathering point of all second-class pioneering fleets, it was a central star node that was of great concern to the galactic mech counselors and the Grand Admirals. As a result, Vullet became host to several grand designs. From massive space stations to planetary shields, the Big Two pulled out all of the stops in order to turn Vullet into an impregnable fortress. Even though the front lines had shifted far enough for many of these defensive measures to remain unused, the Big Two weren't in a hurry to shift them to more strategic locations. At the very least, the sight of all of these massive examples of peak human engineering reinforced every pioneer's ode towards the MTA and the CFA. Vase, who sat next to Gloriana, entertained additional thoughts about the Iskar. The Heart of Fire, star designers tended to be referred to by their titles rather than their real names. Maximilian Zhu was over 3 centuries old and had long made a name for himself for designing powerful mechs that boasted transformative energy weapons and energy systems. Through his great mastery of energy and most famously his love and passion for beam laser weapon technology, the Heart of Fire had continually advanced humanity's mastery for many different applications of technology. His work had been pivotal in raising the standard of laser weapons to a higher level for the current mech generation. This was only a single example of the massive influence that a star designer could exert on human society. Although the Iskar was light hours away from the expeditionary fleet, Vase could feel the effort and passion that the Heart of Fire had poured into this strategic war weapon. It might not be a masterwork, but its overall standard of quality surpassed that of any large-scale engineering work such as battleships and space stations. The oversized cannon orbited the inner system and was guarded by an array of defensive platforms as well as a garrison of MTA warships and mechs. Although the Iskar was able to draw on its extremely potent internal power source to channel its powerful attacks, it could also receive a direct power feed from the Dyson swarms orbiting the local suns. According to public sources, the Iskar has a maximum range of 20 light-years and can blast apart any planet, moon and relatively immobile presences such as space stations and large fleets. Vase said after he called up a short encyclopedia article, "I bet this cannon is a lot more capable than what the MTA claims." That should be a given. His wife agreed. Strategic phase energy cannons are new, but they should work similar to more conventional energy weapons. Their performance is scalable in several different ways. I think that adding more phase water to the Iskar can further increase its range. The mere idea of a strategic energy weapon that could literally cross huge distances of space in order to inflict damage was extremely frightening. If a state like the Friday Coalition had their hands on this weapon, then they could safely keep the Iskar behind enemy lines while steadily destroying the fortifications of one Hexer stronghold after another. The Fredaman didn't have to sacrifice hundreds of thousands or even millions of mechs to fight a hard battle in order to repel the Hexer defenders from an important star system. They just needed to power the Iskar and let it do all of the work from an enormous distance. It was extremely fortunate that only the Big Two retained the right to employ these planet-busting superweapons. Vase and his wife soon moved on from observing the Iskar. The Vullet system was large and featured over 60 settled planets and moons. Each of these satellites hosted an enormous amount of industry, commerce and housing. Mechers, fleeters and space peasants all gathered on different settlements in order to live, work and play. The space peasants tended to stay for a limited amount of time. Just like any other central star node, it became progressively more expensive for people to reside in Vullet. The Big Two levied an extensive amount of fees and taxes for each day that someone stayed. These costs doubled every 5 days, and went on continuously until not even the Terrans and Rubarthans were willing to throw away so much money. The good news was that the free trade writ that Juliet had cleverly requested from Master Willix finally started to show its value. For a duration of 10 years, this valuable trade writ exempted the Larkinson clan from half of the costs. This effectively allowed the Larkinson clan to stay in a central star node 5 days longer than normal. Was this a big deal? Certainly, a lot of business could only be conducted in a place like Vullet, and the ability to extend a stay by 5 days was invaluable. With so many different pioneers dropping by places like these every day, Vase and the Larkinsons could perform a lot of additional transactions with the extra days. Combined with the fact that the free trade writ exempted the Larkinsons from all taxes and fees for every direct transaction, the clan would be able to save a lot of money with every trade. Damn, it's no wonder I have to pay 100 million MTA merits to extend this free trade writ by 10 more years. This is downright cheating. From the moment the expeditionary fleet had entered the Vullet Central Star Node, it was on a timer. It had to complete its first round of business within a few weeks before its alliance partners had to pay a copious amount of MTA credits just to extend their stay. After Vase and Gloriana finished admiring the most notable space objects such as the Iskar, they soon began to have a more serious talk. Aurelia grew sleepy again as her mother gently rocked her body. Gloriana softly kissed the top of her little daughter's head. "Where are we heading to first, exactly?" "We're on our way to Vullet 14b, otherwise known as Chance Bay. It is one of the moons that orbit a gas giant in this star system." Vase softly answered. "Vullet 14b is one of the commercial marketplaces where you can find a wide variety of goods, but the main reason I'm interested in heading there is because it features a large and easily accessible employment market." While he did not strictly need to visit any planet or moon in order to recruit a journeyman mech designer, Vase preferred to meet and talk with any potential candidates up close. This way, he could gain a more accurate impression of their personality and attitude. He also predicted that the Larkinson clan might not be attractive enough to convince journeymen to join up. Vase might need to seek them out rather than wait until they knocked on his doors, and it was a lot easier to command their attention if he was able to approach them in person. Chance Bay is an odd name for a moon settlement. It's called that way because it is home to a lot of casinos and entertainment venues in the main cities. It's a supersized version of Twilight City on the Vivacious Wall. The two weren't comparable, though Twilight City had already made a name for itself among the rambunctious mech pilots and other members of the Larkinson clan. Chance Bay was at least 100 times better since it was built and managed by the Mech Trade Association. The only advantage that Twilight City offered was that it constantly moved with the expeditionary fleet. "You want to go down on the surface of Chance Bay?" "I do." Vase smiled. "It would be nice for me to stand on solid ground again after so many months of living inside a starship. With the MTA in charge, the moon is absolutely safe. We can bring our daughter along." "That's a good idea. It will be nice to give her a little taste of other environments, even though she's too young to know any better." Both of them began to plan out a short tour on Chance Bay. This was the first time that they would step foot on a real human settlement in the Red Ocean, and they wanted to make this a visit worth remembering. Plenty of other Larkinsons planned to go down as well. Even if most of them didn't have enough money to purchase anything meaningful or take part in the many games of chance in the casinos, just the sightseeing experience was enough to make them satisfied. Besides, Vase also heard that a lot of different competitions took place in Chance Bay. Perhaps he might be able to compete against other talents from the old galaxy in order to see where he stood. Were the journeymen who originated from the galactic heartland and the galactic center truly better? Only a direct comparison would allow him to figure out his own worth. Chapter 3427, Chance Bay. Chance Bay was a remarkable settlement. Despite its short history and relatively recent colonization, the modest-sized moon had become a hub of trade, tourism and entertainment for many second-raters. Its surface was completely covered by urban development interspersed with carefully manicured parks. Office buildings, condominiums, warehouses and trade centers were everywhere. They not only occupied the ground, but also floated in the air, producing a magical environment where flight was essential to enjoy everything that Chance Bay had to offer. Everything was artificial. Vullet 14b originally started out as an unremarkable ball of rock that orbited a gas giant, but the MTA thoroughly intervened so that it could support human life. Its gravity level had been brought close to standard gravity while it had gained an atmosphere that almost perfectly replicated the air of old Earth. To Vase, accomplishing these transformations was an immense, expensive and time-consuming endeavor. To the MTA, it was as easy as pie. One common feature to every settlement in the Vullet Star node was that the MTA and CFA monitored everything. Although no one said it out loud, privacy simply didn't exist in their turf, and any measly attempts to block their eavesdropping, such as deploying a signal jammer, was like using a sheet of paper to block a laser beam. For this reason, conducting shady business in places like Vullet was an extremely bad idea. Vase liked it, though. After his experiences on planets such as Kesseling 8 and Prosperous Hill V, he had grown a considerable phobia towards spending time on any planet without sufficient protection. He promised to himself that he wouldn't descend onto another planet if he couldn't bring an adequate escort or was forced to entrust his safety to third parties. There was an exception, though. While Vase did not fall for the illusion that the MTA and CFA were neutral and infallible, he at least trusted their credibility when it came to matters like these. There was a reason why they charged expensive fees and taxes, and it wasn't just because they were greedy for money. When the expeditionary fleet parked at an extremely high orbit of the gas giant, the Larkinsons began to relax for the first time in many months. Of course, that didn't mean that everyone could leave at once and leave their precious capital ships unattended. It was also expensive to reside and partake in many different activities that Chance Bay had to offer. The clan administration formed a rotation schedule where each batch of Larkinsons had to wait their turn until they could go down in order to enjoy their shore leave. There were also other clansmen who went down to the surface to conduct business instead of looking for enjoyment. Vase and Gloriana decided to go down in order to do both. They certainly had to address the priorities of the Larkinson clan, but they had been working so hard lately that they also needed a proper vacation. What Vase was looking forward to was to broaden his horizons and see what the people who came from the other parts of the old galaxy had to offer. He always gained inspiration from witnessing different possibilities and going through new experiences. His wife didn't think that much. Her design approach was less dependent on innovation and more reliant on gradual improvement. She just wanted to enjoy a good time with her husband while taking along their daughter for her first proper field trip. A single armored shuttle exited the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime and calmly followed the instructions from traffic control. After landing on the spaceport and going through a redundant security check, the couple along with their baby floated out of one of the exits and beheld the daytime view of a metropolis that went on without end. So this is what rich people do with all of their money. Vase remarked. Even Centerpoint is inferior. Gloriana said. She had lived in Centerpoint for a time, so she was already accustomed to the extreme living standards of the Mechers. Every settlement in Vullet was better than the majority of settlements in the old galaxy. The MTA put real effort into developing each and every planet or colony it controlled, and it showed. From starship-sized buildings floating in the air to rivers winding through the air, Vase was appalled by the sheer amount of energy being expended just to keep everything aloft. Sure, there were plenty of structures that remained rooted to the ground, but it was obvious that the air structures held all of the true attractions. The sheer display of wealth might not be a big deal for Gloriana, but Vase still wasn't used to these sights. He gaped for a minute before Aurelia began to babble in Gloriana's embrace. "Woo, Gagabooboo, this is a city, my dear. Doesn't it look great?" Their infant daughter paid more attention to her mother than the grand city around them. Mew, Mana was about to crawl out of Aurelia's head, but Alexandria emerged from Gloriana in invisible form and made sure to keep the spiritual kitten in place. With the MTA's ubiquitous monitoring system recording everything, it was not convenient for the Larkinsons to show off their remarkable spiritual applications. Meow, meow. Lucky and Clixie were much calmer despite the new environment. Both cats floated in the air behind the human couple. Lucky was able to rely on his own features to fly, but Clixie needed to wear a special pet harness in order to do the same. After making sure that Aurelia and Mana were okay, the couple gradually floated forward. Neither of them showed any worry about dropping to the ground. Even if their anti-grav clothes malfunctioned, Chance Bay was riddled with gravitic systems that specifically looked out and protected anyone from falling to their deaths. Of course, the parents applied special precautions just to be sure. They never joked around when it came to their safety or the safety of their child. Since the couple weren't planning to conduct any official business today, both of them dressed nicely but casually today. Numerous honor guards wearing understated suits maintained a discreet distance around the pair. Although Chance Bay was completely safe, that didn't mean that its people were immune to getting bothered by random people. There were all kinds of personalities visiting the place. Clashes between different cultures were fairly common in the Red Ocean for that reason. "Look at all of these people and how they dress," Gloriana said as she gazed at the others flying through the air. "You can really tell they came from all over the old galaxy." There were people wearing heavy trench coats while tying their long hair into ponytails. There were women who wore masculine suits but put up so much makeup on their faces that they began to resemble clowns. There were bands of soldiers who wore their full military dress uniforms, complete with rows of full-sized medals that extended all of the way onto their pants. Vase even spotted a genuine Catholic bishop wearing an archaic black outfit complete with a short shoulder cape. The flying bishop drew ugly stares from a nearby group of punk-like cyborgs with mohawk haircuts. "Go back to the Milky Way, you old geezer. Your savior doesn't belong in the Red Ocean." This was just a fraction of what was happening. Although the multi-dimensionality of the city gave people plenty of space from each other, Vase realized that there was actually an immense amount of people flying about. If they were all forced to walk on the ground, then multiple people had to stack on top of each other in order to fit. Vase didn't even try to calculate how much revenue the MTA was earning from these visitors. He just wondered whether the Larkinson clan could replicate this liveliness aboard the vivacious wall on a smaller scale. "Where do you want to go first, Vase?" Gloriana tugged his arm. "Chance Bay has a lot of attractions, but we can't visit all of them. We need to make the most out of our short vacation." "I know, I already have a number of destinations in mind, but there is one place that I'm sure that the both of us would like to visit." "What's that?" "The Masterwork Gallery." Gloriana's eyes instantly lit up. "Good choice." The museum and exhibition hall was situated 300 kilometers away from the main spaceport, so it was impractical for the Larkinson couple to reach their destination at their current flight speed. They instead boarded a sky train that was exactly as it sounded. The couple booked a first-class cabin and enjoyed the luxurious furnishings for a while until the vehicle finally reached the district where the famous gallery was situated. Once he emerged back into open air, Vase noticed that this part of Chance Bay was a lot more upscale than before. The structures were smaller but much more expensive and beautiful. Traffic was also a lot less, particularly down on the ground. Just like in any other multidimensional city, all of the poorer people stayed on the ground where all of the cheaper venues were located. Even if they possessed anti-grav clothing, it was useless for them to fly because none of the structures floating up high were affordable. Only richer people such as Vase and his wife possessed enough capital to stay in the air. No matter the culture, the people who confidently roamed the skies of Chance Bay possessed more refined demeanors. A fair number of them were even accompanied by their own entourage of bodyguards. "Look, the Masterwork Gallery is up there." Vase stared in the direction that his wife was pointing towards and spotted a large castle in the distance. As the group flew closer, Vase became surprised to see that the structure was actually a masterwork in itself. He could see and feel a portion of the essence that its architect and builder had put into the magnificent palace. As a floating white structure, it did not feature a traditional layout but took full advantage of the lack of a defined direction. Different spires and towers jutted out from the top and bottom side, creating the illusion that the palace was mirrored. The closer the family approached the mirrored palace, the more Vase was able to leverage his own understanding of masterworks to glean out the details of this structure. Vase had the sense that the creator of this magnificent building wanted to provide proper accommodation to all of the masterwork mechs and other magnificent creations it was privileged to exhibit. The visitors of the gallery were incidental in comparison. It was as if the architect set out to make a temple where paying customers turned into the supplicants of the masterworks. Interesting. The extravagant masterwork palace along with the ability to stuff it full with masterworks showed that its owners were wealthy and powerful. This wasn't a surprise, as many venues in Chance Bay were operated on the behalf of various mechers. After Vase and Gloriana had their fill of admiring the exterior of the resplendent building, they approached the entrance and passed through the massive gates. For an attraction that definitely possessed an enormous appeal to mech designers and other creative professionals, the amount of traffic inside was quite modest. Vase only noticed a couple of dozens of visitors lingering in the large foyer. When a receptionist bot approached his group and listed out the ticket prices, he understood why such an impressive place attracted so few tourists. These prices are extortionate. A typical visitor had to pay as much as 20 MTA credits to purchase a standard day ticket. 20 MTA credits. Although the number itself sounded trivially low, the currency was incredibly high-end. When converted into a more familiar currency, a standard ticket was priced approximately 3,800,000,000 hex credits. That was equivalent to the price of a normal second-class combat carrier in the old galaxy. Chapter 3428, Masterwork Gallery. 20 MTA credits was a lot of money, even for mechers themselves. This was because the purchasing power of the MTA's standard currency was incredibly strong. Vase knew that he would have to get more accustomed to working with MTA credits. The Mech Trade Association carried a lot more weight in the Red Ocean and the goods and services they provided to pioneers were critical. Vase recalled that the typical monthly wage of a junior MTA officer hovered at around 50 MTA credits. For just 50 units of this fancy coin, a highly ambitious and extremely competent augmented human was willing to slave for the association. Of course, this wasn't the extent of the remuneration that mechers received from their employers. The main reason why everyone wanted to work for the association was because it offered a lot of non-monetary benefits such as top-quality augments, the best training programs and access to the most advanced technologies. Even if Vase earned vastly more money than a typical MTA officer, he still couldn't look down on any of them. Their status was incomparably higher because they belonged to the top organizations of humanity. The goodies they had access to were hundreds of times better than what Vase could afford on the market. The truly good stuff could only be obtained with merits, not credits. In addition, insiders and outsiders possessed different access rights that determined what they could access and how much they needed to pay. The receptionist bot charged considerably different prices for other kinds of visitors. For example, someone like Jovi Armelon could get an identical ticket for just 0.5 MTA credits. What a ripoff! Vase frowned. Despite his complaints, he never thought about leaving the masterwork gallery. He genuinely valued the opportunity to view other people's masterworks and believed he could obtain additional insights from this visit. Gloriana also glared at him from the side. Pay up already. Masterwork Galleries is a renowned trans-galactic brand that traditionally has franchises in the Galactic Center and to a lesser degree the Galactic Heartland in the Milky Way. It would have been too difficult for us to visit one of the company's branches back in our old homes. Now that we've entered the Red Ocean, we finally have an easy opportunity, and I am not going to allow you to take me away. Boo-boo-wah. Did you hear that? Even Aurelia wants to see other people's masterworks. Though Vase wouldn't have turned back in the first place, he still found it uncomfortable that he had to pay so much to visit a gallery. The only consolation was that the Larkinson clan's free trade writ also applied in this instance. This allowed them to pay half price for their tickets. In the end, they decided to leave their honor guard behind because it was too ridiculous to pay the equivalent of half a combat carrier just to take one more redundant guard inside. Due to the high entry barrier, Vase thought it was unlikely to encounter any troublesome people inside, so there was even less of a reason to bring his entire entourage along. Nida and the rest of the honor guard moved to an expansive waiting room that was specifically set up to accommodate people like themselves. There were already over 200 guards of various origins waiting inside, which indicated that the Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery attracted a fair amount of distinguished visitors. We're lucky enough that children and pets get to accompany us for free. Vase remarked as their baby as well as their cats passed through the security gate without any issue. Gloriana grew a little worried. They need to behave themselves, though. We're liable for any disruption they cause. It's fine. Vase turned his head around. The two of you won't get up to any mischief, right? Meow. Lucky innocently nodded. Meow. Clixie followed suit. The couple stopped bothering about this issue and entered the first exhibition hall. Immediately, they came across a dozen different masterwork mechs, each of which were developed by different mech designers who came from different regions. As Vase took in the overall tech and design of these large display pieces, he noticed that they also came from different mech generations. The oldest was impressively over 2 centuries old and exuded an air that was rich with history. The couple immediately decided to approach this machine first. Once they came closer, they were able to glean more details of this unique mech by observing its frame and reading the projected info panels floating in front. The Otasan is a second-class masterwork landbound hybrid mech that is designed for warfare. Vase gleaned from the info panel. It certainly looks like it can undergo the rigors of a tough campaign. It features robust armor coverage and a multitude of weapon systems, many of which are energy-based, which is easier to sustain in situations where supply lines are tenuous. It's a standard military mech, and a horribly outdated one at that. Gloriana pointed out its shortcomings. According to this description, a fabricator working at a large-scale manufacturing complex accidentally turned a copy into a masterwork. The masterwork version of the military hybrid mech was actually a remarkable existence at the time, but it was not an expert mech or another kind of high-performance unit. Its combat value was barely better than that of a regular copy, so its value was limited to its owners. The higher-ups eventually assigned the Otasan to a promising mech officer, who went on to distinguish himself in numerous battles. The Masterwork Gallery helpfully offered visitors edited footage of these past engagements. Mechs weren't as sophisticated and powerful 2 centuries ago, and it showed. A bright warrior could easily crunch the Otosan in a straightforward battle as long as the mech pilots weren't too far apart in terms of skill. Vase still found it interesting to see how battles were fought in the past. The Otosan was a product of the galactic heartland, so the materials used in their designs were actually better. The utilization of resources was much worse. Humanity developed a lot more efficient and higher performing alloys after the Otosan's time. Significantly better mech parts also became more available as a lot of innovations pushed the boundaries further after this historic period. Nonetheless, the overall pattern of war hadn't changed. The machines performed differently, but the tactics and strategies hadn't undergone any drastic shifts, especially on the ground. The archival footage displayed the highlights of the Otosan's performance. Vase noted that it had actually hosted multiple mech officers during its 7-year service period. The reasons for the changes weren't entirely clear, but he thought it was a bit of a pity that the Otosan couldn't deepen its bond with a single human battle partner. Vase actually noticed that every masterwork mech in this hall was at least a little bit alive, though not in the sense he was familiar with. Due to the special way they were created and how much more carefully their owners treated them, they were always treated with care and even love. He also wondered whether masterwork mechs possessed intrinsic properties that made it a lot easier for them to develop an X factor. They were superior to ordinary mechs in every sense, so it made sense for them to possess an advantage in this area. Let's look at a more modern masterwork mech. The Otosan was a fine mech, but it was old and its design was rather plain due to being derived from a standard military mech design. The Yellow Harvest was different. It was a larger, more impressive and more expensive masterwork mech that had been designed with elites in mind. It's a second-class spaceborne plasma cannoneer. Vase and Gloriana could more clearly sense that several master mech designers participated in its design. From what they could see and feel of the mech frame, the Yellow Harvest excelled in firepower, maneuverability and heat management. The most notable feature of the Yellow Harvest was its transformable plasma cannon. An extremely complicated weapon design allowed the weapon to adapt its form to facilitate different modes of combat. It could turn into a long, precise gun that was accurate at greater distances. It could turn into a thicker and more massive cannon that was able to fire more powerful shots that could chew through heavy protection. It could turn into a smaller and lighter rifle that was much easier to handle and was suitable for duels and fending off opponents at closer ranges. This turned the Yellow Harvest into an adaptable ranged mech that maintained a high degree of battle effectiveness in any situation. Compared to the Otosan, the Yellow Harvest also possessed an additional advantage as it was assigned to a single champion over a period of 21 years. The Yellow Harvest hasn't participated in many large-scale battles, but it has seen plenty of combat in smaller skirmishes. Vase noted with interest, frequent combat was the best way for mech pilots to bond with their machines. It didn't matter too much if the battle was intense or not. As long as the mech pilot fought for a purpose, they naturally became more intimate with their own machines. The Yellow Harvest possessed a stronger X factor for that reason. According to the new scale that Vase recently came up with, the Yellow Harvest could be regarded as a high first-order living mech. This might not sound much, but it was already impressive for a work that hadn't been designed with life in mind from the onset. In comparison, the Otosan could be classified as a low first-order living mech. They were too different in this regard, and the difference should be noticeable to any mech pilot that had the opportunity to pilot both. Vase briefly wondered whether he could encounter any second-order living mechs in the Masterwork Gallery. This was a qualitative jump from first-order living mechs and was defined by possessing a half-consciousness that was more readily able to interact and cooperate with their mech pilots. To Vase, designing and making a second-order living mech was second nature to him, but that didn't mean he looked down any mechs designed by others that managed to come to life. Their journey to become alive was much harder than any of his own work. Each of them became stronger and more remarkable through different methods, and Vase was keen to learn their individual stories in order to see whether he could discover a new pattern. While Vase became fascinated by the living qualities of a masterwork mech like the Yellow Harvest, Gloriana paid attention to different aspects. We can apply this transformable weapon concept to the next major revision of the Eternal Redemption. She suggested as she looked appreciatively at the massive plasma cannon held by its mech. One of the major shortcomings of the Eternal Redemption is that it is not flexible and cannot handle opponents at shorter ranges. If we can implement some of the solutions of the Yellow Harvest to our own cannoneer mechs, we can make substantial improvements to the Eternal Redemption's usability. That was actually a good suggestion. That's a good idea, Gloriana, but I doubt it is that simple to implement in practice. We need to add more structure to the canon which will force us to make undesirable compromises. The sole purpose of the Eternal Redemption has always been to take out powerful and resilient opponents at range. They're already fulfilling their role by acting as mobile infantry units. Vase was slightly resistant to the idea of weakening the primary role of the Eternal Redemption so that it could retain its battle effectiveness in other situations. The Larkinson army possessed many other mechs that could handle approaching enemies a lot better. The Battle of Fortia Zentra had taught Vase that a combined arms approach where a clever mix of specialized mech models could be much more effective than a bunch of all-round machines. Chapter 3429. Huskmaker Vase and his wife took their time to inspect and admire each masterwork mech. No machine was identical. The more masterwork mechs they saw, the more they became aware of how cleverly the gallery operators selected the individual pieces. Each masterwork mech told a different story. Some were developed especially for rich scions in the Galactic Center who went on to enjoy successful careers. Others were masterwork versions of fairly ordinary mech designs. Their histories were more mixed. A few even took part in losing wars where they had eventually fallen in battle and taken as trophies by the opposition. The cases where the ownership of masterwork mechs swapped from one organization to another were the most intriguing ones to Vase. As someone who always favored pairing mechs to the same mech pilots, it was interesting to see how mechs with the potential for life developed in a different direction. From what he could observe, these masterwork mechs also developed more life, but their characters were a little less defined and a bit more general. That made it hard to detect that they possessed any further special qualities at all, but they were definitely present. That answered at least a couple of questions that Vase always wondered about. This insight alone was already worth the 20 MTA merits he paid for 2 half-price day tickets. Look, it's a masterwork doom crawler. Let's go and see what it can do. Gloriana enthusiastically called. The doom crawler was a popular display piece of the masterwork gallery. Although the venue didn't host too many visitors at this time, there were already 3 people floating in front of the distinctive heavy mech. Vase spared a brief glance at the strangers. All 3 of them were mech designers and likely belonged to the same group. One of them, an older woman, was clearly a master mech designer. The other 2 possessed the spiritual strength that Vase associated with senior mech designers. All 3 of them wore bright teal uniforms that were incredibly refined and reminded Vase of first-class materials. Through various other clues, he deduced that the trio of older mech designers likely came from the Galactic Center. Even though the Galactic Center was incredibly powerful and dominated by first-rate states, a few second-rate states existed between the cracks. The people who tended to live there had access to better tech and opportunities due to the ease in which they could associate with first-raters. Neither of the 2 groups took the initiative to greet each other. They were total strangers to each other and the age gap between them was too big. The older mech designers probably thought that Vase and Gloriana had come in order to look at cool mechs, nothing more. The fact that the couple also brought their baby and pets along further reinforced the impression of a casual day out, which actually wasn't far from the truth. Vase twitched his mouth. He wondered how these old fogies would react if they knew that he and his lovely wife both had 5 masterwork certificates under their belt. There was no need for him to come up to them and brag, though. Rather than waste his time on posturing for no good reason, it was better for him to study the latest masterwork mech that had caught his attention. The Huskmaker has a more sordid history than the other masterwork mechs we've seen, Gloriana stated as she read the info panel. This masterwork mech did a lot more damage to civilians than enemy combat units. That's stating it lightly. Vase could already sense the dark history of the Huskmaker even before he read a single word from its info panel. The character of a mech, especially a living one, was defined both by its creator and its pilot. In both cases, the Huskmaker inherited their darkness. When Vase set aside most details and just wanted to capture a deeper impression of the second-class Doom Crawler, he gradually understood its nature. The machine was designed as a murder weapon. Vase didn't know what the 8-legged mech's brilliant designer specialized in, but he or she passed on a strain of madness and despair to the Huskmaker. When he examined the technical design of the Doom Crawler, he saw that while it wasn't customized for a single user, it was definitely designed for only a single use in mind. A lot of wealthy materials and premium tech for its time had been put into this Doom Crawler. They were so extravagant in fact that it even surpassed the cost of low-tier expert mechs. While that didn't automatically mean that the Huskmaker could actually beat an expert mech in battle, it possessed a huge advantage against standard mechs. Due to the extreme investment its designer put in this standard mech, the husk maker became incredibly tough, which was one of the defining parameters of a doom crawler. Not only was it clad with expert mech-grade armor plating, it also featured a large and power-hungry shield generator. As for offensive capabilities, the husk maker was armed with an array of ranged weapons. First was the missile launcher. This was a fairly standard module for doom crawlers, but the husk maker was special in that it actually carried a small arsenal of nuclear missiles. Damn, how did this designer get his hands on tactical nuclear missiles? Vase frowned. Did he produce them himself? This was a fairly real possibility. The tech behind nuclear weapons and most weapons of mass destruction wasn't actually complicated. Any mech designer who possessed decent fundamentals could make them in a typical workshop. It wasn't even that hard to obtain fissionable materials. The real difficulty lay in hiding the illegal goods. Just one mistake was enough to invite a violent and immediate response from the MTA's compliance department. In any case, a mech designer who deliberately designed a mech to utilize nuclear missiles definitely had a few screws loose in his head. There was no way that someone prepared a mech that was capable of mass murder without acknowledging that there was a real possibility that it would be used for its intended purpose. The other weapon systems of the husk maker weren't as extreme, if only to ensure that it possessed the means to defeat other mechs. Vase was already familiar with Gauss cannons and positron cannons. What was a little bit more special to the husk maker was its arsenal of flammable weapons. It not only featured numerous flamethrowers, but also mounted an array of small mortars at the top. These mortars weren't designed to bomb mechs or military strongholds from afar. Their payloads weren't capable of penetrating through armor. Instead, they fired small and compact fire bombs that burned anything it came into contact with. The amount of lightly protected structures the husk maker could burn if it was able to keep launching fire bomb after fire bomb was quite considerable. A mech designer cannot do the deed himself, though. Vase murmured, there always has to be an accomplice. Again, without reading any of the information that could provide him with context, he tried to decipher the character of the mech pilot. Vase had already figured out that the husk maker had only been used for a short amount of time, possibly just a single battle. It had also been reconstructed from a heavily damaged state. Its sole mech pilot only fought a single battle. Yet this single run left a surprisingly strong imprint behind. The masterwork mech had been designed to sow destruction and the mech pilot fully embraced this purpose. Not only that, but the murderous pilot also completely aligned with the intentions of the mech designer, thereby producing a rare condition where the trinity between mech designer and mech pilot were completely aligned. If the mech pilot possessed spiritual potential, then he might have actually broken through in this battle. Fortunately or unfortunately, he lacked this quality. From what Vase could read from the husk maker, the powerful doom crawler fought a short but destructive engagement where it continually sustained damage as it fended off a mass of regular mechs. Yet even as it slowly began to fall apart, it not only managed to put up a decent fight against its opposition, but also launched a lot of fire bombs as well as positron beams and Gauss cannons at civilian targets. Vase guessed that the doom crawler must have launched its tactical nuclear missiles at the end when the opposition was already exhausted and became less capable of intercepting the critical payloads. Let's see whether my guess is true. When Vase read the info panel and watched the short and highly edited footage, he found out that his expectations were true. The husk maker was a part of a revenge tale. A certain senior mech designer lived in a fairly oppressive state and lost his wife due to losing out in some kind of political struggle. That completely triggered the quiet, well-mannered and steady senior, prompting him to throw away his entire career and all of his ambitions. Over the span of several years, he secretly designed a doom crawler that was designed to retaliate against the state by hitting an important city. He not only scouted his targets and selected one that wasn't too heavily defended, but also roped in his son who happened to be a mech pilot. The evidence gathered after the incident made it clear that both father and son colluded with each other. The senior created the best murder machine of his life while the son trained how to wipe out the most people in special simulation battles. Once they finished all of their preparations, both father and son hopped inside the two-person cockpit of the husk maker before heading out to start a rampage. Damn, what a crazy move. It was incredibly crazy for a mech designer to accompany a mech pilot in battle, but if the former no longer cared about staying alive, it made a bit more sense. With the help of expert advice and guidance from the senior, the mech pilot was able to utilize all of the options of the husk maker to better effect. Of course, better effect translated into more mass murder. With the usage of the nuclear missiles taken into account, this resilient masterwork doom crawler eventually killed around 500,000 people, which was actually half the target of the father and son duo. The Husk Maker got taken down too quickly despite its heavy armor. The defenders acted with desperation and worked as a team to disable the doom crawler's weapon systems before destroying its legs. Gloriana sighed as she lightly squeezed the baby in her arms. What people do for love. Do you admire them? Vase looked a bit shocked. Why not? They showed great devotion to the sole woman of their life. It's a pity that they chose to express their love in such a barbaric, violent manner. They needed more women in their lives. An extra daughter would have helped the two refine their plan or convince them to fight against the authorities in a smarter way. If I were there, I would have persuaded these two idiots to defect to an enemy state. They could deal so much more damage over a longer period of time that way. Okay. Vase set that all aside. He wasn't here to commemorate the fallen or condemn the mass murderers. What he cared about the most was how the interplay of strong intent and emotions resulted in a doom crawler that was frankly excellent in many ways. It was a passion project that was at the same level or even higher than his own Devil Tiger. Another part of what made the Husk Maker so distinctly good was that its creator designed this machine with clearly defined concepts in mind. Whether consciously or unconsciously, the senior worked on his project with such a narrow focus that the mech was actually more coherent and alive than any of the masterworks that Vase had seen. It's a pity it only saw battle once. Vase sighed. The Husk Maker could have evolved into a second-order living mech if it was piloted for a longer period of time. When piloted by the same vengeful and emotional son, the doom crawler would have surely been able to gain enough living traits to take part in the revenge spree. Suddenly, an interesting thought came to mind. Vase could see that despite its short usage and despite its long years of serving as a display model, the Husk Maker was still close to becoming a second-order living mech. If he could play around with it a little bit, he guessed that he could easily lift up to the standard of one of his typical mechs. Should he do so, though? The urge kept growing in his heart. No matter the purpose of its creator, the Husk Maker was the culmination of a mech designer's earnest effort. The senior truly put a piece of himself into the doom crawler, which indirectly meant a part of this war criminal lived on in this display model. Wait a second, what if he did the opposite? Instead of reinforcing the Husk Maker's life, he could try to extract it instead. He had done it before when he harvested small spiritual fragments from the Quint and the Amaranto in order to create Vulcan. As long as he was careful enough, Vase could do something similar with not only the Husk Maker, but also every other significant masterwork mech in this gallery. Should he? Chapter 3430, Fortis Major Arena. While Vase and Gloriana were enjoying their time at the Masterwork Gallery, many other Larkinsons went on to play and work as well. Chance Bay offered something for everyone as long as they had money. While there was not much to do for people with empty bank accounts, no Larkinson was short of money. Although ordinary clansmen didn't earn any high salaries, they didn't really have an opportunity to spend that much while they lived aboard the Larkinson fleet. There was no land for them to invest in real estate. Many daily necessities such as food, clothing and education were already provided by the clan by default. Aside from the Galactic Net, Twilight City was the biggest money sink, and only a handful of clansmen had already squandered all of their cash. The overwhelming majority still had a lot of money piled up in their bank accounts which they could finally spend on offerings that were only available in the Red Ocean. Vincent and Rayla attended a series of matches at Fortis Major Arena, one of the largest and most professional mech arenas of Vullet 14B. Both of them had become completely taken by the spectacle. A crowd of millions of spectators roared their jubilation, anger and disappointment at the same time, yet despite all of the noise, none of it was overwhelming. The main reason for that was because the arena encompassed an enormous volume. Fortis Major centered around a single, massive space that measured 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers by 1 kilometer, turned into an enclosed, shielded environment that could simulate all kinds of landbound, spaceborne and even aquatic environments. There was so much space that the ticket holders could move their floating seats in any position they wanted in a wide area around the combat zone. Those that wanted to group up did so by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Others who wanted to have a lot of room for themselves flew apart from everyone else. The height and movement range of every floating seat was adjustable depending on the type of ticket bought by the occupant. The most expensive tickets came paired with a host of benefits. They allowed the ticket holder to fully unlock the speed of the seats, allowing them to zip from one angle to another angle in a matter of seconds. They allowed the ticket holders to emerge from the side and float above the combat zone. They also provided access to a large amount of combat telemetry. Mech designers and other knowledgeable people could figure out a lot of technical and tactical details from studying this data. However, the most valuable benefit was the ability to simulate the cockpit and even the interfacing experience of one of the combatants. Mech pilots flocked to this feature the most, as they could derive valuable lessons from how some of the best professional mech athletes and daring volunteers in Chance Bay accomplished their victories. I've been to a few mech arenas, but this is by far the largest and most overblown arena match I've witnessed in person. Rayla excitedly shouted. Vincent, who sat next to her, nodded with gusto. The clan patriarch would probably blow his head off at the thought of pitting so many landbound mechs against each other. The main match of the day centered around an enormous set-piece battle between two mech battalions numbering at 500 mechs per side. Each of them fought a brutal, urban struggle as the battlefield had been changed into a simulated city, complete with trees, office buildings and shuttles. The mech battalions generally received word of the battlefield environment in advance and were allowed to field a varied mix of mech models according to their own ideas. Of course, Fortis Major Arena set hard limits on both the mechs and mech pilots of the participants. The mech battalions couldn't field any first-class mechs or machines that were too far from the norm of a typical second-class mech. They weren't allowed to assign any expert pilots or expert candidates to their mechs. The total tonnage of all of their mechs could not exceed a maximum threshold. This was mainly used to prevent one side from spending a lot of money to field a whole heavy mech battalion so that they could win by brute force. Most importantly, the overall performance of every mech had to be equalized in advance to present a fair struggle between the two sides. Second-class mechs were very varied in terms of combat power, tech level and so on. The machines designed to operate in the galactic rim of the old galaxy were generally weaker than that of the galactic heartland. Those from the galactic heartland also tended to fall short of those from the galactic center. While there were arena matches where mechs with different power levels weren't equalized, the current set-piece battle was more about skilled teamwork than technological prowess, so the machines couldn't diverge too much in terms of performance. Neither Vincent nor Rayla comprehended the tech and calculations behind this complicated procedure, but as mech pilots they could instinctively see that neither side possessed a significant advantage in terms of performance. This made the match more exciting despite the vastly different origins between the two sides. From the start of the battle, the mech battalions chose to adopt different strategies. One side favored a slower, more centralized and more defensive approach. A force makeup that largely consisted of landbound mechs with a focus on night mechs and rifleman mechs advanced straight into the center of the city district before setting up fortifications with the help of auxiliary construction mechs. While the light skirmishers and aerial mechs of both sides had already begun to clash against each other, the defensive battalion already began to deconstruct the surrounding urban structures so that they could erect a hasty fortification with local materials in a matter of minutes. Those construction mechs are actually quite impressive, Vincent admiringly said. In his former career as a rebel, he fought plenty of rough and messy battles on land. He knew the importance of commanding and controlling the terrain. The ability to enter a foreign city and build an extensive fortress in the field by taking advantage of local resources was a powerful capability. While the short duration of this arena match limited how extensively these construction bots could transform the environment, they pursued extreme speed as they piled up materials after materials into rough walls and bunkers. I could see the living sentinels adopting this strategy in the field one day. It certainly fits their style, Rayla said with an intrigued expression. I'll refer this match to Commander Casella Ingvar so she can watch the footage. I don't know, babe. Aren't we supposed to be sticking to battles in space? We're in the Red Ocean now, Vincent. A lot of valuable resources and other stuff are located on planets. Are we just going to give up on all of that bounty? I think not. Our clan will begin to fight battles on land sooner than later. Though many of our space-capable mechs can moonlight as aerial mechs, sometimes they're not heavy and sturdy enough for the job. The Larkinson clan fought in space so many times that many clansmen slowly forgot what it took to win a battle on solid ground. Well, let's hope that Vase and the other clan leaders don't neglect this issue, Vincent said as he focused his attention back on the enormous arena match. The couple didn't have the money to purchase the most expensive tickets. Both of them were already content with being able to witness the battle from the sides at various elevations. Compared to the defensive mech battalion, the opposition mech battalion did not think about digging in. It adopted a more offensive posture by fielding a mech roster that heavily emphasized melee mechs. They're clearly set up to launch an assault, Rayla commented. Their commander is being too careful, though. Their mechs are still stationed in the periphery of the battlefield. The longer they dawdle there, the more their opponents build up their fortifications. It's not their fault, though. The defenders deployed more light mechs that are successfully preventing the enemy scouts from gathering crucial clues. The thing about assaults is that you have to launch them at the right moment at the right time. You don't want them to stab in the wrong direction. That caution was understandable, but it was the wrong decision this time. Still, the commander of the assault battalion began to develop suspicions. The opposition expended too much effort in stopping scout mechs from scoping out their targets. When he ordered a mech regiment to bulldoze through the opposition of light and aerial mechs, the truth finally became clear. Advance. The assault battalion had to move quickly in order to prevent the defending side from accruing an even greater advantage. This was where the real fight began. Explosions rippled throughout the massive urban battlefield as ranged mechs and artillery mechs from both sides tried to eliminate each other. The defensive battalion possessed an advantage in this aspect. It fielded more artillery mechs which were armed with weapons capable of indirect fire. This meant that their cannons and missiles weren't hindered by the urban sprawl, as they could be launched at a high angle only to fall down on top of enemy positions. This presented the assault battalion with immediate difficulties as they encountered heavy shelling. In response, the attackers brought forth their own auxiliary mechs, which mostly specialized in electronic warfare. They not only deployed arrays that erected heavy jamming fields, but also fired smoke grenades that threw up so much interference in the surrounding air that most sensors became scrambled. Of course, the arena spectators still enjoyed a completely clear view. The arena utilized much more powerful tech to ensure the audience wouldn't be looking at a smoke cloud all day. The defensive side did not have access to that tech, though. Their landbound and aerial light skirmishers were no longer able to transmit accurate targeting data to their artillery buddies. The only way for them to do their jobs was to get close and overpower the interference through brute force. Many of the light mechs and aerial mechs belonging to the defending side pushed forward. They entered the interfering smoke clouds and took considerable risks to perform their duty. The attackers heavily punished them now that they had become a lot more vulnerable. This pattern continued for a few minutes as the assault battalion continued to endure heavy but more inaccurate bombardment. Even if the explosions didn't hit any mechs, they still cratered the surrounding terrain. Any mech that fell in battle during this time became surrounded by strong energy fields. Many different safety measures ensured that the mech pilots would always be able to leave the arena alive. Nonetheless, the battle had already turned tragic as the assault battalion lost 15% of their number in order to get close. Once the attackers reached the improvised fortification, the real battle had begun. A grand melee ensued as mechs fired back at the advancing melee mechs. The attackers dealt with the fortification in different ways. Some attempted to circle around and put pressure on the rear. Some launched head-on attacks and focused on breaching the walls before breaking through. The lighter assault mechs that either possessed flight or jumping capabilities hopped over the obstacles in order to cause disruption from within. It became clear that the defensive walls weren't actually that good at stopping enemy mechs due to the hasty preparations and limitations of the construction materials. Nonetheless, it was still a chore to deal with them, and they blocked enough ranged attacks to make the rifleman mechs of the attacking side less effective. Eventually, the defenders managed to make good enough use of their fortifications to whittle down the assault battalions. Though the latter's melee mechs were hard to deal with up close, all of the walls in their way broke up their formation and prevented them from employing their most preferred tactical maneuvers. Both Vincent and Rayla kept reliving the most exciting moments of the massive arena match as the battlefield was being reset. All of the wreckage was being moved underground. Meanwhile, the arena grounds morphed into a low-gravity moon environment that was about to play host to a smaller duel. It turned out that the entire ground terrain consisted of extremely strong nanomachines. This allowed the arena to easily melt and rearrange all of the structures and terrain features into a different simulated battlefield. As the pair of Larkinsons waited for the next battle to start, Vincent suddenly came up with an interesting suggestion. "Hey, do you think it's a good idea for us to fight in a set-piece battle like this?" he asked. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed that the two mech battalions weren't professional mech athletes? I just read up on them and it turns out that they're part of different pioneering fleets. Any pioneer can volunteer their combat units to take part in matches like these." That did sound interesting, But when Rayla thought of all of the mechs that wrecked during the battle, she became a lot less enthusiastic about Vincent's suggestion. It's too costly. Vase would never agree to take part in such a wasteful spectacle. She replied, you can win prizes. Look, the top contestants can even obtain brand new carrier vessels if they score high enough. What? That certainly caught Rayla's attention. Chapter 3431. Colony states. While Vincent and Rayla tried to come up with a way for the Larkinson clan to participate in one of the open arena competitions, other clansmen engaged in calmer pursuits. Expert pilots had access to additional venues compared to normal people. The Larkinson expert pilots each received recommendations on the special destinations they should visit first. Before they all decided to split up and go their own way, the Larkinson expert pilots initially chose to enter a place called Absalon Garden as a group. Absalon Garden was essentially a club that was exclusively reserved for expert pilots. Despite its short existence, it had already become famous for enabling powerful soldiers and warriors to meet, befriend and exchange stories with each other. It was hard for expert pilots to connect with ordinary people as their drastic changes in mentality caused them to become more removed from the human norm. To many of them, they could only treat other expert pilots as equals. Absalon Garden was one of the few communities on Chance Bay that gave these alienated expert pilots a chance to express their true selves in front of their peers. None of them had to worry about dealing with any mortals as none of them were allowed to step foot in it. In fact, they weren't even allowed to fly high enough to reach the exclusive club. The floating garden flew at such a high altitude that it gave its visitors the illusion that it was located on a heavenly plane. The luxurious venue relied completely on bots and other forms of automation to service its privileged clientele. Well-dressed but completely lifeless humanoid bots served free drinks and provided relaxed massages to the notable guests. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi, Venerable Tusa, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice all wore their uniforms as they passed through the gates of the airborne venue. Once they entered the expansive front garden, they attracted immediate attention from other visiting expert pilots. Some of them wore the uniforms of their pioneering organizations while others dressed in more casual outfits. No matter how they looked or what they were doing, none of the expert pilots looked weak. Some of them even possessed overt domains that influenced the space around them in a strong way. They were mainly high-tier expert pilots who didn't see the point of restraining their influence. It didn't matter too much, anyway. Other expert pilots possessed enough mental strength to resist their pressure while the service bots completely ignored these shenanigans entirely. Venerable Davia Stark should have accepted our invitation. Venerable Joshua lamented as he beheld the large and peaceful environment. She would have loved it here, I think. Venerable Janzi shook her head. Some people simply don't want to relax or socialize. Venerable Stark already has her own plans. She's older than all of us, so she doesn't need our concern. Janzi is right. Venerable Tusa agreed with her for once. Besides, Davia isn't really a member of our clan, so it's fine if she decides to skip all of our group outings. We can already represent the clan by ourselves. They not only came to Absalon Garden in order to relax and make new friends, but also find a way to provide assistance to their clan. They didn't have any specific plan in mind to accomplish that, but they figured that showing up as part of a single organization would help send the right message. So far, no one approached the Larkinsons, but this was just the beginning. They had plenty of time to connect with the other expert pilots who were relaxing or grouping up in their own little cliques. Tusa looked up in the air. Hey, is that a floating pool? That's cool. The impulsive expert pilot lifted off into the air. At the same time, he issued a command to his uniform so that it disassembled itself before turning into a thick pair of swimming shorts. Plop. Tusa soon immersed himself into the giant floating cube of water. He swam freely and already began to approach a group of other swimmers. The rest headed deeper until they reached a cozy bar where dozens of expert pilots were already enjoying their drinks. Once the remaining Larkinsons ordered their own beverages, they looked around and studied the other guests. None of them looked familiar to the Larkinsons. They wore completely foreign outfits and didn't appear to come from any of the star sectors that the clan had visited in the past. There were no Fredaemon, Vulcan or any other old enemies present, which provided the Larkinsons with a lot of relief. Then again, the lack of familiar faces made it hard for them to approach anyone right away. Look at that group. Venerable Joshua gestured his head towards the corner. Those black uniformed expert pilots are less scrupulous than others. They must come from an aggressive state. Janzi's lips curled downwards as she perceived the nature of these rambunctious soldiers. They resemble pirates more than soldiers. They're like Garliners but much worse. Not every expert pilot was noble or honorable. There were exceptional mech pilots who possessed different characters, either because they lived in a different environment or because they fell in a different crowd. The black uniformed expert pilots were the exception rather than the norm, and no one else took the initiative to approach these fellows. After a minute, Venerable Dice stood up from her seat. I think I've found someone that I can connect to. I can sense her love for swordsmanship. She picked up her drink and approached a different table where another female expert pilot watched over with challenging eyes. The two expert pilots began to hold a silent competition by colliding their wills against each other. This was an aggressive but more direct way for expert pilots to introduce themselves. Their extraordinary willpower represented the purest and most important aspects about themselves. Their strength was also a good measure of their progression. Immediately, Venerable Dice found herself on the back foot. The other woman's resonance strength was substantially stronger and more developed. Despite the differences in strength, both of them sensed how much they had in common. They not only dedicated their lives to further their swordsmanship, but also fought to protect their fellow people. They were roughly the same kind of people. Eventually, the woman who gained the upper hand had retracted most of her presence. She extended a hand. "Welcome to Absalon Garden. I'm Yeralda Ab Metaslan of the Gurman family. We came from the Sleepy Raken star sector of the galactic heartland." Venerable Dice raised her eyebrow when she heard the other swordsman mech specialist came from a more developed region of the old galaxy. "Dice Larkinson of the Larkinson clan. I guess you can say that we come from the Komodo star sector of the galactic rim." To her credit, Venerable Yeralda didn't look down on the new arrival. "Komodo star sector, huh? According to my implant, that's a frontier star sector. You've come a long way." "Hey, that's an understatement. Oh, it sounds like there's a story behind your journey. You should use your implant to look up the Larkinson clan on the galactic net. I can guarantee you won't get bored." The two soon hit it off. Venerable Yeralda became a lot more interested in Venerable Dice once she learned of the amazing battles the Larkinson clan had fought. The mechs might be a bit more basic than the ones used in the galactic heartland, but the clan's diverse combat methods were unusual even in the more prosperous parts of the Milky Way. Of course, Venerable Dice also inquired about Venerable Yeralda's career. "Our Gurman family hasn't fought any major battles," Yeralda said. "Our leaders are much steadier and have already made proper arrangements for their journey to the Red Ocean. Prior to this, I used to serve in the military of my state. That is where I saw the most action. From what I can gather of your name, you're not a blood member of your new family." "That's right," Yeralda nodded. "The Gurman family are mainly into business and trade. They already retain a formidable amount of guards, but they are lacking in elite soldiers. They recruited me and a large number of veterans after receiving permission from our state. And your state just agreed to let a valuable expert pilot like you run off to the Red Ocean. The Gurman family still maintains ties with our original state back in Sleepy Raken. You can say that we are sponsored by the government. We not only receive help in the form of funding, research and access, but we can also join forces with other pioneering groups from our state." It turned out that the Gurman family was not on its own. The help that their original government could provide was limited, but what was much more relevant was becoming a part of a greater community of pioneers who shared a common background. This was not a unique pattern among pioneers. Most of them came from fixed states. When they all entered the Red Ocean, they didn't become strangers to each other all of a sudden. Instead, they grew closer. Former rivals and competitors all put down their old animosity and more often than not formed new alliances with each other. The reason for that was because the Red Ocean was filled with strangers, many of whom were more powerful and more dangerous than any previous rivals. In a dwarf galaxy that became host to an increasing number of ambitious pioneers and adventurers, it was always a good idea to join forces with the few people who shared the same culture and were already familiar with each other to an extent. With the old government working as a facilitator and mediator, different pioneering fleets teamed up with each other in order to form a united front and project more strength when they began to explore the new frontier. "What's the point of all of this?" Venerable Dice asked. "Don't you already know?" Yeralda raised her glass to her lips. "The goal is for us all to find a good region of space and build colonies next to each other. As long as we can survive and support each other for a couple of years, we'll be able to band together and form a colony state that will continue to be backed by our old government." This was a fairly standard approach to building new states. It was mostly adopted by fairly smaller and weaker pioneering organizations that didn't have the confidence to found a state by themselves. Now that Venerable Dice thought about it, wasn't this what the Fredamen and Hexers were trying to do as well? Though she hadn't encountered anyone from the Komodo star sector so far, she was certain those old acquaintances were around somewhere. Has your Gurman family never thought about founding and ruling your own state? Venerable Yeralda chuckled. We know our limits. If we go by ourselves, we'll get swallowed by rivals in a heartbeat. There is safety in numbers, Dice. While it is true that our Gurman family wants to obtain more power and wealth, we don't want to gamble with our lives. We'll become a lot less susceptible to attacks if we form an alliance with at least 20 different pioneering groups. Each of us come from the same state, so anyone who wants to betray us has to think twice. Not only would the remaining alliance members crack down on the betrayers in the Red Ocean, the original state could also make a move back in the old galaxy. Venerable Dice became a bit envious at the situation of the Gurman family. The Larkinson clan lacked a close relationship with a second-rate state, so it couldn't band together with natural allies. The Larkinsons had no choice but to seek out alternative alliance partners from pioneers who did not maintain ties with their existing states. These people were much more ambitious and much less reliable, so the Larkinson clan had to make sure it chose its partners carefully. Chapter 3432, Galactic Humanist Society. While Venerable Dice continued to learn more about Venerable Yeralda and the Gurman family, the other Larkinson expert pilots spread out as well. Venerable Orphan joined a few drunken expert pilots who possessed vastly different origins. However, none of them asked where they came from or who they were fighting for. They only needed to know each other's names before they engaged in a friendly pattern of heavy drinking and swapping old war stories. Ha ha ha, so your people really dared to attack an ace mech, only to realize later on that you could have just asked what the other side wanted, is that right? Yeah, our boss got so spooked by the appearance of an ace mech that he just ordered our troops to fire first. A lot of good soldiers died for nothing because of this decision. Venerable Orphan hiccuped as she took another swig of her mug. Did your people kick out your boss for this mistake? No, why, he's damn good at designing mechs and making money. Our clan is nothing without him. Besides, he's an alright fellow most of the time. We know what we signed up for, and so far we keep getting stronger. That sounds like a good deal, but only if you manage to stay alive at the end. Not every boss cares about the soldiers who are paying for the mistakes for the big shots. I've already seen a few expert pilots here jumping ship because they can't stand working for an idiot. Venerable Orphan learned all kinds of interesting tidbits and insider stories through this friendly and seemingly unrestrained drinking session. Even though she was ingesting so much alcohol that an ordinary human would have already lost consciousness, her augmented body efficiently filtered out most of the dangerous substances in her body. She only got drunk enough to gain a light buzz, which was more than enough for her to keep her wits. The same applied to her other so-called drinking buddies. None of them had really lost control of themselves. They wouldn't be expert pilots if they were all susceptible to drinking addiction. At some point, Venerable Orphan asked a random question. Have you heard about any dwarves in the Red Ocean? Huh, dwarves. Why do you care about those shorties? I've heard that a lot of different dwarven pioneers decided to pledge service to a Rubarthan prince. Really? Venerable Orphan became surprised. How many dwarves? And what do you know about the Ponce who took them under his wing? The expert pilot who revealed the news frowned a bit as he emptied his glass of vodka. I don't recall the details. I just heard it from someone else who probably read about it on the galactic net. From what I know, the Brownstone Prince is welcoming them all under his banner for whatever reason. The Brownstone Prince, he's referring to Prince Havilake, the 1365th Prince of the Rubarthan Imperial household. A more knowledgeable female expert pilot clarified. The Brownstone Prince is called that way because he has always been a fairly low-key guy who focused most of his life on building up a business empire. Unlike his many other siblings, he never competed for territory in the new Rubarth Empire. Instead, he became friendly with most of them as he focused on mining exotics and selling them to customers who need them. He's a big mining nerd. Even though the new Rubarth Empire was incredibly powerful, ordinary people didn't necessarily hold much respect towards the princes. Sure, they would definitely become nervous if a prince showed up in front of them, but the chances of that happening was almost 0%. The biggest problem with the Rubarthan Imperial household was that there were just too many damned princes. Though the Rubarthans themselves never kept an accurate count of how many sons and daughters the Star Emperor had fathered, it was definitely at least 2,000 and most likely double as much. The Star Emperor was over 3 centuries old and still maintained his virility according to many sources. He famously started a harem immediately upon ascending to the throne and immediately produced a lot of descendants. By the time the 1000th child was born, the eager man finally slowed down, but never entirely stopped. Several children were born every year, though not everyone learned about them. Some princes lived their entire lives in obscurity, content to stay out of the nasty snake pit of imperial politics. Due to the high status of the Star Emperor and his bloodline, pretty much all of the power of the new Rubarth Empire fell into the hands of his lineage. The Rubarthan princes ran every major function. The older and more ambitious princes also held rich territories in the powerful first-rate superstate. Competition was extremely fierce among the Rubarthan princes, and there were tales that they even went to war against each other. Of course, no matter how much the Rubarthan princes competed against each other, they showed absolute deference to their father. They also made sure to maintain a united front against the Terrans and the Big Two. What's His Highness doing with all of these dwarves? Someone else wondered. Maybe he wants to keep the best miners of humanity in his retainer. You can say a lot of things about the dwarves, but they're good at extracting resources from planets and asteroids. An older man scoffed. That's because they have a history of being forced to work in the mines. If you ask me, this brownstone prince is going to do the exact same thing to these oblivious dwarves. Anyone who thinks a Rubarthan prince is a benevolent employer needs to get his head checked. They're all callous and aloof. Several expert pilots nodded in agreement. The Rubarthan princes had a mixed reputation in human society. A few developed good reputations while others were notorious for their brutality. It was due to the existence of the latter that most people preferred to have nothing to do with any Rubarthan prince. All of that changed when the Red Ocean opened up for business. Hundreds of Rubarthan princes headed straight to the Red Ocean at the first possible instance. Another drinking expert pilot explained. They probably got news in advance, I think. They've already spread out in different directions and set up their own little colonies. If not for the lack of development and the non-existing trading economy, their colonies would have been impregnable at this time. Anyway, these princes and princesses never managed to achieve much success in the old galaxy because all of their older relatives already claimed all of the good stuff. These younger princes, such as the Brownstone Prince, probably think they have another chance in this dwarf galaxy. Venerable Orphan kept listening to what the others had to say while she quietly looked up the 1365th prince on the galactic net. Just like many of his other siblings, Prince Havelake led his own organization called the Brownstone Principality. A principality had multiple meanings, but in this context the word was the Rubarthan equivalent of a noble house and centered solely around a direct offspring of the Star Emperor. The most famed and powerful principalities all held solid territory within the borders of the new Rubarth Empire. Those that didn't even rule over a single planet were significantly less important. The Brownstone Principality happened to fall into this category. It was a large and powerful mining company, but had no choice but to operate in the territory of other Rubarthan princes. This reality always presented a hidden danger to Prince Havelake, as a boycott from the majority of his siblings could instantly collapse his business empire. In the new Rubarth Empire, military might and control over territory were the two essentials for anyone to remain secure. Not even a Rubarthan prince was immune to bankruptcy. Eventually, the conversation drifted away from the Brownstone Prince. The fellow wasn't interesting and he hadn't made any drastic moves when he entered the Red Ocean. Of course, part of the reason why the expert pilots at Absalon Garden didn't know that much about the Rubarthan imperial household was due to their origins. Chance Bay and the Vullet Central Star Node were nominally independent and neutral destinations for any second raters. However, a remarkably small number of pioneering groups aligned with the first-rate superstates stuck around for an extended amount of time. They were eligible to receive much warmer welcomes to the Terran or Rubarthan equivalent of the Vullet Central Star Node. The members of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact all stuck to their respective central star systems where they could easily find like-minded partners to cooperate on various ventures. As a result, most people who visited the Vullet Central Star Node tended to be unaligned or leaned towards the Red Ocean Union. While Venerable Orphan kept listening to gossip, Venerable Janzi spoke to another group of expert pilots. "Would you like to join the Galactic Humanist Society?" "Pardon?" Janzi asked. The older male expert pilot pressed his hand against his chest. "I can sense that you're a defensive mech specialist, and one that would rather avoid a battle than fight it out. Am I correct?" Venerable Janzi paid closer attention to the other person. Who are you? Liefer Povis of House Povis. More importantly, I'm an associate of the Galactic Humanist Society. What is this society about? Simply put, we are advocates who stand up for decency and human rights. We work to promote peace, increase mutual understanding, stand up for equality and provide justice to the disadvantaged. That sounds interesting, Janzi admitted as she paid more attention to this stranger. Why do you think I'm a good fit? One of the other reasons why she took this random person seriously was because he was a high-tier expert pilot. She could already tell that his well-contained willpower was much stronger than her own. Liefer Povis smiled. Most expert pilots tend to be born and raised in war. There's nothing wrong with that, but it makes people like us fairly rare. Not every expert pilot is content with removing the reason why they are relevant. The Galactic Humanist Society is much more popular among people whose livelihoods don't depend on war. I see. I admit that I don't like to see people fighting pointless wars just to satisfy their greed, but that doesn't mean that every war is like that. There are also wars for survival. For example, if humanity didn't fight against the aliens back in the Age of Conquest, we would have gone extinct by now. Don't tell me that peace is always the answer. Hey, you misunderstand our mission. We stand up for every human, and that means accepting the reality that some aliens would dearly like to see us gone. We don't enjoy fighting them, but we will stand up for humanity if necessary. That said, our civilization has become so powerful that we can easily provide for our own people. There is no reason for us to wage any new destructive conflicts that only lead to further misery and loss of life. It sounds like your society doesn't want to see humanity conquer the Red Ocean. You're right in that, but our voice isn't strong enough to prevent the Big Two from going through with their invasion. Liefer Povis sighed. That's why we need more people like you. The more supporters we have, the more others will listen to us. One of our aims is to teach humanity that we can better everyone's lives by stopping needless infighting and start pouring our resources to more productive uses such as building schools and developing better infrastructure. The more we shrink our war industry, the better. Does that count for mech designers as well? Janzi's eyes glinted. Liefer Povis scowled for a moment. Mech designers are one of the cancers of modern society. Their purpose in life is to create and sell as many war weapons as possible. It's impossible for them to root for peace. The excessive number of mech designers and their unusually high weight in human civilization has distorted it in a way where we always cheer when mechs are used for destructive ends. The Galactic Humanist Society isn't claiming that they should all disappear, but we can probably do away with 99% of them. Only the most virtuous and altruistic mech designers should be allowed to remain. That was a radical opinion. However, Venerable Janzi liked what she heard. Venerable Liefer Povis just articulated most of what she had always thought but never turned them into proper arguments. Chapter 3433. Terev Exala. Venerable Janzi continued to listen to Venerable Liefer Povis as the older man espoused the virtues of the Galactic Humanist Society. Though Janzi was genuinely attracted to the Galactic Humanist Society's stances, she was not naive. Liefer Povis was obviously trying to fish her and she had many scruples about forging ties to an organization that appeared out of the blue. The man appeared sincere, though. Expert pilots generally disdained misdirection and Venerable Liefer had been nothing but earnest at this point. After Janzi expressed an interest in the roots of his organization, Liefer patiently explained its origins. The Galactic Humanist Society was an organization with ancient roots and had gone through multiple different crises, setbacks and separations. There are many organizations that claim to be humanist and want to lead our species to a more peaceful age, but make no mistake, Venerable Janzi. The Galactic Humanist Society is the largest and most authentic proponent of the humanist movement. Any others that make the same claim are likely offshoots founded by defectors who disagreed with our tenets. Perhaps they have stances that are more to your liking, but whether they serve on behalf of the common good or just their directors remains to be seen. How popular is the Galactic Humanist Society in these times? Janzi calmly asked. Our society enjoyed its heyday during the Age of Stars. Humanity was in a bad position back then, but there were many people who yearned to achieve lasting peace. The events that subsequently took place have caused us to drop in popularity. When the Age of Conquest rolled in, humanity tasted the benefits of war and began its reckless expansion. You should already know how that ended. Now, the Galactic Humanist Society is on the rise again. With the lessons of the past, we are able to make a more persuasive case that the human race must never fall back to senseless violence. You didn't quite answer my question. Xianxia said, how many people are a part of this organization? My clan and I have bad experiences with cults, you see. Venerable Leafer chuckled in a good-natured manner. Oh, the Galactic Humanist Society is far from a cult. It is a completely open, transparent and legitimate nonprofit that is officially recognized by all major states and transgalactic organizations. Hundreds of billions of members and associates are spread across human space. Although this figure is rather small when you consider humanity as a whole, as long as we pool our efforts and resources together, we can achieve great things. That did not sound that big for a transgalactic organization. Sure, Leafer had a point, but how easy was it to truly unite all of those members and associates when they were so different and spread across countless different states? This sounded like an exaggeration to Xianxia. So what is it you do, exactly? She inquired. You've told me about your society's stances, but these are high-minded ideals. What is it that people like you actually do on a daily basis? Well, I won't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about the full-time members who work directly on behalf of the Galactic Humanist Society. Their work is much more involved. For associates such as myself, we continue to live out our normal lives in accordance with our own principles. If you recall my introduction, I am still a member of House Povis, and I am not forcing it to align with the society. What I can do is steer the leadership towards my viewpoint and convince other members of House Povis to give peace a chance. Xianxia frowned at this explanation. It sounds like you're subverting House Povis on behalf of the Galactic Humanist Society. Oh, heavens no, Leafer immediately answered. You misunderstand. I do not hold divided loyalties. I see my association with the Galactic Humanist Society as a complementary addition to my life. To be honest, I do not think House Povis will find success in the Red Ocean, not if it follows the plans of our current leaders. What I am trying to do is to give voice to reason, and it just so happens that the society can assist me with that. Its members can give me advice, help me formulate my arguments and lend more credibility to my ideals. I would not have become an associate to it if it conflicted with my loyal service to my family and my noble house. It all sounded a bit vague to Xianxia. She might not be vase, but she was wary of entering any relationship that didn't provide her with actual benefits. What can I gain if I accept your invitation? Please be more specific. Well, aside from receiving teachings that can help you develop your mind and will, you can get in touch with a galactic, or multi-galactic I should say, community of like-minded humanists. You can trade favors with them or receive free benefits if they happen to be in a generous mood, which happens quite often. Many senior members of the Galactic Humanist Society are more willing to assist new and young associates such as yourself. You can pay them back by growing up and helping other newcomers in the same way. In no way will we ever force you to betray your original allegiances. This was a common concern to many people the Galactic Humanist Society tried to rope in. Venerable Leafer Povis could already tell from Venerable Xianxia's willpower that she was immensely protective and loyal towards her own people. This was not an undesirable trait. In fact, Leafer thought it was the opposite. Only caring, loyal and protective people had the courage to step up against the dominant trend towards conflict. The Galactic Humanist Society recognized that there were too few people with influence that possessed sympathy towards the common people. This was why one of its strategies centered around elevating and promoting more empathic people to higher stations. This was a slow and gradual process that might never lead to significant change, but the society had to make the attempt anyway no matter how much other people pushed back against its principles. The older man continued to elaborate for 5 more minutes as he attempted to give Venerable Xianxia a more thorough understanding of what she could gain from becoming an associate of his society. To be honest, none of it sounded solid. The Galactic Humanist Society might not be as charitable and willing to reach out to Xianxia, but this was an unlikely outcome. If Venerable Leafer Povis was a representative example of what his society was like, then it was probably sincere about advancing its principles. Exploiting its own people was not typical of an ancient organization that had managed to stand the test of time. By the end of it, Xianxia was mostly convinced to give the Galactic Humanist Society a shot. Becoming involved with it did not conflict with her existing oath to the Larkinson clan, and it didn't sound as if she needed to do anything that went against her own purpose and responsibilities. She still found Venerable Leafer's solicitation to be rather overwhelming, though. She currently leaned towards thinking about the invitation. Perhaps she should go back to the clan so that she could do more research on this society and discuss her options with other clansmen. However, What Venerable Leafer Povis said next stopped her thoughts in their tracks. If you have been with our society long enough, you might be able to come into contact with one of our chief directors. You should have definitely heard about him before, because he is a god pilot. What? Which god pilot are you talking about? Any mention of a god pilot was able to elicit a strong reaction from any mech pilot. Even if Venerable Janzi had already taken her first steps to godhood by becoming an expert pilot, she was quite self-conscious about her lack of strength. It was not a shame for her to admire and look up at the few god pilots that humanity had produced. Leafer Povis smiled at her reaction. Try and guess. The individual I am referring to should resonate especially well with you, because he is a night mech specialist just like you. That should narrow down the possible choices considerably. Though Janzi was annoyed at Leafer's little game, she fell silent as she quickly ran her thoughts through what she knew of humanity's greatest mech pilots. There weren't that many night mech specialists among this select group. Part of it was because these kinds of mech pilots tended to sacrifice themselves instead of backing out in order to save their lives. Nonetheless, a few exceptional defensive pilots succeeded in becoming gods in human form. Though many of them had something in common with the ideals of the Galactic Humanist Society, there was one that stood out from the rest. Is it the Triangle Guardian? Good guess. Venerable Leafer clapped in acknowledgement. The Triangle Guardian is indeed one of the chief directors of the Galactic Humanist Society. While he is not our only leader, he is a respected advisor whose moral voice makes sure that we continue to work towards a better humanity. With his presence at the top, no one dares to engage in corruption or self-serving behavior. He is also a great guiding light to mech pilots like us who are trained to fight but wish to never put our skills in action. Our society has an entire library of his lectures that can help you reconcile any contradictions in your head. Access to the teachings of a god pilot wasn't free by any means, but just the possibility of getting in touch with them was invaluable to Janzi. The Triangle Guardian was an example to all defensive mech pilots. He was around 230 years old but became a god pilot a century ago, which was a testament to his talent. Back when the great god pilot was mortal, he used to be known as Terev Ixala, a former Rubarthan citizen with a common background. He served in the military and already ascended relatively quickly through the ranks. He had already gotten into plenty of conflicts with his superiors. The Rubarthans were hawks while Terev Ixala was a dove. The two didn't mix together and the mech pilot would have been booted out of service if not for the man's overflowing talent. Everything changed when Terev Ixala made the ultimate breakthrough. Though no one knew what happened behind closed doors, the Triangle Guardian made a clean break with the new Rubarth Empire and formally joined the Mech Trade Association, becoming one of its many top warriors. Ever since then, the Triangle Guardian rarely showed up on the news. He did not make any radical waves, and mech pilots like Venerable Janzi thought that he merely stayed vigil against external threats such as rival alien empires. It turned out that the Triangle Guardian did more than stand guard over human civilization. Though Janzi hadn't heard anything about his involvement with the Galactic Humanist Society, she did not doubt Leafer's claim. It sounded exactly like something he would do given his well-known opinions and inclinations. Since a great hero and protector like Divine Terev Ixala thought that the Galactic Humanist Society was worth leading, then it must be a worthwhile organization. Janzi eventually made up her mind. I'm not sure what is needed to become an associate of your organization, but as long as I don't need to do too much, I'm willing to give this a try. Is that all right, sir? Leafer gave her a brilliant smile. It does not take much to welcome you into the fold. I just need to bring you over to our branch headquarters in Chance Bay to handle the necessary administration. As I've said, we're not a cult and becoming an associate is different from becoming a member. The only hard obligation that you have to meet is to pay an annual membership fee. After all, our organization still needs to pay its bills. How much? Let's discuss that when we get to the branch. As an expert pilot, you are eligible to enjoy a few additional privileges. Venerable Leafer patiently led Venerable Janzi out of Absalon Garden as he continued to explain the structure of the Galactic Humanist Society. None of the other Larkinson expert pilots noticed her departure. Chapter 3434, A Date at Night. What an enchanting view. Chance Bay isn't the only enchanting sight in this establishment. Calabast responded with a coy smile to her current date. Just like many other Larkinsons, the intelligence director of the Larkinson clan took the opportunity to enter Chance Bay in order to unwind. Chief Minister Novalon Pernus made the same decision. The two dressed impeccably for the occasion. While Calabast opted to wear an elegant black dress and style her hair into curls, Novalon wore a sophisticated suit that went well with his groomed dark brown hair and short goatee. The pair already drew appreciative glances from the other diners in the high-rise restaurant, but the two Larkinson leaders didn't pay any notice to these random people. Calabast continued to gaze out at the expansive city that was currently at night on this side of the moon. As a massive urban settlement, the huge amount of light pollution almost completely obscured the stars of the red ocean, but that only made the urban sprawl more impressive. The structures on the ground and floating in the air lit up in many different colors, but Calabast did not find any of it chaotic. Everything on Vullet 14B fell under the auspices of the Mech Trade Association. Its eyes and ears were everywhere, and she was under no illusion that its hand occasionally stretched out and manipulated events in its favor. This was the price that people paid in order to stay at the Vullet Central Star Node. They only valued the promise of absolute safety and took advantage of the many opportunities to exchange with other people. Well, it wasn't as if the Larkinson clan had any alternatives. It needed to address way too many priorities, and every other trading nexus was worse. At least the Mech Trade Association wasn't an enemy. As the couple returned to enjoy their luxurious red ocean specialties, they continued to chat about various light topics. "I wouldn't call myself a hexer at all," she said in response to one of his remarks. "Unlike the vast majority of my former compatriots, I learned how other people think. It's a necessity for those who enter my profession. That is how I learned that the state I grew up in was an aberration." Novalon looked a little skeptical. "That's strange. Shouldn't your former employers employ more safeguards to prevent its members from embracing foreign views?" "That is definitely the case, and I went through my fair share of indoctrination, both through formal sessions and subtle everyday nudging. There are two reasons why Diva has failed to turn me into their loyal Hexer foot soldier. First, my upbringing has already jaded me to Hexer culture. Second, my mentors and instructors assumed I didn't need as many reminders because I was a member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. Only a branch member, mind you, but still a woman with Vraken in her name." The story sounded plausible, but it didn't quite add up to Novalon. The man was more than familiar with how things went in these kinds of circles, and he suspected that Calabast withheld a lot of important context. He didn't intend to push her, though. She would tell him the truth when she was ready, or keep it to her chest if she did not want to expose any vulnerabilities. "Why did you become an Arnland? Is there any special significance in this specific name?" The spymaster shrugged her bare shoulders. "Calabast Arnland is just an identity prepared by Diva. I took a liking to it and never saw the need to change back. I have no need to turn back into the woman I was before." Names were important and symbolized someone's character and other traits. Novalon understood that there was great significance in Calabast's refusal to adopt her original identity. It was not wise for him to dig deeper in someone's potentially traumatic or unpleasant history. Even though Calabast was anything but fragile, there was no need for him to aggravate her old wounds. "Well, you're a member of the Larkinson clan now, so you can claim any name you want. Where do you see yourself in the future?" "If possible, I would still like to stay in my current position." "You mean staying on as the Director of Intelligence?" "Yes, you could take on a greater responsibility," he suggested. "Someone as level-headed as you would make for a fine chief minister. Perhaps you can even become my successor once I finish my terms." Calabast chuckled. "I know I can do it, but that doesn't mean I am eager to do what you say. I do not harbor any special ambitions towards the Larkinson clan. People like you, Magdalena and Raymond already do a decent job at leading it, and there will doubtlessly be many more who can take over your mantles. I am content to remain in my current place. Currently, there is no other clansman that I can entrust with my job." There was probably another reason why Calabast was content to stay in her current place. Novalon Pernus figured that Calabast was playing the long game by sitting in the second row rather than the first row where he was sitting at the moment. Those in the first row of seats wielded the greatest amount of power and influence in the clan, but that also made their jobs a lot more sensitive. Though Vase Larkinson normally didn't pay attention to how the clan was being run these days, his specter constantly hung over the heads of the chief ministers. From his own analysis of the clan patriarch's personality, it was extremely likely that Vase would eventually force the current chief ministers to make way for a new batch. After all, anyone sitting in such an important executive position for a long time could accumulate a lot more power and authority over time. This might even lead to a situation where the voice of the chief ministers surpassed the voice of the clan patriarch. Therefore, Novalon had always been aware that his time in the chief minister's seat was limited. His rodeo might end in 4 years at worst and 30 years at best, but he could not imagine lasting any longer than a single generation. It was worth it, though. The Larkinson clan was young and still in its formative years. Leading it during this period of rapid growth allowed him to make his mark in many different ways that would become fixed once the clan became larger and more mature. Without his guidance, the Larkinson clan was liable to grow into a dead end and collapse under its own weight. Though he respected his fellow chief ministers greatly, neither Magdalena nor Raymond possessed any prior experience in higher public office. Their expertise also leaned in other directions. It was only right that the Pernis family had come to the Larkinson clan. Who else would have been able to straighten out its messy administration and implement proper protocols? However, his burden was great and a person like Patriarch Vase probably didn't appreciate what he was doing for the clan. In that regard, Calabast made a safer bet. The position of intelligence director was a lot less ostentatious, which would allow her to remain in office for a much longer period of time without ever attracting too much scrutiny. As long as she performed her duties and ran this side of the Larkinson clan well enough, it would not surprise Novalon to see Calabast in the exact same spot in the hierarchy a century later. She could even exert significantly more influence on the clan than a chief minister such as Novalon. The only downside was that she had to work slowly and spread her major decisions across many decades. If this was her true ploy, then he held a lot of respect towards her willingness to take her time to make her own mark on the Larkinson clan. This was one of the many parts about her that attracted his personal interest. Calabast soon began her own inquiry. You Pernisers used to be a lot more reluctant about becoming Larkinsons. She began. Nowadays, I don't see any reluctance in any of you. Your relatives have taken to the Larkinson clan like fish to water. What do you think has changed? The chief minister gave her a simple grin. I don't think this is a mystery at all. First, we all realize that there is no way back for us. We loyally served the Grand Loxic Republic for many generations, but as soon as one of our old opponents tried to erase our existence, the Hegenarian party did nothing to rescue us. The Larkinson clan shares a similar history, and we trust it to do right by us for that reason. The clan patriarch values loyalty. Many people have broken his trust for one reason or another. He has developed a particularly dim view towards those who betrayed him for self-serving reasons. We like Patriarch Vase for that reason. Though he has his shortcomings, his sincerity towards his fellow clan members is never in doubt. Novalon said with a straight face. We have faith in his vision and we believe in the clan. We also recognize that the clan needs our expertise. We find fulfillment in serving the clan in the way we do best. This is also the second reason why my fellow Pernisers and I have embraced our current place. We want to be useful and the clan allows us to be that. In a galaxy where orphaned families such as ours cannot easily join another power base, we are gratified by how extensively the Larkinson clan has embraced what we can offer. This was quite abnormal for any other organization, but the Larkinson clan held a different approach towards integrating outsiders into its structure. The existence of the Golden Cat was crucial to making the clan's extremely open recruitment policy work. Some fear that your former family's growing influence will slowly turn the Larkinson clan into the Pernis clan. Calabast said. She had finally brought up a controversial point. The Pernisers must surely be aware of this suspicion. Indeed, his expression showed that he was confident about the argument that the Pernisers had already prepared in advance. The Larkinson clan has nothing to fear from us. He replied. Sure, my fellow relatives still act as a group sometimes, but the same can be said about the Ilvanans. We do have particular ideas on how the clan should be run, but that is what good politicians and officials always do. We never become satisfied with the status quo. There are always aspects about our clan that can be improved, and it would do no one good to keep silent about them. Whether other clansmen agree with us or not, we will not allow the clan to remain stagnant. I'm sure that you and your fellow Pernisers are well-meaning. Calabast smiled back. However, it is easy to identify a problem. It is harder to settle on a specific solution. There are many different ways to resolve an issue. That is true, and that is the essence of politics. We all have our ideas, but as long as the clan gives us a platform to debate openly about these matters, I am certain that our clan will continue to rise. I am not naive to believe that I am always right. If anyone thinks they know better, I am always willing to listen. It is not a taboo for me to change my mind. No one is faultless. It is fantasy to assume that any leader is always right. Does that apply to Patriarch Vase as well? Novalon smirked back. I state that he has his shortcomings, remember. We respect him and his accomplishments, but that does not mean we will keep our voice when he makes a decision we think is wrong. He is welcome to accept or ignore our suggestions, but it is best for our clan if multiple voices are respected. That is the wisdom that our Pernus family wishes to impart into the Larkinson clan. Well, he certainly was being honest. Chapter 3435. Indigenous alien threats. Casella and Imon Ingvar rarely had the time to get in touch with each other as of late. Commander Casella Ingvar always had her hands full with running the Living Sentinel. Even if she had completed her tasks for the day, she still had to allocate a significant amount of time in polishing her piloting skills and developing her relationship with the Quint. The latter had become especially important to her. The masterwork copy of the Bright Warrior was a unique and powerful living mech. Thousands of Larkinson mech pilots dreamed of piloting it, and Casella already figured out that this powerful mech could help her undergo apotheosis. Her duty to the clan compelled her to try and make the most of her access to the Quint. If the machine was left dormant all the time, then it would have been better for the clan to assign it to a more active mech pilot. Besides, she knew that the Quint could grow lonely if left unattended for an extended period of time. Living mechs had feelings as well. Since they were made to accompany mech pilots, they always felt empty if they weren't being used for their intended purpose. Casella needed to attend to her personal life as well, though. Her obligations had taken up so much of her time in the past year that she recognized that she needed to separate herself from her routine. After receiving the Quint's assent to go on a short vacation, she decided to put down her commander hat and go on a simple sightseeing tour with her brother. One of the first destinations they visited was the Chance Bay Museum of Natural History. Unlike many other venues at this expensive moon settlement, the museum was located on the ground, which meant it was built to be as accessible as possible. The price of a standard ticket was more than reasonable. Despite that, the museum was not too busy. After all, a lot of information could easily be found on the galactic net. State-of-the-art projections could give people accurate impressions of many phenomena. The Museum of Natural History had an advantage, though. It was one of the few public places in the Vullet Central Star Node where people could get in touch with real aliens. The Ingvar siblings skipped the boring exhibits that detailed the alien fauna and flora of distinctive alien planets. They also ignored the exhibits that explained the abnormal and anomalous space environments that were more common in the Red Ocean than normal due to the presence of phase water. They went straight to the museum wing where visitors could see and learn about the various sentient alien races that resided in the Red Ocean. Perhaps their experiences here might become useful in the following years. Even as the MTA and CFA's warfleets kept sweeping across the dwarf galaxy, wiping out one alien polity after another, remnants of defeated alien empires and fleets always slipped through the net. Although the Big Two had the assets to hunt these stragglers down, it wasn't cost-effective for them to do so. Instead of diverting hunting fleets to hunt down these annoying rats, it was better to stay on the offensive and break up the remaining alien empires. As a result, the dirty job of cleaning up the newly conquered territories of humanity fell on the shoulders of the pioneers. As the people who wished to take over planets and star systems that used to belong to indigenous alien races, it should not be a huge burden to wipe out the defeated aliens who attempted to return to their homes. If pioneers were incapable of dealing with these remnant aliens, then they deserved to get wiped out. At least that was how the argument went. There were plenty of other pioneers entering the Red Ocean who were eager to succeed where others failed. As soon as Casella and Imon entered this area, they became impressed by the interior. Different sections had been decorated into a myriad of alien structures. It was as if the museum took out slices of dozens of different alien cities and transplanted them into a single location. Soon enough, an AI tour guide projected in front of the siblings. "Welcome to the Sentient Alien Wing, dear guests." The simulated woman greeted them. "Here, you can see, learn and even interact with a selection of the many sentient races that populate the Red Ocean, for now." The AI led them to a rocky biome that hardly featured any artificial traces. If not for the odd mounds and spires that were dotting the dry landscape, Casella and Imon would have thought it was populated by a species of unintelligent aliens. Let us begin with one of the more common alien threats that humans can encounter in the Red Ocean. The species colloquially known as the Vorabugs are not sentient, but their ubiquity throughout this dwarf galaxy label them as a comparable threat. The museum systems gave one of the mounds a little jolt, causing a sea of black insects to emerge into the open landscape. The insects chittered in the air, causing everyone nearby to have the illusion that they were on the cusp of getting engulfed in an alien insect tsunami. Fortunately, energy shields stopped the carpet of vorabugs from swamping the museum visitors. The insects had no choice but to turn around and spread across the rest of the biome. Due to convergent evolution, these insects did not differ much from the insects from the ones that could be found in old Earth. There were many differences, though. What caught the attention of the Ingvars was how many legs their bodies possessed. The vorabugs are characterized by their hard exterior shells, which can become strong enough to resist a small amount of small arms fire. The exo-insects are resistant to all manner of radiation and energy damage. They can endure a significant amount of heat exposure and go into hibernation when exposed to extreme cold. These characteristics have caused them to spread from their native planet and become a pest throughout this dwarf galaxy. A couple of attacks rained down from the sky. A laser beam hit a section of the bug carpet, but only a dozen or so finger-sized specimens lost their lives. The remaining insects that had been exposed to damage managed to crawl away with most of their functions intact. As soon as it became clear that a few of their number had died, the surrounding vorabugs quickly swarmed the charred husks and tore them apart in order to claim the nutrients. The kinetic and explosive attacks yielded better results. Hundreds of bugs had been wiped out, giving the many surviving insects plenty of food. These space bugs were difficult to wipe out in their entirety. The museum subsequently picked out 3. The vorabug life cycle is divided into 3 phases. They are initially born into the juvenile stage, which are typically the size of a human fingernail. The smallest of the 3 insects did not look like a threat at all, but that also made it troublesome to detect their presence. Juvenile vorabugs are weak but are born in great quantities. The problematic issue with juveniles is that they are difficult to detect. Particularly resilient vorabugs can enter the nooks and crannies of starships and survive in hostile space environments for months due to their high degree of environmental tolerance. However, thorough inspection, scanning and cleaning procedures can adequately remove any hidden juvenile vorabugs on any given starship. Casella could easily imagine how they became such a pest. There were many situations where thorough checks simply weren't performed, either because the ship was damaged or because their crew grew complacent. The museum highlighted a larger and tougher bug that was around the size of a human finger. When vorabugs reach maturity, they are characterized by their extremely high activity levels. They grow rapidly and their shells grow substantially more resistant to damage. They spend the majority of the time on feeding and procreation. The final specimen the museum highlighted was a larger, head-sized vorabug that looked substantially more threatening. After vorabugs grow old and large enough, they enter the elder phase, where they no longer become as active. These rare and exceptional specimens are substantially more intelligent. Scholars even claim that the oldest vorabugs are nearly sentient. Each elder vorabug can not only lead a swarm, but can also drill through metal if they have reason to suspect that there are edible organic materials on the other side. The elder phase was the real reason why these bugs were so feared. Once an elder emerged among a swarm, it not only became a lot more unified, but the biggest bugs could even eat through mechs and starships if no one performed adequate checks. If these bugs are so hard to deal with, why haven't they conquered the Red Ocean? Imon asked. The vorabugs are constrained by 3 main factors. They cannot survive in environments with specific atmospheric traits that are toxic to them. Further, they cannot tolerate heavy gravity. Finally, they are vulnerable to predation by many predatory exo-beasts. Human biotech companies have already begun to sell pets that excel at tracking and eating juvenile and adult vorabugs. Both of the Ingvar siblings were interested in the latter. The Larkinsons loved pets and it shouldn't be a problem to add vorabug hunting cats to the fleet. After learning all they needed to know from this disturbing but necessary exhibit, the AI tour guide finally gave the Ingvars what they wanted. They moved over to a neighboring biome which displayed a section of a real alien city. Dozens of captured and domesticated, sentient alien specimens roamed outside the odd-looking cylindrical structures. The best way to describe them was that they resembled furry centaurs who were at least twice the height of humans. Their bushy fur ranged from green to blue. They possessed 5 eyes, of which the middle one was dominant while the remaining 4 were smaller and positioned to the sides. Their great physical stature made them look intimidating, but from what the Ingvar siblings could tell, the captured aliens were quite docile. The Nunsers are one of the oldest, most widespread and most respected alien races in the Red Ocean. This quadruped sentient alien species are characterized by their herbivorous diet, their long history, their formidable technological accumulation and their success in establishing friendly trading relations with most amenable indigenous alien species. So these are merchant aliens, then? I'm on guessed. That is a reasonable description of the Nunsers. Throughout their history, they have preferred cooperation over subjugation when contacting other alien races. Those that are not receptive to their friendly outreach have either been defeated or are unable to hunt down every Nunser roaming the Red Ocean. Throughout the eras, the Nunsers have slowly earned the trust of other dominant sentient alien races. How strong is their civilization now? Casella asked the AI. Has the Big Two managed to topple their civilization? It is difficult to destroy the Nunser civilization without conquering the Red Ocean in its entirety. This is due to their highly mobile and nomadic life pattern. As you can see, they live in cylindrical, upright metallic structures. These constructs function as regular buildings when placed on land, but they are also capable of lifting off into space, where they turn into upright starships that can traverse the stars. That's impressive. Due to this pattern, every Nunser city is simultaneously a fleet that has temporarily stopped in a single location. When faced with any threat or when prompted to leave, hundreds, thousands and even millions of Nunser structures can emerge from a surface at the same time. In most circumstances, they act collectively and with great coordination, turning them into formidable fleets that can overwhelm any human fleet or force by relying on sheer numbers. Due to the ease of which the Nunsers can evacuate entire cities or planets with the help of their technological advances, a large number of Nunser fleets still exist in the Red Ocean. Even in human-conquered space, there are news articles that confirm that encounters with large and dangerous Nunser fleets can still happen in space zones designated as safe and open to human colonization. Well, crap. Chapter 3436. The Puelmer race. The Red Ocean dwarf galaxy presented many humans who grew up in the age of Mechs a glimpse of what the Milky Way used to be like in a past era. Though the alien species were completely different, there were still many parallels. For example, just like the Milky Way before the Age of Conquest, the Red Ocean was a multi-ethnic and relatively divided space where multiple powerful alien civilizations lived together in relative balance. The Red Ocean already possessed a long history before the arrival of humans. It went through multiple epochs of rising civilizations, great wars, mass extinction events, golden ages and dark ages. The human invasion was the latest crisis that befell the native residents of this dwarf galaxy, and it was likely the greatest disaster that they had ever experienced. Humanity was a threat from a different and larger galaxy. Even though the Big Two did not transfer all of their war-making potential to the Red Ocean, their scale was so immense that they didn't need to do their best in order to push back the indigenous alien empires. This was a time of great tragedy for the aliens, but it was also a time of great opportunity for the invading side. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has classified the diverse makeup of aliens in the Red Ocean in 3 different categories. The AI explained to the Ingvar siblings as they made their way to the next biome. There are a total of 13 major races which can be found in many regions of this dwarf galaxy. There are 305 minor races that are mainly dominant in specific regions but can sporadically appear in other areas. There are over 10,000 localized races that are intelligent and have the potential to become threats, but are too young and underdeveloped to pose any serious danger. The count of identified sentient alien races continues to be revised over time. Both Casella and Imon Ingvar looked impressed at the numbers. Sure, the Red Ocean might be 64 times smaller than the Milky Way, but that still amounted to several billions of stars, many of which still had the ability to nurture alien life. The amount of intelligent aliens evolving from this dwarf galaxy should have been much more, but many of them had gone extinct over its long history. One of the factors that distinguished the major races from the minor races was age. Many different alien civilizations rose up from their home planets throughout the eras. Yet not all of them were able to withstand the test of time. The minor races were generally upstarts or had settled into their respective niches. They were similar to humanity during the Age of Stars in that they could become stronger but did not grasp the opportunity yet. Many undoubtedly failed, but the few who managed to overcome this hurdle became greater existences. Major races like the Nunsers not only managed to spread throughout the Red Ocean, but also survived several different wars and crises. They were hard to wipe out in their totality and also possessed considerable influence among the other alien races in the dwarf galaxy. Although the pioneers weren't supposed to contend directly against these powerful alien civilizations, no one could guarantee that their ships and fleets snuck past the front lines. It was prudent for every human that planned to enter the new frontier to familiarize themselves with these powerful threats, and that was exactly what the Ingvars were doing at the moment. They stopped at the next biome that depicted a highly technological city. The environment exhibited a much greater emphasis on technology as it featured floating spheres, exposed circuitry and lots of uncoated metal surfaces. The lack of sharp angles was quite noticeable. It was as if the alien architects deliberately went out of the way to smooth every corner and turn every steep angle into a gentle curve. The aliens occupying this exhibit looked frankly silly by human standards. Are these footballs? Footballs with lots of thin and creepy-looking arms. The resident aliens were roughly the size of a human child but shaped like a ball. They moved around by rolling their bodies. 3 to 15 different arms poking out from their surface allowed them to control their own rolling motion in different ways. The bodies of the more basic alien individuals were covered by a thick, cushioning leathery hide, but they were actually few and far in between. Most of these silly-looking ball aliens possessed an extensive amount of cybernetic augmentations. These came in many different varieties, but it was common for them to cover their entire surface in metal and add additional robotic arms to their bodies. Clearly, these aliens were dissatisfied with their biological weaknesses and loved to compensate for them with cybernetic enhancements. The Puelmer race consists of small-statured, spherical-shaped mammals that are often underestimated due to their limited size. However, their civilization is among one of the most aggressive and militaristic in the Red Ocean, having caused the extinction of at least 1,000 minor alien races. Wow, these ball aliens did all that? Imon blinked. Casella frowned at her brother. You can't underestimate them because they look like balls that you can kick around. Humanity is on the smaller side compared to the aliens who used to dominate the Milky Way in the past, and look what happened. You have a point. The AI continued to explain the basic traits of the Puelmers. The Puelmers have developed a large society that is largely devoid of finer pursuits. Instead, they spend most of their time preparing for warfare or engaging in war. Their favorite pursuit is to fight and conquer rival tribes, which they have done on a regular basis until the arrival of humanity in the Red Ocean has compelled them to stop their infighting. That sounds familiar. Imon noted. If these Puelmers didn't look so damn freaky, I would have thought they were related to our race. Casella had a different opinion. The more these Puelmers resemble humans, the more dangerous they are. Conflict and competition are powerful drivers of progress. They were not completely similar to humans, though. Apparently, Puelmers lacked several distinctly human traits such as empathy, an ability to have fun and an appreciation of culture. They made up for it with excellent motor skills and a penchant for building lots of spherical warships. Unlike the Nunzer upright cylindrical ship homes, the Puelmers built and operated dedicated warships. This meant that these dangerous metal balls were armed to the teeth and did not contain a lot of inefficient elements. The Puelmers regularly dedicated the majority of their lives to war. Unlike humans, they had no need for arc ships where they could unwind and start families. They did their jobs without complaint and had no problem spending the rest of their lives on duty. The AI showed several projections of Puelmers in combat. Hundreds of not thousands of giant metal balls zipped by and strafed their opponents with a mixture of energy and kinetic armaments. As you can see, the Puelmer combat doctrine largely emphasizes quantity over quality. The Puelmers prefer to construct many warships that are all specialized in different configurations. We have identified millions of unique offensive, defensive, supportive and logistical configurations. Individually, a Puelmer warship is not an insurmountable threat. However, a fleet of Puelmer warships exhibits strong teamwork and cooperation that allows them to exert greater power. Damn, that's another thing these aliens have in common with humans. As a major alien race, the Puelmers pose a particularly significant hindrance to humanity's conquest of the Red Ocean. The AI tour guide informed the museum guests. The Puelmers are a competitive, technologically advanced race that have exhibited a disturbing degree of adaptation towards external threats. After decades of warfare against the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance, the Puelmers have achieved limited success in reverse engineering human high technology. They have already begun to update their warships with advanced human weapons and systems while at the same time changing their configuration to put up a greater resistance against human warfleets. Everyone who heard this became shocked. This was a frightening development. Many humans learned the early history of their race. When humanity had just begun to explore the stars, their technological development was incredibly primitive compared to the galactic norm. Yet by encountering and assimilating many different instances of alien technology, the human race rapidly ascended in power, allowing them to contend against successively more powerful alien civilizations. This exceptional rise to power has made a lot of humans proud of their racial strengths. They might not be individually impressive or powerful, but their ability to learn and adapt from their enemies was one of the key traits that allowed them to gain supremacy in the Milky Way. Now, the tech-oriented Quelmer race exhibited similar tendencies. The difference here was that it had already erected a mature alien civilization that was much more capable of assimilating incredibly advanced high technology at a relatively fast pace. If humanity didn't wipe out the Quelmers fast enough, a day might come when their spherical warships might achieve parity with human warships. One of the persistent shortcomings of the Quelmers is that they are lacking in diplomacy. Their xenophobia towards other alien species, their tendency to hoard technology and their unwillingness to engage in interspecies trade has resulted in relatively little technology transfer to the other indigenous alien civilizations in the Red Ocean. Currently, solicitations from several diplomatic alien races such as the Nunsers have failed to persuade the Quelmers to share their superior technology, but this is liable to change. All in all, each major alien race of the Red Ocean possessed strengths that forced humanity to take them seriously. None of the nearby museum visitors laughed at the silly-looking ball-like aliens anymore. These diminutive organisms were aggressive, good with technology and demonstrated a scary degree of adaptation. If they ever realized that they couldn't resist humanity by themselves and needed to cooperate with the other indigenous alien civilizations, then the conquest of the Red Ocean would surely take a radical turn. You know, I think the clan patriarch might actually like these ball aliens. Aimon remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, why would you say so, brother? Our clan patriarch loves playing with advanced technology, and capturing a Quelmer warship is a great opportunity to get in touch with them. Even if he can't reverse engineer all of that alien stuff, he can probably take out the best bits and stick them onto his mechs or something. That sounds stupid. Do you truly think grafting random alien components onto human mechs will work? Look at the size of these Quelmer warships. Each of them is bigger than a mech. Grafting their weapons or other alien systems onto mechs is not only impractical, but also illegal. We are better off selling all of our salvage back to the MTA. Aimon's unrealistic fantasy of piloting an awesome mech that was augmented with alien technology were dashed. His sister had a point. Though the Quelmers didn't field any enormous capital ships, their combat vessels were designed and built to fight against warship analogs. A strange idea came to mind, though. Hey, since the MTA likes to deploy their mechs in combat, do you think the Quelmers will develop their own version of mechs? That's unlikely. Casella shook her head. Without any special factors, mechs are much less powerful than warships. They're too small and inefficient. I doubt they can nurture their versions of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers that can give their mechs a greater edge. You never know, sister. If they ever decide to build their own mechs, will they come in the form of regular humanoid mechs or will they turn them into metal balls with different limbs sticking from their surface? I think I might get sick if I ever have to confront the latter on a battlefield. Shut up, Aimon. Chapter 3437. The phase whale race. After they were introduced to the Quelmer race, the Ingvar siblings continued to learn about several other major alien races. Each of them were remarkable, dangerous and fascinating in their own right. Just the novelty of encountering real, sentient aliens was enough to enrich the lives of every visitor of the Chance Bay Museum of Natural History. Most of humanity never had the chance to get close enough to intelligent organisms like these. The age of mechs was a time of consolidation. It was different from the age of stars and the age of conquest. Back then, humans regularly made contact with new and different alien races. Many of them had either been wiped out or driven away from the territories claimed by mankind. After centuries or millennia of human occupation, most if not all traces of the former alien occupants had been deleted from existence. This has caused many generations of humans to grow up in an environment where they never even had to think about variables related to the presence of aliens. This was good for most people. Humans in past ages dreamt of providing their descendants with an environment where they never had to live in fear of alien aggression. Countless human soldiers sacrificed themselves in order to create a pure human holy land in the galaxy. Though these past heroes only completed their job halfway, it was more than enough to allow most humans to live their lives without ever having to do anything with aliens in their lifetimes. The problem was that this had left too many people without the right mindset to resist alien threats. Human space in the Milky Way was so secure against external invasion that people felt at ease with treating each other as rivals and opponents. This would have never happened to such an extensive degree if there were threats that forced difficult human states and groups to band together in order to survive. All in all, every pioneer and adventurer that entered the Red Ocean needed to take this additional factor into account. Space in the Red Ocean contained significantly greater hazards than in the Milky Way. Not only was there a risk of encountering isolated alien warships, there were also entire alien armadas roaming through regions that humanity ordinarily considered safe. After all, space was mostly a giant void. It was impossible to erect huge, physical walls across thousands of light years. If the aliens truly wanted to enter dangerous territory, there were too many ways for them to slip past the Big Two's warfleets. Of the remaining major alien races of the Red Ocean, one of them in particular stood out to the Ingvars. The biome they visited was the largest and also the most different one in the museum wing. It was essentially a giant aquarium that was filled with water. Different kinds of alien aquatic organisms fluttered through this giant pool, but there was one giant life form that clearly dominated over the other fishes. Is that a whale? Imon asked. I think so. It looks the same. The species colloquially known as the phase whales are one of the rare aquatic sentient races that have grown to become a strong power in the Red Ocean. The phase whales physically resemble other whales, both sentient and non-sentient, due to evolving in similar aquatic environments. This was convergent evolution in action once again. Different alien species growing up on different planets sometimes came to resemble one another due to evolving under similar conditions. Water planets tended to produce the highest incidences of convergent evolution as large organisms had to adapt the same set of solutions to increase their chances of survival in large oceans. What distinguished phase whales from other whale-like exobeasts and astral beasts was that their fins were rather small and their mostly yellow coloration. Physically, phase whales are large aquatic organisms that range considerably in size. They are born the size of an aircar and can grow to become the size of a human destroyer. Phase whales never stop growing in size as they age, but it takes an exceptionally long time for them to grow to larger. The current known record of the largest and oldest phase whale ever encountered by humanity has reached an age of 8,634 years. This extremely wise and powerful phase whale has reached a length of 1.3 kilometers. Damn, that's as big as a capital ship. Imon gasped. Both of the Ingvars took a closer look at the phase whale held captive inside the giant aquarium. It was big in its own right, but it was far from rivaling smaller capital ships in size. It was probably a younger representative of this exotic race. Each phase whale possesses a large brain capacity and can grow to become exceptionally intelligent as they mature. They excel at learning and memorizing knowledge. Due to various reasons, phase whales reject conventional metallic technology and have centered their entire tech base around biotechnology. They are masters at bioengineering and apply most of their knowledge on self-augmentation. In other words, every phase whale became formidable biotech experts. Through developing their biotechnology, the phase whales have become adept at strengthening and evolving their large organic bodies. It is considered a rite of passage for young adolescent phase whales to research and develop their own biological augmentations that allows them to survive in space and traverse the stars. Wow, that's impressive. It takes decades for each phase whale to accomplish this, though. One of the most special traits about phase whales is their natural integration of phase water in their organic bodies. They have originally evolved from an aquatic planet with large deposits of phase water. By adapting to this species is not only able to survive exposure to a substance that is deadly to the overwhelming majority of humans and other organisms, but can also harness its special properties to create substantial advantages. The AI tour guide ran footage of different phase whales performing inexplicable feats. One clip featured a phase whale working on a giant biological machine. Despite their lack of limbs, they had no problem holding and manipulating over 100 different tools and materials. Apparently, this phase whale utilized telekinesis to perform his task. Another clip showed one of the earliest contacts between humanity and this aquatic species. Due to applying extensive bioaugmentations on itself, the mature phase whale looked a lot different from a natural specimen. Not only did the phase whale cover his body in bioplating, it also attached several strong segmented limbs and organic weapon systems along his body that practically turned it into an organic warship. The phase whale fought against the opposing human warships by employing a variety of exotic means. Launching penetrating bone spikes was merely the simplest way for a phase whale to inflict damage. The phase whale's real methods all involved leveraging their phase water-derived powers in some way. In a single instant, the phase whale blinked from one position to another, one that was right next to a CFA frigate. Once the whale had jumped closer without warning, it extended its segmented limbs straight through the energy shield and armor plating of the ambushed CFA warship without getting stopped. It was as if the warship's defenses simply didn't exist. Soon enough, the poor CFA frigate lost power and went offline as the phase whale's segmented tentacles managed to destroy many vulnerable internal ship systems in a short amount of time. Imon almost jumped when he saw the phase whale reaching into a CFA warship without encountering any hindrance. "Hey, this looks familiar." "Shish, don't talk about it here." Casella placed her palm against his mouth. The phase whale managed to resist most retaliatory fire by phasing through all of the energy beams and projectiles thrown in its direction. It was as if the creature could choose to exist in a different phase whenever it was convenient. However, the CFA wasn't that easy to defeat. The remaining warships kept cycling through different attack and evasion methods. The fleeters eventually found a solution that worked. The warships surrounded the elusive phase whale and deployed strong gravitic anchors and dimensional smoothers, both of which are designed to stop enemy starships from entering FTL travel. Apparently, the phasing powers of phase whales worked along similar principles to become affected as well. Even though the phase whale in the footage showed some signs of overpowering the anti-phasing tech, the warships quickly took advantage of its solid state by pounding the whale with all manner of heavy firepower. So they can be beaten. Imon sighed. "That's a relief. I don't want us all to get wiped out by killer phase whales." Casella whacked her brother's arm. "I wouldn't relax too soon if I were you. The combat footage only proves that the Big Two is able to defeat a single adult phase whale. Do you think we can deploy all of those fancy gravitic anchors and dimensional smoothers? That's first-class tech. If we ever encounter a phase whale in the wild, we better hope the alien isn't too grumpy." Imon still looked confident, though. "Hey, we might not possess all of that fancy tech, but we still have our trump cards. We're much better off than other second-class fleets." That remained to be seen. The AI tour guide continued to explain the most important points about this aquatic alien species. Phase whales are considered one of the oldest continuing races in the Red Ocean. They are individually intelligent and powerful, but they are unable to dominate this dwarf galaxy due to several reasons. Most phase whales are non-aggressive and prefer isolation. They rarely congregate together in groups larger than family units. Many phase whale adults can be found alone. That was good news. If these smart and powerful aliens grouped in larger numbers like the Nunsers or the Puelmers, then they would have become much more formidable. Although phase whales are known to become hyper-aggressive when attacked or when they witness other phase whales being attacked, most violent incidents can be avoided by giving them space. Despite their lack of hostility against other alien races, it is nearly impossible to achieve mutual understanding with them. The thinking patterns of phase whales are too different, which stop even the Nunsers from developing friendships with them. Phase whales are extremely self-centered and cannot understand other organisms, particularly those of smaller statures. Every other alien was pretty much an insect to the phase whales. Just like how humans ignored the plight of ants beneath their feet, the large and powerful phase whales exhibited the same behavior. "How prevalent are the phase whales in the Red Ocean?" Casella asked. "This is unknown, but the Mech Trade Association estimates that they are fairly prevalent in all regions of the Red Ocean. Although phase whales exhibit a slow and limited reproduction rate due to the time it takes to raise a juvenile and the dependence on phase water to create new offspring, this species has lived through many eras. This has caused them to grow their numbers to a formidable range. However, the chance of encountering any of them is low due to one main reason. And what is that? Phase whales prefer to live in anomalous, space-warped regions where they can live in isolation from other alien races. The older and more capable phase whales that have integrated a large amount of phase water can capture a planet, a star system or even a larger area by utilizing their formidable power to warp it into an enclosed region. The Mech Trade Association assumes that at least 80% of the phase whale population is hidden in these secret and normally inaccessible regions. It is also believed that large deposits of phase water can be found in the same places, as there is little incentive for the phase whales to expend a large amount of effort and resources to isolate an unattractive location. This was important information to anyone that wished to harvest a large amount of phase water. Although phase water was relatively prevalent in the Red Ocean, large deposits were still relatively rare. If anyone could track down a space-warped region and enter this protected area, they could steal away a lot of phase water in a short amount of time. Of course, anyone who dared to intrude into a hidden phase whale sanctuary probably had to fend off the residents first, which shouldn't be easy. Chapter 3438, Alien Warp Technology. In a span of several hours, Casella and Imon Ingvar's impression of the Red Ocean had completely changed. Just like many other humans, the pair of siblings completely dismissed the threat of alien civilizations. They thought that the indigenous alien races were weaker because the Big Two easily rolled them over and because they emerged from a smaller and weaker dwarf galaxy. Perhaps this was true, but that didn't mean that the major alien races were pushovers. There was one aspect about the phase whale race that had a profound influence on the alien civilizations of the Red Ocean. The phase whales invented the most popular means of FTL travel in the dwarf galaxy. The warp drive, as humanity has labeled it, allowed them to travel to different star systems. After translating the biological tech into a mechanical form, the warp drive eventually spread and passed on to many of the other sentient alien races. The Red Ocean warp drive was not the most powerful or effective means of FTL travel to the indigenous alien races, but it was the cheapest and least cumbersome way to get around. Anytime a human encountered a native alien in the new frontier, there was a high chance the latter traversed the stars with the help of a warp drive. The Red Ocean warp drive achieves superluminar travel through different technological principles than the standard human FTL drive. The AI tour guide explained to the Ingvars and many other museum visitors. The warp drive is capable of compressing material space, allowing a ship to traverse a greater distance in the same time and at the same speed. Although humanity has independently developed technology that is able to achieve the same effect, it is not as efficient and effective as the Red Ocean version due to the absence of phase water. Warp. Space. Imon frowned. Have you forgotten your space travel lessons already? Normal FTL drives work by dragging a starship into the higher dimensions where distances are apparently shorter. This alien warp drive tries to do something similar but by warping the existing dimensions that we all live in. Both try to achieve the same outcome through different means. Ah, I get it now. I think the Red Ocean warp drive possesses several distinct advantages. The most notable is that it allows for fast and highly controllable intra-system travel. It is not as vulnerable to gravitic interference as standard FTL drives, which means that a starship can traverse quickly to a planet with its help. Warp drives can also work in many different hazardous space regions where conventional FTL drives cannot function. That's good to know. We can definitely use these new drives. They're probably expensive though. They're not only new, but they also need phase water to function. That is correct. The performance of a warp drive is heavily dependent on its design, its underlying technology and the amount of phase water incorporated in the system. The greater the amount of phase water, the greater the degree of space warping. The most powerful warp drives can even allow multiple ships that do not necessarily possess their own warp drives to travel at superluminal speeds. Can the warp drive be combined with an FTL drive? Casella asked next. It is not recommended to do so without integrating the two technologies into a single cohesive system. Many human vessels have been lost after their operators performed reckless experiments with combining two separate drives. The AI tour guide warned. In principle, it is possible. The latest and most advanced public FTL drives models already add space warping capabilities to familiar human technology. This is the safest and most recommended method of taking advantage of warp technology. The theory was simple, really. Ignoring all of the advanced scientific principles and calculations, the new warp-enhanced FTL drive initially worked the same as the normal version. When a starship transitioned into the higher dimensions, they traversed the same distance as normal, but space happened to be compressed. As long as the vessel got out of the higher dimensions, they found themselves a lot further ahead than if they just soared forward in the material realm. It was like taking a shortcut. A warp drive had the effect of compressing space, and apparently humanity managed to get this effect to work in the higher dimensions as well. By activating the warping function in this special state, a starship could reach its distant destination a lot faster. This was the same as a person taking a shortcut, but instead of traversing it on foot, the individual also rode an aircar. Do you understand now, brother? Taking a shortcut and riding an aircar are two separate ways to get to a destination faster. Instead of choosing one over another, it's a lot more effective to apply both at the same time. Although this was a massive oversimplification of how all of this tech worked, the analogy was quite good. How effective is the warp drive? At the same cost and conditions, the red ocean warp drive is 3 to 8 times slower than an FTL drive. The performance of a warp drive is largely dependent on the amount of phase water it incorporates and how much space it needs to warp. In general, most alien starships are substantially slower than their human equivalent. However, the warp drive is more stable and can operate in more challenging conditions such as anomalous space regions and in areas close to planets. This also allows alien forces to evade attacks and pursuit from human vessels that do not possess the means to hinder enemy warp drives. How can this be done? There are many different methods to hinder nearby alien starships from activating their warp drives. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has developed a range of products that are effective at different levels and different situations. It is recommended that each fleet carry at least one warp interdiction solution. This was definitely something that Casella would be paying attention to. She believed that General Verl should already be aware of this, but she would follow up on this issue just to be certain. The Larkinson clan didn't have to worry about lacking options. The Big Two had started their invasion of the Red Ocean over 5 decades ago. That gave the MTA and CFA plenty of time to reverse engineer the alien warp drive and apply its technological principles in many different applications. The new warp-enhanced FTL drive, or superdrive, as most pioneers and adventurers called it, had already made a big splash in the new frontier. Destinations that previously took months to traverse could now be shortened to a week or even less. A modern superdrive did not necessarily have to employ both their warp and standard FTL functions at once. They could activate them separately depending on the occasion. Many starships mounted with the new superdrives gained a lot more tactical flexibility for this reason. By utilizing their warping function in isolation, they were able to reposition themselves rapidly inside star systems where the influence of gravity blocked sensitive FTL drives from allowing any ship to transition into FTL travel. This could easily change the course of many space battles. One of the most difficult aspects about space combat was the sheer distances involved. It could take days or even weeks for one fleet to catch up against another fleet. In practice, it was actually fairly easy to outrun and escape enemy pursuit. Space combat only occurred in situations where one side was stuck close to a planet or when a fleet had just emerged out of FTL travel and still needed to cycle their FTL drives. All of this would change forever once warp drives and superdrives became more ubiquitous throughout human civilization. If not for the annoying fact that both these techs required phase water in order to function, it would have already begun to spread among the pioneering fleets on a large scale. As it was, Casella figured that only the first-rate fleets were able to upgrade their starships with warping technology. Second-class pioneering organizations such as the Larkinson clan probably had to wait a decade or two for the supply of phase water to become large enough to drop the prices to a more reasonable level. Of course, there were other ways to obtain phase water aside from buying them from the open market at extremely exorbitant prices. We should try and find a phase water deposit so that we can mine it ourselves. Casella determined. Is mining the right word to use for phase water? It's a liquid, not a rock. We'll try and harvest the phase water. Are you happy now? The need to upgrade each ship in the Larkinson fleet with superdrives should keep the clan busy for a long time. Mobility was vitally important and could directly affect a fleet's chances of survival. It was conceivable that a fleet equipped with superdrives could never be defeated by a fleet without this tech. This was because the former completely possessed the initiative. If an enemy force was weaker, then the superior fleet could use its warping capabilities to quickly close the distance and force an engagement. This applied even if the confrontation took place in the inner half of a star system. If the opposing fleet happened to be larger and stronger, then the warp-capable fleet could just run away at such a rapid pace that the enemy never had a chance of catching up unless something went very wrong. And this was just the influence that warping technology accomplished. Facewater was a much more versatile exotic substance. It enabled and enhanced the performance of other forms of superluminar travel, from portal jumping technology to Beander gate technology. All of these other means fell outside the scope of the museum tour, though. When Casella attempted to probe the eye for details on other FTL travel tech, she didn't get any satisfying answer. The only solid answer she received was that the phase whale race mastered the greatest means of alien transluminal travel methods. Some of their more obscure forms of faster-than-light travel hadn't been leaked to other alien races. All of this made Casella more excited. Though she did not consider herself to be a daredevil, she nonetheless developed the desire to obtain all of this powerful new tech for the Larkinson clan. From what it sounded like, warping technology was not just a luxury. It was an essential means to increase the chances of survival for the Larkinson clan. While Casella immersed herself in her fantasies, Imon asked the AI tour guide a different question. What about the mini drive? Are the drives that can be installed onto mechs the same as warp drives? Minidrive technology is a derivative of warp technology. A mini drive is a warp drive that is miniaturized into a small form factor. They cannot currently enter into the higher dimensions due to numerous different limitations, as both standard FTL drives and superdrives cannot be miniaturized to this extent. They are therefore slower at standalone space travel than other solutions. It was a lot safer to just park a mech inside a carrier and rely on the starship's capabilities alone to travel to another destination. Both Imon and Casella understood that mini drives, while amazing, still possessed many limitations. They cost a lot, they required a lot of energy, they were sensitive to damage, they required regular specialized engineers to maintain, and took up valuable capacity that could be used to improve the other parameters of the machine. Still, as mech pilots, the Ingvar siblings were attracted by the romance of piloting a mech that could independently travel from one star system to another. Carrier vessels no longer became a limiting factor. Mech pilots weren't necessarily screwed anymore if their motherships blew apart. All of these exciting possibilities could not be achieved without collecting enough phase water, though. The endless uses of this exotic material fully explained why so many pioneers were crazy about finding and claiming phase water deposits in the new frontier. The presence of phase water on a planet or a star system was the main criteria for pioneers to decide whether they wished to start a colony. Chapter 3439, 20 MTA credits. The Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery charged a lot of money to its visitors. Vase hadn't been happy about paying 20 MTA credits just to obtain entry for him and his wife. Though the both of them genuinely appreciated the masterwork mechs on display, he would have preferred not to pay the equivalent of more than 7 bright warrior mechs just to get inside. Sure, he became happy again when he explored all of the interesting masterwork mechs and the stories behind them, but he always felt that the company behind the gallery was ripping off its customers. In his opinion, the gallery could have easily accommodated more visitors if it set more reasonable rates. The increase in volume would have more than made up for the drop in revenue per customer. There was so much free space in this enormous gallery that Vase could easily imagine it filled with lots paying guests. It's probably a prestige thing or something, he grumbled. As a mech designer who mainly focused on the upper end of the mech market, he was no stranger to this marketing approach. Perhaps masterwork galleries might indeed be on to something here. It could be that selling tickets wasn't actually the point. Since these exclusive venues mainly attracted mech designers and to a lesser degree mech pilots, the true objective might be to form connections with its powerful clientele. Whatever the case, none of these considerations had anything to do with Vase. What mattered was that he was a victim of the gallery's marketing strategy. He had a feeling that he and his wife weren't supposed to be here at all, and that the ticket prices were set so high just to deter cheapskates from polluting the air of this floating masterwork palace structure. The sporadic masters and seniors floating through the halls completely ignored the two young guests. While there was nothing about their behavior that looked egregious, they showed considerably more respect and acknowledgement towards each other. This social pattern only increased Vess's notion that journeymen like himself shouldn't have come to this place. To be fair, this was not an unusual stance. Normal journeymen ordinarily didn't come in touch with masterwork mechs during this phase of their career. Their lack of understanding and experience translated into a shallow feel for mechs. It was much more fruitful for them to build up their knowledge base and develop their toolbox of solutions to serve their immediate needs. Chasing after masterworks at this early stage was a distraction at best and a detour that led to a dead end at worst. If journeymen managed to get involved in the creation of a masterwork mech anyway, then it was usually due to the heavy lifting of a master mech designer. In these kinds of situations, the contribution of a master was so deep and profound that assistants simply didn't play a meaningful role in elevating the quality of the machine. The benefits they could gain from participating in such a project was therefore limited. Perhaps the other pompous museum visitors put Vase or his wife in this category. None of them would know that the young couple did in fact make masterwork mechs by relying on their own efforts. Others could only know that by diving deep in their profiles, and people generally didn't bother with calling up details of random people. Vase felt conflicted at the moment. On one hand, he did not think the gallery and its elite visitors did anything wrong. The upscale venue mainly catered to a different audience, and the people here had no reason to go out of their way to accommodate a pair of young journeymen that looked out of place. On the other hand, he felt slighted by the gallery. The expensive ticket prices, the incredibly clean and well-lit interior, and the lack of respect from other museum visitors all grated on him, causing him to build up an irrational degree of resentment. Vase was also annoyed by another matter. Ever since he began to view the first masterwork mech, he constantly felt that these masterwork mechs were all out of place. Their designers and makers worked earnestly to create them and even went as far as to place a piece of themselves inside these machines for good reasons. In every case, these fine mechs were built to be used on the battlefield. They were excellent war machines that were never meant to be treated as works of art. Sure, mech designers such as Vase could draw a fair amount of inspiration from becoming exposed to these fine machines, but a part of him felt guilty for taking advantage of them in this manner. When Vase glanced at the other mech designers studying the silent and dormant mechs with rapt attention, he had the feeling that this gallery was actually a zoo. People who didn't know any better paid money in order to stare at the animals behind their cages. Who asked the zoo animals whether they liked to sit in small, cramped enclosures just so they could bare their entire lives to strangers? No one bothered to ask for their consent or their willingness to be treated in such a manner because they didn't have the same rights as humans. The same went for these mechs. Each of them were alive in a sense, and even if their life orders were low, Vase still felt that they deserved more respect than what they received. Sure, the normal trajectories of these masterwork mechs might not be so great if they were left in the wild. Barring obvious illegal machines like the Husk Maker, many of the other machines such as the Otasan or the Yellow Harvest still had a lot of use on the battlefield. Of course, all of their outdated systems needed to be updated to modern standards, but if he could do it, so could many other mech designers. These mechs are all alive, but they're being treated as if they had already turned into exo-beast fossils. Providing inspiration to other mech designers might be their most beneficial use to many people, but was this really what these mechs wanted to do? Vase seriously doubted it. These mechs looked pristine on the outside but were atrophying from the inside. They yearned to be used. Vase could feel it. They didn't necessarily have to experience combat, but they at least wished to be paired with mech pilots who appreciated their capabilities. They were incomplete when left without the human element. Though Vase badly wanted to take them all away so that they could be updated and put to their rightful use, he couldn't. These masterwork mechs didn't belong to him and he had no right to claim them from their current owner. That didn't mean he intended to finish his tour of this gallery and leave like a good boy. He wanted to get his money's worth. If the Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery had the temerity to take 20 MTA credits out of his pockets, then it had no right to complain if Vase returned the favor. Of course, before he did anything, he needed to be certain that he could pull it off without getting caught. It was extremely unwise to pull off any spiritual shenanigans when there were masters and seniors close at hand. Even if their spiritual perception wasn't as good, he already knew that they were quite sharp in their own way. He could not risk doing anything when they were in the same gallery hall at the very least. He wasn't in a hurry, though. As his resentment continued to churn in his heart, he continued to adopt a curious facade as he and his wife continued to view the different display models. Hey look, this masterwork mech is made out of nanomachines. Gloriana gestured towards a nearby heavy knight mech. Meow. Don't mention that here, Lucky. Vase quickly told his cat. What was that? Oh, nothing, haha. I'm just curious how a mech can be turned into a masterwork when its physical construction is mainly determined by pre-programmed instructions. Isn't this similar to producing a mech through materialization? That's an interesting question. I have a couple of ideas on the topic. Vase and Gloriana idly discussed the ways in which they could overcome numerous challenges in order to turn a nanomachine mech into a masterwork mech. While Vase was drawing from his personal experiences in making the Devil Tiger to form his arguments, he was also trying to hatch a bold and risky plan. He wanted to harvest a spiritual fragment from these masterwork mechs. Initially, he wanted to obtain a harvest from every masterwork mech in sight, but that was way too ostentatious. Though Vase was pretty sure that none of the security systems could detect anything weird if he tampered with the machines, the same could not be said for all of the impressive mech designers that entered the masterwork gallery. If he wanted to harvest a spiritual fragment in broad daylight, then he needed to be more subtle. In the interest of self-preservation, he reluctantly pared back his ambitions and decided to grab a couple of spiritual fragments. In addition, he figured he shouldn't hollow out the masterwork mechs in their entirety. Perhaps taking a little bit of their strength wouldn't attract any attention, but the regular visitors of this gallery would surely notice if a masterwork mech suddenly missed an element. Vase soon finalized his plan. He figured that taking 3 different spiritual fragments from 3 different masterwork mechs was enough to pay the gallery back for charging 20 MTA credits for its tickets. The fragments wouldn't even be that big. He just wanted to get enough materials to help fuel the creation of his next spiritual products. He set a few criteria for himself. First, he needed to do the deed while no other guests were in the vicinity. Fortunately, the masterwork gallery was so sparsely visited that there were plenty of times when he and his wife were alone in a single exhibition hall. Second, he had to obtain the consent of the living mechs. Since many of these machines were first-order living mechs, they possessed just enough of a consciousness to be able to make this decision. Third, he must seek out spiritual fragments from masterwork mechs that were relevant to his objectives or his future work. It would do him no good to take something from a bestial mech or an aquatic mech. He had nothing against those types of machines, but he wanted to make the most of this opportunity. He didn't intend to visit the masterwork gallery anytime soon after today. Not only did he need to fork over 10 to 20 MTA credits again, he might also leave behind more clues that could lead to him getting caught. He had one shot at this. Either he pulled off the heist and returned to his fleet with a fresh and useful batch of spiritual ingredients, or he got caught and received a punishment. No big deal. After he made up his mind, his eyes grew sharper as he examined the masterwork mechs around him with greater interest. Which ones should he pick? So far, the Husk Maker made the strongest impression on him. It was different from the other machines because it was designed and made with destruction and retribution in mind. The illegal war machine obviously didn't feel at home in this place and would likely be happy if a part of it could be used for a more useful purpose again. Vase and his wife had already left the hall where it was located, though. He needed to come up with an excuse to revisit it again, but that could wait until later. For now, he should look to picking other useful masterwork mechs. He thought about his plans for his upcoming mech designs. One of his highest priorities for the upcoming design round was to develop a new spaceborne rifleman mech. Chapter 3440, BDX-35F3. Most of the battles fought by the Larkinson clan took place in space, and Vase didn't think this would change. Sure, there was a lot of untapped wealth buried on different planets, but that didn't change the fact that his clan was based entirely in space. That meant that strengthening the Larkinson army's ability to defend the fleet was paramount. After analyzing the expeditionary fleet's previous engagement, Vase recognized that ranged combat was the foundation of space battles. A good space-oriented mech force fielded an abundant amount of ranged mechs in order to gain the initiative, to deter enemies from approaching and to gain the option to deal damage to any part of the battlefield without too many hindrances. The Eye of Ilvain already shouldered much of the burden with the help of its Transcendent Punisher model. Though its armaments could use an update, its heavy firepower and the possibility to lay down accurate firepower at longer ranges had already saved the Larkinson clan ever since it came into service. If it was possible to do so, Vase would have gladly doubled or tripled the amount of Transcendent Punishers in service. Unfortunately, their biggest shortcoming was the lack of bunkers in the Larkinson fleet. After getting rid of all of the clan's sub-capital ships, the amount of Transcendent Punishers that could still be used had dropped considerably. This made Vase uncomfortable because he had gotten accustomed to relying on long-ranged artillery support to make his battles easier. In order to make the Transcendent Punisher so good at its job, its design sacrificed many aspects, most notably a flight system that could allow it to deploy in space. Sure, Vase could resort to alternative solutions such as employing heavy floater platforms, but they came with their own issues. No, the Transcendent Punishers were best left in their bunkers. The heavy mechs not only enjoyed a defensive advantage, but could also obtain a degree of support from the ships they were stationed on. Taking them away from these cozy, purpose-built sites was inefficient. While the Penitent Sisters also filled another ranged niche with the Eternal Redemptions, they were not flexible enough due to their low mobility. They were another form of artillery in his opinion. They excelled at fighting against heavily armored targets but performed a lot poorer against lighter and more mobile opponents. What the Larkinson clan needed was a ranged mech that could keep up with the latter. Vase sought to develop a new mainstay that could achieve clear superiority at medium range. Vase planned to design new spaceborne rifleman mech for that reason. The main purpose for this new project was to replace the Bright Warrior in rifleman mech configuration. Its performance had to exceed the existing standard solution of the Larkinson clan in every way. There's nothing wrong with the Bright Warrior, but it doesn't possess any distinct advantages either. He muttered. Tactical flexibility was a great advantage, but sometimes Vase just wanted to whack his opponents with the biggest hammer. He needed to bestow greater firepower to the Larkinson army, especially now that the expeditionary fleet had entered the Red Ocean. Vase was willing to spend a lot to design a high-performance ranged mech. A Bright Warrior cost roughly 500 million hex credits to produce, though that price level was based on the cost of materials back in the Galactic Rim. The actual production cost was likely a lot higher in the Red Ocean due to the inflated prices of many raw materials. Even so, Vase did not intend to cheapen out with this project, especially considering that his fleet would be operating on extremely limited mech capacity for the foreseeable time. He had to make each mech count, and that meant trying his best to strengthen them in many different ways. Better weapons, better tech and better piloting support were all in the cards. What he needed to do was to combine these elements into a coherent package that was clearly superior to the existing solutions of the Larkinson clan. The biggest question was whether he should make it exclusive to a single mech legion or turn it into a more general ranged solution. Vase preferred to do the latter, but that went contrary to his current plan. Sure, designing a single powerful rifleman mech would allow every mech legion to adopt the new solution, but it wouldn't be tailored to their unique strengths. In the long run, this would leave Vase disappointed with his ranged mech, the same way he was disappointed with the Bright Warrior for being too general and unspecialized. I'll have to pick a single mech legion to focus upon, he decided. He already came up with two candidates. The avatars of Myth could make good use of a powerful ranged solution. Commander Melkor had complained multiple times about getting outshined by the other mech legions. Giving them a powerful new mech model would do wonders in placating their demands. It doesn't have to be a ranged model, though. Vase became more inclined to shift the avatars of Myth towards an assault role. That meant providing this mech legion with armored, close-ranged mechs that could take a beating and deliver high impact. A rifleman mech, especially armed with energy weapons, embodied the opposite of this concept. The rifleman mech he had in mind would be fairly light, agile and armed with luminaire crystal rifles that excelled at mid-range combat. Their impact at the beginning of a battle might not be the best, but they could effectively wear down any massed enemy units as long as they could deal persistent damage. Pairing this kind of rifleman mech might grant more flexibility to the avatars of Myth, but it would also dilute their primary purpose. Vase thought it was better to design this mech for another mech legion. The battle criers came to mind. Much like the avatars of Myth, they had struggled to find relevancy when the other mech legions outshone them. Yet when Vase came up with the idea of arming their Bright Warriors with luminaire crystal rifles in order to fight against expert mechs, the loyal soldiers finally regained their drive. It didn't matter that their initial attempt to defeat an expert mech had failed. Their performance was dragged down by several factors. Not only did they lack the numbers to fell an expert mech, but their Bright Warriors and the rather crudely designed luminaire crystal rifles that Vase had provided to them did not impart enough advantages for them to fulfill their new role. What Vase had to do was to design a new rifleman mech that allowed the battle criers to succeed the next time they were called to fight against enemy expert mechs. This still left him with a lot of open-ended questions, but fortunately he could gain a lot of inspiration from his current environment. He paid a bit more attention to the rifleman mechs that once played a significant role in their time. This is another interesting rifleman mech, Gloriana said as she was hugging Aurelia. Woo, Guwa. The cute baby had woken up again and looked curiously at the large and impressive machines. She probably had no idea what they actually were, but the more flamboyant ones featured bright and pretty colors that fascinated the little girl. The mech that Gloriana referred to was not one of those machines. Mechs with bold colorations were not unusual, but tended to attract a lot more attention. This could be good or bad depending on the circumstances. Only confident mech pilots were comfortable with piloting mechs with eye-catching colors. That, or the mech force they belonged to fielded a lot of mechs with bright colors. Mechs with plainer appearances such as the one that Vase and Gloriana were studying at the moment were more common. Rifleman mechs wanted to avoid being targeted, and looking as boring as possible was a good way to increase their survival rates. That said, a masterwork mech always drew attention, and the deliberately plain and boring appearance of this specific machine failed to hide its brilliance. This is quite a contradictory mech, he remarked. After a short period of study, he already gained a read on its character. Unlike any other masterwork mechs in the gallery, the BDX-35F3 did not gain a personal name that enshrined its special and unique identity. During its entire service period, it had only ever been referred to by the code name of its mech model. Vase quickly read through the backstory of this masterwork mech. The context of the BDX-35F3 design was important. Apparently, a small and weaker state was fighting against a more powerful one. The war did not proceed well. In the initial planning, the weaker side should have been able to hold out longer against its opposition, but in practice its mech armies kept being pushed back. The problem turned out to be the mech pilots. Their training and discipline weren't up to standard and they broke faster than they should when met with stronger opposition. It was frankly embarrassing for them to give up valuable positions without putting up a sufficient amount of resistance. The state soon implemented various measures in order to bolster morale and prevent mech pilots from giving ground too easily. The BDX-35F3 was an experimental mech design that attempted to solve this problem in a different way than usual. It was designed to make its mech pilots less susceptible to fear by dampening their emotions. What an unusual experiment. Vase looked intrigued. I haven't seen any mech that suppresses emotions to this degree. It runs counter to the current paradigms on mech pilots. Emotion and rationality were two important properties of mech pilots. The former gave them a reason to fight while the latter allowed them to fight smarter. It was generally believed that a good mech pilot had to possess both, but not to the point of excess. A mech pilot that was too emotional not only became more susceptible to fear and setbacks, but could also grow a distorted personality. Ganso was probably a good example of how soldiers could descend into madness. A mech pilot that was too rational tended to think too much. This not only slowed their responses, but might also cause them to question their own cause and purpose. Of course, the assumption that too much emotion or rationality led to bad outcomes was not a hard rule. There were situations where the advantages outweighed the potential dangers, and BDX-35F3 was designed with that in mind. Its lead designer happened to be a rare special in neural interface technology. He modified an existing neural interface design and tuned it in a way that dampened the pilot's emotions while increasing his ability to leverage the powerful processing capabilities of the mech. The changes worked. When the new Rifleman mech model came into service, its mech pilots displayed a lot more calm in chaotic battles and had a much greater tendency to make the most optimal decisions in different situations. The masterwork mech that had actually been produced in a manufacturing complex was the best of them. It had been piloted by numerous military mech pilots, each of whom fought under adverse circumstances that would have driven poorly trained soldiers back. The masterwork mech along with thousands of other identical mechs fought against super numbers, ambushes and even survived encounters against half a dozen enemy expert mechs. Despite its stable and reliable performance, the mech military that fielded the BDX-35F3 model ultimately decided to retire it without exploring this novel direction any further. There were several reasons for that. First, its mech pilots generally didn't like to pilot a mech that robbed them of their emotions. It was creepy for mech pilots to adopt a different mode of thought that put an unreasonable emphasis on rationality. They also resented at being forced to pilot a weird mech because their superiors didn't trust their decisions. The orders from above were too paternalistic. Second, not a single mech pilot who fought with the BDX-35F3 model had managed to break through. While their performance when piloting it was indeed better, the lack of breakthroughs after several years of use by thousands of different mech pilots caused it to be labeled as a failed experiment. Vase didn't think the BDX-35F3 was a failure, though. The implementation might not be great, but he was confident that he could do better. There is potential in this concept. Chapter 3441, a contrarian design concept. Vase appreciated the BDX-35F3 for presenting him with a novel mech concept. The idea of designing a mech that allowed mech pilots to become unaffected by fear and other negative emotions had a lot of uses, particularly for mech forces with low-quality mech pilots. A mech pilot that depended less on emotions had to fill up the void in another way, and that mostly translated into greater rationality. What Vase found particularly brilliant about the BDX-35F3 model was that its advanced neural interface enabled mech pilots to directly access the formidable processing power of their mechs. This caused the mech pilots to aim the weapons of their mechs more precisely and become a lot more deliberate about their coordination. It was a good way for bad or average mech pilots to increase their effective performance in battle, especially when subjected to a lot of pressure. Although the BDX-35F3 model ultimately failed to gain popularity, Vase still wanted to work with this idea. His innovative desires began to fire up his passion again. The challenge presented by the BDX-35F3 and its concept was just right for him. Whereas others would probably fail if they tried to work with this idea, Vase was confident that his specialty and his circumstances would allow him to succeed. He recalled the time when the battle criers fought against the Burza Fens of the Molten Hammers. The battle criers did not lose courage immediately, which was commendable, but they were definitely intimidated by their opponent. The powerful force of will of the enemy expert pilot had likely suppressed the battle crier mech pilots to a certain degree, causing them to feel more burdened than normal. The superior mobility of the axe-wielding expert mech also posed a hindrance to the battle criers. The expert pilot might not excel at evasion, but his high skill level combined with his powerful machine caused a lot of incoming shots to miss. If Vase was able to take the premise of the BDX-35F3 and put his own spin on it, he could equip the battle criers that could help them perform a lot better in the same scenario. In fact, it's not just an effective solution against enemy expert mechs. It's also good against other kinds of opposition. The Larkinson army was filled with emotional mech pilots. They paired well with living mechs and they were also key to increasing the chance of breakthroughs. The clan culture also placed a great importance on emotional attachment. A good clansman was someone who cared about family, loved their fellow brothers and sisters and was invested in the success of the clan. When Vase looked back on his work so far, he realized that every mech leveraged strong emotions in one way or another. It was a formula that had always paired well with the kind of mechs he liked to design. The recent expert mech design projects exemplified this design direction as far as he was concerned. For example, the Dark Zephyr actively stimulated Venerable Tussa's desire to pursue speed and freedom. By increasing the expert pilot's main tendencies, the expert mech performed a bit better due to arousing greater resonance between expert pilot and expert mech. The Shield of Samar was an even more extreme case. This masterwork expert mech depended a lot more on its resonance abilities to show its value. The more Venerable Janzi feared the deaths of fellow clansmen and the more she yearned to shield the vulnerable Larkinsons from attacks, the stronger she and her machine partner could project a powerful resonance-enhanced barrier. Though Vase had never seen this dynamic play out in a real battle, he was pretty certain it worked that way based on his own understanding and the performance of other expert mechs. The point is that I've been relying so much on this single direction that I have never considered any alternatives. As a passionate mech designer that was sensitive towards life, Vase loved to embrace emotions. Emotion was life, both figuratively and literally. Spiritual energy was not neutral, but instead emerged from the thoughts and emotions of sentient life. This had further pushed him towards using and leveraging emotions to his advantage. This realization presented him with a daring notion. Instead of designing yet another living mech that centered around emotions again, what if he went into the opposite direction? What if he focused on developing a new mech that emphasized total rationality in place of emotions? Vase ignored everything else around him and played this idea out in his imagination. A mech based on rationality likely wouldn't translate well in a melee mech. Melee mech pilots depended heavily on instinct and unconscious reactions to make split-second decisions on how to defeat opponents right in front of them. Perhaps he could find a way to make it work, but the consequences of failure were much more direct and impactful. It was better to apply it to a ranged mech where there was more room for deliberation. The price of failure was not as dire, as a missed shot was nothing special. The goal behind a ranged mech based on rationality was to minimize flaws and inconsistent behavior, though. While Vase did not expect to achieve total accuracy, he at least wanted to give mech pilots the capability to leverage the processing power of a mech to make more accurate judgments about the positioning of a fast-moving opponent. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to tackle this project right away. This was a good sign. As long as he was interested in realizing a new vision, he would undoubtedly put his best effort into the design project. That said, he did not completely let his emotions run away with this new idea. His more cautious side recognized that this was a riskier design project than usual. Trying to develop a mech that adopted a completely opposite paradigm was not for the faint of heart. Vase would be entering new territory where he could not rely on a great portion of his previous accumulation to steer a design project towards a successful implementation. The lead designer of the BDX-35F3 was a master mech designer who not only excelled at changing neural interfaces to fit his needs, but also found ways to decrease the distance between man and machine. Yet despite these exceptional technical accomplishments, the best effort of this master resulted in a flop that had ultimately been phased out after being fielded in limited numbers. Vase could not ignore this failure. Although he could learn from it and try to address the shortcomings that made the BDX-35F3 model unpopular, he wasn't sure whether he could fix all of the fundamental disadvantages of this concept. For example, that little detail about producing not a hint of a breakthrough was pretty serious. If he truly wanted to add this unorthodox mech model to the Battle Cryer's mech roster, then he either had to solve this problem or accept that its mech pilots would be giving up their opportunity to become greater. Fortunately, this problem wasn't as serious to the Larkinson clan than others. Vase had the ability to identify spiritual potential in other people. If he could make it so that those with the possibility of undergoing apotheosis piloted a different mech, then the Battle Cryers shouldn't suffer a loss. All of this entailed a lot of work, though. This was one of the prices that he had to pay for designing such a weird and different mech from the norm. He had to tread new ground and invent many new solutions to many new problems. It all excited him, though he didn't intend to give up on designing normal, living mechs. One of the reasons why he wanted to embark on solo mech design projects was to explore wacky and unconventional ideas just like this one. By relying on his own expertise and efforts, he would have much more room to experiment without conflicting with the work or area of responsibility of one of his colleagues. Once he fully resolved to design a special spaceborne rifleman mech for the Battle Cryers, he discreetly took action. Even as he and his wife moved on to the next exhibit, Blinky secretly exited his mind and soared towards the BDX-35F3 in order to make contact. It was easy to persuade this neglected masterwork mech to give away a piece of itself. Vase merely had to state that he intended to use its strength to design a new mech that successfully implemented the vision that it was based upon. Ves's goal fully aligned with the goal of the lead designer of the BDX-35F3, so the masterwork mech was already inclined to agree. Due to the machine's low life order, it didn't even question Ves's sincerity. He only had to convey his passion in order to hoodwink the masterwork mech into giving up a spiritual fragment. This was the riskiest part about this covert move. Vase casually turned and swept his gaze across the entire hall. He pretended to admire all of the masterwork mechs in sight, but what he was actually doing was confirming that there were no other people in the vicinity. Luckily, he picked a good moment to act, before the last group of visitors had exited the hall a few minutes ago. This was as good a time as any for him to make his move. Do it, he silently commanded Blinky. The companion spirit chomped a portion of BDX-35F3's spiritual foundation and quickly snuck back into Ves's mind. Barely a second had passed as Vase and Blinky quickly pulled off their invisible heist. Vase forcibly tried to remain calm. He even donned a spiritual mask in order to suppress his body language and make it so that he remained as casual as ever. He was more than cognizant that the MTA's ubiquitous monitoring system was watching everything. It could easily pick up any abnormal behavior on the surface and prompt greater investigation. Nothing happened. No alarms rang in the hall. No energy shields came up to separate the valuable exhibits. No guards poured in to arrest Vase on suspicion of tampering with other people's property. Although Vase could clearly feel that the BDX-35F3 was hurt and had lost a part of its strength, that was because he was sensitive towards these changes. Other mech designers might vaguely be able to recognize that something had changed, but they might not be able to identify the issue right away. Even if they detected anything amiss, then they might not tie it back to a random and inconsequential journeyman. At least he hoped that would be the case. Ah well, at most, he would get a lifetime ban from visiting another masterwork gallery. That was an acceptable price to pay. With one spiritual fragment in his grasp, Vase continued to act as if nothing had changed at all. Though Gloriana gave him a sidelong look that lasted longer than usual, she quickly directed her attention back to Aurelia, who had grown hungry again. Vase was already looking for his next mark. Though the chances of exposure was greater if he repeated his earlier deed, he did not want to leave with such a meager prize. Where should he harvest his next spiritual fragment? The answer to this question was dependent on the mechs he intended to design. He already committed to designing a new rifleman mech for the Battle Cryers. He needed to think about providing a solution to another mech legion. Two of them came to mind right now. The living sentinels and the flagrant vandals could also use a bit of love. It was difficult for Vase to choose what kind of specialized mech he should provide to the living sentinels. They were the only non-elite mech legion of the Larkinson army and therefore had lower demands. The Bright Warrior already fit them well due to its large tolerance and lower skill floor. The flagrant vandals on the other hand could use a new signature mech that strengthened their reconnaissance role. The ferocious piranha was a great mech to employ against weak-willed and undisciplined opponents, but many pioneers tended to employ highly trained individuals who possessed a lot more mental fortitude than normal. What the flagrant vandals needed was a new light mech that could fully make them relevant in the Red Ocean. Chapter 3442, Checkered Gabardine. Currently, the Larkinson Army's mech roster was heavily slanted towards medium mechs. This was not a big issue in most cases. Medium mechs were the most balanced and versatile of weight categories. The general definition of it was that it was massive enough to resist a fair amount of damage while also being light enough to evade a fair amount of attacks. Of course, there were a lot of ways a mech designer could shift this balance. There were times when speed and flexibility were more important, so a mech design might lose a little weight. There were other times when a mech needed to resist more damage, so its design consciously sacrificed a bit of speed. Ideally, any mech should rank high on categories, but such a perfect configuration either didn't exist or required the use of materials that were worth as much as an entire first-rate state. In a reality where scarcity and physical limitations couldn't be overcome, mech designers like Vase had no choice but to make trade-offs. Light mechs presented a rather extreme package compared to medium mechs. They were smaller, lighter and more fragile in order to increase their mobility far above the limits of their larger cousins. Although this sounded rather simple, light mechs possessed a lot of depth and nuance that Vase had not yet sufficiently explored. He became eager to work with light mechs in a different way than he had before. The characteristic light mech was the light skirmisher, a fast and agile melee mech that could be employed in various ways. In most cases, they were either used as scouts, flankers, saboteurs or even assassins. Although they were fairly cheap to produce, they demanded a higher level of skill and courage to pilot than more ordinary machines. This had always been one of the significant hindrances towards popularizing them, as mech pilots generally didn't like to entrust their lives to flimsy machines that could easily collapse when struck by just a couple of serious blows. However, those who excelled at speed and possessed the courage to pilot these high-risk and high-reward machines, the impact they could exert was significant. From circling around to attack the enemy's weak side to outrunning any opponent that was stronger, superior mobility conveyed a lot of advantages that could significantly change the course of a battle. Light mechs revolved around initiative. Their superior acceleration and their nimble maneuvering gave them the choice to engage whenever they wanted and prevent the enemy from forcing it to take action under adverse circumstances. When Vase was thinking about designing a new light mech for the flagrant vandals, he didn't think about providing them with another light skirmisher. The ferocious Piranha Mark I version B served that purpose adequately for now. Perhaps it needed to be updated with new tech and materials that were available in the Red Ocean, but the overall concept was still sound. Even if the elite mech pilots brought by the pioneers were firm enough to retain their battle effectiveness under the effect of a suppressive glow, they still needed to spend at least some effort to resist the effect, which inevitably threw them off and affected their performance. What Vase truly sought was a complement to the ferocious Piranha. He wanted to create a form of synergy between different mech models that allowed them to exert much greater strength when working together than if they fought by themselves. The Molten Hammers and the Hiver Roarers already provided him with two working examples. Each of their systems worked out for them, but Vase couldn't blindly copy them. He had to create a new system for the Vandals that fit their fighting style and martial tradition. The fundamental character of the flagrant Vandals was that they were a bunch of devious bastards who loved to play dirty and had no scruples about using dishonorable means to defeat an opponent. I need to use the ferocious Piranha as a base since it already serves them well. What kind of addition can complement its performance? The second light mech design for the flagrant Vandals had to meet three goals. First, it needed to be quick enough to keep up with the maneuvers of the ferocious Piranha. The flagrant Vandal units shouldn't be shackled with slower mechs that restricted their tactical flexibility and forced them to wait until their heavier units caught up to their vanguard. Second, the new mech design had to take advantage of the suppression produced by the ferocious Piranha. One of the shortcomings of the light mech was that it could get close enough to affect enemy mech pilots with its glow, but did not necessarily have the capability to close in for the kill. This led to awkward situations where the ferocious piranhas just buzzed around enemy formations like aimless flies. Third, the new addition had to be able to exert an additional form of suppression towards the enemy. Vase figured that since the ferocious piranha's disorienting glow wasn't enough to disable most elite mech pilots, perhaps his troops might achieve better results by stacking another suppressive glow on top of this effect. In fact, the Larkinson army was already capable of doing this to a degree. In the previous battles, there were several instances where the flagrant Vandals combined forces with the penitent sisters. When their ferocious piranhas and their Valkyrie Redeemers both directed their glows towards the same targets, the enemy mech pilots displayed even less battle effectiveness than before. This gave Vase a better idea on how the flagrant Vandals should be distinguished from other mech legions. Aside from specializing in fielding light mechs, Vase wanted the Vandals to excel at making the lives of enemy mech pilots hell. By deploying a variety of suppressive glows, they could torment and discomfort enemies to such a degree that battles became a lot easier to win as a consequence. By themselves, the flagrant Vandals should be able to punch above their weight and dismantle equal opponents without suffering painful losses. In cooperation with other mech legions, the flagrant Vandals should act harassers and disruptors that plagued enemy formations in as many ways as possible so that other units such as the Avatars of Myth could smash through the opposition with greater ease. This was a great strategy and one that should be effective against many different mech forces. It might even be effective against alien forces if the circumstances were right. The existence of multiple different suppressive glows at least gave the Larkinson clan additional solutions to different threats. This was something he was keen to realize as the confrontation against the Olympus Mons had taught him that he should never stop working on new ways to defeat powerful opponents. Now that he set his criteria, he just needed to come up with a good idea for a new light mech. At this point, he and Gloriana had spent hours in the Masterwork Gallery. They had gone through almost all of the exhibition halls by now. Vase had already seen dozens of Masterwork light mechs, each of which demonstrated all of the different ways this weight class could excel in battle. He quickly ran his memories through the examples he had seen and felt that one of them fit the needs of the flagrant Vandals. He turned towards his wife. Could we swing back to a couple of the earlier halls? I've gained a bit of inspiration for my upcoming mech design projects and I need to get back in order to observe additional details that I have missed. Sure, just don't take too long. I want to tour a number of other places in Chance Bay as well. Gloriana replied. As a mech designer, she could understand what Vase was going through. She too had been taking notes and gaining inspiration from all of these great works. As a masterwork mech designer herself, she found a lot of value in identifying what others excelled at in order to elevate their mechs up the second rung of the ladder. The couple slowly floated back to one of the earlier halls they visited. Vase stopped before a mech that was designed and made in a completely different region of the galactic rim. The light marauder he was scrutinizing at the moment was called the checkered gabardine. Its checkered pattern of several colors caused the mech's profile to look confusing and hard to distinguish from the naked eye. It didn't help that every part of the mech including its weapon was coated in the exact same way. Although these little tricks had relatively little influence in most mech battles due to the use of alternate means of observation, the checkered gabardine happened to employ other measures that obfuscated enemy observation. The model it was based upon was not a stealth mech. The light marauder was definitely designed for frontline battle service, but it did so in a way by making it as difficult to detect and lock onto it while still retaining enough protection to survive a typical battlefield. Therefore, if the bright and confusing pattern didn't already announce it, the checkered gabardine was not a true stealth mech. That said, its various ECM systems and low-energy signature made it so that it was damn hard to detect under any circumstances. Even if the enemy discovered its presence, they still wouldn't be able to land a lot of hits onto this bizarre-looking masterwork mech. The checkered gabardine was not only quick and agile, but it also incorporated a number of sophisticated active ECM systems that each threw the enemy's sensor and targeting systems into further confusion. Mech pilots could no longer trust the input of their mechs as the quality and accuracy of the incoming data dropped to a distressing level. The result was that a lot of attacks that should have hit in ordinary circumstances went wide. Even Gloriana was impressed. I don't blame you for taking another look at the checkered gabardine. The way the lead designer integrated all of these different ECM systems in a light frame without overburdening it is genial. She was right, though the lead designer of the original mech design had to make a lot of compromises in order to preserve its powerful mobility and ECM capabilities. For one, its offensive capabilities weren't that impressive. Its submachine gun was so light and weak that it was more of an afterthought unless it fought against another light mech. Its twin knives were thinner than usual because the design didn't incorporate a lot of arm strength. Despite the lackluster attack and defensive properties of the checkered gabardine, its strengths enabled the masterwork mech to fight differently from any other machine. It achieved many brilliant feats at the hands of several skilled and creative mech pilots. What each of these mech pilots had in common was that they worked around the limitations of the checkered gabardine and made the most out of its advantages. Superior mobility and excellent ECM systems allowed this potent mech to sneak up to enemies in many different circumstances. The checkered gabardine is sort of like an ancestor to the Dark Zephyr. Vase remarked. Their tech and strength levels are different, but the concepts are roughly similar. The Dark Zephyr had already proven the concept that superior mobility augmented with additional evasion-oriented systems was a winning formula. The Larkinson clan wouldn't have been able to take out the formidable Gauss Barons so easily during the Battle of Fortia Zentra if Venerable Tusa didn't believe his mech could carry him all the way to one of the enemy capital ships by himself. That solo attack run was already a legendary feat in the clan. Other light mech specialists looked up to Venerable Tusa due to how much he exemplified their ideal. Although it wasn't practical for Vase to translate the Dark Zephyr's configuration into a standard mech form, it could still serve as a useful guide on how he should approach his next light mech design project. My next design project will be based around a light-ranged mech, Vase decided. Chapter 3443, a new countermeasure inspiration worked in different ways. In the previous case, Vase became impressed by the design concept of the BDX-35F3. He decided to copy the idea behind this design and refine in his own way in the hopes that he could succeed where the original designer failed. This was a different case. The checkered gabardine presented him with another attractive design concept, but that did not mean that Vase should copy it wholesale. What he should really be asking first was whether it fit the needs of his target audience. Vase quickly ran through the requirements he set for the second light mech of the Flagrant Vandals. First, it needed to be a light mech that could keep up with the ferocious piranha. Second, it should be able to exploit vulnerabilities generated by suppressive glows. Third, it had to possess the capability to mess with opponents with its own form of suppressive glow. He concluded that he should be able to hit all of these targets if he designed a light-ranged mech that possessed the ability to project its glow from a distance. In situations where the ferocious piranha could not close into a suppressed enemy mech unit, his new light-ranged mech should be able to inflict at least some damage in this favorable circumstance. The ability for this new mech model to mess with enemy mech pilots at range also made it easier for the ferocious piranhas to approach and even attack enemy positions. In other words, combining the capabilities of the ferocious piranha and this new proposed mech model should result in significantly greater results than if they were deployed on their own. All of this fully satisfied the goals that Vase wanted to meet. With just a single additional mech model, the Flagrant Vandals turned into a truly formidable mobile mech legion that excelled in battlefield disruption and decapitation strikes. The only remaining fundamental shortcoming of the Flagrant Vandals at this point was the lack of specialized scouting and detection functionality. Vase could address this missing piece by designing a third light mech, one that truly fulfilled the scouting and reconnaissance role. I'll think about that later. Every mech legion needed a lot of new specialized mechs, and it was too much for Vase to tackle them all at once. It was better to take it one at a time, especially when just a single new addition to the mech roster already sparked a lot of changes to the battle methods of a mech legion. Now that Vase set an overall framework that his next light mech design should fit into, it was time to flesh it out into a well-defined mech concept. His imagination already presented him with a possibility. Vase envisioned a light rifleman mech that was not as effective at longer ranges but made up for it with superior performance at closer ranges. Such light mechs ordinarily weren't called rifleman mechs but rather harassers or by other terms. Harasser mechs were usually armed with carbines, submachine guns or even light sniper rifles. Due to their lighter armament, they didn't pack as much of a punch as regular medium rifleman mechs. Their damage also fell off harder at longer distances due to lack of precision and lack of assisting systems. Yet harasser mechs worked well as long as they leveraged their superior mobility correctly. They weren't supposed to attack an enemy force from the front. Instead, they circled around and used their light weapons to direct their firepower at the weaker sides or rear of an enemy formation. Since the targets at these orientations were usually more susceptible to damage, the lighter calibers of the weapons wielded by the harasser mechs should still be effective. It was even possible for harasser mechs to pressure or take down heavily armored mechs when attacking from the rear. Of course, this was only an ideal scenario. In practice, this proposed light harasser mech shouldn't be able to tear through enemy mechs as easily as the Olympus Mons ripped apart the Avatar mechs with its light machine gun module. Lack of offensive punch is a persistent problem of every light mech. This is not a unique problem. It was why every light mech from the ferocious piranha to the dark zephyr preferred to attack their targets from the rear. Vase ultimately accepted that his proposed light harasser mech wouldn't carry any heavier armament. Not only did such weapons impose a greater mass burden and decrease the handling characteristics of a light mech, they also demanded a lot more space for ammunition or energy cells. Though Vase could technically design a light mech armed with a cannon, the mech frame possessed so little capacity that the weapon would run out of shots in just a couple of minutes or less. This was way too wasteful and inefficient for a light mech that was supposed to go behind enemy lines and operate away from the main elements of the Larkinson army. It needed to be able to possess a decent amount of endurance and operation time in order for it to fulfill its role in a single deployment. After Vase settled the basic parameters in his mind, he moved on to defining its special sauce. If he took the Valkyrie Redeemer as an example, then the maximum effective range a glow could reach was a couple of kilometers. Vase couldn't come up with a more precise figure because it depended on how he interpreted effective range. In general, he took that to mean a distance from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Any further than that and the impact on an enemy mech pilot was too negligible to achieve a substantial change on the battlefield. This is enough distance, he concluded. In space battle terms, a range of 5 kilometers was pathetic. Melee mechs didn't need to take too much time to cross this relatively short distance. However, since his proposed light harasser mech was designed to be fast, it should be able to outrun nearly any enemy mech. Even if an enemy force deployed a light mech that flew fast enough to catch up with his harasser mech, that only meant that the enemy frames ought to be too thin and light to resist much damage. Dispatching light mechs after his harasser mechs might just end up feeding the former to the latter. The survivability of the light harasser mech shouldn't be in question. It was even better than that of the ferocious piranha, as the new mech model didn't have to get close to any threatening enemy mech in order for it to perform its role. At this short distance, weapons such as carbines and maybe submachine guns should be able to achieve a good effect. Vase just had to pair the light harasser mech model with a glow that complemented its role. This was why Vase sought out the checkered gabardine instead of other masterwork light mechs. It presented him with an idea on how his next suppressive glow should work. The devious mech that he had designed for the Hex army a while ago proved that he could develop glows that specifically messed with other people's perception. Vase wanted to create something similar that was effective at range and combined well with the ferocious piranha's disorientation effect. A light harasser mech that can make enemy mech pilots make misjudgments should do the trick. The checkered gabardine employed an ingenious arrangement of ECM systems to fool and mess with its enemies to such an extent that it got struck a lot less times than it should. Vase intended to integrate similar ECM systems in his own light harasser mech, but he didn't think his implementation would be as good. What he could do was to develop a spiritual countermeasure, or SCM system that specifically aimed to disrupt mech pilots instead of their mechs. He already created several different SCM systems in the past. He just didn't label it with a fancy new name back then. Now that he had reached this point, he was ready to add substance to this newly formalized concept by taking its performance to the next level. He could see how implementing an SCM system that could alter an enemy mech pilot's perception would be able to yield great results. Even if a mech pilot was only a little bit affected, a slight misjudgment might cause an enemy mech to miss a ranged or melee strike that should have hit its mark. Vase wasn't sure how effective this new suppressive glow would be. If the enemy was prepared, then the results might not improve as much as he hoped. What if it combines with the glow of a ferocious piranha? A grin slowly appeared on his face. Now that was an interesting prospect. A mech pilot that was distracted or encumbered by the glow of the ferocious piranha should have much less capacity left to resist the glow of the new light harasser mech. It can work the other way around as well. A mech pilot that was trying his best to overcome the distortion to his perception and observation should be in an even worse position to resist the disorientation generated by the ferocious piranha. The two glows were both suppressive in nature, but attacked from different angles. Just like how a typical army became a lot more flustered if it was attacked from two sides instead of one, the combination of the two malicious glows should produce a much stronger impact than if they worked in isolation. This can definitely become the core battle strategy of the flagrant vandals. Vase concluded. Just as with his proposed rationality-based rifleman mech, he became enthused about designing this new SCM-oriented light harasser mech. It presented a set of different challenges to Vase that not only excited him, but would also advance his design philosophy a few steps further if he resolved all of the advanced problems. This design project did not seek to explore his design approach from a different direction. Instead, it sought to deepen his current direction and push it further than he had gone before. Regardless, Vase stood to gain a lot if he completed both projects. He was not lacking in passion and was confident he could turn each of them into the new mainstays of their respective mech legions. A part of him even wanted to head straight back to the Spirit of Bentheim so that he could work on a couple of draft designs. He quickly controlled himself. He was still on a vacation and had only toured a tiny fraction of what Chance Bay had to offer. If only a single venue was able to provide him with 2 novel mech concepts, he would definitely be able to obtain further harvests if he visited other places. He still needed to complete a couple of chores before he left the Masterwork Gallery, though. In the next 20 minutes or so, Vase pretended to study the checkered gabardine, the husk maker and a few other random display pieces. The museum didn't have a clue that Vase had secretly dispatched Blinky 2 more times in order to harvest modest spiritual fragments from the aforementioned Masterwork mechs. Vase already had a good idea on how he should make use of the spiritual fragments of the BDX-35F3 and the checkered gabardine. He didn't have an immediate use for the spiritual fragment of the husk maker, though. It was a solution looking for a problem. The only reason why Vase claimed it was because he sympathized with the poor fate of the Masterwork mech and because he saw potential in its strength. Currently, there was little reason for Vase to design a doom crawler for the Larkinson army. Not only was it a model that was useless unless it was deployed on the ground, it also took up a lot of mech capacity that his diminished fleet simply couldn't spare. Still, that doesn't mean that other customers are working under the same constraints. Perhaps, his next commercial mech design project might center around a Doomcrawler mech. Chapter 3444, Demand for Destruction. Vase could already imagine how a destructive engine of Doom might be useful to certain forces. In situations where there were limitations to attacking ground settlements from space or from the air, a powerful ground force was needed to sweep them up. A tough and destructive doom crawler that excelled in laying waste to cities and strongholds sounded like an excellent addition to a ground force's arsenal. The best part about this new product was there was definitely demand for this kind of machine. The reason for that was that a lot of pioneering fleets tended to colonize planets that were previously occupied by alien races. Even if these aliens preferred to live in different environments than human beings, they all had one thing in common. Everyone needed resources in order to thrive. Whether it was phase water or other exotics, every sentient race in the Red Ocean sought to occupy the most resource-rich planets in order to fuel their own development. Before humanity invaded the dwarf galaxy, the native alien races such as the Nunsers and the Pwelmers already occupied all of the resource-rich planets. Once the MTA and CFA entered the scene, their warfleets didn't just defeat all of the alien combat forces. They also passed through one alien-occupied star system after another, bombing a lot of places flat. However, just because the Big Two cleaned up the interior of their newly conquered territories didn't necessarily mean they were thorough. The Big Two had to sweep through a huge amount of territory, which meant the warfleets and their commanders weren't always that attentive. Sometimes they missed a few strongholds. Sometimes the enemy aliens succeeded in slipping through the net. Sometimes the MTA and CFA outright skipped the less important star systems with weaker alien presences. Of course, what counted as weak in the eyes of the Big Two was usually a lot stronger to the pioneers. All of this meant that the pioneering organizations sometimes had to finish the job in order to claim an attractive planet, and that meant going on a destruction spree. There are no mechs that are better at inflicting destruction than heavy artillery mechs and heavy doom crawlers. Both of them possessed a huge amount of massed firepower. While heavy artillery mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher packed the biggest punch, they weren't designed to confront enemies directly. Other mechs were supposed to do that in their stead. This was why artillery mechs usually became lambs to the slaughter if any melee mech unit managed to get through the escort mechs and hit these slow and cumbersome machines up close. Doom crawlers didn't suffer from this weakness. Not as much, at least. They not only carried substantially more armor, but were also better at repelling enemy mechs that came close. They weren't necessarily superior to artillery mechs or vice versa. They were just different mech types that excelled in different situations. However, doom crawlers were a bit more suitable to deploy in most conditions in the new frontier due to their greater independence and self-reliance. They were much tougher and didn't require as much babying to handle. This sounded perfect for the Red Ocean, where pioneering fleets were not only far away from friendly support, but also didn't have access to nearby markets or infrastructure. Deploying artillery mechs in the field required a lot of thought, preparation and effort. They required constant protection and should never be caught in an enemy counterattack. While the rewards from using them correctly were great, not everyone had the patience to go through all of this trouble. It was a lot easier to just field as many doom crawlers as possible and have them advance towards an enemy fortification with unstoppable momentum. Sure, it sounded like a brain-dead strategy, but who cared as long as it worked? There should definitely be demand for a good doom crawler model in the Red Ocean's mech market. That didn't mean it had to be his product that people wanted to buy. His expression drooped when he realized the competition he was facing. There were a lot of fantastic masters and seniors that were already churning mechs that possessed a lot of distinct advantages. What was worse was that these prestigious mech designers who had already built up their illustrious reputations in the old galaxy monopolized the bulk of the available resources produced in the Red Ocean. In this early period of colonization, there were plenty of people who wanted to design and build their own mechs, but the supply of raw materials was too low to accommodate all of their needs. To Vase, this meant that he couldn't produce and sell mechs in large volumes, at least when it came to the Red Ocean. Any mech he did manage to produce would have to be sold at wildly inflated prices due to the high cost of scarce raw materials, which would inevitably depress demand. Still, Vase was not willing to give up on this interesting idea. Doom crawlers fascinated him for some reason. Out of every mech type that he was familiar with, doom crawlers possessed a romance about them that pleased Vase in an unexplainable but irrational way. Ever since he accepted a job to modify a doom crawler design so that it was mounted with weapons of mass destruction, Vase gained a special affinity and destiny with doom crawlers. Sure, the people who received his work went on to raise entire cities and kill billions of innocent civilians, but that wasn't his fault. What was undeniable was that Vase got swept in the romance of doom crawlers. Whether it was their slow but unstoppable advances or their ability to take a lot of punishment and keep going, all of this increased his attraction to this mech type. Still, just because he felt like designing a commercial doom crawler didn't mean he could just go ahead and do it. He still had to solve two different problems. First, he needed to come up with a viable mech concept that could actually persuade customers into buying the work of a journeyman over the work of a master. Second, he had to find a source of raw materials and probably establish a fixed production facility in order to produce all of his new doom crawlers. It didn't help that doom crawlers were almost always heavy mechs that demanded a large quantity of tough and expensive materials in order to build. Vase may have big dreams, but if he could not solve these two fundamental problems, there was no point in starting this new design project. Maybe I should wait a couple of years before designing this new mech. It was a lot easier for Vase to design a sellable product for the Yena star cluster back in the old galaxy. He should prioritize that instead, but doom crawlers didn't sell well in stabler regions. There was another reason why he thought that doom crawlers were much more promising in the Red Ocean. Pioneers didn't just want a mech that could help them destroy remnant alien settlements. Sometimes, they also wanted a machine that could demolish a human settlement. It was dirty business, but it happened. Not everyone calmly agreed to go the other way when a planet they were eyeing had already been settled by another pioneer. The Big Two didn't seem interested in preventing these massacres. There was an implicit assumption that anyone heading into the Red Ocean had to grasp their opportunities by relying on their own efforts. There was another guiding thought that stated that only the strongest and most successful pioneers had the right to occupy the Red Ocean. There was no place for weaklings in the new frontier. Instead of spending an unreasonable amount of effort and resources to forcibly support all of these weak and incompetent colonists, the Big Two would rather finish their conquest. All of this meant that Vase had good reason to assume that doom crawlers would remain a popular product in the Red Ocean's mech market for at least a century. Vase wanted in on this lucrative business. If he was able to make his stamp early when no other mech company had yet to become the market leader in this product category, a successful doom crawler product line would probably remain a cash cow for several mech generations. It's not wrong for me to wait until the market environment improves, but by then it's too late for me to make my move. Other rivals who don't have as much patience as me would have published their own brilliant doom crawler designs by now, thereby securing an early advantage. This was the dilemma he was currently facing. He could try and design a mech that the LMC could not yet sell at a profit in order to build up an early market presence, or he could just wait and risk getting overtaken by all of the competition. Damn, what a difficult choice. Emotionally, Vase really wanted to design a commercial doom crawler. He had the passion and the drive. He was just as interested in designing it as the previous two mech concepts he came up with earlier. Rationally, Vase thought this was an exceptionally poor gamble. Not only was it unnecessary for him to insist on designing a commercial doom crawler, the odds that he was actually able to outcompete master mech designers at their own craft was too low. The biggest hindrance that he faced was his lack of ideas on how to translate his specialty into this commercial design project. Unlike the previous cases, he wasn't able to come up with solid ideas, especially ones that made use of the spiritual fragment of the husk maker. Perhaps he had expended his creative juices for the day. He should already be happy for coming up with 2 excellent proposals. "I'm done here," he said to his wife. "I wish we could get more value out of the 20 MTA credits we paid to access this overpriced gallery, but I'm not getting any new insights anymore." Gloriana agreed. "Same. Let's head to a restaurant before we continue to our next stop." The pair, together with their baby and their cats, nonchalantly headed to the exit and passed through the gates without kicking off any alarms. Their guards joined them again as they floated outside of the Masterwork Palace. Now that Vase had seen a lot of different Masterwork mechs up close, the structure didn't look so special to him anymore. The only impressive part about it was that its scale was immense for a Masterwork. The couple proceeded to enjoy the rest of their day in Chance Bay. They not only dined at an exotic restaurant, but also visited other interesting sites such as a mall that sold frivolous luxury products sourced from the most developed parts of the Milky Way. None of these places provided him with any new sources of inspiration, but that left him with more time to flesh out his existing ideas. Half his mind was occupied with work as he explored how he could turn his oddball ideas into working mech designs. Over the course of the day, Gloriana suddenly brought up an interesting topic that briefly pulled his mind away from his new mech design projects. "You wanted to add more journeymen to our design department, right?" Yes, that's right. I plan to start my search in a couple of days. There ought to be a bunch of mech designers here that meet my criteria. Have you thought about the specialties of the journeymen you want to recruit?" "That's not an easy matter to explain," Vase replied with a hint of reluctance. "I have many thoughts about it, but it's difficult to make up my mind. For now, I'm leaning towards obtaining a defensive specialist and a neural interface specialist, but that's not nearly enough to cover every essential area. To be honest, I'm not sure that the Vault Central Star node even offers any journeyman with the specialties I'm looking for. I might have to settle for whatever I can get at this point." Chapter 3445, Small Fry. After a few days of unwinding on the surface of Chance Bay, the leaders of the Larkinson clan were ready to get back to work. They couldn't afford to take extended vacations. The clan needed to accomplish so many different tasks that it needed a lot of direction from the top. For this reason, the relevant clansmen all attended a meeting in the morning according to standard time. Since a lot of Larkinsons were stationed on different ships or at different hotels and venues on the surface of Vullet 14b, they decided to hold the meeting in a virtual space. There were downsides to doing this. The Big Two watched everything and they most assuredly eavesdropped on any signals being transmitted back and forth. However, there were no better alternatives that could offer the Larkinsons a more secure way to discuss their affairs. "Just give up, Vase," Calabast told him a few minutes before the start of the meeting. "Even if we all stuff ourselves in the most isolated and secure conference room aboard the Blinding Banshee, the MTA has a wealth of high technology at its disposal that could easily penetrate our crude security methods." That just made the Larkinsons throw up their hands and just work on the assumption that a silent representative of the MTA was sitting right next to the conference table. There was no point in fussing about this issue any further. Once everyone's virtual avatar arrived in the virtual conference room, Vase stood up to commence the meeting. "Alright, folks, I hope you've managed to recharge and get your bearings in the Red Ocean, because our true work starts now. Anyone who has stepped foot on Chance Bay should have been able to get a good glimpse of what this part of the cosmos is like. As the new focus of human civilization and the melting pot of some of the best humans from the old galaxy, we're in a much bigger pond right now. It's a drastic difference from what natives from the most underdeveloped parts of the galactic rim like us are accustomed to. There's no other way to describe our situation except to state that we are small fry." This was a considerable step back from their status back in the old galaxy. Even though the Golden Skull Alliance still wasn't able to contend against entire states, their strength and prestige had reached a level where not a single pirate or private organization wished to provoke their strong mech force. Sadly, the expeditionary fleet had lost most of its advantages after entering the Red Ocean. The lack of mechs and combat carrier and the difficulty in procuring both significantly put them all at a disadvantage. "It's not all bad, though," He smiled at the virtual avatars. We have two distinct advantages that we can count upon to get ahead. First, we have the 10-year free trade writ. Not only does it allow us to pay less money for tickets in every central star node, we can also save a lot of money purchasing a lot of bulk goods. Although we are already well stocked with many different goods and supplies, we should make sure to purchase plenty of items that we previously didn't have access to before we depart. There were a lot of items on their shopping list that they couldn't obtain back in the galactic rim. The Red Ocean offered a much greater diversity of products due to the MTA's greater efforts and the rising entrepreneurship of incoming pioneers. Sure, supply was low and prices were exorbitant, but at least the Larkinsons had the option of stocking up on technological marvels such as anti-teleportation technology and other sophisticated systems with money rather than with merits. The discussion on what necessities they should spend their money on dominated the first half of the meeting. Plenty of people made useful suggestions on what their fleet lacked and what they needed to do in order to improve their chances of surviving the myriad of threats that were lurking in the new frontier. There's these powerful sentient aliens called the phase whales that are rumored to be lurking in hidden pockets of space all across the Red Ocean. Commander Casella Ingvar stated, their methods of combat are very hard to deal with, but if we acquire anti-phasing or dimensional reinforcement technology, we at least have a chance of killing one of these powerful whales. When Vase discovered the existence of phase whales and heard what they could do, he thought back on a couple of past encounters and incidents. He wasn't the only one in the meeting who recalled certain matters. Vase briefly pulled his attention away from the virtual space and threw a glance at Lucky, who was casually basking in the filtered sun rays pouring through the window of his hotel. You better be careful, Lucky. Your days of phasing through every deck and bulkhead might be over soon. He grinned. Meow. Back in the meeting, the various leaders weren't short of suggestions. The clan's incredibly long shopping list grew even more cumbersome when people kept mentioning more necessities that they all had to obtain in order to make their stay in the Red Ocean a little easier. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson grew increasingly more despondent as people kept bringing up additional must-buy items. Vase noticed the man's discomfort and raised his hand to interrupt the next speaker. Raymond, how healthy are our finances? Will we be able to procure everything we need from this central star node? The chief minister shook his head. Not even close. When we initially entered the Red Ocean, we already accrued a debt of 8 trillion hex credits. This figure should have been larger, but we managed to alleviate our financial burden by carrying those 4 extra capital ships through the Greater Beander Gate. Nonetheless, our debt burden has already grown by 0.5 trillion hex credits, and this is just the first week. Hearing all of these spending plans makes me want to remind you all that we can't go on a spending spree like before. Not only has our clan grown faster than our earnings can keep up with, everything that's for sale in the Red Ocean is much more expensive than the products back in the old galaxy. The former COO of the Living Mech Corporation was one of the few Larkinsons in the virtual conference room who paid attention to how they needed to finance all of their ambitious plans. Other Larkinsons didn't possess a background in business, finance or economics, so they neglected this issue or just assumed that the LMC would wordlessly foot the bill like before. Vase let out a deep breath as he pressed his fingers against his forehead. I'm aware that our increasingly inadequate income is limiting what we can do. Designing a new commercial mech is definitely on the agenda, but it will take months before we can develop another potential cash cow. Until then, we need to make do with what we have. It took time to put a new product to market. Raymond knew that they could do nothing but wait until the design department pumped out a batch of new commercial mech designs that would finally refresh the LMC's stale mech catalog. We should discuss our business operations in the Red Ocean at a later date. The chief minister spoke. I have a number of ideas on how we might be able to get a footing in this lucrative but difficult mech market, but it will require you to make decisions that might not sound comfortable to you at first. Well, that sounded pleasant. Vase looked forward to hearing what Raymond had to offer, but it was obviously too specific to discuss in this general meeting. Alright, we can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel afterwards. Is there anything else you wish to bring to our attention, Raymond? The old man nodded and brought up more encouraging news. Although the LMC is no longer growing as rapidly as before, it is still a stable company that is able to deliver consistent profits. You have also shown you have the capability to design bestsellers. As long as we present our case to a bank or other financial institution, we can easily borrow tens of trillions of hex credits. The main limiting factors that prevent us from borrowing 100 trillion hex credits right away is our lack of history and the inherent risks involved with operating in the Red Ocean. A lot of moneylenders had taken root in the Red Ocean, but none of them are as simple as they appear on the surface. Foreign Minister Sheddarin Pernis warned. Not only do they see a lucrative opportunity to earn lavish profits from ambitious pioneers like us, they also seek to forge new connections. If we ever borrow money from a bank in the Red Ocean, then we must make sure who is backing that particular institution. That was a helpful reminder. Few companies that had set up shop in the Red Ocean were standalone entities. The Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans and many other wealthy and powerful parties based in the old galaxy had extended their tentacles to the new frontier. Their goal wasn't as simple as making money. What they truly sought was to achieve dominion in the new colonies of mankind. Since Vase prized his independence, he could not afford the Larkinson clan to become an unwitting pawn to a wealthy stranger. Noted, he said in acknowledgement, we will definitely need to take more loans in order to fund our considerable short-term acquisitions, so we can't avoid entanglement. The most we can do is to pick our working partners carefully. Raymond, Sheddarin, I'd like the two of you to work together to select the most appropriate bank to borrow money from. You should already know who to avoid. We'll get right on it, sir. With that taken care of, the meeting went back on track. They soon arrived at one of the most important necessities of the Larkinson clan. I'm sorry to say that we are currently unable to procure any additional starships. Chief Ship Designer Vivian Tsai said. She looked a lot more weary than usual due to her lack of results. I have approached over 100 different shipyards based in many different zones, but none of them are willing to hear us out or accept our order. The shipbuilding companies are already swamped with orders, many of them originating from pioneering organizations that are backed by powerful first-raters, prestigious master mech designers or other major customers. Given our current status, strength and wealth, we are just minor customers to these companies, and that means that we need to wait at the back of a very long line. The news did not surprise Vase at all, but it was still depressing that one of his pessimistic predictions came true. What about the second-hand market? Do we have better luck there? Vivian shook her head again. There are an enormous number of pioneering organizations snapping the first available ship that is listed on the marketplace. In most cases, pioneers aren't stupid to sell their own ships. They would rather hoard them or trade them directly to trusted partners in order to obtain favors. What about relying on producing ships ourselves? We have the diligent Ovenbird. We do, sir, but that doesn't count for much. If we cut as many corners as possible and focus on building basic light carriers that can carry the most mechs with the least amount of effort, we can probably churn out one vessel per month once our shipbuilding crews get over the initial hurdles. However, even the flimsiest starships require a lot of materials to build. We need to secure a large, stable and consistent supply of ship-grade alloys and other materials if we want to build our own ships. Vase sighed. Minister Sheddarin, I'll leave that up to you. Help Vivian in the Naval Design Department get in touch with a material wholesaler. I will try my best, sir, but our chances of signing a contract with a material supplier is extremely low given our current conditions. Great. Chapter 3446. Public performers relying on the diligent Ovenbird to pump out homegrown carrier ships was not a realistic solution. Sure, the Larkinson clan was awfully short of carriers and would settle for any rustbucket that could hold mechs and fly in space, but the Larkinsons had at least some standards. In order for the diligent Ovenbird to help increase the mech capacity of the Larkinson fleet as quickly as possible, Vivian Tsai and the Naval Design Department had already developed an extremely basic, bare-bones carrier that could hold just 20 mechs. Vase and the others studied the projection of the vessel that was officially classified as a light carrier. To summarize, the Jamper-class light carrier is not built for defense, mobility, support, carrying capacity, self-sufficiency or longevity. Vivian Tsai finished her short presentation. What our new ship design does excel at is saving costs, using up less materials and speeding up construction as much as possible. The ship design is a stopgap that can solve our most immediate needs, but don't expect anything more out of it. We should replace any Jampers we add to our fleet with proper combat carriers at the first possible opportunity. Compared to the second-class starships that the Larkinsons owned before, the Jamper was a step back in almost every possible front. Some Larkinsons even looked disgusted at the thought of putting their precious mechs and crews inside these flimsy death traps. Yet what else could they do? Without any additional carriers, a lot of Larkinson mech pilots had no choice but to stay back and cheer for the lucky ones that did get to pilot one of the few mechs that were available for deployment. The Jamper is a good ship design, Vase said, not wishing to disparage Vivian's work. As a mech designer, I understand the constraints you are working under. A good design is one that fits the needs of the client, not one that performs better than older works. Given our many difficulties, a ship design that imposes the least burden possible on our supply and construction conditions is definitely the most appropriate choice. Vivian looked a little more at ease after hearing this. Thank you, sir. I am not proud of the Jamper, but it is a decent carrier that can serve us well in the first years of our stay in the Red Ocean. Hopefully, we'll be able to work on obtaining proper carriers in the following months and years. I have a possible suggestion for us to obtain a batch of starships quickly. Director Rayla Larkinson unexpectedly announced. Everyone in the virtual meeting room directed their attention to the head of the Larkinson clan's competitive mech circuit. Her presence here was more of an afterthought so far. Compared to greater and more fundamental issues such as financing and carrier procurement, sports entertainment ranked quite low on everyone's list of priority. It was therefore a complete surprise that Rayla of all people had a potential solution. Though Vase was skeptical, it wouldn't do to shoot her down right away. Let's hear it, then. The woman grinned. All of you fellows are thinking about obtaining ships the old-fashioned way by buying them, but that's not the only way to get a ship. Have you ever thought about participating in contests and winning them in order to receive ships as our rewards? The Larkinsons all looked surprised. You can earn carrier vessels by winning contests. Definitely. Just look at these contests that I have looked up in the last few days. Rayla projected a montage of footage that depicted various different contests. There were massive competitive matches that pitted 100 mechs against each other. There were smaller duels between two different champions. There was even a clip that displayed a spectacular design duel. What each of these competitions had in common was that the top finalists were entitled to receive starships and carrier vessels nonetheless. Vase sat up straighter as he saw that the top 3, top 5 or other groups of finalists received a varying amount of combat carriers for their efforts. The higher their ranking, the greater their reward. A better result either allowed a contestant to obtain a higher quality starship or a greater quantity of hulls. The first place winner of the massive mech battalion tournament even won a brand new fleet carrier. Seeing that every Larkinson in the virtual meeting became enthralled by the attractive prize pools, Rayla continued to illuminate her fellow clansmen to the opportunities that she thought was worth exploring. What you all need to understand is that the Vullet Central Star Node is not just a collection of shops and tourist attractions. It's a gathering place of billions of second-raters, many of whom are bored and want to be entertained. Then there are all of the mech pilots who are chafing under the restrictive rules that prevent them from conducting any live practice sessions. Then you have all of the pioneers who are worried about whether their mech forces are strong enough to fight against their rivals. All of these factors combine in a perfect storm where there is a large demand for competitions. Many of the Larkinsons present in the meeting didn't put much thought on this angle. What Rayla just said made a lot of sense. Competitions weren't solely about entertainment, especially in a complex location like Vullet. Clever entrepreneurs had analyzed the possibilities and seized their chance to build arenas and hold competitions that attracted enormous crowds of paying spectators. Compared to the leagues and competitions that took place in the Milky Way, the ones held in the Red Ocean were much more interesting. Not only was the location a lot more exotic, but the convergence of so many different forces from so many regions of the old galaxy led to an unprecedented variety of participants. For this reason, competitions in Vullet and in Order Central Star nodes were currently booming. No matter how much it cost to hold these extravagant tournaments in places as expensive as Chance Bay, the virtual ticket sales alone were enough to compensate for all of the costs. How is it possible that these tournament organizers are able to offer carrier ships as prizes? Commander Melkor asked in confusion. They're well connected, that's why. Rayla answered. They're either big shots or working on behalf of them. Anyway, that's none of your business. What matters is that these tournament organizers know that there is no better way to attract a pioneering organization to take part in their games than to offer carriers as one of the main prizes. You can't imagine how many different people like us have agreed to perform in front of a crowd just to get a chance to expand their fleets. This sounded like a win-win arrangement to Vase. The tournament organizers were able to attract huge crowds with their exciting competitions while the pioneers were able to exercise their mech pilots, see where they stood compared to other peers and potentially win a combat carrier or two if they performed well enough. Still, Vase did not make it all the way to the Red Ocean by looking at only a single side of an equation. All of this sounds great, Rayla, but what are the downsides to taking part in these spectacles? He asked. The woman expected this to come up. She took a quick breath. There are many participants, but only a few of them can be winners. These tournaments are hard. Many elite mech pilots and many talented mech designers take part in every competition that offers a carrier ship or other big prize. If we want to participate, we have to be prepared to face extremely stiff competition from other pioneers. If we become one of the many losers, we will not only waste our time, but also incur other costs. What costs are you talking about? For example, in order for us to participate in a mech tournament, we either need to buy the mechs that the organizers have prepared for us or bring our own mechs. If we win the matches and preserve our combat machines, then that is great, but if we lose, chances are that most if not all of our machines are broken. If we keep this up, we will run out of our own mechs. That was indeed a serious danger. Vase could see how bad this could work out if the Larkinsons failed to win enough tournaments. However, the Larkinson clan had a lot of leeway at the moment. We brought a surplus of thousands of mechs when we entered the Red Ocean. He said, many of these mechs remained packed and are unusable since we cannot deploy them in any battle in a short amount of time. Since we can't obtain a lot of ships anytime soon, we might as well throw our spare mechs in these tournaments and gamble on victories. We've got around 20,000 mech pilots, right? That's correct, sir. General Vero confirmed. Vase smirked. Then pick out the better ones and have them take part in these potentially lucrative mech tournaments. Who knows, we might even win a few. There is no risk of death, right? The Big Two has employed state-of-the-art technology to prevent any accidents in even the largest group matches. The tournaments are all regulated. There's no way that anyone is able to hold any underground duels in this place. That was a welcome piece of news, but not everyone looked comfortable with the idea of parading their mechs in a public arena. They also lacked confidence in their own chances. Sir, we're stronger than we look, but we might not be able to measure up against the more powerful second-class mech forces that pioneers brought into the Red Ocean. Commander Casella cautiously said, if we want to maximize our chances, we'll have to display our real capabilities, and that means revealing our trump cards. Even if we show our trump cards, we might not win anyway. Some of the mechs and mech pilots in the arena are just that strong. Rayla admitted. Vase frowned a bit. I understand, but we cannot miss this opportunity. It's better to try and fail than to do nothing at all. At least we have a chance of improving our fleet strength if we take the initiative. Besides, all of those surplus mechs are just taking up valuable space on our ships. I always intended to get rid of them or store them in some warehouse or something. This way, they can at least be more useful. With his support, the clan decided to embrace this opportunity. The good thing about Chance Bay was that a lot of tournaments and competitions took place every day. It was a booming business and there was already a huge amount of arenas that could accommodate many different types of matches. Of course, many of them imposed different requirements that the Larkinson clan might not be able to meet. Even if the clan was able to participate, it might not choose to do so because the competition format favored stronger and wealthier participants. Even Vase thought about taking part in a couple of mech design competitions. It had been a long time since he flexed his abilities in this way. Compared to where he stood in the past, he was a lot more confident about his abilities. Not only did he possess solid basics, plenty of design experience and a vastly improved mech affinity, he also enjoyed distinct advantages in fabricating mechs, which had always been an important element in proper design duels. By borrowing the assistance of Vulcan, Vase was certain he could build better quality mechs than pretty much any other journeyman. Still, he was not arrogant to assume he would be able to claim the top prizes in every design tournament he took part in. Other journeymen might lack his unique advantages, but they made up for them by possessing much more refined knowledge and greater familiarity with useful high technology. Vase was not afraid of competing against them. In fact, he looked forward to the prospect of comparing his abilities to other strong mech designers at his level. His competitive drive, which had long remained dormant in his heart, began to burn again. Perhaps his stay in the Vullet Central Star node would become a lot more exciting than he thought. Chapter 3447. Building Rep Rayla's proposal completely derailed the meeting, but this was not a bad change. Vase and many other Larkinsons recognized that they could solve their biggest problem by engaging in unconventional solutions. Though trying to win all of these tournaments was an extremely risky and unreliable method of obtaining additional carrier vessels, it wasn't as if the clan had any better options at the moment. However, before the Larkinsons could look up the list of upcoming tournaments and sign up on the ones they thought they could win, they needed to take a few more factors into consideration. You know, from what I have heard about our problems so far, a lot of it has to do with our lack of reputation. Rayla cleverly observed as she swept her gaze across the virtual meeting room. In my experience, building up fame and reputation makes everything easier. People who used to ignore or dismiss you will take you a lot more seriously if your name is on people's lips. There are many ways to build up our rep, but winning tournaments is one of the fastest ways to do so. Even if we don't win any of them, we will still be able to impress a lot of different observers. Some of them might want to approach us in order to work together or something. That was great news. Vase directed his gaze towards Minister Shedderin, who agreed with the young woman. Director Rayla Larkinson indeed makes a good point, but there is another side to this coin. As long as we perform well enough, people will look at us with more respect. However, if we perform poorly in public, we will be branded as losers or laughingstocks. We need to be careful not to participate in any competitions that are too difficult for us. Even if we forego the most attractive prize pools, it is not worth embarrassing ourselves in front of every pioneer and facilitator in the Red Ocean. That's true, Minister, Vase said as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Back in the Galactic Rim, we were able to accomplish a lot more than other organizations due to all of the fame, prestige and notoriety we accrued. We've lost much of the advantages we used to enjoy because it is too hard to transfer all of that stuff to the Red Ocean. There are pioneering organizations with much more impressive backgrounds in this place. Perhaps we might be able to get individual people and organizations to give us a second look if they know about our record and accomplishments, but that is not as good as building our reputation right here in front of everyone. The prior discussions already made it clear that people in the Red Ocean did not operate based on open transactions, but rather leaned on private connections. Making friends, impressing business partners and establishing long-term cooperative agreements with individual organizations was the only way to cut through the extremely long lines. Perhaps this might change 50 or 100 years from now. By that time, trade and industry would have developed to a point where they were able to support properly functioning markets for many different goods. Yet Vase and the Larkinson clan couldn't afford to stand still and do nothing for 5 whole decades. The entire point of entering the Red Ocean early was to take advantage of the rising tide at its onset. In any case, as long as the Larkinsons performed well enough, they not only had a chance of winning extremely precious carrier ships, but also made a name for themselves in the local community. This made it even more compelling for the clan to take part in these activities. The lengthy meeting soon moved on to other topics, but after discussing a few more boring matters, it finally came to an end. Everyone knew what they had to do for the next few days and weeks. Aside from recruiting personnel, procuring essential goods and taking care of a few other essential matters, the Larkinsons also prepared to participate in many different tournaments. Rayla took it upon herself to coordinate this matter. Her competitive background and familiarity with mech duels and tournaments would be extremely helpful in determining which competitions the Larkinsons actually had a shot at winning. By the way, Rayla, are there any tournaments where our expert pilots can take part in? Vase asked as many other Larkinsons started to leave the virtual conference room. She shook her head. No, absolutely not. The MTA has always maintained the stance that expert pilots should never devolve into gladiators. It would only cheapen, corrupt and devolve these noble warriors. Besides, it is way too difficult to ensure the safety of the expert pilots and the audience during these intensive duels. Expert mechs are not only powerful, their ability to leverage true resonance allows them to break many limitations, such as the protective barriers that shield people from damage. Damn. Vase spoke, though he didn't have much hope in the first place. He was already familiar with these arguments. I'm not sure whether our regular mech troops are competitive enough here in Vullet, but I'm pretty sure that our expert mechs can vanquish over other ones as long as they aren't high-tier machines. Rayla looked wistful for a moment. It would have been nice to show off all of our masterwork expert mechs in a full arena. The Amaranto, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger were all spectacular machines. The latter was exceptionally suited to perform in mech duels due to its fantastic versatility and adaptability. As long as Vase learned about Venerable Joshua's next opponent in advance, he could quickly change the configuration of the Everchanger to counter the enemy machine. It was too bad the MTA were being so high-minded about this issue. Everything that happened in the Vullet Central Star node had to conform with the rules. Rayla smirked. The MTA isn't as strong and oppressive in every part of the Red Ocean, Vase. I haven't heard any rumors or anything, but I'm guessing that there are definitely locations in the Red Ocean where people have a different idea about allowing expert pilots to compete. Vase coughed. You're probably right, but we will certainly not venture anywhere close to these shady places just so that we can compete in these shady tournaments. Isn't that correct, Director? He did not forget that everything was being monitored by the MTA. Talking about anything that went against the MTA's policies was a great way to attract unwanted attention. Yeah, whatever you say, Vase. In any case, I have an appointment with General Verl. I've already scouted a number of tournaments where I think it would be great if a couple of our Mech pilots and Mech legions take part. Okay. One more question. Can expert candidates enter these competitions as well? They can. Rayla confirmed. Of course, each tournament sets their own rules about this. If we are able to field expert candidates, then so can the enemy, so take that into account. And the MTA is okay with that. Sure, unlike expert pilots, expert candidates are much easier to contain in battle. The only exception is when they manage to achieve a breakthrough, but this is a happy and a spectacular occasion. In fact, any Mech tournament where an expert candidate can participate is basically a convenient opportunity for them to find their breakthrough opportunity. I highly suggest we put all of our expert candidates to use. They can take part in both individual duels and large group matches alongside regular Mech pilots. Okay, you can work it out with General Verl, Vase said. Although I'm not in the mood to start another expert Mech design project, the clan urgently needs more individually powerful machines, so we will develop other ones if we gain additional expert pilots. Once Vase parted ways with Rayla, he spent the next hour meeting with individual leaders. An important matter was the question of how the LMC should conduct business in the Red Ocean. Vase preferred to return to a boutique approach where he designed and sold smaller batches of high-quality products, but Chief Minister Raymond thought that this was too limited. There are limits to how much you can charge customers by adopting this business strategy. The older Larkinson told Vase. Although the conditions aren't good yet, as long as we are able to befriend parties that hold actual territory in the new frontier, I would like to explore the option of building a large manufacturing complex on a planet. This way, we can not only ramp up our local production, but also serve a fixed market. This was a severe deviation of Ves's original intentions for his clan. His goal was to avoid any possible reason to get anchored to a specific state or planet. However, the reality was not as good as he wished. Considering all of their difficulties, it might be better for Vase to soften his stance. I'm not opposed to the idea, but only if it is affordable for us to abandon this ground installation and cut our losses if we are under threat. He told Raymond. The production facility shouldn't be too costly and I don't want any of our clansmen to get stuck in such a place. These are difficult demands to meet. Well, too bad, because I don't want to enter a situation where I have to bring my entire fleet straight into a trap because our enemies have threatened to raise our ground installation if we don't show up. Vase snorted. Given his past history, it was quite likely that his enemies would resort to such an act. Though Raymond hoped that Vase would make a greater commitment, he was willing to work with what he got. He didn't expect to make much progress on this front, though. What Rayla said is correct, sadly. Our reputation is nearly non-existent in the Red Ocean. As long as that is the case, it is improbable that our clan will be able to lease territory on a newly colonized planet so that we can build a manufacturing complex. This might change if we win a couple of tournaments, though. Wait for the good news. Once Vase concluded all of the private meetings, he withdrew from the virtual space and fully returned to his hotel. Lucky had already left the window and had joined Clixie in watching over a sleeping Aurelia. Meow tilde, Gloriana had been spending her time on other activities. She got in touch with other Hexers in the Red Ocean and watched the local news feeds while also tending to her baby. When Vase sat next to her on the couch, he leaned in to give her a kiss on the cheek. This also gave him a good opportunity to enjoy her fresh scent. It was different from her other ones. Perhaps it was one of the many new perfumes she bought from the mall they recently visited. How did the meeting go? She asked. We talked about a lot of stuff. There's one matter that is quite interesting to us, though. He quickly explained all of the competitions and tournaments that took place in Vullet. Unlike Vase, Gloriana wasn't as enthused about the prospect of competing in public. "Don't you remember that I abhor design competitions?" She frowned. "There's always too little time for us to complete a sound mech. Each and every competition mech we design and make are horrible rush jobs that are riddled with flaws. They're so grating on me that I simply can't stand them. If you or Keddies or any other mech designer in the clan want to go off designing horrible, poorly made mechs that are only designed to last a couple of fights at best, then be my guest, but I will not profane my eyes by developing a shoddy product." "Okay, suit yourself then, honey, I think you're missing out, though." Chapter 3448, Tournaments Everywhere. A tournament fever had befallen the Larkinson clan. After encountering continuous setbacks and difficulties in their attempts to procure carrier vessels and secure contracts with vital resource suppliers, it became clear to the Larkinsons that they needed to solve their problems from a different direction. Winning a competition would definitely help. An excellent performance in front of a large audience would not only showcase the Larkinson clan's strength and potential to interested parties, but also yield fantastic prizes such as combat carriers and other valuable goods. Of course, the Larkinsons weren't the only newcomers to the Red Ocean who understood the benefits. There were lots of other pioneering organizations that faced similar problems and made the same choice. This led to an unprecedented degree of competition. There could only be a handful of winners for every competition. Most participants came away with only greater experience and another failure to their names. There were so many skilled mech pilots and brilliant mech designers that it was truly hard to reach the top of any given competition. Despite that, pioneers and adventurers kept applying to them in droves. Few were resigned to mediocrity and wanted to find their opportunity to greatness. There were many different competitions the Larkinsons could participate in. Chance Bay was a hub to many of them and specifically set up contests that were geared towards transient visitors. "That's convenient," Vase said after he read up on the rules of several different tournaments. "Since it is expensive for so many people to stay in a central star node, these contests never take more than a couple of days. The majority even end on the same day they start. Aspiring contestants didn't have to apply too far in advance to take part in these short competitions. As long as they met the requirements, they could get in even if the occasion started the next day." The tournament organizers were quite accommodating in this regard, and the format of their contests easily adapted to any additions or removals. Shorter competitions were also more convenient to the live spectators who visited the Vullet Central Star node in droves but could only stay for a short period of time. "Goo, wah wah, oh, Daddy is just thinking about what design tournaments he should sign up for. Would you like to help me choose?" Phew wah wah wah. Vess's heart melted as he leaned in to kiss his little daughter, which he held against his chest. Feeling her body warmth against his chest and sensing the pure and innocent joy from her mind delighted him to no end. Pure love radiated from him as he cooed and played with his baby. Becoming a father was one of the happiest instances of his life. Though the way he went about his day hadn't changed all that much, Aurelia's appearance had made his life a lot more joyful every day. Mew, mew. His daughter's companion spirit was also a cute bundle of joy. Just like Aurelia, Mana spent much of her time sleeping and resting. However, after spending so much time inside Aurelia's little mind, she had grown more curious of what lay outside her safe and cozy home. Nya, the golden cat hovered around the little white kitten and made sure that Mana did not do anything dangerous. She also just loved to spend time with her newest kin. Mew, mew. Mana rolled around as Goldie gave her a bath. Even though spiritual cats didn't need to be cleaned, the habit was ingrained in their species. Vase chuckled at the amusing sight. Even Aurelia stopped reaching out towards her father's face. Since Mana was another part of herself, she was able to experience the feeling of getting licked by Goldie as well. "Wah, don't think about it too much, sweetie. You are you and Mana is Mana. You're a human, not a cat." Once he finished attending to his baby, he swept his gaze back to the projected display. The Larkinson clan had the ability to participate in many tournaments. Vase allowed the rest of the clan to make its own decisions on which ones they should join. General Verl and the Legion commanders knew their soldiers better than anyone else and could make far better judgments on where they could achieve higher rankings. The Larkinsons weren't arrogant enough to believe they could realistically get into first place all the time, but the prizes for entering the top 5 usually weren't that bad. Larger and more elaborate competitions also showered generous rewards to those who ended up in the top 10. Aside from that, Individual clansmen such as the expert candidates were also allowed to apply to individual tournaments themselves. There was a considerable risk to doing so, as letting so many of them enter into random tournaments might yield a lot of embarrassing defeats. It's okay. It's better to try and fail than not try and miss a potentially great opportunity. Even if there was only a 0.1% chance that any of these Larkinsons became a finalist, the possibility of bringing home an additional combat carrier or two was worth the effort. The tournaments, especially the ones revolving around mech combat, were also fantastic opportunities for the Larkinson mech pilots to gain valuable combat experience in a safe and controlled environment. Even if they lost, they at least learned a lot of lessons from their beatdowns. As for the embarrassment they would cause to themselves or their clan, Vase didn't consider this to be a big deal. Other organizations might be a lot more sensitive towards the impact that losses would have on their reputation, but Vase knew that if he and a few other Larkinsons managed to perform brilliantly in a couple of contests, their glorious achievements would easily outshine the clan's trivial losses. At the end of the day, reputation is a means to an end. We don't need to get too fixated on becoming famous. What really matters is translating these intangibles into solid resources that increase the combat strength of our fleet. Vase reminded himself. It was for this reason that he didn't care what his other clansmen were doing as long as they applied to enough tournaments. Vase just needed to focus on what he was able to do by himself. He pulled up a giant list of mech design tournaments that were scheduled to start within a month. Though mech design tournaments weren't as popular as mech combat tournaments, they were still attended by plenty of people. Although there weren't as many laymen in the audience, design tournaments attracted a lot more industry insiders. Mech technicians, salesmen, mech designers and so on all liked to attend these interesting events. Perhaps mech pilots might get bored seeing mech designers spend hours on fiddling with designs or fabricating an entire mech from scratch, but those with the relevant background in mech design and mech manufacturing found them to be incredibly fascinating. Novice mech designers and apprentice mech designers cherished these opportunities the most. Design duels and design competitions were one of the few instances where they could see other, better mech designers perform their craft in the open. Each of them hoped that they might be able to grasp new insights, gain bursts of inspirations, learn valuable lessons and at worst widen their horizons from observing the methods of more successful mech designers. There's tournaments for seniors and masters as well, Vase noted with a bit of surprise. These were usually high-end affairs that attracted a more elite crowd. They weren't held as often but always attracted a large amount of media attention. Ticket prices were much higher, but the Red Ocean wasn't short of filthy rich people who were willing to splurge. The prize pools weren't simple either. After all, seniors and especially masters were already successful and capable in their own right. They often had better things to do with their time, so the only way to convince them to perform in public was to lure them with excellent fleet carriers, exclusive entry passes and even batches of phase water. Vase momentarily grew red when he learned that the winners of these prestigious competitions were able to receive phase water, but he quickly shook his head. I'm far from becoming a master, let alone a senior. Even if I break through tomorrow, I won't have any accumulation that would allow me to beat other mech designers at this rank. He could only settle for the contests that centered around journeymen. Once he applied a couple of filters to the list, the number of tournaments dropped by a huge amount. The main reason for that was because he removed all of the tournaments that centered around novices and apprentices as well. There were a lot of competitions for low-ranking mech designers. They attracted huge crowds because they were cheaper and their learning content was more accessible to those with shallower foundations. As for journeyman-level design tournaments, they were highly relevant to apprentices who already developed solid ideas for their design philosophies but sought ways to push them to the next level. This is also a good opportunity for me to recruit additional assistant mech designers. He realized, if he performed impressive enough, then even if he failed to win any prizes, he could still come away with a harvest by recruiting additional personnel. Sometimes, there were also other journeymen in the audience who wanted to witness how their fellow colleagues approached their craft. I can also approach other contestants in these tournaments. One of his goals was to recruit 2 additional journeymen. However, even after the clan had posted a recruitment notice at the local job market, not a single person answered back. The Larkinson clan was too unremarkable and obscure in the Red Ocean. Journeymen were already formidable professionals, so they could easily find employment in larger and stronger organizations. If Vase wanted to attract available journeymen, then he needed to make a splash and get in touch with them in person. He was quite confident in his persuasive abilities. As long as he could hoodwink two of them to take a gamble and join an ascending organization in its early days, the design department would be able to complete 50% more mech design projects in the same amount of time. This was a massive leap in output. Of course, all of this was fantasy if he was not able to achieve any good results. With journeymen who grew up in more developed places such as the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Center taking part in these contests, Vase knew that he would have a tough time regardless of his choices. I need to stack the deck in my favor as much as possible. Many design tournaments adopted different formats, durations, requirements and themes. For example, there was one design tournament that ran for 3 days and centered solely around designing knight mechs. There was another design tournament that did not impose any restrictions on the mech type that contestants were allowed to design, making them a lot more diverse and chaotic. The method of deciding which competition mech was the winner is also different from event to event. In some of the competitions, the mech designers were allowed to bring their own champions who piloted their new works. In other events, the tournament organizers provided mech pilots from their own pools. There were even tournaments where the competition mechs didn't fight to eliminate each other, but instead faced several challenges in order to achieve the highest scores. Some of the larger and more extravagant tournaments even utilized advanced technologies to produce duplicate mechs or quickly repair heavily damaged machines. This way, these competition mechs could continue to duel each other multiple times with minimal delay, thereby preventing the audience from having to wait hours while nothing important took place. There were so many different options that Vase grew dizzy from it all. Since he and his clan could only stay in the Vullet Central Star node for a limited amount of time, he had to weigh his choices carefully in order to avoid squandering his time. Chapter 3449, Choice of Tournaments. Since the amount of tournaments he could apply to was still overwhelmingly great, Vase knew that he had to take additional measures to narrow down his choices. First, he needed to list out his own strengths and weaknesses. My basics are solid, but my knowledge base is probably a bit too basic compared to all of the talented journeymen who studied at much more impressive mech universities than I. My best trait is my extensive practical and hands-on experience with fabricating mechs. I'm pretty sure that there are no other journeymen in Chance Bay that can exceed my success when it comes to producing masterwork mechs. Not even his wife or the other Larkinson mech designers had him beat in this area. Gloriana might possess the same number of masterwork certificates as him, but he created an additional unregistered masterwork mech in the form of the Devil Tiger. His mech affinity had improved so many times that his feel and intimacy towards mechs were unnaturally high compared to his rivals. In more concrete terms, he was able to design more efficiently, detect a lot more flaws in his work, manipulate materials to a better degree and output higher quality mechs at a much greater consistency. However, Vase did not believe he could rely solely on these advantages to win any given design tournament. He had to bring more to the table to defeat those who possessed their own strong points. I'll have to rely on my design philosophy to make the difference. He specialized in man-machine symbiosis, which at a basic level increased the fit between mech and mech pilot. His mechs performed better because their mech pilots grew closer to them. This allowed the latter to utilize the capabilities of the former to a better degree. This was a decently good advantage in tournament settings. The reason for that was that mech pilots who piloted newly made competition mechs never utilized them to the fullest extent. If Vase was able to design a mech that accelerated this adaptation process, then his entry would be able to perform better solely on the basis of indirectly improving the performance of the mech pilot. This was the root of his design philosophy and an element that was constant in each of his work. No matter if it was the Everchanger which took a year to develop or some random competition mech that he had cobbled together from loose parts in less than a day, both of them worked in a similar fashion. In addition to that, design spirits could convey even greater advantages to his works. Both Larkinsons and non-Larkinsons can deliver better performances with my mechs. The advantage of allowing his own Larkinson mech pilots to pilot his mechs was that they were already familiar with this phenomenon and needed no time to adapt. Living mechs were also helpful for those who became exposed to them for the first time. Third-party mech pilots had already reacted to their first experiences with piloting LMC mechs with delight, and that led to significant boosts in morale and effective performance. Vase already knew that he would probably be able to score high in competitions where the mech pilots acted as judges. If I can join a contest that is similar to the design duel that I managed to win back on Prosperous Hill V, then I'm confident that I can enter the top 3. He searched the list of tournaments for several minutes but failed to find any that judged the competition mechs in this manner. It turned out that relying on the subjective opinions of mech pilots was considered too fuzzy to determine the best competition mechs. Any judgment that was even slightly controversial often attracted a great amount of contention. Deciding the winners via score systems with well-defined rules or through achieving the most victories in mech duels were much simpler and more decisive. The losers hardly had any openings to complain about after the fact. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter who gets to pilot my mechs. Whether they are piloted by my own people or neutral third parties, there is little distinction. He preferred to use his own Larkinson mech pilots, but the danger with that was that their skills might not keep up against the champions of other journeymen. The general Larkinson mech pilots were decently well trained and often possessed a good amount of battle experience. Yet Vase was not blind to the fact that there were even better trained mech pilots out there. Many of them received superior augments and graduated from much better mech academies. The performance of the MTA mech pilots in the Larkinson clan made it clear how enormous the gap could be. The difference could be massive. Therefore, taking part in tournaments, where the tournament organizers provided the mech pilots, was generally better for mech designers with shallower backgrounds like Vase. He just had to trust these strangers to judge every work fairly. The chance that they will do so is high since they are operating in MTA territory. Who would ever dare to cheat in this highly monitored environment? Chance Bay was not only a money-making paradise, but also a way for the MTA to showcase their vision of an ideal society to the pioneers. In particular, anything that had to do with mechs needed to proceed strictly according to the rules. With that reassurance, Vase began to look at tournaments that supplied their own mech pilots. He figured that exposing his living mechs directly to other parties might allow him to win over his first new business partners in the Red Ocean. One short contest called the High Tide Tournament was scheduled to start tomorrow. It was a fairly generic tournament that did not impose any strange conditions. That's also the problem. It's a bit too free-form. Contestants were free to choose the mech type of their competition entries. They had 12 hours to design and build a complete mech from scratch. They not only had access to a wide selection of materials, but were also allowed to produce their mechs with the superfabs provided by Hasfallen Industries, the organizers of this particular contest, who also happened to make and sell these fantastic production machines. Superfabs were similar to the autoforges that Vase had once worked with. Both of them made production a lot faster and more convenient, but superfabs were leagues ahead in terms of performance and sophistication. As an amalgamation of high technology, superfabs were usually first-class machines that represented the pinnacle of fabrication technology. They were fast, consistent, extremely energy-hungry, and amazingly expensive and difficult to build. Only materializers were faster and more consistent, but left no room for human intervention. It was for this reason that many first-class mech designers who valued craftsmanship and hands-on experience still preferred to work with the supposedly inferior superfabs. Vase had never worked with a superfab before, but he could easily brush up on them by spending a day on simulation training. I'll be working with superfabs a lot, so I better get familiar with them as soon as possible. The tech might be new, but the functions were the same. Vase did not think it would be difficult for him to adapt to this advanced production machine. Vase turned his attention back to the remaining conditions of the High Tide tournament. The scoring system was a little special. The tournament provided its own mech pilots who needed to fight against 3 random opponents. The performance of the competition mechs were scored regardless of whether they won or lost. After every bout, the Hasfallen Industries made sure to rapidly repair the damaged machines so they could quickly complete their subsequent rounds. At the end, the worst score of a competition mech was disregarded. Only its 2 best performances were taken into consideration. By summing up these numerical scores, a clear ranking would emerge that quickly determined the ultimate winners of the High Tide tournament. Sounds simple enough. It's a good format for a competition that only lasts a single day. Vase decided to sign up for it because it was a good first opportunity for him to experience what it was like to take part in these kinds of spectacles. He was also reasonably confident in his own abilities. Trying to design and fabricate a complete mech in just 12 hours was incredibly stressful, but Vase believed that rushing out designs and mechs was one of his strong points. I'm the opposite of Gloriana in this regard. The prize pool was relatively sparse and concentrated at the top, though. Only the top 3 won meaningful prizes. The first-place contestant was eligible to receive 5 second-class combat carriers. The second-place winner could only earn 2 combat carriers. The third-place winner had to make do with just 1 combat carrier. As for the fourth-place winner and lower, Vase didn't even take these consolation prizes seriously. Reaching the top 3 when up to 102nd class journeyman can compete is difficult. What was worse was that the maximum age limit was set at 100 years old. People who were almost 3 times as old as Vase might not be more talented, but they would definitely have a wealth of experience and knowledge to rely upon. Vase signed up anyway. There were no better alternatives available at that time. There were still lots of other tournaments he could apply for, but the duration, tournament format and requirements didn't suit his needs. The high tide tournament only lasts a single day. After I rest on the day after that, I'll be ready to compete in another tournament. Once he gained experience in competing in a short and basic tournament, he believed he would be ready to tackle a more interesting event. He filtered the list in order to see what interesting competitions started a short time after the high tide tournament. A 5-day contest immediately stood out to Vase. The so-called Wild Brawl Bowl was a rather grungy tournament organized by the Wild Fighter Association, which was basically a club for enthusiastic melee mech pilots. Due to this organization's obvious interest in melee mechs, the participating journeymen were only limited to designing landbound medium melee mechs. Whether the competition mechs wielded swords or axes, it didn't matter as long as they didn't carry any ranged weapons. Contestants had 3 days to design and produce their mechs with the help of superfabs. This was quite a generous time limit compared to the other competitions that Vase had participated in the past. Of particular note was that the design budget was fairly low and the quality of materials provided by the tournament weren't the best. This fit with the theme of the Wild Brawl Bowl, which was supposed to showcase messy battles between melee mechs with clear weaknesses in construction. It also helps in saving costs. Vase muttered. Just like the previous tournament, the Wild Brawl Bowl provided its own mech pilots. After every fight, any battle damage would be rapidly repaired as long as the competition mech was eligible to fight another round. What was different this time was that the competition mechs had to go through a single elimination bracket. The first round featured 32 competition mechs. Each of them would fight a single duel, eliminating the losers right away. This went on up to the 5th round where the finalists determined the final ranking. The prize pool was a lot more impressive for this 5-day tournament. First place received a brand new second-class fleet carrier. Second place received 5 second-class combat carriers. Third place received 4 combat carriers. This went on until the 6th place only received a single combat carrier. Vase was incredibly attracted to the top prize. A fleet carrier was an incredible treasure. He already had plenty of mechs and personnel on hand to make full use of such a useful capital ship. Even if he failed to reach first place, he would still be happy if he ended up in the top 3. The participation requirements are also much more favorable this time. Only second-class journeymen up to 50 years old were allowed to participate, which already cut out a lot of capable rivals. There was only one complication, though. The number of contestants that could sign up for the Wild Brawl Bowl was not 32 mech designers, but 64. It's a team tournament. 2 journeymen had to sign up as a team and collaborate on a single competition mech. This presented a lot more interesting variables and helped to spice up the Wild Brawl Bowl. Vase didn't mind working together with someone else. In fact, he found it quite interesting to take part in a team design tournament. He just needed to find a suitable partner. He first contacted his wife. "Hey Gloriana, there's this event called the Wild Brawl Bowl." One said no, yes. "And what kind of stupid contest is this Wild Brawl Bowl, anyway? This event is completely beneath my station." Well, his wife had certainly made her opinion clear. There was only one other journeyman in the clan that he thought was suitable for him to partner up for this occasion. "Hey kiddies, want to do something fun together?" Chapter 3450, Tournament Nuances. Keddies initially had other plans in mind. "What did you plan to do instead?" Vase asked over the comm. "Well, other than going on romantic dates with Joshua, I wanted to enter a couple of personal combat tournaments," she answered. Mech pilots and mech designers aren't the only people in the Red Ocean who want to compare themselves against each other. There are warriors who have mastered powerful combat arts back in the old galaxy. I don't know if you are aware about it, but blood sports are really popular in Chance Bay. The prize pools aren't any less compared to the other kinds of competitions." She was right. Tournaments involving mech design or mech combat were both fantastic in their own ways, but their content could be a little too technical or far removed from the daily lives of ordinary people. Compared to the intricacies of designing a mech, it was a lot easier for a normal person to appreciate a punch. It was also a lot easier for humans to aspire to become their heroes when they didn't need to possess genetic aptitude or a degree in mech design. Anyone with a sound body could perform a kick or swing a sword. While it was a lot more difficult to get good at doing so, at the very least the barrier to entry was a lot lower. As a result, these biggest bloodsport tournaments tended to draw some of the biggest crowds of laymen. The volume of ticket sales were absolutely massive, especially when famous fighters signed up for them. The legends among them were even household names across hundreds of star sectors. A genuine swordmaster would definitely perform marvelously in these tournaments, though he didn't understand the other contestants. Perhaps they didn't inherit a fantastic swordsmanship tradition like Kedis, but humanity definitely developed other supreme fighting methods. Well, no matter how well you think you can perform in these personal combat tournaments, don't forget your other profession. You should at least test your mettle against other mech designers while we are still in the Vullet Central Star node. This is a valuable experience that you can't easily find anywhere else. In my early days, I learned a lot from what I've done and what I've witnessed during these kinds of events. You're a bit further ahead than me back then, but that doesn't mean it's too late. I don't know, Vase. She furrowed her brows. I'm confident in my ability to win in a sword fighting tournament, but I'm not so sure about design tournaments. I can't compare myself to you on most fronts. If I can't even beat you, how will I be able to beat others? This was why she hadn't signed up to any design tournaments. She had taken a good look at them, but even if she only considered those that set the lowest age limits for journeymen, she still didn't rate her chances highly. Hey, perhaps you have a point, but this is a team competition, not a solo one. You will have me by your side at all times. I can cover all of the areas that you are worried about. All you need to do is focus on the few areas you do excel at. If it makes you more comfortable, then just treat this as a design project where I'll be the lead designer and you will be the contributing designer. Besides, the Wild Brawl Bowl is a good opportunity for you to preview and experiment with some of the ideas that you intend to apply to your upcoming Monster Slayer design. Whatever theories and assumptions that you have built up in your mind might not work out in practice. This melee mech tournament will allow you to test them against other comparatively powerful mechs. That finally won her over. Okay, Vase, if you truly think that I can be of use to you in this tournament, I'll work with you. We will design the best damn swordsman mech in this Wild Brawl Bowl, mark my words. That's the spirit, he grinned. The two quickly registered to participate in this interesting team tournament. They agreed to meet up at a later date in order to discuss and plan their approach for their upcoming collaboration. Almost every tournament tended to randomize specific conditions such as material availability, component design availability and other random requirements such as height limits in order to keep them fresh and prevent pre-designing. It would be no fun if many contestants immediately whipped out a complete and functional mech design right at the start. It was even worse if those prior designs were prepared by other, better mech designers. While that meant that he and Kedis couldn't prepare anything too specific, they could settle a couple of overall design choices. This would save them valuable time on discussions and allow them to settle on a given direction right away. Now that Vase signed up for two different tournaments, he did not continue to look at any subsequent ones. He could sign up for the later ones after he had a better idea of what it was like and what he needed to pay attention to in order to maximize his chances of winning. The design tournaments that take place here are a lot different from the ones back in my home region. Better tech, more wealth, greater ticket sales, much more formidable competition and the implicit support from the MTA all elevated these design tournaments to a much higher level. Vase needed to work hard and make use of all of his advantages in order to at least achieve a decent result. He also needed an element of luck as the different tournament formats could give some contestants greater advantages than others. For example, Vase might have poor luck in the drawing of opponents in the fighting stages and get matched up against a tournament favorite. The allocation of mech pilots was also unequal most of the time. It was impossible for the tournament organizers to gather mech pilots that all performed exactly the same. Some were better and some were worse. A few might specialize in ranged combat while others had a preference for defensive combat. A good mech pilot can propel a contestant to first place while a poorer one can sink a chance to win a combat carrier. Vase quickly read up on the rules concerning this matter. The allocation of mech pilots for the Wild Brawl Bowl was quite fair. The Wild Fighting Association was an organization that principally represented the rights and interests of melee mech pilots. As a result, it had a lot of rambunctious warriors at its disposal. At the start of the competition, Each pair of mech designers would be allowed to select their chosen mech pilot from a varied selection of 20 candidates. The youngest team of journeymen were allowed to pick first while the oldest team had to wait until last. Each of them would have different strengths and weaknesses, but by allowing the mech designers to select the mech pilot in advance, they could tailor their design to the individual over the course of 3 whole days. It would have been great if Gloriana agreed to team up with me for this, but Kedis is also a great choice. Vase recognized that the Wild Brawl Bowl was a way for the Wild Fighting Association to hit multiple birds with one stone. It aimed to increase the popularity of melee mechs. It also aimed to showcase the combat prowess of its members through this single elimination bracket. On the surface, it's a design tournament. In truth, it's probably more about giving these members a chance to excel, both by getting selected and by performing well with the mechs they eventually obtain. The Wild Fighting Association would have been a lot more reluctant to organize and fund this expensive tournament if these added considerations didn't exist. The High Tide tournament did things differently. The reason why it lasted so short was to put greater emphasis on the performance of the superfabs. It was basically an indirect advertising campaign of Hasfallen Industries, who not only sold superfabs, but all kinds of other high-quality industrial machines as well. The allocation of mech pilots was also a bit more challenging to work with. Apparently, they were all supposed to observe the mech designers at work and eventually make their own selections after the competition mechs had been designed and built. The best mech pilot was able to choose first. The weaker ones had to wait their turn. This was an interesting dynamic that forced mech designers to make sure their works were as attractive and compelling as possible. If mech pilots didn't like a competition mech, then it would eventually be chosen as last by the mech pilot with the worst performance in the group. Vase frowned as he thought of the implications. If the mech pilots base their decision on not just the competition mechs but also their makers, then the better soldiers will likely flock to the machines that are developed by older and more experienced mech designers. Though Vase was not actually that young anymore, he was still under 40 years old. It was hard to imagine that he could beat a journeyman that was close to 100 years old. I'll have to try, though. I'm not afraid of the competition and I'm confident in my craftsmanship. There were other details that he needed to pay attention to. There were lots of guides on the Galactic Net that provided people like Vase basic guidelines on how to approach different design tournaments. From preparing a set of different options to how to choose a mech type in a less restricted competition, Vase read up on a lot of common sense matters that made him a little better aware of what he should do in the following days. In the day after tomorrow, I will only have 12 hours to design and make a complete competition mech. He said, that is an extremely short amount of time. The conditions for designing the mech are also a lot harsher than the ones that I worked with before. In previous tournaments, he worked with pre-prepared components. His job actually amounted to picking the right configuration of existing parts before merging them all together into a working machine. Such a mode was suitable for novices and apprentices who couldn't design a complete mech within a day, but journeymen like Vase were better than that. The competitions took off the training wheels by providing a limited range of component designs. The mech designers had to fabricate them all on their own before assembling them together to form complete mechs. This can only be done in a reasonable amount of time by relying on the capabilities of the superfab. Vase immediately understood the importance of familiarizing with this powerful production machine. A superfab partially worked like a powerful 3D printer, but also combined many other functions in a cohesive and efficient manner to massively speed up every production task. Despite the fast pace of production, the output was also a lot more regular and less prone to production-related faults. It would be great if the Larkinson clan could get its hands on at least one superfab, but this was unrealistic in the short term. The price was too high. They're all first-class machines, so it's not unreasonable for them to be worth more than a second-class fleet carrier. Superfabs were truly good, though. Vase was a bit more confident in his ability to produce a masterwork mech if he was able to install one in his personal workshop. It made his life so much easier in many ways. This allowed him to pay less attention to tedious matters and focus more on the more critical matters that had a greater impact on the quality and performance of the end product. Damn, my strongest competition might already be familiar with working with these superfabs. I better catch up quickly or else I'll fall behind. Vase quickly browsed the Galactic Net and activated a simulation of the same model of superfabs that would be used in the upcoming High Tide tournament. Hasfallen Industries, let's see whether your product is good. Chapter 3451, G and a League, careful with those mechs. They're responsible for giving us extra combat carriers if everything goes right. If one of our mech pilots tripped during a match because you bumped a crate due to your sloppiness, I will have your head. The Larkinson fleet had burst into activity shortly after the Larkinsons signed into their first tournaments. The Gorgonean alone had become incredibly active as hundreds of packed mechs had to be shipped to the surface of Chance Bay. To many of the combat-oriented clansmen, their vacations were over. Now that the top had given them a directive to compete in tournaments, they all readied themselves to perform in front of crowds. It soon became clear that the Larkinsons mainly signed up for mech combat and mech design tournaments. The clan heavily emphasized both its mech pilots and its mech designers. After all, not everyone was allowed to sign up, though. Only the better ones were allowed to go in order to ensure their younger and more inexperienced clansmen didn't shame the clan too much. To mech pilots, this was especially important because the Larkinson clan only planned to use up 2,000 mechs at most. In competitions where the contestants had to bring their own mechs, the machines usually got trashed at the end. The amount of churn that would ensue in the following weeks would definitely be exaggerated. Fortunately, a lot of battle damage was still fixable. The Spirit of Bentime's production crews already stood ready to repair or reconstruct any mechs that got wrecked in all of the mech combat tournaments. Even if the clan anticipated that there would be a lot of unrecoverable losses, the repair personnel would still be able to salvage at least some spare parts and recycled materials out of any inoperable machine. These recovered goods could be utilized to repair other heavily damaged machines, thereby giving them second lives. In fact, Vase didn't mind if all 2,000 mechs got utterly ruined beyond recognition. While it was sad to see these living mechs go, they would have served their purpose and maybe deliver great results before they died. Currently, the Larkinson clan possessed way too many mechs and not enough carriers. Being able to trade the former for the latter was a great opportunity in his opinion. The only question was how many mechs the Larkinsons needed to sacrifice in order to obtain a decent carrier. If the exchange rate was too awful due to the poor performance of the mechs or mech pilots, then the clan would definitely bleed. It was for this reason that the Larkinson army took this responsibility absolutely seriously. General Verl treated this as a military operation and expected his soldiers to fight as if the lives of everyone on the fleet was at stake. Given the many dangers of the Red Ocean, this was not an exaggeration. Since the Larkinsons had to perform at their best, the living sentinels mostly sat out the fights. There was nothing wrong with them, but the Larkinsons simply had too many other mech pilots that were better. In fact, with a pool of 20,000 mech pilots, the struggle to earn a spot in one of the mech combat tournaments was intense. Since the Larkinson clan prioritized winning rather than other goals such as gaining experience or experimenting with new battle strategies, certain mech legions and individual mech pilots received much more priority than others. The expectations on them were also a lot higher. Of particular note was the swordsmen and swordswomen of the Larkinson clan. The sword maidens and the Heavenswarders were both excellent duelists and felt right at home in the mech arenas. They already signed up to many tournaments that featured mixed mech types or only melee mech types. Whether it was solo combat, duo combat, squad combat or greater, the swordsman mech enthusiasts of the Larkinson clan were expected to play leading roles. In fact, the infantry swordsmen of the Larkinson clan also applied to various person combat tournaments in droves. Unlike their mech pilot counterparts, they didn't have to bring any mechs, so it was much cheaper and more convenient for them to take part in a lot of different martial competitions. Many Larkinsons expected decent results from them. While their augmentations might not be able to keep up with those who originated from the more prosperous parts of the old galaxy, their training and combat methods were quite excellent, especially if they embraced the Heavensward Association's galaxy-renowned swordsmanship tradition. Aside from these sword fanatics, other powerful mech legions such as the Avatars of Myth and the Penitent Sisters were expected to step up, particularly in group combat tournaments. All 7 legion commanders had gathered on a catwalk overlooking one of the busy hangar bays of the Gorgonean. Many of them had been hard at work. It was hard to choose the right tournaments and to select the most suitable mech pilots to go on stage. Commander Casella sighed, "It's a pity that my living sentinels are being left out of this excitement." Commander Melkor patted her shoulder. "You can still represent your mech legion by yourself. There's also Percival and Trinity." The living sentinels had 3 expert candidates that could take part in a select few mech combat tournaments. Not only did they sign up for solo competitions, a few of them would even show up in group competitions. "We'll be relying on you to command our troops in the big one." Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens stated. We cannot afford to falter in the battles we should be best at. If we can't win against a mech battalion in the arena, how much better will we fare on the battlefield? The big one that the Legion commander was referring to was the xianxia League, a large battalion-level mech combat tournament. The league that was sponsored by xianxia Mech Supplies was well funded and took place in one of the largest mech arenas on Chance Bay. Millions of live spectators along with billions of virtual ticket holders from all across the old galaxy were expected to watch each and every match. There were even expectations that the total number of viewers would surpass 1 trillion for the finals. This was by far the most important tournament the clan took part in, and the 500 mech pilots selected to take part in this spectacle were definitely the best the Larkinson army had to offer. Unfortunately, no expert pilots and expert mechs were allowed to fight in the xianxia League. The competition also limited the amount of expert candidates that were allowed to participate. This was a rule that took into consideration that not every pioneer was able to whip up an expert candidate. A single expert candidate among hundreds of mech pilots wouldn't be able to make too much of a difference, even though past group combat tournaments showed that the finalists all had them in their ranks. Out of all of the expert candidates that the Larkinson army had to offer, the honor of leading the Larkinsons in the xianxia League went to Commander Casella Ingvar. Though the other expert candidates were no slouches, Casella possessed 3 distinct advantages. First, she was the most popular and well-liked expert candidate in the clan. Her presence would definitely boost morale and allow the other 499 mech pilots to put up a more tenacious struggle against tougher opponents. Second, she was a capable and proven battlefield commander. Even though she belonged to the Living Sentinels, the mech pilots from other legions had no qualms about following her commands. Third, she was the currently designated mech pilot of the Quint. This heavily modified and upgraded Bright Warrior was one of the Larkinson clan's treasured masterwork mechs. That alone was enough of a reason to put both Casella and this precious living mech in the arena. Still, not everyone was comfortable with putting the Quint at risk in a mech arena. What if the machine got wrecked beyond recovery in a difficult match? The loss of a masterwork mech, particularly one that was compatible with regular mech pilots, would be a disaster for the Larkinson clan. However, Larkinsons had to bring out their best, and they couldn't afford to leave the Quint on the Gorgonaean. A lot of pressure and expectation rested on the shoulders of Commander Casella. I will not let down your trust, she solemnly declared to the other Legion commanders. I cannot promise that we'll be able to go all the way to the end, but we must definitely bring back enough combat carriers. The battalion that she was slated to lead in the xianxia League consisted of a mix of avatars, vandals, sword maidens, penitent sisters and a small complement of Ilvanans. This presented them with a relatively balanced lineup that would have a response for many different situations. Of course, the mech composition also possessed clear weaknesses and shortcomings. The Larkinson battalion did not excel at defensive combat and could not overpower opponents by relying heavily on ranged combat. No matter what, the Larkinsons had to go on the attack and drive their mechs right into the faces of their opponents. Let's hope we don't get matched up against any defensive battalions, Commander Melkor said as he adjusted his visor. Even if we can come out on top, our mechs will definitely be in poor shape. If not for the fact that the xianxia League was willing to repair light or moderately damaged mechs, it would have been too painful for most groups to compete in this huge event. While the Legion commanders continued to discuss their strategies for their upcoming group matches, a lot of individual Larkinson mech pilots readied themselves to deliver their best performances in numerous smaller-scale occasions. Imon Ingvar and Vincent Rickelin had both gathered in front of one of the smaller mech arenas of Chance Bay. The New Stars tournament was a one-week affair that was meant to showcase the combat prowess of many expert candidates. In order to make sure that enough of them showed up, the tournament organizers set up an attractive prize pool. Imon and Vincent weren't the only Larkinson expert candidates who participated in this particular competition. They just arrived early because they couldn't wait. Ah, this is where I belong. Vincent spread his arms. After all of that boring practice and training, I can finally show off my skills in front of an adoring crowd. Imon crossed his arms and scoffed at his friend's attitude. The clan didn't give you a mech in order to stroke your ego. We're expected to win and climb up the rankings. Leave all of the showboating after you have won a combat carrier for the clan. Hey man, this is a competitive sport, not an actual battle. Don't be so serious. If you step into the arena with a different mindset, you'll just get crushed on all of the expectations that people place on you. What you should really do is to let go and have fun. The two couldn't agree on this issue, but it didn't matter. Enough Larkinsons had signed up to the New Stars tournament that only one of them had to do well enough to deliver a satisfying result. Both of them shook their hands and wished each other luck before they marched forward. Once Imon and Vincent stepped inside the arena, they would become competitors. Many other notable Larkinson mech pilots entered into other arenas at this time. People such as Dietrich Kratz and Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens would soon be demonstrating what the Larkinson clan was capable of in the Red Ocean. While all of this went on, a group of Larkinsons arrived at a special venue where another sort of tournament was about to commence. "We're here," Vase announced as he held Lucky in his arms. "I missed this feeling. Meow." Alongside his bodyguards, 4 other Larkinsons followed right behind him. While a lot of other clansmen, most notably the assistant mech designers of the design department, had already bought tickets to watch their patriarch in action in the stands, Vase was allowed to bring a handful of his people to the backstage. He turned around to face the young clansman. "I brought you here in order to learn. Pay attention to your conduct and don't argue with any people. We're bound to bump into all kinds of strange personalities inside, but no matter what happens, don't do anything without me." "Understood." Michael, Xanthar, Maisie Ann and Rennie all nodded. No matter how freely they behaved aboard the Spirit of Bentime, they were in a completely different environment now. Even the girls restrained their behavior this time. "All right, let's head inside and start this show."